You are clearly the weakest divine child of the Changsheng family, yet you awakened the innate chaotic holy body. Unfortunately, your father possessed the ancient chaotic holy body of the previous generation, while your mother was the saintess of the Yaoqi with the innate Tao body. With unparalleled talent, you also awakened the system. As a beginner reward, you received a sword immortal kneeling, also known as catching a blade barehanded with 100% success rate. You were so fierce that right after birth, a single move from you could slay the saints of the current era. In the Changsheng family, you are sorting through the memories in your mind. 1 second you were a man carrying heavy loads, the next you became a child, becoming the divine child of the Changsheng family. A system panel appeared in front of you. Bloodline, taboo. Talent, extraordinary insight, max level. Bone essence, max level, 206 longevity immortal bones. Teeth crafted from immortal bones, immortal eyes of longevity. Fortune, immortal luck. Invincible presence, auspicious signs, great fortune ahead. God of luck. Overall evaluation in just 4 words, too perfect. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in and obtaining the unique psychic power. 1 sword makes immortals kneel. 1 thought reaches the heavens. The immortal kneels, also known as 100% blade catching empty-handed. The host can disregard cultivation realm and designate a person to use this divine ability at will, obtaining one of the following 2 effects. 1. The user catches the blade empty-handed with a 100% success rate. 2. If unable to catch the blade empty-handed, the ground beneath them will split open. A single thought reaches the heavens, also known as understanding all, knowing all, omniscient. The system has discovered that the host is still lacking an invincible physique, so it specifically rewards the primordial chaotic saintly embryo with 1. Very classy, I really like it. You were very satisfied with this. The system was very classy. The ancestral land of the Li family, where the temple is located, gathered many elderly members of the Li family. They all held their breath and focused on the golden cocoon in the center of the hall. It's strange. The old ancestor made a prophecy some time ago that this little one would be born in the next few days, but there's no sign of it happening now. I've been waiting for 5 years. A few more days won't make a difference. Another elder from the clan spoke in a deep voice. The void around him solidified. The great Tao thundered, and his aura was as profound as an abyss. Click. With the appearance of the first crack on the golden cocoon, you, dressed in red, with features as if carved by the heavens, surrounded by a strong aura of chaos, exuded an unparalleled elegance, as if a banished immortal, graceful and otherworldly. This aura, is it the aura of the primordial chaos? Could it be the chaos body? The venerable elder with an immortal demeanor suddenly narrowed his pupils, his face filled with astonishment. No, something's wrong. Look over there. Another elder from the clan's voice trembled as he suddenly pointed outside the temple. Above the 9 heavens, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The wind and clouds changed color. Following everyone's line of sight, they saw a divine light shining above the sky, with a brilliant blue glow, an ancient blue lotus breaking through the chaos, swaying gently, as dazzling as the sun, as if carrying the origin and conclusion of the great Tao. Next, the 6 great divine visions such as the yin-yang life and death diagram and the exquisite mountains and rivers appeared in succession in the sky. These celestial phenomena shocked the Li family and alarmed the entire primordial Tao domain. The 9 great visions appeared in the sky, including the illusion of the immortal king and the chaos blue lotus. Could it be the legendary ancient sacred body? In that direction lies the Li family of Changsheng in the Eastern Emperor heaven. 5 years ago, the divine son of the Li family gave birth to a successor, who was not an ordinary person, but a round golden cocoon. Although the primordial sacred body is the first sacred body, it has incurred the curse of the heavenly Tao, suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. It is both a blessing and a curse. At the forefront of the grand hall, an elderly man in a golden robe laughed heartily, his voice resounding like a bell, shaking heaven and earth. This is the rare primordial chaos saintly embryo of many epochs. My grandson Li Ganxiu. Ha ha ha. Come, let grandpa give you a kiss. Just one. The old man in a golden robe was eager and excited, wanting to rush forward immediately to hug you tightly and shower you with kisses. The old man's name was Li Ganxiu, the eldest elder of the Li family, holding a prestigious position with great power and authority. The ancient sacred body bore 10 heavenly chains, naturally suppressed by the laws, but the innate chaotic sacred body was not among them. On the contrary, this constitution naturally resonates with the laws of the heavens, making cultivation twice as effective, born solely for the purpose of spiritual practice. In this lifetime, my Li family can dominate all the geniuses, suppress an era, and even contend for an immortal position. The godly Dark Mountain produced an ancient dark god body 10 years ago, possessing pure Xuanwu bloodline. Over these years, It has swept through the younger generation without rivals, an elder of a clan said. The celestial demon phoenix gave birth to an ancient phoenix body, with bloodline reverting to its origins, almost pure demon phoenix bloodline, also suppressing a realm with an unbeaten record. After the fierce battle with the pure-bodied deity Li Qingxu, our clan and her are evenly matched. There is also the dragon son of the Taisu Dragon Court, awakening the ancestral dragon supreme body. Our clan's Li Junlin, with the calamity mortal body, fought against him, evenly matched. Another clan elder pounded his chest and stomped his feet, his face flushed with embarrassment for not being able to suppress the opponent. Although they were an everlasting family, the elders of the Li family knew that they couldn't raise thorny flowers in a greenhouse, and that they needed to be honed and tortured by the outside world more than anything else. This will stimulate the bloodline of the descendants of the Li family, so that they will not lie flat at home all day. That Xianmei Divine Mountain and the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Dynasty, as well as the Taishu Dragon Court, were the hostile forces that the Li family had deliberately left behind, competing for resources all year round, with constant petty fights. As the Eastern Emperor Heaven's elderly family, it was also the most mysterious elderly family in the Taichou Dao domain. Among the Heaven's pride children born in the outside world, the ancient divine bodies, and the lineage inheritors, the Li clan's descendants could always find a few candidates who could go through a couple of moves with each other. It's also limited to 2 moves, like a slapdash point and shoot. The personnel from the outside world had always been elusive to the style of the descendants of the Li family. It kind of feels like you're jumping sideways over and over again, just playing. For the Li family, the birth of Li Shuing Yuan, the innate chaotic sacred body Dao fetus, was tantamount to a powerful centering agent in this golden age where heavenly prides rose up side by side, and where the great heroes were competing for supremacy. A perfect and flawless innate chaotic saint body Dao fetus, combining the advantages of the 3 heaven-defying physiques such as the desolate ancient sacred body, the innate Dao fetus, and the chaotic body. Its gold content can be imagined. Rumble. After the innate chaos saint body Dao fetus was successfully fused, the chaotic immortal light rose around Li Shuan Yuan's body, and the 206 immortal bones gleamed and bloomed into a brilliant smoldering haze. His cultivation breath, too, began to climb upward. Open the vein. Blood clotting, easy tendon, bone forging, passing soul. The 5 great realms of the innate were instantly penetrated in a single breath. Subsequently, under the shocked gazes of Li Qianxiu and many other clan elders, Li Shuan Yuan once again crossed over the 2 realms of life wheel and soul stage, and ascended to the purple mansion realm under the dome of the sky. A 5-year-old in the purple mansion realm, and still entering the purple mansion in one go. This is a feat that has never been done before or since. It must be known that the record holder of the Li family's purple mansion realm was an ancient ancestor, who had just turned 8 years old when he broke through the purple mansion at that time. However, Li Sun Yuan was only born for only half an hour, and he had already broken the legend and the psychological defense of the clan elders. Pervert. That's sick. Worthy of being the #1 divine body in the ancient world. Too damn fierce. Li Qianxiu's face flushed with excitement. His breathing was rapid, and he couldn't help but burst out. Immediately afterward, the next scene caused the several clan elders to freeze in place on the spot. After a brief moment of silence, everyone erupted into extremely shrill pops and groundhog screams. Buzz. Only Li Shuan Yuan's tightly closed eyes were slowly opening at this moment. It was a pair of golden eyes, as if they were made of the great Tao of the heavens, with immortal light rising from the pupils, containing endless heaven and earth Tao. The heavenly great Tao talismans flowed within them, glittering and shining as if they were the eternal prideful sun, emanating the immortal Tao Qi of the ancient and immortal world. Cam. Ilua 3 Uncle Grandma Flower Cotton Pants, ancient immortal pupil invincible road. This kid is simply invincible. Realm divisions, the 5 realms of the innate, the life wheel, the soul platform, the purple mansion, the palace of life, creation, life and death, nirvana, return to the ruins, harmonization, saints, supreme beings, and great emperors. The new book began. Hard friends, in the face of the appreciation of reading at the same time, try to click on the hypnosis and bookshelf, to bring Lychee a little power. Lychee is here to pay his respects. Thanks. Love you guys. Chapter 2 One Sword Immortal Kneels, Slaying the Demon Saints, Taichou Dao Domain, Xianwu Heaven. This is the place where thousands of dragon veins converge, with divine light and a vapor of auspicious energy, between the immortal mountains and great swamps. From time to time, there were ancient beasts weaving in and out, divine birds flying through the clouds, and everywhere was filled with a mysterious and ancient barbaric atmosphere. Above the dome of the sky, Countless immortal islands were suspended and buildings and palaces stood. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was so dense that it turned into a long river of mist, slowly flowing between the immortal mountains and palaces. This was the ancestral land of the Xuanwu Divine Mountain, the true master of Xuanwu Heaven, eternal lively family, desolate ancient saint body, the Xianxian Divine Mountain, the top of an immortal mountain that ran through the clouds. A magnificent Xian-robed man with his hands behind his back looked in the direction of the Eastern Emperor's sky. 11 ancient divine rings emerged behind him, and the depths of his eyes were filled with the terrifying sight of the opening of the heavens and the fall of all living things. This person was none other than the contemporary Holy Lord of the Xianmei Divine Mountain, Xian Gu. Now that the strongest members of the various clans within the Taichou Dao domain are fulfilling the Era Covenant and heading to the land of the Immortal Abyss to hold down the fort, the currently clan is at a time when the force is empty. Old 19. You're good at recluse techniques. Go to the Eastern Emperor's sky and observe if that little sinner's life will is open. If necessary, it can be done beforehand. Xian Gu withdrew his gaze and whispered into the void at his side. Honor the Holy Lord's order. One could only see the void above the divine mountain continuously distorting, and a huge shadow that covered the sky loomed within it. The breath was abysmal and unfathomable. The silhouette couldn't see his face. Only a pair of muddy and deep eyes were exposed. The depths of the pupils reflected the sea of corpses and blood. The blood and bones were sinking and floating, incomparably horrifying. This method is called Heavenly Tribulation Fairy, which can invoke the heavenly punishment of ferrying in an invisible manner. And under the annihilation of immortal might, there is no hiding place for everything. Xian Gu flicked his finger, and a blood-colored immortal aura pierced out and disappeared into the depths of the darkness. This was a rare secret method that the Xianmei Divine Mountain had obtained by chance in an ancient relic, and it came in handy at the right time today. With this ancient secret method in place, the Li family's sacred body will surely die. Old 19 spoke hoarsely and disappeared into the darkness along with the blood-colored immortal aura. If placed in previous epochs, the desolate ancient sacred body was favored by the heavens and was naturally close to the laws of everything, and could easily be cultivated to greatness, able to rival the ancient great emperors. Therefore, such physique is too heavenly, so the heavenly Tao sent down a curse and blocked on the 10 shackles. The saint body of the current world was no longer suitable for cultivation, and even the first step into cultivation, the life wheel, could no longer be opened. In the history of the Shang century era, several desolate ancient sacred bodies had also been born, but without exception, none of them had opened their life wheel. After the grand vision of the awakening of the holy body ended, it was gradually obliterated, gradually disappeared without a trace. The eternal lively family of the Eastern Imperial Sky was different from other lineages, especially the heavenly pride heir coming out from the Li family. No matter if you were a divine body, or a mortal body, he would be able to find a chance to have a couple of moves with you, but it's limited to 2 or 3 moves. Hit and run. The world also habitually called the Li family a rogue family, a 50-50 family. The Li family's modus operandi has always been too neurotic and disorganized to be puzzling. It was fine if the desolate ancient sacred body hadn't opened the fate wheel. If the old undead of the Li family really had a pit in his head and was willing to lay down some hard material to forcefully open the fate wheel heavenly fate for the holy body, then the Xianmei Divine Mountain would have no choice but to do something unrighteous. The Chongsheng Li family, innate chaotic sacred body Dao fetus, ancient immortal tier. Why would the Li family worry about not being able to prosper greatly? Ha ha ha. Li Qianqiu and the many clan elders laughed up to the sky. Their laughter was like the roar of a lion's bell, shaking the clouds and the sky. Innate Dao fetus, chaotic body, and desolate ancient saint body. 3 great heaven-defying physiques in one. It was as if the crowd had already seen the scene of the heyday when Li Xuanyuan suppressed an era and the world shared a common respect. Xiao Ran abided by the Era Covenant and traveled to subdue the immortal abyss. Failing to see the birth of the little one with his own eyes is truly a regret. That immortal clan elder sighed sardonically. Then his eyes fell on Li Qianqiu and said, Old man Qiu, this little guy hasn't been named yet. Have you thought of a name yet? Seek the edge. Li seek the edge. Li Qianqiu stroked his beard and said with a smile, this is the name that girl Xiyu gave the little one when she was in seclusion to impact the Quasi-Supreme. Good name. A red-robed clan elder next to him revealed a kind and amiable smile and spoke in admiration. Although the power of the Food family was not as strong as the Li family as a whole, it was also a longevity family with the same incomparably deep heritage. The little Food girl gave the word, and with Li Xiaoran's relationship, none of the clan elders dared to disobey. The other side. As the foundation of the Purple Mansion gradually stabilized, the laws and Dao rhythms in Li Xuanyuan's pupils gradually hid and returned to normal. At this moment, the immortal bones in his body were crystalline and radiant, and his blood took on a golden color. Every move exuded a majestic ocean-like life aura, like an ancient deity in the dust. Not far away, that cheap grandfather Li Qianqiu and a few clan elders were talking. Li Shu and Yuan heard them all clearly. It occurred to him that he would be born in Rome, but now it seemed as if it was even more Roman than he had imagined. Mother's food, Shi Yu, was preparing to impact the quasi-supreme realm, and her father, not to mention, was designated as a supreme. He only didn't get to meet this cheap old dad, and only knew that the other party had traveled to the land of the immortal abyss to hold down the fort. As for where this immortal abyss was, it wasn't something he should be concerned about right now. Ding! Danger detected approaching the host. There is an old immortal from the peak of the holy realm of the Xianmei divine mountain outside the Li family's ancestral land who wants to draw down the holy body heavenly tribulation and forcefully cleave the host to death. Just came out of the world and someone wants to invoke the heavenly calamity to split me to death? I say you ancestors board. Come just in time. I let you come in vertically and go out horizontally. Li Shu and Yuan's face sank and he cursed under his breath. Buzz. Li Sun Yuan didn't talk nonsense with the other party and directly executed the one thought to heaven, divine ability to locate the position of that old turtle in Xiannian divine mountain at the speed of light. He just happened to also want to test whether or not the mind-only avatar sent by the system was good or not. If you can beat them, then you should go straight on without any fear, until you dry each other up, and completely let the enemy go up in smoke and say bye-bye to this world. If you can't beat them, then instantly fire and shake people. The Changsheng Li family is nothing else but a lot of ing people. Not beating the out of the other guy is considered a clean poop. What's this kid yakking about? Not far away, Li Qianqiu scratched his head, not having heard what his own good grandson said, and was a bit uncertain. His words just fell. Li Qianqiu, including the clan elders present, all clearly felt an invisible aura fluctuation that was unfolding. At this moment, with Li Shu and Yuan as the center, a vast and majestic life breath instantly roared out like an ocean, and the void instantly swept up layers of ripples. Boom! Hidden in the shadows, Shen Xix's pupils suddenly shrunk, and an extremely bad premonition suddenly rose in the bottom of his heart, causing his heart to beat wildly and palpitate. The source of all this throbbing came from the red-clothed young man in the Li clan's ancestral land. The aura fluctuations emanating from his opponent's body caused him to feel a tingle in his scalp for no reason at all. As that life fluctuation touched himself, Shen 19 violently realized that his void god body was gradually becoming solidified until it was completely exposed outside the Li family's ancestral land. For a moment, all of the Li family members all raised their heads to look outside the ancestral land. It was a gigantic being, shaped like a basilisk turtle with a medusae snake on its back, its body as if it was poured out of obsidian divine gold, and its entire body was glowing with an icy cold light. From afar, the black Xuanwu that loomed like a divine mountain looked like a walking ancient star. All of it manifested so small in front of it. This seat's void god body disappears into the void and hides in nothingness. It can hide from quasi-emperor probing. How is this possible? Shen Xix's expression changed in shock. His face clouded over. He was burdened with a void body and had advanced all the way to the peak of saints. Once in a great emperor's secret realm, with this divine body, he had evaded the probing of several quasi-supreme beings and managed to seize a divine fruit of the emperor's path. I didn't expect to be planted in front of a little doll today. How could it not make Shen Xix's heart appalled? Humph! The moment Shen 19 appeared, a cold snort suddenly exploded from the depths of the firmament, startling everyone in the ancestral land. Countless gazes were cast into the sky above the divine hall, only to see that the void suddenly cracked open a portal, from which a heaven-zapping aura that subdued immortals and devils stirred out, flooding the 9 heavens and the universe. A pale figure dressed in cloth strolled out from it. The emperor's path of killing filled his body, and in his eyes, he diffused the horrifying sight of realms being born and destroyed, with immortals and devils falling. What a terrifying aura fluctuation. This is immortal beheading technique. It's the 9 ancestors. I didn't expect his old man to climb out of the ancestral tomb. Greetings to the 9 ancestors. Greetings to the 9 ancestors. Countless Li family personnel sucked in a breath of cool air and exclaimed in shock, not forgetting to respectfully salute while being shocked. There's something wrong with this red-clothed kid. Retreat first. Shen Xix's face was cloudy, and on the spur of the moment, he tore through the void and began to flee. At the same time, he secretly and quietly activated the heavenly tribulation fairy, preparing to draw in the holy body heavenly tribulation and use it to obliterate Li Shu and Yuan. All of the most powerful people within the Taichou Dao region had traveled to the land of the immortal abyss. The only ones left behind within the major families and dynasties are some of the old guys who gate their blood and stop their lives in self-seal. These characters would not easily come out of the gate until it was time for the family to survive. For once out of the world, It represents the demise of time. How could Shen 19 not have expected that this old thing from the Li family would personally come out of the world to protect the path for that red-clothed kid without sparing the risk of falling? This is not a place to stay for long. One sword immortal kneel. Not waiting for the Li family's 9 ancestors to personally take action, Li Xuanyuan took the initiative and raised his tender little hand, gently stroking it through the air at the behemoth not far away. Shen 19, who had just stepped through the void and was ready to vanish from this place, suddenly stopped in a very strange manner. And the whole person was like being cursed. Holy, what the is going on here? Cold sweat broke out on Shen Xax's forehead and he was scared out of his wits. The little red guy just waved his little hand and he couldn't move. Even more frightening, it was such a simple and unadorned action, but it made him, a saint, feel an illusion of kneeling on the ground and raising his hands above his head. Moreover, the feeling of falling to one's knees, deep inside, grew stronger and stronger, and it was difficult to wield resistance at all. Even the activation of the Heavens Fairy was interrupted. Dead leg. Run! Shen 19 was creeped out inwardly as he realized that he was imprisoned in place and couldn't move at all. The only sound that could be heard was a fearful roar that resounded continuously between the clouds. Even if you are doing your best to fight your thoughts, it doesn't help. You can't pull your leg at all. For a while, Shen 19 repeatedly jumped sideways back and forth between kneeling and not kneeling. I Nima. This seed kneels to heaven and earth and my parents. Because of Xuanwu's main body, Shen 19 couldn't even manage to kneel down with his hands folded, and could only let out a terrified hiss. Jabla! The next second, he cracked right open. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and blood rained down, completely coloring the sky into blood red. 2 immense pieces of Xuanwu corpses fell down from the 9 heavens. Like a comet falling, it exploded instantly the moment it hit the ground. Shen 19 of the Peak Sate realm cracked on the spot. God's soul is silent and stands in its place in the grave. By art, Tom's got to be explosive. Chapter 3, the 9 ancestors are born and established as the sons of God. The signing ground is refreshed. There was silence between heaven and earth. The Li clan members present were all witnessing Shen 19 hissing like a madman in the sky, then performed a crack in place. It was a quick, clean death, without Tony's touch. The 9 ancestors of the Li family, who had just stepped through the void and emerged from the world, froze in place with their brows furrowed slightly. The Xianmei divine mountain dog thing hid its tracks and sneakily came to quietly hibernate outside of the ancestral land just to die in front of their house? Is that suicide? Or was it planted? The 9 ancestors were not quite able to understand the style of the Xianxian divine mountain and were puzzled. I don't know where the other side is coming from and what kind of drugs they are selling. The 9 ancestors are invincible and unrivaled in the world. A mere saint of the Xianxian divine mountain, slaughtered like a pig or a dog. Li Qianqiu and the other clan elders looked adoring and raised their arms to cheer. They also recognized Shen Xax's identity as a peak saint of the Xianxian divine mountain. But it is this kind of mighty figure, the 9 ancestors said to kill. How mighty and domineering. The 9 ancestors had their hands behind their backs and were speechless for a while. There was something fishy about the death of the dog from the Xianxian divine mountain, and it wasn't him who killed him. It's just that at this juncture, it doesn't seem like it's possible to deny it. The 9th ancestor glanced at Li Xuanyuan if he had a deep meaning, and his expression was inexplicably a bit odd. Just now, at the time of Shen Xax's fall, he clearly felt that this junior from his family was displaying a very peculiar strand of killing Dao fluctuation. Could it be that this little guy killed them? But after careful consideration, the 9 ancestors put aside the thoughts that surfaced in their minds. It's a bit too outlandish to be possible. The Purple Mansion realm executing a peak saint was not even tenable when one thought about it with one's toes. No matter what, it was just a peak saint. So if it died, it died. And even if it was the Xuanwu divine mountain behind it, the Li family had no fear. Greetings to the 9 ancestors. Greetings to all the seniors. Li Xuanyuan was as gentle as jade and didn't shy away from the stage, bowing respectfully to the crowd present. He was surrounded by chaotic Dao rhythms intertwined, and every move he made was in line with the heaven and earth Dao, with a transcendent immortal Dao temperament. This is not something he did not do intentionally, but rather the aura that the innate chaotic saint body Dao fetus was born with. 5 years of gestation time in the golden cocoon had already made him no different from an ordinary 5-year-old child, and even more upright in stature. Buzz! The 9 ancestors' figures suddenly and strangely disappeared, and when they reappeared, they had already arrived in front of Li Xuanyuan. Innate chaotic sacred body Dao fetus, everlasting immortal T, supreme bone, good, good, good. The 9 ancestors' eyes were deep in vicissitudes, as if they contained a supreme greatness of insight into everything. Looking through Li Xuanyuan's entire body, facing this old ancestor's gaze, Li Xuanyuan's gaze changed slightly. He felt as if the space around him had stood still and frozen, and the laws of heaven and earth were trembling. Luckily, though, the other party didn't notice the system's presence. To be honest, he really wanted to test the power of one sword immortal kneeling on this Jozu in front of him. The moment this thought surfaced, it was restrained by Li Xuanyuan's best efforts, which was really a bit of treason. Ha ha ha, my grandson shall be immortal. Li Qianqiu's shape was like a ghost. A flash came to Li Xuanyuan's side, hugged the latter and kissed him furiously several times in succession. Gramps, stop it! Stop it! Li Xuanyuan drew back quickly and escaped from the clutches. You guys stop too! Don't kiss me! Seeing the rest of the Li clan elders, all of whom also looked like they were eager to try, Li Xuanyuan loudly and politely refused. His cheeks were pink and flushed and adorable. This scene caused many clan elders to burst into laughter. Their eyes were drawn out, revealing an undisguised doting. Good lord, these old-timers are so enthusiastic. Although Li Xuanyuan was a bit unable to accept the wild kisses of others, a gush of warmth flowed through his heart and it was very cozy. In his memories of his previous life, he was an orphan and had never experienced what affection felt like. This feeling of being cared for these days is really nice. When the 9 ancestors saw this scene, they also shook their heads slightly, dumbfounded. 9 ancestors, your old man gates blood to stop his life, sealed in the ancestral mausoleum, so out of this world, will it be? A clan elder said as if he had a point. The meaning is self-evident. Once the blood stops the life of the ancestor character, once unsealed out of the world, if there is no corresponding, can prolong the life of the heaven and earth supreme treasure, will certainly fall. Unless the Li family was in a life and death crisis, the old ancestors would not easily awaken. Other people gate blood to stop their lifespan and break the seal out of the world might fall, but not the old man, because the longevity will be near is what the old man is pretending. The 9 ancestors used the calmest tone to say the most jaw-dropping words. He knew what this junior meant just now by heart. Life expectancy approaching? Gate blood stops life? That's simply not the case. The coffin board in the ancestral tomb he could sleep in and out of when he wanted to. The main thing was a do as you want. Upon hearing this, Li Qianqiu as well as the other clan elders looked at each other in dismay and wiped their cold sweat unanimously. Good guy. The blood stops the life of this kind of thing. This can still pretend? What a loaded wow. Hearing the 9 ancestors personally admit that they were fine, Li Qianqiu and the others were secretly relieved. Worthy of their Li family style, the whole also led a person's strange nervous Lu. Good thing it was a false alarm though, now that it coincides with the golden age of the Shang century era, with all the divine body heirs coming out from all sides. I believe that the little guy can push across the world and suppress all the enemies in the world. The more the 9 ancestors looked at Li Xuanyuan, the better he looked at him, and he couldn't help but laugh aloud, praising him without stinting. Chaotic body, desolate ancient sacred body, and innate Tao fetus 3 heaven-defying physiques were fused into one, and one could not dare to imagine how terrifying the battle power would be. Any physique in front of it is like a glowing fire, eclipsed. To this, Li Xuanyuan responded in a childish voice. Any heavenly pride in front of me is just a sword that can make an immortal kneel. Ha ha ha, good. The 9 ancestors laughed heartily. From today onwards, the little guy is my Li family's divine son. See him as if he were the family head. All the resources at his disposal. The 9 ancestors continued. This son is worthy of the position of the Li family's divine son. The clan elders were shocked, but it was within their expectations. If Li Xianyuan was not qualified to serve as the Li family's divine son, then there would be no one else in the entire Li family who would be qualified. Many thanks to the 9 ancestors. Li Qianqiu paid his thanks. Although his son, Li Xiaoran, was the previous son of God, it did not mean that the position of son of God would definitely be passed down to the next generation. Everything is spoken of in terms of talent and strength, and those who have the ability to do so take the burden. In addition to the position of God's son, the Li family also has established holy sons. There are 9 of them, and those 9 little guys, each one of them is not a light. Each one of them wants to compete for the position of God's son, but whether or not you can secure the position depends on your own abilities. The 9 ancestors looked at Li Xuanyuan and smiled faintly. The Li family's divine son and the future young family head of the Li family. If he doesn't fall, he will assume the position of family head in the future. As for the Li family, the young generation was swarming with tens of thousands of celestial pride, and there were a handful of people with excellent talent and physique possessors. However, there were only a handful of 9 candidates who could truly compete for the position of God's son, and the Li family crowned them with the title of Saint Son. As for the divine son, he was above the holy son and was the true leader of the younger generation. Hearing the 9 ancestors his old man's explanation, Li Xuanyuan immediately felt the pressure. The only skill he has now is one sword immortal kneeling. Although it was perverse enough, it could only kill beings that weren't in human form in seconds, and the conditions were extremely harsh. If it were a normal opponent, this skill would only work as a strong control, with no killing power. It seemed like it was better to learn some of the other divine skills of the Li clan and save your life first. From today onwards, I will personally teach you cultivation. Follow me. With a wave of the 9 ancestors' sleeves, the space behind Li Xuanyuan quietly shattered and a spatial vortex emerged. Immediately afterward, an invisible force enveloped Li Xuanyuan and carried him into the spatial crack and disappeared. Along with them, the 9 ancestors disappeared. Li Qianqiu looked at the healed spatial crack, his eyes unable to hide his pride. The other clan elders also showed envy. It was a supreme honor to be personally taught by his old man, the 9th ancestor. The moment Li Xuanyuan didn't enter the spatial crack, the system's beep in his head sounded again. Ding! The new sign-in location has been refreshed. Please sign in at the Immortal Pavilion. Chapter 4, The 5 Great Imperial Dao Immortal Skills. Opening the 13 Fate Palaces. The only one in all ages. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, more than 2 years have passed. During this period of time, there was a shocking news that spread so much that the entire Li family knew about it. The heir of the previous generation's divine son, Li Xiaoran, broke the seal and emerged after 5 years of gestation in the immortal origin golden cocoon. Once he entered the world, he awakened the desolate ancient sacred body and the everlasting immortal tea, and entered the purple mansion in one step, breaking the records of the Li family's successive generations of ancient ancestors. It was even so shocking that the 9 ancestors personally came out and bestowed on him the position of divine son. 9 out of 10 of the many Li clan members were envious of this. They only knew that Li Xuanyuan had awakened the desolate ancient sacred body and the everlasting immortal tear, but they didn't know about the innate chaotic sacred body Dao fetus. In the 9 ancestors of the oracle, the presence of the clan elders all keep their mouths shut. Not the first time the sound spread out. Preventing the heart of the people cannot do nothing. Once the news of Li Xuanyuan becoming a divine son was spread, it immediately caused an uproar in the Li family. At the same time, all of the Li family's young generation of prides had an overriding battle intent rising in their hearts. They all wanted to personally learn how much this fellow who had startled the 9 ancestors upon his appearance actually weighed, and whether or not he had the true qualifications to assume the position of divine son, especially those heavenly prides who were qualified to compete for the position of saint son. All of them were eager to challenge Li Xuanyuan immediately. After all, the knock-on effect of defeating Li Xuanyuan could be more noticeable and cost-effective than defeating the 9 great sacred sun seats. The desolate ancient sacred body could restrain many divine body phantasms, and was deservedly the number 1 sacred body. In today's century era, the desolate ancient sacred body suffered from the curse of the laws of heaven and earth, and each of the 9 major visions had been reinforced with a layer of seals, which were no longer suitable for cultivation, and had long since been different from the past. Even with the 9 ancestors, his old man, personally teaching him, at most, he would only be able to unlock 3 layers of holy body seals. That's the limit, no more. For those prides of the Li family, the wasted desolate ancient sacred body didn't pose much of a threat. Many people wanted to use Li Xuanyuan as a pedal to make a name for themselves. Inside an ancient realm, there are 3 or 2 wooden houses, a fresh breeze, and a swaying bamboo forest. The evening sun blushed with shame, and the shadows of the setting sun stretched the forest scenery to a long, picturesque length. Immortal killing technique, immortal beheading technique, immortal slaughtering technique, immortal leveling technique, and immortal suppression technique. You've learned all of the Li clan's 5 great imperial Dao sword techniques? In front of the wooden house, the 9 ancestors had a look of disbelief, and the tea they had just swallowed. For a moment they couldn't hold back and sprayed out. I've learned them all. It's just a mere imperial Dao immortal skill, but it's just a handful. Li Xuanyuan nodded his head obediently with a kind of invincible confidence. Don't believe me. He then demonstrated it on the spot in front of the 9 ancestors. Clang! A clear sword sound resounded through the clouds, and all of a sudden, the winds in the sky rose up, and the biting sword light rocked the 9 heavens straight up, rushing into the 9 heavens. In a flash, with Li Xuanyuan as the center, a heaven-slashing sword Dao aura whistled out as if it was a 10 million level hurricane. The sword light was biting cold and piercing to the bone, spreading out in all directions, transforming into a snowy sea of swords, crowding the sky and the earth, and the sword light shone in the ancient and modern future. Under the gaze of the 9 ancestors with twitching corners of their eyes, Li Xuanyuan was just like that of Phileas, switching immortal techniques back and forth, like an acrobat performing. From time to time, the immortal killing skill, the sword obsesses the 9 states and kills the group of immortals. From time to time, the battle immortal technique, the battle aura is soaring, and blood stains the sky. From time to time, I will level the immortal technique, cultivate my Taoist heart, and level the potential with the sky. This breathtaking scene completely numbed the 9 ancestors as they watched. What the hell kind of monster is this? One must know that even he could not manage to fully cultivate these 5 great Imperial Dao sword skills. The Emperor Dao sword skill, also known as the Immortal skill, could be cultivated all the way up to a great emperor, and the difficulty of its cultivation could be imagined. For so many years, the entirely clan couldn't find a single candidate who could cultivate the 5 great Imperial Dao sword skills in one go. Now it looks as if someone else has broken the record. Stop! 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 The old man knows. The 9th ancestor waved his hand, his beard trembling in shock. Li Xuanyuan was obedient and stopped the movement of his hands, and the sword light between heaven and earth also dissipated. Over the past 2 years or so, he had cultivated more than just these 5 great Imperial Dao immortal sword techniques. The Li family on the doorstep of the Avatar secret method. Li Xuanyuan also removed the dregs. Take the essence. All integrated. Understand. There's no way around it. Gnosis reversal is just so arbitrary. Any divine power technique could be comprehended just by looking at it and automatically perfected to perfection. 9 ancestors, among the younger generation of the Li family. How many fate palaces have someone opened up at most? Li Xuanyuan asked. His purple mansion foundation had been cast incomparably solid for more than 2 years. The 9 ancestors had said that breaking through the Fate Palace realm after cultivating the immortal beheading skill would bring about unexpected effects. Li Xuanyuan had waited for this day for too long and couldn't wait to break through. 10 Fate Palace. The 9 ancestors replied. When your father was at the Fate Palace realm back then, he also opened up the 10 Fate Palaces. Then later, he transformed the chaotic vision into a Fate Palace and rushed into the 11 Fate Palace realm. As for how many Fate Palaces he has now and how strong he is, I'm actually not very clear. Immediately afterward, the 9 ancestors continued with a hopeful gaze. Now that you've awakened the innate chaotic sacred body Dao fetus, you can try to impact the 12 Fate Palaces recorded in the ancient texts. As for the authenticity of these 12 Fate Palace, I don't dare to make a guarantee. You and do what you can. I will be on the side to protect you. 12 Fate Palace, Li Xuanyuan muttered. Since his father was able to open up the 11 great Fate Palaces, he naturally couldn't fall short of its prestige. After deciding to start breaking through the Fate Palace realm, Li Xuanyuan no longer suppressed his own cultivation realm at the peak of the Purple Mansion, and everything was already in place. Buzz! Li Xuanyuan sat in the void, his entire body falling into a special state, his heart like still water, his spiritual platform empty. The immortal bones in his body were burning, and his bloodline was boiling. Immortal sounds were misty in the heavens and earth, and the great Tao of the heavens was roaring. Rumble! At that moment, only 8 deafening thunderous booms could be heard, continuously exploding in the void. Then he saw that 8 magnificent and mysterious ancient destiny palaces emerged one after another above Li Xuanyuan's head. Just like 8 bright and dazzling suns, wisps of chaotic chi hung down, seemingly capable of collapsing the green sky of the ages. Opening up 8 fate palaces at once? The 9 ancestors froze for a moment. Everything should be about a gradual progression. This kind of wilderness scene of 8 palaces in a row completely dumbfounded him. Back then, when Li Shaoran opened up the Fate Palace, it was extremely gentle. It was one after the other until he opened up the perfect 10 Fate Palaces, which can be as raw as Li Xuanyuan. Simply livestock. Yet this is only the beginning. In the next moment, next to the 8 Fate Palaces, 2 Fate Palaces once again emerged, spewing out an infinite amount of chaotic chi. The 10 Natal Palaces. The 9 ancestors stood with their arms folded, a glint in their eyes. He took a deep breath and paid full attention to Li Xuanyuan's state. It is also good to respond quickly in case of any emergencies. The 10 major destiny palaces, stretching across the sky, were like 10 rounds of eternally indestructible prideful suns, blossoming with dazzling immortal splendor. Wisps of chaotic chi continued to drop down from both sides of the Palace of Destiny, completely enveloping Li Xuanyuan below. Do the 12 destiny palaces recorded in ancient texts really exist? The 9 ancestors' eyes were as deep as an abyss, with some hidden colors of anticipation flowing out. 10 major destiny palaces. This might not be the limit of the innate chaotic sacred body Dao fetus. Click. At that moment, a crisp cracking sound suddenly sounded above the 9 heavens, and in an instant, the primordial immortal light blossomed and thousands of chaotic mother chi flowed. The void quietly cracked open a black abyss, and within that abyssal fissure, 2 ancient and vicissitudes of the Fate Palace broke the seal. The 12 destiny palaces, ancient and eternal, are like the miracles of the opening of the heavens and the earth. Good, good, yes. The ninth ancestor was breathing heavily, his eyes filled with excitement, and even with his determination, he was clapping his hands in excitement. He only wanted Li Xuanyuan to try to impact the 12 Fate Palace, but he didn't expect the other party to actually succeed. 12 natal houses. It was called the first Fate Palace realm in the ancient times, with a magnificent style that was unmatched in all ages. Rumble. As soon as the 9 ancestors' words fell, storm clouds suddenly arose above the 9 heavens. The sky and the earth changed color. An endless era immortal light exploded in the firmament. In that split second, electricity flashed and thundered in the depths of the firmament, and billions of 7-colored thunderbolts pierced through the sky. Countless visions descended from the void, representing the will of the living. 7-colored thunder split the chaos, bursting out with immortal primordial light, accompanied by boundless immortal light that constantly bloomed. Buzz. The outline of an extremely ancient and plain palace loomed in the chaos. It seemed to be the first ancient temple at the beginning of heaven and earth, the beginning of all things, the root of the Tao. That's the 13th Fate Palace. As the 13th Destiny Palace surfaced in the chaos, a shocking flash of light flashed through the 9 ancestors' deep eyes as they cried out in shock. Boom! As his words fell, with a loud boom, the 13th Fate Palace above Li Xuanyuan's head emerged from the chaos, and then it leapt above the firmament, crossing the clouds and the sky. The 13 Destiny Palaces hung in the sky, like the immortal emperor overlooking the 9 heavens, immortal and eternal. Chapter 5. Li Xuanyuan, Li Zhouju's nonsense. 9 is the extreme number. The threshold of the 9 Great Fate Palace alone stopped many geniuses, causing countless people to be deterred. Those who were able to open up the 9 Great Fate Palaces in the current world could be called the greatest generation of heavenly pride, above many geniuses, surpassing 99% of the people in the world, and an insurmountable mountain. The 9 Great Fate Palace was also the standard of measurement for the desolate ancient family, the Taiku Imperial clan, and the heirs of the ancient kingdom Imperial dynasty. The 10 Natal Palace, on the other hand, was a watershed for special body types, such as the Chaos Body, the Immaculate God Body, the 10,000 Joys Mortal Body, the Ancient Underworld God Body, and the Ancient Heavenly Phoenix Body. The 11 or 12 natal houses exist only in ancient records. As for the 13 natal houses, no one has seen them before or since. The 13 Natal Palace, which can be called the pioneer of historical precedents, is truly invincible and unique in all ages. The Fate Palace realm was equivalent to the foundation for cultivators, and it was also a watershed in the path of cultivation. The number of natal houses simply represents the person's potential and talent, but it doesn't highlight one's ultimate achievement. Cultivation of a road. To the end of the same way, cultivation also cultivate the heart. The heart of the road is the most important thing. Back then, when the old me was in the Fate Palace realm, I had only opened up 10 Fate Palaces. What is this? The corner of the 9th ancestor's eyes twitched as he suddenly felt that he was about as disabled as this junior of his own family when compared to him. And disabled as hell. Swish! Li Xuanyuan woke up from his previous special state, and the 13 Fate Palaces on top of his head, followed by the 13 Fate Palaces, quietly hid themselves away. After opening up the 13 Destiny Palaces, Li Xuanyuan's temperament became more and more dusty like an immortal. His body was dense with immortal qi, transcendent, just like a teenage heavenly emperor. 9 ancestors, I've opened up 13 Fate Palaces. Is there something wrong somewhere? Li Xuanyuan asked. Hearing the words of the teenage Versailles, the 9 ancestors' foreheads were tangled with black lines, and with a black face, they came to Li Xuanyuan and conducted a deep probe for him. It was a relief to learn that all was well with the body. Throughout the ages, the 10 Fate Palace is already the limit, and the 11 Fate Palace can be worked on, but the 12 Fate Palace only exists in ancient texts. As for your 13 Fate Palace, it is the only one in the ages and sets the precedent for the era. The 9 ancestors exclaimed from the bottom of their hearts, their tones trembling with excitement. Even with his state of mind, it was hard to hide the shock at this moment. He witnessed the birth of a miracle that could go down in history in the future and be famous for generations to come. So it seems that I'm still pretty awesome, Li Xuanyuan said narcissistically. Upon hearing this, the 9 ancestors gave him a blank look, which is the question of whether it's awesome or not. This is very bullish. Okay, it's like a heifer on a plane. Although the 13 Fate Palace is unique for all ages, but remember not to be arrogant and haughty. There are a lot of supreme heavenly prides in this world, but there are not many that can truly walk to the end with a smile on their face. The 9 ancestors were afraid that Li Xuanyuan would be complacent, and immediately said in a serious tone, talent is certainly important, but the heart of the Tao is even more important. The true meaning of cultivation is to cultivate the heart. Understood. Li Xuanyuan nodded his head and was taught. He naturally knew these truths. Condescension is out of the question. He's more solid and steady than anyone else. Well, one can achieve great things without arrogance or impatience. Seeing this, the 9 ancestors nodded their heads in praise with a satisfied expression. By the way, 9 ancestors, I would like to ask where the immortal pavilion is? Li Xuanyuan suddenly seemed to remember something and inquired out loud. For the past 2.5 years, he had been following the 9 ancestors in their cultivation, and had never had the time to go out and sign in. The one-sword immortals kneeling had already been utilized by him. During this period of time, Li Xuanyuan had been tested countless times and had been able to be 100% sure. No one other than a humanoid creature could catch one of his swords. For example, the stubborn stone at the top of the clouds that was born and raised in the earth and claimed to have the strongest defense of the innate god stone, was consequently cleaved into 2 halves by his sword. Another example is the little kingbird that 9 ancestors raised, which cracked in place under the pressure of the immortals kneeling, and went to pot that night. Pepper, allspice, cinnamon, dried chili, it's all there, all 5 flavors. Nowadays, Li Xuanyuan felt that he had completed the cultivation of his 5 immortal skills, and the 13 fateful palaces had also been successfully opened. Most importantly, the ancient realm had been pretty much scourged by him, and it was time to take a trip out to get the rewards for signing up. It was still the mind-only aptitude that was used with such aplomb that it was simply heartless. I just don't know what kind of aptitude the next signing will give. Li Xuanyuan was curious about that. The fairy court? The 9 ancestors raised their eyebrows and swept a glance at Li Xuanyuan. Although he did not know what the latter was inquiring about this place for, he patiently explained. The Immortal Pavilion is a place of treasures that has been passed down by my Li clan from the distant beginning of the Great Era to the current century era. The 9 ancestors narrated and explained carefully. Kid, the sanctity of the Immortal Pavilion cannot be destroyed. I'm warning you not to mess around. When he thought of the embarrassing things that Li Xuanyuan had done in the ancient realm over the past 2 years, the 9th ancestor realized with hindsight that he had slipped up and immediately blew his beard and eyes out in warning. Ahem! Seeing the 9th ancestor so out of sorts, Li Xuanyuan coughed lightly in embarrassment and laughed sarcastically. 9th ancestor, I'm just asking. I'm not doing anything else, so don't be nervous. You're old man. Can I not be nervous? The 9 ancestors glared. The little bastard he had worked so hard to raise and use for amusement and conversation had been stewed in the middle of the night by this kid. The heaven and earth spirit stone that he had been plating for tens of thousands of years was secretly split in half by this kid. There were also the autumn moon spirit bamboos that had been planted for 5,000 years before they blossomed, and all of them had been cut off at the waist. In response to this, the 9 ancestors, who had always been uncharitable, became even more reticent, often shaking their heads and sighing silently during the week. The man in question expressed great regret, but there was nothing he could do about it. Who let the boy pick himself out? Li Xuanyuan said with a dark face. 9 ancestors, I just need some creation origin, and I'm looking for a weapon while I'm at it. That's all. I really don't want to do anything bad. He had just broken through the Fate Palace realm, taking 1 step, looking at 2 steps, and thinking of 3. It's reasonable to take some of the origin of creation that increases the chances of a breakthrough in the realm of creation on the way, isn't it? Moreover, the origin of creation also had the effect of consolidating the foundation, and it was just what was needed to settle down after breaking through the Palace of Destiny. There was also the fact that after almost 3 years, he didn't even have a weapon that was handy. As the Li family's divine son, it was very unreasonable to not have a decent weapon. Hearing that Li Xuanyuan was only taking some creation origins and weapons, the 9 ancestors were secretly relieved in their hearts. There are some things in the Immortal Pavilion that are too unruly and untamed. So measure everything according to your strength and don't be overbearing, the 9 ancestors specifically admonished, fearing that Li Xuanyuan would do something against the heavens. That said, trying to take something away from the Immortal Pavilion is not an easy task now. This kid has always been smooth sailing. Going to the Immortal Pavilion to thwart it is not a good thing. Hey! It was as if the 9th ancestor had already seen the defeated scene of Li Xuanyuan's grimy face and return in defeat, and he couldn't help but heave a laugh at that moment. Li Xuanyuan frowned slightly and asked tentatively, What's wrong with you, 9 ancestors? Nothing. The old man thought of something happy. 9 ancestors immediately collected his smile and said in a serious manner, The Shin turtle I raised gave birth. Isn't it dead? You don't have to worry about that. It does what the old man says it does. Chapter 6, Cthulhu Hegemony Body, Destiny Karma Body, Brotherhood, the Immortal Pavilion, located directly east of the Li clan's divine temple, on top of an immortal lake island that was as horizontal as a mirror. Since the beginning of the clan's prosperity, the clan has long acquired the greatest treasures of heaven and earth, rare and precious. There were also many imperial Dao immortal techniques, as well as gong methods pioneered at the level of the Li family's oldest ancestor, along with the cultivation insights accumulated over many epochs, and so on. These family heritage, all stored in the immortal pavilion inside, for the Li family descendants to enlightenment practice. Immortal pavilion, but also the Changqing Li family in addition to the ancestral tomb, the most solemn and sacred place, self-supporting side of the Forbidden Land. Around the immortal lake island, strands of divine chains of order hung down, outlining an ancient spell formation with thousands of channels, completely enveloping the entire lake island. Along the way, all the way, Li Xuanyuan felt more than one abysmal and terrifying aura hiding in the surrounding void. I think it should be the Li family elders who are guarding the immortal pavilion. Greetings, divine son. In front of the immortal pavilion, the black-robed old man guarding the pavilion bent down and gave a respectful salute to Li Xuanyuan. Anything within the immortal pavilion that the divine son has his eye on can be taken away without any limit on the number of things that can be taken away. The old man's dry and aged face barely managed to squeeze out a smile as he smiled and opened his mouth. Perhaps it had been too long since he had interacted with anyone, and when he laughed, the black-robed old man's dry and wrinkled face stretched out, making him look extraordinarily eerie and terrifying. Okay, I get it. Li Xuanyuan nodded his head gently. Now he finally experienced the joy of being in a position of power. It's just not a good feeling. All of the Li family's cultivation resources were unreservedly tilted toward him. He was born with his innate chaotic saint body Dao fetus and everlasting immortal T, plus 206 immortal bones in system auxiliary. If this is not enough to suppress an era, he can only say that the dish mom opened the door for the dish, and the dish arrived home. Godson please. The black-robed old man flexed his fingers and a drop of essence blood and a golden token shot out from his fingertips at the same time, and then landed in the groove above the immortal pavilion's portal with precision. Zaza zaza. As the essence blood and token disappeared into the portal, one could only see that the immortal pavilion's door in front of him, which was all golden and blue as if it was poured with immortal gold, suddenly blossomed with an extremely dazzling divine aura at this moment. Buzz. A void channel appeared out of thin air, the portal surrounded by immortal gas. Dao Yun flow. There is a pale barbaric mottled atmosphere, from which constantly diffuse. On the surface, the immortal pavilion was just an attic, but it was actually a small, independently opened world. Li Xuanyuan stepped into the immortal pavilion, and the void passage behind him closed in response. Opening the immortal pavilion required the essence blood of the direct bloodline of the Li family, in conjunction with the old ancestor's token, and the opening of the immortal lake island's overall formation. You can't have one of the three without the other. The immortal pavilion's prohibitions, even if a great emperor were to visit in person, he would not be able to move it in the slightest. This was the everlasting Li family's heritage and confidence. The 9 heavenly peaks, one of the hundreds of divine mountains within the Li family that were used for the cultivation of the celestial pride. On the mountains, the immortal charm was ethereal. The grass and trees were abundant, like they were carved out of beautiful jade, and the scenery was as beautiful as a picture. On the 9 heavenly peaks, inside an ancient and elegant pavilion, a white-haired young man with a handsome and clean-cut face and an air of dusty elegance was lying on the bed couch with a pale face. The breath on the teenager's body was shriveled, as if the candle flame in the wind was wavering, and could go out at any time. Upon closer inspection, a faint gray mist was entwined around its body. The entire person was emitting a dead, ominous, and bizarre aura of calamity, and was in a very bad state. The young man's name was Li Tianji. The Li family's absolute pride. Open the 9 Fate Palace and awaken the Fate causal body. At the edge of the bed and couch, there was also a purple-haired teenager sitting there, with a wind god like jade, eyes blooming with purple electricity, and an unfathomable aura. Behind it, there were 9 mysterious immortal beasts' visions that sank and floated, magnificent and powerful. Each type of immortal beast vision could suppress the 9 heavens above and strike the underworld below, domineering and overwhelming the heavens alone. The purple-haired teenager was named Li Tsungtian, who had opened up the 10 Great Palace of Destiny and awakened the Tsungtian hegemony body. He was a blood brother with Li Tianji, and was also the 9th saint's son of the Li family. Brother, I will find a way to break the calamity. Trust me. Li Tsungtian's fists were clenched, his eyes were red, and in his pupils, a wisp of purple-gold immortal fire was burning, seemingly capable of incinerating 10,000 years of space and time. Brother, don't waste your efforts. It's useless. The methods that should be tried have already been tried by the clan's old ancestors. It's an unsolvable dead end. Li Tianji's expression was calm, his gaze as light as water, having long since seen through life and death. The fate karma body, also known as the calamity body, was cursed by the heavenly Tao for knowing too much karma in the world and descended to haunt the body with calamities. Every generation of destiny causal bodies had never lived past the age of 10, and none of them had been exceptions since the beginning of time. This year's Li Tianji was already 9 years old, not far from his 10th birthday. The end of the destiny causal body was even more miserable than the desolate ancient saint body, with no way to live. The desolate ancient sacred body could not cultivate, but could still be an ordinary mortal, working at sunrise and resting at sunset, spending his life in an ordinary manner. But the destiny causal body has no choice but to wait for its own death. The only way to eradicate the plague is to have another destiny causal body die in the place of the honored one. There is no other way to do it. Unfortunately, there is one and only one destiny causer in a lifetime. After the fall of the previous generation, the next generation comes out. Flowers bloom without seeing the leaves, and leaves grow without seeing the flowers. I promised my father and mother that I would take care of you, and there's no way in the world that the sky is the limit. Surely there's a way. Li Tsangtian turned his back and secretly wiped a tear from his eye with his back to Li Tianji, his tone unwavering. Ahem. Li Tianji coughed out a mouthful of black blood, his face growing paler and paler. Brother, for so many years, I'm the one who dragged you down. If it wasn't for me, your cultivation wouldn't have been wasted, much less stopped at this ninth saint sun position. Li Tianji wiped away the black blood at the corner of his mouth and looked up at Li Tsangtian's back, his eyes filled with heartache. Brother's Tsong Tian hegemony body was not inferior to any of the rare divine bodies of the Li clan's celestial pride. Ever since his parents passed away, his brother had been taking care of him, searching day and night for the karmic origin for him to use to suppress the power of calamity. If it hadn't been for myself all these years, my brother might have stepped into another new world. To be sure, it would never have been the situation it is in now. Brat, what are you babbling about here? I'm your brother, the closest person in the world to you. Li Tsangtian rubbed his eyes and hid away the tears. He took a deep breath, turned around, and softly said to Li Tianji, even if the sky collapses, there's a brother to hold it. Even if it's death, brother will die before you. Li Tianji lay on the bed with tears welling up in his eyes as he gave a silly smile. It's good to have a brother. If I can have this brother in this life, it's not a wasted journey on earth. I'm going to invite the other holy sons, as well as that newly promoted divine son, to fight for you. Li Tsangtian tenderly touched Li Tianji's head and carefully covered his quilt, then got up and prepared to leave. Although he was the ninth saint son of the Li family, he had limited power to utilize in some matters. In order to heal his brother, the old ancestor of the Li family had been invited by him 5 or 6 times, and the other party was tired of asking for advice. All of them were at their wits' end regarding the causal body of fate and had no solution. At that moment, one could only rely on the origin of causality to simply suppress the power of the calamity. If he could awaken the sleeping ancient ancestor in the deepest part of the ancestral mausoleum, there might still be a chance of survival. But it requires making one's own position strong and showing enough good talent and potential to resonate with the other person. Challenging the rest of the holy sons, as well as that newly promoted divine son, was the only chance that was not many. During the time that he took care of his brother, Li Tsangtian's cultivation did not fall behind. He fused the drop of ancient Song Tian hegemony blood in the immortal pavilion, breaking the 9th extreme number and opening up the 10th life palace. With the opportunity of the destiny palace breaking mirror, the 9 immortal beast avatars of the Song Tian hegemony body were blended together, and his battle power soared. The current him could enter the emperor's forbidden realm and cross the ranks. Li Tsangtian had absolute confidence in challenging the saint's son in front of him, no matter what he had to put up a fight. Brother, I have been repeating a dream in recent times, a very real dream. At this time, Li Tianji called out to Li Tsangtian, who was about to leave, stared at him seriously, and revealed the biggest secret in his heart during this period of time. In my dream, I saw an absolutely magnificent red-clothed back figure, stepping through the sky and the earth with his own strength, suppressing the 6 paths of reincarnation. In this life of the Li family, a world-defying and invincible heavenly emperor will emerge, a supreme figure who can suppress an era. It was also him who led the Li family to extreme splendor, with all the races worshipping and all the heavens respecting him. Listening to his younger brother narrating, Li Tsangtian's footsteps slightly paused, and the violet flame, amazing immortal flame in the depths of his dominating pupil gently swayed, flickering with an inexplicable luster. He knew that his brother's fate causal body, which possessed the uncanny ability to foretell some of the future, had a 70 to 80% credibility, so he dared not disbelieve his brother's words. Buzz. At this time, Li Tianji's brow was glowing, only to see an immortal mist-dense karma seed flew out from its brow, and then did not enter. Li Tsungtian's forehead disappeared. Brother, this is the mark of the man in the dream. Although it is a bit vague, but if he meets it in the future, he can feel it in his heart. If you have the opportunity, be sure to make friends, or even follow, and remember not to make enemies, Li Tianji admonished. I know. Feeling the faint warmth coming from his brow, Li Tsungtian nodded his head hoarsely in response, then left the attic without looking back. When Li Tsungtian had completely walked away, Li Tianji's handsome face fiercely reddened, hideous and ghastly. Ah! A bizarre and ominous black pattern instantly crawled all over his body, and he couldn't help but stifle a grunt in pain. Put! Li Tianji struggled to get up and bent over to vomit puddle after puddle of calamitous black blood. The bizarre power of calamity instantly corroded large swaths of the floor, and the ominous aura endured. Only after struggling for half a day did Li Tianji feebly relay back on the bed. He stared at the ceiling of the pavilion and smiled gently and sparingly, leaving behind the seeds of karma and paving the way for you in advance. This is the last thing I can do for my elder brother before I die. Chapter 7, The Land of the Immortal Pavilion Treasure Trove. Signing the wonderful hand and throwing it away. Immortal Lake Island. In the Immortal Pavilion, this was an independent spatial world, which was displayed in a manner similar to that of a bookstore, with countless heaven and earth supreme treasures placed inside. There was chaotic divine light dropping down from the void, and all kinds of heaven and earth rarities were in abundance, creating many visions, mysterious and splendid. As Li Xianyuan strolled through it, he could see many elixirs that had become psychic and transformed into forms. Roar! Clang! A mythical beast Qilin with auspicious clouds on its feet and extraordinary martial arts, as well as 2 vermilion bird ancient beasts with nirvana immortal flame, were circling and dancing around Li Xianyuan in a very intimate manner. These pills, at the lowest, were of the saint rank, with many of them being of the emperor rank, and there were even immortality pills recorded in ancient texts. The items within the immortal pavilion were enough to casually take out a single item, all of which were enough to cause a bloody storm in the outside world, a fight for the ages. It was even more likely that many ancient imperial dynasties would treat the treasure as a national treasure. This made Li Xianyuan feel a great deal of emotion. The world of rich people really can do whatever they want. As good as the emperor-ranked pills and the immortality pill were, they weren't suitable for him as of now. The immortal pavilion was also considered his backyard, so he could always come and get it later if he needed it. Treasure levels: human, Xian, earth, heaven, holy, emperor, immortality pill. Buzz! Li Xianyuan rose up in the air and did not stay here too long, skimming past the immortal pill cluster and whistling straight towards the place of the origin of creation. Wow! A long river of creation origin stretched across the depths of the immortal pavilion, and the mysterious and ethereal sound of the Tao of creation resounded continuously in this heaven and earth. Li Xianyuan stopped at this place, took out a white jade gourd, and received only some of the origin of creation that was enough for his own cultivation. Weak water, only 1 scoop. Instead of being insatiable and taking it all, the remainder of the creation essence was equally needed by the Li family's children. System, sign in. After putting away the white jade gourd, Li Xianyuan gave a silent thought in his heart. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Immortal Pavilion, triggering the Blitz reward and obtaining the avatar, throwing oneself in the arms and returning to life with a wonderful hand. Throwing in the towel, introduction not yet available. Mythic hand, also known as Raise the Dead. You can designate yourself or another person to use it at will to obtain the following effects. Removes and heals all tangible and intangible negative substances, instantly restoring oneself to peak condition. Negative substances include stubborn body diseases, physical defects, poisoning, illusions, etc. All the negative tangible or intangible substances you can imagine. All can be removed with 1 click. What's with all the support skills? How am I supposed to play? Li Xianyuan's eyebrows were locked together. No, it seems to have taken a turn for the worse. At this moment, Li Xianyuan's tiger body shook violently, his eyes flashed with essence, and he suddenly discovered a heaven-defying characteristic of myriad hands. If he waited until his own spiritual energy was about to be exhausted, he would backhandedly designate the myriad hands returning spring avatar for his own use, so on and so forth. Isn't that the equivalent of a perpetual motion machine? Sure enough, the smart ones enjoy life first. There are no wasteful aptitudes, only wasteful brains. In an instant, Li Xianyuan's thoughts cleared up and his ideas were enlightened. When you get into a fight with someone later, going up to cuckoo and giving them a beating is a big move. Whichever divine ability was the most powerful and consumed the most spiritual energy, then that was the one to use first. It's a bit of a cough to use a less powerful avatar. Having an endless dantian that can be squandered indefinitely is just so arbitrary. The main focus is a first fight with a big move, and a continuous move with a big move, until the fight is a complete victory and the opponent shuts down completely. Hey, good stuff. I was narrow-minded just now. At that thought, Li Xuanyuan heatedly smiled wistfully. In passing, he went through his mind's memories of the Empyrean Tao sword skills that consumed the most spiritual energy, as well as the other divine abilities at the speed of light. The Imperial Tao sword technique when paired with a superior weapon. I almost forgot about that. Outside the fairy pavilion, Li Tsangtian walked through the Immortal Lake Islands and arrived outside the Immortal Pavilion. The young man's purple hair fluttered and his eyes were like stars as he stepped on the purple amazing immortal flame and arrived. His temperament was very divine and martial. When he raised his hands and threw his feet, the celestial chi and blood gathered into the shape of a dragon. The light and splendor flowed, and the divine might filled the air, as if the Son of Heaven was approaching the dust. On the 9 heavenly peaks, he was the older brother who was gentle and considerate and took care of his younger brother in every way. When stepping out of the 9 heavenly peaks, he was then the 9th saintly son of the Li clan who was respected by all. Talent and potential, the keys to power. In order to gain higher power in the family, one must show sufficiently stunning talent and potential. For the sake of his brother, no matter what the outcome, Li Tsangtian had to fight with all his might. Before he challenged the various great saints, he first came to the Immortal Pavilion to exchange for some karmic origin, leaving his brother with a little bit of a way out and being prepared for everything. Greetings to Pavilion Master Qing Shao. Li Tsangtian bowed to the black-robed old man guarding the pavilion. I want to use this heavenly desolate battle gun, and the 1 million points in the Holy Sun's token, in exchange for a causal origin of equal value. The words fell. Li Tsangtian took out a bronze battle spear inscribed with the sun, moon, stars, mountains and rivers. There was also a black saint sun token that was handed to the pavilion guard elder. Although there was some reluctance in his heart, Li Tsangtian still handed over the heavenly desolate battle gun. The green sky pavilion master looked toward him, his cloudy eyes as deep as the starry sky as he asked, "Is it worth it for you to do this? But in the end it's just a basket of water?" "Worth it." Li Tsangtian's eyes were unwavering as he said in a deep voice, "This is my own choice, even if it means using my life. It's worth it." Ugh! A complex color flashed in the eyes of the green sky pavilion master and he sighed. The heavenly desolate battle lance and points are not necessary. Today's karmic origin counts as a gift from the old man to you. How much you can take all depends on your destiny. Li Tsangtian's expression shook as he hurriedly paid his respects. Tsangtian thanks Pavilion Master Qingxiao. The green sky pavilion master sighed once again in his heart, feeling both heartbroken and helpless towards the teenager in front of him. The criticisms of the fate causal body, not to mention him, were beyond the reach of the clan's oldest ancestor. The heavenly desolate battle lance was Li Tsangtian's original weapon, and now that he had brought his original weapon to exchange for the causal origin, it meant that he was at the end of his rope. It was in fact the same as what the green sky pavilion master had expected. In order to suppress the power of calamity for Li Tianji, Li Tsangtian had pawned everything available on his body such as divine stones, spiritual materials, and pills. The points in this heavenly desolate battle lance and the Holy Sun Order were all he had left, his only savings. But, at that moment, the green sky pavilion master reminded, "The current you cannot enter the immortal pavilion. You need to wait for the divine sun to come out of it before you can enter it. The godson is in the fairy court?" Upon hearing this, Li Tsangtian's eyes gleamed, his entire person's battle intent surged, and his flying hair turned a purple gold color, splendid and eye-catching. He was surrounded by a celestial overbearing aura, and one could vaguely see that the shadows of 9 different-looking immortal beasts were floating behind him. There was a kind of divinity that dominated the heavens, like a world-defying heavenly god descending to earth. A flash of surprise flashed across the eyes of the green sky pavilion master as he nodded his head and said, "The divine sun has just entered the immortal pavilion not long ago, and the time he will come out has not yet been determined." The aura that Li Tsangtian displayed at this moment had already stepped into the realm of creation. 10 years old in the realm of creation, opening the 10 great palace of destiny, bearing the Tsong Tian hegemony body, with a calm and steady character, without arrogance or impatience. A rare look of appreciation also appeared on the face of the green sky pavilion master. At the same time, his heart was even more regretful. If Li Tsangtian's mind was all focused on cultivation, he would have achieved more than this. It's just a shame. Good, then I will wait here for the divine sun to come out. Li Tsangtian nodded slightly and took a step to the green stone not far away and sat down on his knees. The aura on his body gradually converged, gradually unifying with heaven and earth. As the breeze blew by, Li Tsangtian's head full of purple hair fluttered with the wind. His aura was calm and indifferent, interpreting the stillness like the bright moon and the movement like thunder flawlessly. The green sky pavilion master raised his eyebrows lightly and said with interest, "Little fellow, you want to challenge the divine sun?" Li Tsungtian slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, raised his head and looked away from the rising sun in the east, and said word for word, "I, Li Tsungtian, hereby set up a letter of war to the divine sun, and the other 8 sacred sons, and from this day onwards, we'll go to challenge them one by one." Chapter 8, Land of the Sword Tomb. Xin Tian Emperor's Halberd. Meeting across time and space, the 9th Saint's son, Li Tsungtian, has actually issued a battle order to challenge the divine sun who came out 3 years ago. Not only that, Saint Sun Song Tian is going to challenge the remaining 8 Saint Sons. He's going to use his own strength to fight a fierce battle against 9 supreme heavenly prides. The 9th Saint Sun, Li Tsungtian, opened up the 9 fate palaces and possesses the Tsungtian hegemony body, a physique that can compete with the desolate ancient saint body, with extreme battle power. The divine sun has only been born for less than 3 years, and even if we add in the 5 years of gestation in the golden cocoon, it's still only 8 years old when rounded up. On the contrary, the Tsong Tian Holy Sun is already 10 years old, and his cultivation is even stepping into the creation realm, controlling the power of creation. So it's a bit too unfair to fight against the divine sun now. The Li family has always spoken with strength, and if both sides suppress to fight at the same realm, whoever is strong in battle will be the leader of the younger generation. In less than a day's time, the news that Li Tsungtian was going to challenge the divine sun and the rest of the 8 holy sons was spreading throughout the entire Li clan, with countless Li clan disciples rushing to the scene at the sound of the news. At this moment, the surroundings of the immortal Lake Island were crowded with the Li clan's heavenly pride, bustling with people. All the people here were mingling and talking, discussing the matter of the divine sun war. On the green stone outside the immortal pavilion, Li Tsungtian sat cross-legged, purple thunder roaring within his body, his entire body enveloped by Tsungtian chi and blood, his figure united with the heavens and earth. Wisps of celestial immortal amazement lingered around him, his aura transcending the world as if he was an ancient emperor. All those remarks from the outside children were ignored by Li Tsungtian and could not affect him in the slightest. He vowed to use his hands and make a living for his brother. In the fairy pavilion, according to the route guide of the divine sun's token, Li Xuanyuan arrived at the Land of the Sword Tomb. The Land of the Sword Tomb was also the place where the native sword soldiers of the successive generations of personnel of the Li clan were placed. Although named Sword Tomb, the real Sword Tomb has nothing to do with the cemetery. In the Sword Tomb, a towering ancient tree stood in a dense forest, occupying the entire graveyard. The branches and leaves of each ancient tree blossomed with immortal light, crimson as the evening sun, beautiful. Around the ancient wood, there was also a gentle sword chi flowing, which then turned into an ocean of sword paths roaring out, surrounding Li Xuanyuan in the center. Along with the breeze, the branches and leaves rustle, gently swaying, just like the stars in the sky, glittering under the long sky. Li Xuanyuan stood in the center of the sword tomb, wrapped in an ocean of sword Tao. He felt a spring-like softness from it, like a kindly elder at home, stroking his cheek. When scrutinizing the ancient wood in the sword tomb, it was found that every branch and leaf on it was actually derived from a sword soldier, densely packed. The stars were densely covered, all flowing with immortal splendor, the number of which was unknown. Li Xuanyuan saw all kinds of sword weapons from the ancient tree, all encompassing everything. At the easternmost part of the sword tomb, there hung a heavy bronze sword with a bladeless body and a great deal of ingenuity. This sword was haunted by the 2 chi of yin and yang, with 3 great Tao auras being diffused, carrying an immortal aura that suppressed all things. In the westernmost part of the sword tomb, there was a blood-colored divine sword, the body of which was inscribed with Fengdu ghosts and monsters, and the blood light flowed, and the fury filled the air. When he looked at it with his extreme eyes, Li Xuanyuan could vaguely see the destructive scene of the sky being bloodied and all living things falling. In the Tomb of Swords, there is also the immaculate immortal sword that is as pure as glass, the ancient sword of absolute love that annihilates the 7 passions and 6 desires, and the heavenly diffraction sword that diffuses all things in heaven and earth. Although these sword soldiers looked extremely uncommon, none of them were Li Xuanyuan's cup of tea. It was because he saw a very peculiar weapon in the sword tomb, a square heavenly painted halberd, the whole body as if it was poured in red gold, brilliant and dazzling, placed in the void in the very center of the sword tomb. From afar, it seems to be a round of brilliant sun suspended in the sky, burning eternally and surviving forever. Sword Tomb, as the name suggests, is the tomb of the sword. All placed inside are sword weapons. How come you're the halberd? Designated as having something to say. Just pick you. Li Xuanyuan didn't follow the rules and didn't bother to choose another sword weapon, but instead took this Fong Tian paint halberd. Good halberd. Li Xuanyuan danced the square sky painting halberd with both hands, a halberd out. The sky cracked. There was a kind of invincible aura that suppressed the heavens and the worlds, penetrating through the ancient and modern future. This halberd was called the Heavenly Xian Emperor halberd, and it was labeled with the word Emperor, but there was no description of its rank. Exactly what level of weapon was it? Li Xuanyuan wasn't very clear. However, although the Quanxian Emperor halberd had no rank labeling, when he swung the Emperor's halberd just now, Li Xuanyuan was in a trance spanning the ancient and modern epochs, traversing the cosmic flood, and coming to an unknown era of time and space. At the end of the long river of time in this space and time, he met a stunningly gorgeous white-clothed figure. The opponent's face was a chaotic haze, making it impossible to see. When Li Xuanyuan wanted to take a second look, the space and time around him instantly shattered, forcibly pulling him back to reality from the time and space of the years. When he carefully recalled what he had just seen again, it was a bizarre realization that he couldn't remember anything. The feeling was like having one's memory erased and one's mind going blank. It just feels like missing out on something precious. This halberd is absolutely extraordinary. Li Xuanyuan's gaze narrowed slightly as he silently put away the Heavenly Xian Emperor halberd. From the blank image he had just forgotten, he could clearly affirm that the Heavenly Xian Emperor halberd was extraordinary, an extraordinary artifact. Buzz! The portal of the Immortal Pavilion opened, and a red-clothed Li Xuanyuan strolled out from it. Although Li Xuanyuan was only 8 years old when rounded up, he was already in his early adulthood, like a young adult. The young man's red clothes were like a painting, his features were handsome, and a faint chaotic aura lingered around him. A pair of golden pupils diffracted the laws of the 10,000 paths, carrying a special rhythm of the Tao of life. With a magnificent immortal Tao aura, his appearance attracted the attention of all the people around the Immortal Pavilion for a moment. This red-clothed young man is so handsome, an ice-muscled, jade-boned, city-loving young girl. Her bright autumn watery eyes surfaced with adoration, and she opened her mouth in a delicate manner. If I can become a Taoist couple with him, even if I have to become the Li clan's holy daughter, I would be willing to do so. Another girl with an enchanting figure smiled sweetly. Her proud snowy peaks fluctuated and trembled chaotically, and the eyes of the countless Li clan pride went straight as they watched. It's not a wasted trip. None of it. Do you want to hear what you're saying? How did such icy words come out of your 36-degree mouth? There were also breathless retorts from teenage girls. This guy's cultivation breath is only at the Palace of Destiny realm. How does it feel even more powerful than me? The peak of creation? A young pride of the Li clan looked aghast, inexplicably feeling a pressure as heavy as a divine mountain from Li Xuanyuan. There was only one person in the Immortal Pavilion today, and that was the unfamiliar divine son that the 9 ancestors had personally bestowed upon him. Now that the red-clothed young man had appeared from the Immortal Pavilion, the identity of the other party was self-evident. Greetings, divine son. Greetings, divine son. The young generation of the Li clan that was present moved in a neat and tidy manner, and they all bowed respectfully to Li Xuanyuan. The crowd's mountainous voices converged, running through the clouds and heavens, shaking the heights. This generation of Li family disciples were still very sensible. The Son of God, no matter who it was not an existence they could offend. He, Li Tsungtian, opened his eyes, and when his sight landed on Li Xuanyuan, an electric shiver suddenly passed through his soul. How did this? The figure and aura of the other party gradually overlapped with the causal shadow in his mind. For a time, Li Tsungtian's heart set off an immense storm. His eyebrows twisted into Chuan characters, his shock unable to be calmed for a long time. Chapter 9: The Supreme Figure in the Prophecy. The Ninth Saint's Son's Challenge. Greetings, divine son. Outside of the Immortal Lake Island, hundreds of Li clan children spoke in unison, their voices piercing through gold and cracking rocks. The scene was incomparably grand. The moment he walked out of the Immortal Pavilion, seeing this scene, Li Xuanyuan also froze in his expression, only to see the many Li family's children move neatly to arch their hands and salute with that great attitude. The sons of the Li family, how come every one of them is so polite? Li Xuanyuan raised his eyebrows lightly. This was not in line with past practices. Logically speaking, as he had been appointed as a divine son by the 9 ancestors themselves, there would rightly be many personnel in the family who would be disconcerted and then come to his door to frantically provoke him. Then, the other party rushed headlong into a fight with him, so that he could just take this opportunity to pretend to be a good guy and shock the Li family crowd. That's the way the story should have gone for flavor. How now these people all act so polite? The script situation is not quite right. When the Son of God was born, it was accompanied by the chaotic seed Green Lotus, the immortal king proceeding to the 9 heavens, and other 9 holy body visions, except that the ancient holy bodies of the current generation are no longer suitable for cultivation. Daring. Are you questioning the 9 ancestors' decisions? What you can think of? Couldn't the 9th ancestor think of? To be able to startle the 9 ancestors to personally break the seal and come out of the world. How could the Son of God be just the desolate ancient saint body that descended the shackles? There must be something unusual about him. Humph. A bunch of rat-faced ignoramuses. Can't you take a longer view? Hey, brother Sun has a point. No wonder you can pick up 8 chicks at once. You just have foresight. That's. At this moment, the Li clan's children were discussing endlessly, all sizing up this unfamiliar-faced divine son, curious as to what was so outstanding about the other party that he could be personally enthroned by the 9 ancestors out of the world. This aura, could it be that he really is? Unlike the other disciples, Li Tsongtian's violet eyes were slightly condensed, carrying a strong color of shock. Ever since Li Xuanyuan stepped out of the immortal pavilion, he had been observing the other party as if he wanted to see through his entire body. But gradually, Li Tsongtian's expression began to become grave. The other party was clearly 2 years younger than him, but invariably gave him an indescribable sense of oppression, like a young emperor of the ancients, with an unfathomable aura. My younger brother has predicted that the Li family will give birth to a supreme figure who will lead the family to endless splendor. Only befriend them, do not befriend them, Li Tsongtian pondered. He now didn't dare to be sure if this red-clothed divine son was the same character in his brother's prophecy. The only way to know the truth is to test the strength for yourself. But that aura, it was too similar to the figure in the causal seal. If one suppresses the challenge to the Son of God at the same realm, if the other party loses, it naturally doesn't conform to that prophecy. If the other party completes his victory, then what if he follows this divine son? Li Tsongtian's eyes were deep in thought as countless ideas flashed through his mind, slowly combing his thoughts into clarity. The Tsongtian hegemony body can be ranked in the upper reaches of many physiques, and it is rare to lose a battle against a person of the same rank. If they fought at the same level, they would still be able to easily suppress that Tsongtian hegemony body that opened up the 10 Fate Palace. In that case, following the other party would not be something to be ashamed of. The truth of this world since the beginning of time is that the strongest is the most honored. Being able to hook up with the Son of God was equivalent to establishing a connection with the ancient ancestor, and he could also take the opportunity to find a chance to heal his brother. After clear thinking, Li Tsongtian's decision-making is no longer hesitant and confused, and established a direction like seeing the sun in the clouds. He took a deep breath and stood up from the green stone, walking towards Li Xuanyuan. Knock! Li Tsongtian stepped forward, and every step that fell was like a war drum roaring, causing this heaven and earth to tremble as it was in constant motion. That's 9th Saint's son Li Tsongtian. A day ago, he made a letter of war to the Divine Son and the other 8 Saint sons here, and now he can't wait to start his challenge? The Tsongtian hegemony body that has opened up the 9 Great Palace of Destiny against the unfamiliar physique suspected to be the desolate ancient sacred body. This battle is absolutely brilliant. The Tsongtian Saint's son is so handsome. It's true that face value is justice, no matter if it's the Son of God, or the Tsongtian Saint's son who is injured. This girl's fong is a heartache and pain. As Li Tsongtian approached in large strides, the pupils of the many Li clan children flickered, and it was difficult to conceal the excitement in their tone. This level of battle is rare to see. This trip to the Immortal Pavilion is really not in vain. There were also teenage girls in the crowd. All of them became nymphomaniacs when they saw the 2 handsome men here in Sakuraba. Li Tsongtian arrived not far from Li Xuanyuan. His black robe gently shook, and he cupped his fists and saluted. Li Tsongtian, meet the Divine Son. Listening to the comments of the surrounding children, the corners of Li Xuanyuan's mouth rose as he looked at the purple-haired teenager in front of him and said with interest, "You want to challenge me?" Sure enough, there's still no escaping the law of true scent. A familiar script, a familiar formula, and it's time. Yes and no. Li Tsongtian's purple hair flew, and supreme battle intent burned in his pupils. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice in front of everyone present, "I want to follow Lord Godson." Aha, what? You want to follow this Godson? Li Xuanyuan had just been immersed in his self-imagination and was formulating a plan to suppress Li Tsongtian in a dashing manner as a way to put on a perfect ratio, but never expected is that the other side of this sudden tart operation. To him whole will not. 10 out of 10 has to be 12 out of 10 wrong. Li Xuanyuan's brows furrowed, seriously wondering if the script had been written wrong. What about the battle of wars and deceit? The calculations of hook and line? Where did it all go? Not only was Li Xuanyuan stunned for a moment, when Li Tsongtian's words fell, the entire Immortal Lake Island was dead silent. All of the Li family's children who had come to watch the battle were all in a state of petrification. Li Tsongtian was the 9th Saint son of the Li family, a legendary figure under one person, and a supreme talent who would be qualified to compete for the family head candidate in the future. But it was the Holy Sun Lord in the eyes of the crowd who had taken the initiative to be someone else's follower. How could it not shock the crowd? Regarding Li Tsungtian's approach, Elder Qing Zhao's deep eyes also flashed with a flash of appreciation. This son, whether it is his heart or his battle strength, is ranked upstream in the Li family, and if nothing unexpected happens, his future achievements will be unlimited. The person Li Tsungtian, will follow must be invincible at the same level and can easily suppress the existence of the younger generation. Li Tsungtian's arrogance washed over the sky as he stared at Li Xuanyuan and said, I will suppress my cultivation at the Palace of Destiny Realm and fight with you. If you win, I will follow you. If you lose, promise me a request. How about it? The request will not be for the position of the Son of God, but something else you can do. Li Xuanyuan quietly listened to all of this, not expecting this guy on the opposite side of the room, but he was quite righteous and principled, challenging himself, not to take the position of God's son, but to choose a request instead, tickled his fancy. Interesting, Li Tsungtian's name. He had learned about it when he was in the ancient realm, the ninth saint son of the Li family, awakening the Tsungtian hegemony body, opening up the 9 fate palaces, fusing the 9 immortal beasts' avatars, and advancing to the creation realm at the age of 10. The information in these introductions, taking out one at random, was enough to make some unusual heavenly prides unable to catch up. It's very common to see things like becoming a follower of someone else. Not everything, after all, required a heaven's pride character to do it himself. It's having to have a little brother to give a hand to take care of little insignificant things. The Tsungtian hegemonic body that had opened up the 9 fate palaces was qualified to be his Li Xuanyuan's follower. Fine. This divine son agrees to fight you, and the wager will be as you say. Li Xuanyuan agreed cheerfully, and his calm voice, gradually spreading in the huge immortal lake island. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Chapter 10, Strange Pitfall Avatar. Terrified Li Tsungtian, since the divine son has answered the battle, then I will have the audacity to act as the referee for this sparring match, guaranteeing absolute fairness and impartiality. In front of the immortal pavilion, the green sky pavilion master smiled warmly. As he spoke, he flexed his fingers and a dazzling sword light transformed into a golden dragon that leapt into the 9 heavens. Dragons roared, holy might filled the air, and a terrifying momentum enveloped the entire immortal lake island. The dome of the sky above the island of the immortal lake suddenly dimmed, reaching out to blackness. Boom! One could only see a Taiku star being chopped down by the green sky pavilion master's sword, falling down from the 9 heavens. Click! It was then rubbed and refined into an ancient battle platform by his own hand, landing smoothly in the center of the island. Divine Son, 9 holy sons, please. The green sky pavilion master had one hand behind his back, and his other hand made a gesture of invitation. Thank you, pavilion master. Li Tsungtian clasped his fists and saluted, then leapt forward and landed firmly on the star battle stage. The fact that the green sky pavilion master suddenly showed such a hand also caused Li Xuanyuan to feel slightly surprised inside. I didn't realize that the Qingshao pavilion master, who was explicitly guarding the pavilion, had a cultivation level of the saint realm. The saint realm was also divided into strengths and weaknesses, and it was just unknown which layer the other party was at. So it is deduced. Wouldn't the old sixes of those clans hiding in the shadows? From the side, it could be highlighted that the Li family's heritage was not normally strong, and it was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Knock! Li Xuanyuan also took a step out and his figure disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was similarly grounded on the star battle stage. I will suppress myself at the Palace of Life Realm and fight you fairly. Li Tsungtian's purple hair fluttered, and his momentum was majestic, like an ancient divine mountain suppressing here. As his words fell, Li Tsungtian operated the hegemonic body immortal skill. The skyrocketing purple lightning and thunder flooded heaven and earth, and his entire person was shrouded in immortal splendor, reflecting him as if he was the son of a heavenly emperor. Immediately afterward, 9 immortal beasts' visions emerged behind him, including the true dragon rising to the heavens, Phoenix Nirvana, White Tiger whistling to the heavens, Xuanwu treading on the void, and so on. Endless light enveloped Li Tsungtian, and the 9 immortal beasts arched him in the center, as if greeting their emperor. At this moment, Li Tsungtian's aura was too terrifying, like an emperor who dominated the immortal beasts, pressuring the 4 directions of heaven and earth, making it impossible to resist. The Tsungtian Holy Sun has been famous for a long time. The Tsungtian hegemony body is even invincible at the same level. The Divine Sun is still young, so I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand a few moves. Despite the fact that the Tsungtian Holy Sun suppressed his cultivation, he is a solid realm of creation. I don't think the divine son will be able to survive even 3 moves. The children around the immortal lake island talked to each other, all of them observing the battle stage with full attention, not missing any details. This battle, a match between the veteran Holy Son and the new divine son, was very ornamental. Hearing the bragging of the people around him, Li Tsungtian's eyes were deep with purple amazing immortal flame burning. He didn't let it make him arrogant and was steady as a rock from the beginning. Divine son, my cultivation realm and senses are higher than yours, so you make the first move, Li Tsungtian said in a calm voice. To be so polite, it's like it's this divine son's fault. I think it's better for you to make the first move. Li Xuanyuan's golden immortal Telson glowed and smiled. I'm afraid that you won't have a chance once I make my move. When this statement came out, it was like throwing a stone into the surface of a calm lake, causing layers of ripples and making countlessly family children sigh. Doesn't the Son of God want to go over the top? If the battle was against an ordinary heavenly pride character, naturally, it was possible to do so by crossing the ranks, or even directly defeating them in seconds. However, the Tsang Tian Saint's son was burdened with the Tsang Tian hegemony body and opened up the 9 natal palaces, an existence that could be considered invincible at the same level. Wanting to defeat the Tsang Tian Holy Son with a single move was indeed a bit difficult. In that case, Godson, be careful, Li Tsungtian said. No more excessive nonsense. He pinched his hand and activated the ancient Phoenix avatar, one of the 9 immortal beast avatars. Boom! The terrifying Nirvana immortal amazement diffused into a lifelike Nirvana phoenix. They lifted their wings and soared, burning with Nirvana flames, like a whole big world of burning immortal fire, instantly suppressing down towards Li Xuanyuan in a strong manner. Li Sun Yuan did not panic at the sight, but only smiled faintly and retreated to a certain safe distance. He then directly designated Li Tsungtian to use the castaway divine ability. This avatar had just been signed in to obtain it, and there was no introduction, so Li Xuanyuan was curious about what it did. The imagined scenario of cutting down the heavens and suppressing the immortals did not appear. On the contrary, this divine ability was bland and somewhat bizarre. After using the throw, Li Xuanyuan only felt his arms slam downward, as if he was holding a heavy mammoth. In just a moment, the arguments around the battle platform all came to a screeching halt. All is silent, ravenous, everyone's jaws dropped, as if they were carved out of wood. A shock and disbelief that was difficult to conceal filled the faces of every child watching the battle. Some of them even showed a look of horror. Even the Green Sky Pavilion master was frozen in place, covering his forehead, his mouth open, not knowing what to say. Crap! Li Xuanyuan's line of sight shifted downward and suddenly realized that he had an extra person in his arms, and he couldn't help but burst out on the spot. The person in this embrace was no other than Li Tsungtian. What ancient emperor's divine ability, what immortal beast's visions, all disappeared into thin air at this moment. At this moment, the two of them were looking at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit strange. Even with Li Tsungtian's calm and steady determination to not be shocked by events, he was also scared pale at this time. He then used the fastest speed in his life to escape from Li Xuanyuan's arms at the speed of light. I'm sorry, it's all a misunderstanding. It really is. Li Xuanyuan smiled back, his toes snapping out of 3 rooms in embarrassment. In the bottom of his heart, he even cursed the system's ancestors. What kind of bull aptitude was this for him to refresh? This is not a living, breathing pit. Make him look like a pervert. Is the divine son not teasing me? Li Tsungtian's face was green for a while and white for a while. His chest stumbled and fell. Obviously he was scared to death just now. On the one hand, it was because she was being held in the arms of a big old man like Li Xuanyuan. On the other hand, it was his ancient phoenix avatar, which was completely ineffective in that instant just now, like ice and snow meeting lava, disappearing out of thin air. It is rumored that the desolate ancient holy body restrains many divine body anomalies, and when I see it today, it really lives up to its name. A terrifying thought suddenly surfaced in Li Tsungtian's mind. Could it be, the other party has unlocked 9 complete ancient shackles? Otherwise, it would be impossible to crack his hegemonic immortal beast divine ability so easily. It's my turn to make a move this time. Li Xuanyuan was the first to break the silent atmosphere of the scene, desperate to prove that he was not a pervert. After saying that, the Dao bone in Li Xuanyuan's body bloomed with immortal splendor. His aura began to climb upward, and his entire body was like a round of golden brilliant sun, illuminating the green sky of the ages. One soared to the sky. He put his fingers together and pointed out towards Li Tsungtian with his fingers instead of a sword. Clang! A clear sword sound came out. The wind in the sky rose up, and the chaotic sword light ran through the clouds and the sky, shattering pieces of the void along the way. This sword can open the sky. Xuanwu returns to the ruins. Feeling the power of this sword, Li Sangtian's face changed in shock, and he hurriedly exerted the strongest defense. One of the 9 divine aptitudes, the Xuanwu divine aptitude. Buzz! A black Xuanwu silhouette appeared out of thin air, shielding Li Sangtian within. There was a kind of dominating this heaven and earth, the ancient and modern defense of the invincible worldly aura. Boom! A fate palace began to levitate out, manifesting above Li Sangtian's head. 1, 2, 3, 10 entire fate palaces, stretching across the sky, radiating a radiant and eternal divine splendor. That's the 10 natal palaces. The Tsong Tian Holy Sun has actually opened up the 10 great fate palaces. Chapter 11 Immortal Beheading Skill. One sword shatters everyone's dream of heavenly pride. The 10 natal palaces, hanging in the sky. Each of the fate palaces radiated eternal light, illuminating the clouds and the heavens. Open up the 10 major destiny palaces and transcend the extreme realm. The countlessly clans' children's expressions were shocked, their gazes frozen as they gazed at the scene in front of them. The 9 natal palaces were the extreme number in the world, and the limit of many supreme celestials. As we all know, the 9 natal palaces are also a sign of a special physique and a proxy for talent. Some people could hardly break through the 9th extreme realm in their entire lives, and even opening up 9 fate palaces was a luxury. Opening up the 10 great fate palaces was equivalent to breaking the 9th extreme number and reaching the taboo realm. It was also the legendary emperor's forbidden realm, which could ignore the shackles of physique and bloodline to cross the ranks. The children of the Li clan present were all sweating for Li Yuan at this moment. This is the pinnacle of spear and shield. Once the Divine Sun's heaven-slashing sword failed to break through the Tsong Tian hegemony body's defense in the first place, what awaited then would be the Tsong Tian Holy Sun's killing blow. In a duel between heaven's pride, the outcome guided by each decision was vastly different, and the process was incomparably treacherous. Buzz! Li Sangtian's hand pinched the seal, his purple hair flew in the air, and a full 10 immortal beasts' visions gradually manifested behind him. Endless chi of creation descended down, running through the sky and underground, and the 9 immortal beast visions gradually merged and returned to one. In the end, the only thing left in heaven and earth was a 4 unimaginable silhouette with a dragon's head, snake's tail, tiger's claws, phoenix's wings, unicorn's armor, and Xuanwu's back that shielded Li Sangtian in the center. The shadow of this immortal beast's Tao was filled with 10,000 feet of purple amazing immortal flame, and purple electricity and thunder encircled him, reflecting him as if he were a domineering emperor. As many disciples thought in their hearts, as long as they blocked the strike, Li Sangtian could have dozens of ways to easily defeat his opponent. Regardless of the other party's physique, he was 80% confident. Clang! Immortal sword technique, the first style. Zhun Tian. Li Yuan used his finger to point out the sword in the air, only to see the sky and clouds change. A side of the funnel vortex that covered the sky appeared above the sky. Boom! An overwhelming sword aura tore through the swirling vortex of the clouds and penetrated down from beyond the 9 heavens, as if it had chopped this heaven and earth into 2 halves. Between heaven and earth, terrifying and incomparable sword Tao laws were intertwining, and limitless chaotic sword chi was raging, engulfing the world. A sword that cuts through the sky. The turnaround is imminent. Li Sangtian's pupils suddenly contracted, and what he saw was an extreme strand of heaven-opening sword awnings, condensing heaven and earth, penetrating through the universe and the flood, and zooming in his line of sight at breakneck speed. The bone-penetrating ice-cold heaven-slashing sword intent carried an invincible aura of having me invincible and suppressing the ancient and modern future. A not extremely bad premonition steeply grew in the bottom of Li Sangtian's heart. Click! In just a moment, his proudly domineering body phantom divine ability was shattered and disintegrated. Boom! The moment the light of the heaven-slashing sword touched Li Sangtian's body, it suddenly withdrew its force and reversed, the body of the sword bending into a full-moon curved bow. Fast as thunder, it drew on the former's body. Bang! A scalp-numbing sound came out, and Li Sangtian's figure immediately shot out backwards as if it was a cannonball, and finally fell heavily underneath the ring. Pust! The terrifying force caused Li Sangtian to cough up blood, his face instantly pale as paper. Buzz! Li Sangtian just wanted to struggle to get up and fight again, but in the next moment, an icy cold touch came from his brow. It made his heart completely sink to the bottom. Don't dare to make any more rash moves. You lose. Li Yuan stood with his sword, the tip of the ice-cold sword against Li Sangtian's brow, his red clothes fluttering, and his poise unparalleled. The sword body was derived from the essence of heaven and earth and was not a solid body. However, the terrifying sword intent that decimated the immortals and the emperors caused Li Sangtian to not be able to help but have his scalp numb and a coldness through his body. I lost. Li Sangtian raised his head and looked at the red-clothed young man near him, his expression slightly bitter. Suddenly, the other party's figure gradually melted into one with the magnificent and supreme figure in his mind. The aura and the silhouette. It's so similar. Maybe, probably, should be, almost he's right. With just one sword, he broke through his domineering body vision and easily suppressed himself. This was the most desperate and powerless battle he had ever fought since his cultivation. Although he hadn't had the time to utilize all of his divine abilities and fully explode his battle power, how could the other party not? The Fate Palace, the Sacred Body, and the Bloodline Avatar. This guy hadn't activated any of them. Even so, the other party made it easy and shattered his Xuanwu hegemony body defense with a single sword strike. If the two of them explode with all their strength and completely start a life and death battle, Li Tsungtian's sixth sense of manhood tells him that the one who lies on the board is definitely him. Lost. Li Tsungtian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and frankly admitted his failure. His state of mind, at this moment, was inexplicably somewhat relaxed, his chi and blood flowing smoothly, his spiritual platform empty. A strange feeling. Life should have its losses and wins. That's the way to get it all. Li Tsungtian smiled sagely. He then gently shook his robes, and in front of the crowd of onlookers, he knelt down on one knee at Li Xuanyuan and respectfully said, Song Tian pays his respects to the Divine Sun, and from today onwards, he wishes to follow the Divine Sun around. A great man, who can take what he can get, should also follow the agreement. The surrounding children of the Li family who were watching the battle, after seeing Li Tsungtian kneeling down and submitting, they were all petrified in place, and the atmosphere at the scene was so dead silent that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's gaze toward Li Xuanyuan carried unparalleled shock, and their hearts even more so as they set off monstrous waves. Li Tsungtian is not an unusual character, but the ninth saint's son of the everlasting Li family, and even opened up the 10 major destiny palaces and awakened the rare divine body Tsungtian hegemony body. Such a heavenly talent and noble status of a worldly pride was suppressed by the Son of God with a single sword, which completely refreshed the crowd's perception. What it means to be magnificent and invincible is simply exemplary. I want to be a Taoist couple with the Divine Sun, even if I have to become the Li clan's holy maiden and break through 3 realms in a row in one day. I'm willing to do it. There was even a young girl who was standing in a pavilion with snowy skin, and her beautiful eyes were winking like silk, so she couldn't wait to swallow all of Li Xuanyuan in one bite. This girl is being a nymphomaniac again, and has become delirious. Alas, some young girl with a beautiful appearance sighed, do you not understand you? This kind of nodding as a Tao couple is better left to the young woman. Immediately afterward, there was the luscious, knowing older sister who disliked her in a serious manner. Not only is the person handsome, but the strength is also ridiculously strong. The Divine Sun is simply the perfect Prince Charming image in the hearts of all the young girls. As for the Green Sky Pavilion Master, at this moment, his eyes were also in awe, shocked at how powerful Li Xuanyuan's battle power was. With his realm cultivation, he naturally knew that the other party had not utilized the power and bloodline aptitude of the sacred body, and he didn't even bother to activate the Fate Palace. Even in such a situation, he was still able to suppress Li Tsungtian with a single sword, truly worthy of being a divine son enthroned by the 9 ancestors. Truly perverse enough, that sword just now. It should be the first style of the immortal beheading technique, the Green Sky Pavilion Master said in his heart. The immortal beheading technique was the 9 ancestors' original divine ability, so with his eye power, he could still see it. The 3 styles of chopping immortals, they are, heaven slaying, God slaying, and immortal slaying. It was rumored that when the god's son was born, the firmament presented 9 visions exclusive to the desolate ancient sacred body. So it seems that things aren't that simple. The Green Sky Pavilion Master's gaze flickered, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was true that one should not easily question the decisions of the clan elders. This was a rule that had been passed down since the beginning of time. Not without reason. Get up. From today onwards, this divine sun will cover you. Li Xuanyuan's palm rested in vain, and the spirit sword in his hand smoothly shattered into a sky of starlight, while a soft force lifted Li Tsungtian up. Subsequently, Li Xuanyuan tapped a finger on his opponent's brow, casting the myriad hands returning spring recovery skill. Wow! In an instant, the majestic life essence between heaven and earth came roaring in like a river and sea, and began to surge madly towards Li Tsungtian's body. The other party's hair was thus tinted with a layer of golden life radiance, and the injuries in his body, including the previously consumed spiritual energy, recovered in an instant, getting back on top. Thank you, Divine Sun. Feeling the state of his body restored as before, Li Tsungtian's heart was astonished beyond measure, and he immediately cupped his fists and saluted. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a means, and he had to admire the Divine Sun's great powers. what kind of heaven-defying spells he could get. No need to be polite. Come with me. Li Xianyuan smiled faintly and turned to leave with Li Tsingtian under the respectful and admiring gaze of the surrounding children. A trip out to get a hegemonic body follower who had opened up the 10 major fate palaces, and a handy weapon. It was still very good overall. The Immortal Pavilion is truly a place of treasures and lives up to its reputation. Chapter 12. From this day forward, I will be the sharpest sword in the hands of the Son of God. In the ancient world, the peaks and valleys are verdant, the forests are lush and green, a scene of paradise. I never thought that one day I could come to the place where the 9 ancestors reside. Li Tsingtian very obediently followed behind Li Xianyuan, strolling through the ancient realm with a sighing tone and an emotional look. Every time he passed by a place, he couldn't help but let out a burst of emotional amazement. Over the years, Li Tsingtian had spent the rest of his time taking care of his younger brother in addition to cultivating. It's really hard to squeeze in some time to see the sky outside. He can only purchase some ancient books in the book depository and flip through them a few times when he had time. Roughly understanding some of the human geography within the Taichou Dao domain, many of the treasures recorded in the ancient books, many of which he had never seen with his own eyes. Surprisingly, it's a 5,000-year-old autumn moon spirit bamboo. It's a pity that it was cut and picked early, losing its original medicinal properties. What a waste! As he passed through a lush bamboo forest, Li Tsingtian stopped to pause. Looking at the bamboo that was cut off at the waist, he sighed with a heartbreaking sigh. And it looked as if he was cursing the person who cut off the bamboo, an unabashedly stupid fork. In response, Li Xianyuan just swept him a faint glance and said expressionlessly, "This was chopped by this divine son." Ha! Li Tsingtian froze for a moment, and the bamboo leaves floating down in the sky seemed to have slowed down a few points with it. Soon he came back to his senses, scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Hey, the god's son cut well. A bunch of bad bamboo. When cut, Li Xianyuan's complexion sank and he said with a dark face, "I brought you to the ancient realm so that you could memorize the directions, not to look at the scenery here. Secondly, this place is not the residence of Old Man 9 ancestors, it's just an independently open small world." Understood. Li Tsingtian nodded his head repeatedly, suddenly feeling some chills on his spine, secretly wiping a cold sweat. It wasn't that he was afraid of Li Xianyuan, but the other party's name for the 9 ancestors. I'm afraid only the Son of God dares to call each other that. If it were a different person, the 9 ancestors would not have to raise the other party's ashes. Have you memorized the coordinates to the ancient realm? Li Xianyuan asked. With that in mind, Li Tsingtian patted his chest and assured that he naturally remembered the district's one set of coordinates. Just remember that, so you don't have to go out and find your home later. Li Xianyuan nodded slightly and continued. Now you can talk about the request you made when you were in the Immortal Pavilion. And if this divine son can do it, he can fulfill it, within the limits of his ability. If he could do something, Li Xianyuan wouldn't mind helping out. The reasoning of slapping and giving a sweet date was something that Li Xianyuan still understood very well. It's called grace. Thank you, divine son. Upon hearing this, a flash of excitement suddenly appeared on Li Tsingtian's resolute and calm face, and then he heaved a big salute at Li Xianyuan. Li Xianyuan raised his hand in a gesture and said, "Don't rush to be happy. Let's talk about things first. This godson is not omnipotent. There are some things that can't be done for me." After Li Tsingtian calmed down, he took a deep breath and said with a hopeful expression, "If it's possible, I'd like to have Divine Son consult the ancient ancestor at home. Let them come and help my brother see if the calamitous power of the fate causal body can be completely broken." The power of calamity? Li Xianyuan frowned slightly. It was really the first time he had heard of this unfamiliar word. Yes, the power of calamity. Li Tsingtian's fists were clenched, his eyes were red, and his voice was hoarse as he explained. It is a curse that the fate causality body inherently carries with it, similar to the 9 heaven and earth shackles that the desolate ancient sacred body descended. Unlike the inability to cultivate in the desolate ancient saint body, the curse of the heavenly Tao brought about by the fate causality body will suffer from calamities all the time until death. Death is the final destination of the fate causal body, and no one has been able to break this curse for millions of years. As the saying goes, the sky is the limit, and a crack will surely be found. It was actually all Li Tsingtian's means of cajoling his brother and the pressure and motivation he put on himself. He had sought help from the ancestors of the Li clan many times, and they were all helpless against the calamity curse of the fate causal body. But Li Tsingtian still wanted to fight for his brother's chance of survival from the fate of 10 deaths. Perhaps, ancient ancestor has a solution. Feeling the heavy oppressive emotions on Li Tsingtian's body, as well as the other party's unflinching narration. No wonder this kid wanted to challenge his position as the son of a god. so it turned out that he wanted to get the approval of the Li family elder to cure his brother. Rather, he's an affectionate person with a heart of gold. Not bad. Worth nurturing. Not bad. Not bad. Just this little thing? In response, Li Xuanyuan just smiled faintly. Myriad hands returning spring, this divine ability just happens to come with a healing function. Whether it's a persistent problem with your physique or a side effect, it can be cleared up with a single click. He's the right guy to call. He is known as the living Hua Tua. As long as there is still a breath, no matter how heavy the injuries, can be taken back from the hands of the king of hell. Little things? Li Tsungtian was stunned at his words, his gaze dumbfounded as he looked at the exiled young man in front of him with a smile on his face and a sure tone. From the tone of the divine son's voice just now, it wasn't hard to guess that the other party had a way to invite the ancient ancestor. The ancient ancestor would not come out unless it was the time of the family's survival. After all, every outing represented the consumption of a large amount of immortal source. That kind of cost was incomparably huge, and even with the Li family's heritage, it couldn't withstand too much tossing and turning. Note, this thought only represents what the younger disciples of the Li family think. The ancient ancestors don't take the blame for this. They are having a great time in the ancestral tomb. Song Tian once again thanks the Divine Son. From today onwards, Song Tian's life only belongs to the Divine Son, and I wish to be the sharpest sword in the Divine Son's hands. Li Tsungtian's voice choked, wiped a handful of tears, and with both knees bent he was about to kneel and kowtow to Li Xuanyuan. Without waiting to kneel down, Li Tsungtian only felt a pair of strong palms holding his arms and helping him up. There is gold under a man's knees, so don't kneel to people so easily in the future. Li Xuanyuan patted Li Tsungtian's shoulder and smiled blandly with a confident smile. Your brother's calamity curse. I can heal it. WH. What? This statement caused Li Tsungtian to be so shocked that his voice trembled as he spoke. The fate karma body. No one has broken the curse in millions of years. Now that someone had told him that he could heal him, how could it not make Li Tsungtian's heart alarmed, to the point where he once thought that this son of God was talking nonsense? After all, this divine son of his family was more or less dabbling in abnormality, and it made sense to say such words. If it was normal, how could something like that have happened while in the immortal pavilion? When he thought of the scene back then, Li Tsungtian had a vicious chill through his body and his face turned white. Lead the way, Li Xuanyuan commanded. Boasting and all that is not much use at this time of year. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Chapter 13, The Law of Everlasting Life, Resolving the Curse of Calamity. The First Aid of the Ancient and Modern Era. 9 Heavenly Fronts. A subtle sound of footsteps, far and near, came from outside the loft. Inside the pavilion, Li Tianji, who was lying on the bed, was very alert and hurriedly raised his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Almost instantly, he flexed his fingers and flicked out a divine light, clearing the traces of calamity from the floor. Crunch! It was also at that moment that the portal of the building was pushed open. Tianji, brother is back. Li Tsungtian's voice sounded outside the door right after him. Brother, come in. Li Tianji lifted his entire body's strength and responded with a weak voice. When his eyes looked towards the door, it was to realize that it wasn't his brother who had come in. Instead, it was a young man in red with a relatively unfamiliar appearance. Brother Li Tsungtian, on the other hand, obediently followed behind this red-robed teenager with an incomparably respectful expression. The moment he saw Li Xuanyuan's appearance, Li Tianji only felt that his head was suddenly empty, as if there was an ancient thunderbolt exploding in his sea of consciousness. His heart of destiny and causality, as well as his causal bloodline, was as thoroughly agitated at this moment as if it had also been pumped with chicken blood. There was an illusion of submission to the other side. It's like a courtier meeting their emperor. It all started because of that red-clothed boy. As if, it really seems like it. This teenager matches perfectly with the one he remembered from his dreams. That invisible aura and form gradually overlapped into one piece, and the other person looked like a shrunken version of that him. Li Tianji was a smart man, and from his brother Li Tsungtian's gesture of lagging half a step behind the red-robed boy, he had already anticipated some sort of ending. On his way out, his brother had said that he would challenge the 8 holy sons and divine sons. Now it seemed that his brother, who had always been invincible in the same realm, had fallen. All of the other 8 saints sons of the Li family, Li Tianji knew them all, and in front of this out of the ordinary, such as the banishment of the beautiful young man in red, but is not in this category, combined with Li Tsungtian's attitude at this moment, and the modeled images in his memory, it was not difficult for Li Tianji to guess the identity of the other party. Li Tianji has met the Divine Prince, only that Tianji is sick, so I apologize for not being able to get up and salute the Divine Prince. I hope the Divine Prince will not be offended. Li Tianji struggled to get out of bed, but the lower half of his body was already paralyzed, so he couldn't move much at all. He could only lie down on the bed and bowed to Li Xuanyuan. No need to be polite. Li Xuanyuan smiled and waved his hand. His twin pupils flowed with golden immortal radiance, and with just a simple sweep of Li Tianji, he already knew where the root cause was. The heavenly Tao had sent down the curse of calamity, locking the life wheel within Li Tianji's body, making his lifespan only a short 10 years. 10 years was enough time for the calamity curse to completely erode the life wheel, and by then, there would be certain death. At this time, the life wheel in Li Tianji's body, the ninth lineage had almost been eroded through, and his days were numbered. The life chakra, as the name suggests, is also the life source of the human body. A few rings of lines on the life wheel represented the cultivator's lifespan and how many years he could live. This is only a rough speculation, and in reality, a number of factors have to be taken into account and looked at in a holistic manner. At the same time, a panel of attributes appeared in front of them. Name, Li Tianji. Bloodline, Calamity Taboo Bloodline, hard to live past 10 years old. Realm, Peak Fate Palace Realm, 9 Fate Palaces opened up. Physique, Fate Karma. Avatar, Divination. Foretelling the future, turning misfortune into good fortune. Qualification, Unlimited Future Achievement, Power after 10. Evaluation, No. 1 in Loyalty, No. 1 Auxiliary in the Ancient Era. A Double Supreme in 1 Gate. A proper protagonist template. Looking at the introduction on the system panel, Li Xuanyuan was spitting out God is a girl, commonly known as God is unfair, while expressing his feelings. There is no limit to what you can accomplish after the age of 10, but it's hard to live past it. What are you doing here? The curse on your body. This divine son can heal it, but not with much certainty. Li Xuanyuan pulled over a stool and sat down, smoothly sizing up Li Tianji and smiling. Only 10%. 10% sure. At those words, Li Tianji's body shook violently, his breath coming in short gasps as he stared at Li Xuanyuan, his hands slightly whitening his bones due to the force he exerted. Li Tsangtian, who was on the side, similarly shook his tiger's body and excitedly bent down to salute. Sangtian implores the divine son to save my brother. If you need my bloodline, or the Tsang Tian bone, you can take it as much as you want, Li Tsangtian added, his tone firm, without the slightest hesitation. As long as he could save his brother, even if it meant using his life as a bridge, the blood, bones, and chi and blood of the Tsang Tian hegemony body could be used as a great medicine in the human world, with the divine ability to prolong life, renew life, and heal wounds. The divine son has this kind of heart. Tianji has no teeth to forget, and there's no way to repay him. After the excitement, Li Tianji's mood quickly calmed down. The calamity curse of the causal body of fate, which no one has been able to break in millions of years. It was already boiling to death for an unknown number of generations of causal god bodies. Regarding Li Xuanyuan's words, Li Tianji only took them as the other party's words of comfort. Buzz. At this time, Li Tianji pulled out 4 black and white keys from his bosom and said, "This is the 3 Lives Emperor key. 4 in total, 2 for each yin and yang. It is the key used to open the 3 Lives Emperor tomb, and it will be gifted to Divine Son today." He knew that his days were numbered and wanted to give Li Tsangtian as much of a good relationship as he could, so that he wouldn't be ostracized from following the Divine Son in the future. The tomb of the 3 living emperors? Li Tsangtian, who was on the side, also had a stern gaze and was greatly shocked in his heart. Above the quasi-emperor realm were the great emperors who carried the mandate of heaven. This level of figure, transcending all things, the king of the world, ruling over the vast starry realm, a truly supreme existence. For keys that could open the grave of a great emperor were of unmeasurable value. Divine Son, my brother is not a bad person. He is capable of doing any dirty work. I hope you can take care of him a little more in the clan. Li Tianji handed the 4 3 Lives Emperor keys to Li Xuanyuan and pleaded in a weak voice. The meaning behind the dirty work is actually that the people that the Son of God is not convenient to kill and the shady things that he is not convenient to deal with can be handed over to Li Tsangtian to do. It wasn't a moral abduction, and Li Tianji knew he wasn't qualified for that. Just doing his best to give Li Tsangtian a little bit of status. In the future, there would definitely be more and more people following the Divine Son, and he didn't want his brother to be the one who was ignored and abandoned. It seems you don't believe me. Hearing Li Tianji's words, Li Xuanyuan smoothly took the 3 Lives Emperor key and shook his head with a faint smile. Just as well. It's better to do it directly. After all, what was promised to your brother? This godson can't go back on his word. As the words fell, Li Xuanyuan reached out to hold Li Tianji's palm and immediately activated the myriad hands returning spring avatar. A rich aura of longevity roared out from Li Xuanyuan's body. sweeping across the entire 9 heavenly peaks in an instant. Li Tianji was forced to close his eyes, concentrating fully and without any distractions on refining the everlasting laws that poured into his body. The endless surge of life breath caused his pale face to quickly turn red. Those deeply rooted forces of calamity were also gradually dissolved and disintegrated by the law of eternal life. Under the baptism of life essence, Li Tianji's depleted body was revitalized. The power of calamity within its body was completely removed at that moment. It also broke the curse of death that the destiny causal body had been unable to cure for millions of years since the beginning of time. Chapter 14. One move dryly shatters the world-destroying heavenly tribulation. Destiny causal body swears to follow. On the front of the 9 heavens, the wind and clouds changed, the thunder rolled, and the silver snake was enchanting. Yin and Yang heavenly tribulation, 5 elements heavenly tribulation, divine palace heavenly tribulation, Hongmeng heavenly tribulation, cause and effect heavenly tribulation, and other unprecedented heavenly punishments surfaced in the sky. The colorful heavenly punishment cataclysms diffused into an ocean of thunderbolts perched above the 9 heavenly fronts, densely pressing the sky black. Who in the world is this person crossing the threshold? Did they create some kind of sin in their last life? It seems like someone is breaking through the creation realm. Is it any saint's son who has touched a forbidden realm? But this heavenly tribulation is also too terrifying. It doesn't leave anyone any way to live. That seems to be the 9 heavenly fronts orientation, the residence of the Tsong Tian Holy Sun. Looking at the heavenly punishment cataclysm that was converging into a sea of thunder in the sky above the dome, the many sons and daughters of the Li clan all had shocked faces and shocked voices. A great heavenly calamity triggered by the fate causal body? This brat wants to change his destiny for it against the heavens? Ancestral tomb. In some small world, the 9 ancestors, whose bodies were shrouded in radiant immortal light, slowly opened their eyes at this moment. It was as if his gaze passed through the heavy space and saw the scene on the 9 heavenly peaks, cutting off the curse of the destiny causal body. This little guy can be really good, when it really is a newborn calf that is not afraid of death. Inside the 9 heavenly pavilions, Li Tianji was suspended in mid-air. His white clothes were snowy, his white hair fell down to his waist, the chi of causes and fruits was entwined around his body, and the whole person exuded a scholarly and elegant temperament. Buzz! A few moments later, Li Tianji's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and in the depths of his pupils, there was a flow of yin and yang, which blended with the Tao in an exceptionally mysterious way. The calamity curse. It's really lifted. Li Tianji felt like he had regained a new life, and all of his body's data, all of it, had returned to the state it was in at its peak. However, immediately afterward, a thunder road killing chance that made Li Tianji's scalp numb and was incomparably palpitating locked onto him from afar, throwing cold water on the head in the midst of the excitement. Tianji thanks the Divine Sun for his renewed kindness. If he has the life to survive this heaven and earth cataclysm today, Tianji is willing to swear to follow the Divine Sun to the end. Li Tianji took a deep breath and turned around, about to step out of the pavilion, preparing to meet the destiny causal body's annihilation heavenly calamity. Although he had resolved the calamity curse, this move had undoubtedly angered the heavenly Tao, descending the heavenly tribulation of extinction to completely obliterate him. Life and death are just a moment away. Don't bother. Li Xuanyuan slowly walked outside the pavilion while casually breaking a branch beside him, only to see him holding a small branch. He gently scratched at the ocean of thunderbolts in the sky, and coldly spat out a word. Get out! When the sharp word fell, whether it's the heavenly punishment or the ocean of thunderbolts, all of them, as if they had met a great terrifying presence, split down the center in an instant and disappeared into thin air. The sky, which was originally densely covered with thunderclouds, was as blue as a mirror in an instant. Only Li Tsungtian and Li Tianji, who were left in a state of shock and stagnation, were stunned in place and somewhat at a loss for words. That's a heavenly punishment catastrophe, and there's more than one, dozens of them, even if a junior great emperor was alive. Under this world-destroying cataclysm, he wouldn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to survive 100% of the time. Yet it was this kind of world-destroying heavenly punishment that could slice and kill everything that was drank back by the Son of God with a single word. The two of them felt like they were dreaming. It's so unreal. Crap. This young man. In the ancestral tomb small world, the 9 ancestors were so frightened by this hand revealed by Li Xuanyuan that their white whiskers trembled and they kept spitting out fangs. No, 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 I have to talk to this little guy. Done. Li Xuanyuan dropped the branch in his hand and patted the dust on his hand. It seemed like it was just a small, insignificant thing for him to do. No way. Being too invincible can be lonely. One sword immortal kneeling, this divine ability. As long as you don't meet a humanoid creature, then it is an invincible skill. without transforming into a humanoid being. No one is good enough to come. Even if the great emperor of the ancients were to come in person, they would have to crack in place. Li Tianji, I am willing to follow the divine sun to the right and left, and to go through fire and water without hesitation. Li Tianji took a deep breath, and with a gentle shake of his robe, he kneeled down on one knee at Li Xuanyuan and made the great Dao vow. Each generation of fate karma bodies will only assist one person until they die. With full loyalty, Song Tian worships the divine sun. Many thanks to the divine sun for saving my brother. Li Songtian similarly bent down and saluted. Without the need for too many words, he would use his actions to prove that he would be the strongest right-hand man in the hands of the god's son. Be excused. Li Xuanyuan waved his hand and a soft force helped Li Tianji up. Just then, another system voice came out in his head. Ding! The signing place has been refreshed. Please ask the host to go to the tomb of the 3 living emperors and the ancient city of Voltron to sign in. 3 Lives Emperor's Tomb. Voltron Ancient City. Refreshing 2 major signing places at once? Li Xuanyuan's eyes flickered and he looked thoughtful. The refreshing of the 3 Lives Emperor's tomb should be because of the 3 Lives Emperor's key. As for this Vortex Ancient City, Li Xuanyuan had yet to find the reason for it for the time being. Ding! There will be an auction in 3 days at the Voltron Ancient City where the 3 Lives Emperor key will be auctioned off. Lord Host can make his own decision on whether or not to go and obtain it. The system was very knowledgeable and automatically labeled the prompt. Good grandson, his old man, the 9th ancestor, has asked you to make a trip to the ancestral tomb ancient realm to discuss something. As Li Xuanyuan was pondering, his grandfather Li Qianqiu's voice transmission suddenly rang in his mind. I know. Li Xuanyuan nodded his head and transmitted his voice in response. It just so happened that he also wanted to go to the 9 ancestors to inquire about where this ancient city of Voltan was. It's better to come early than late. There is some creation origin in here. It can stabilize the foundation you just broke through. 3 days later, come to the ancient realm with your brother to find me. Li Xuanyuan flung a jade bottle to Li Tianji, which contains some of the origin of creation. Thank you, divine son. Li Tianji once again bowed respectfully after receiving the jade bottle. Practice hard and I'll see you in 3 days. Li Xuanyuan left a sentence, then took a step out and disappeared in an instant. When the law of eternal life cleansed the calamity curse, Li Tianji was blessed by the calamity and broke through to the realm of creation in one fell swoop. This origin of creation was just enough to stabilize its foundation a bit. As for why Li Tianji had only opened up the 9 great fate palaces, there was no other reason, simply because he is a civil official, not a military general. Unlike Li Songtian's Songtian hegemony body, his destiny causality body mainly played a supplementary role and did not require intense combat. Also, the warlord usually doesn't have to go into battle and fight for blood. Chapter 15, New Signing Ground Refresh, Chaos Ancestral Dragon as a Mount. The moon glowed like water, cold and hazy, a small world dense with immortal mist. The sword that chopped the robber cloud today. How did you kid do it? The 9 ancestors had their hands behind their backs and scrutinized Li Xuanyuan for a long time before he opened his mouth to inquire in a puzzled manner. A move that dryly shatters the heavenly tribulation thunder sea. It seems that the Li family doesn't have such a heaven-defying sword immortal technique, right? This sword is called One Sword Immortal Kneeling, and it is the inherited divine ability that comes with the Tao fetus of the innate chaos saint body. Li Xuanyuan had a flash of inspiration and came up with a flawless reason, then flubbed it in a serious manner. The matter of this system was too unbelievable to say, and the 9 ancestors would most likely not believe it. Instead, it was the inherited divine ability of the innate chaotic sacred body Tao fetus that was a little easier to believe when speaking about it. This reasoning can be extremely perfect. There was simply no second innate chaotic sacred body Tao fetus in history. As for the truth of the matter, there is no way to verify it. Li Xuanyuan's heart was also praising himself like crazy at the moment. How could there be such a smart person in this world? Really? The 9 ancestors gazed at Li Xuanyuan, and there was a terrifying sight of the disillusionment of all living things and the sinking of the world in his eyes. True, truer than pearls. Li Xuanyuan nodded his head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice, while he put his fingers together and pointed to the sky, pretending to make an oath of heaven and earth. As far as unmarked performances are concerned, he's serious, and that's the professionalism of a veteran thespian. Upon hearing Li Xuanyuan's personal certainty as well as affirmation, the corners of the 9 ancestors' mouth twitched a few times before they stopped pursuing the question. He had wasted a great deal of energy just comprehending a single immortal beheading skill before he managed to comprehend the essence. As for the second part of the battle immortal technique, it was only in recent times that it had become slightly more successful. On the contrary, this junior of his own family, from cultivating the immortal technique until now, the full count was only 1 or 2 years. now that he had even fused the 5 great imperial Dao sword techniques into one. It was truly a case of people being more than people. The 9 ancestors looked at Li Xuanyuan with doting eyes. The more they looked at him, the more satisfied they were. With this son in the family, why worry about the Li family not being able to prosper greatly? Seeking edge, I called you here this time to tell you 2 things. At this time, the 9 ancestors suddenly spoke. During this recent period of time, the 3 Lives Emperor's tomb will be opened. An entry will be restricted to cultivators under the realm of life and death. This is a rare event of celestial pride within the domain of the primordial Tao. You can't grow a big tree in a greenhouse. The 9th ancestor wants you to lead the juniors of the Li family to have a friendly sparring exchange with the juniors of other powers. When the words came to an end, the 9 ancestors couldn't help but heave a laugh, always with an unkind flavor. No problem. In response, Li Xuanyuan nodded his head in agreement and said, cutting and sparring is the kind of fun thing that I, for one, love the most. The 3 Lives Emperor's tomb was a signing place that had just been refreshed, so he definitely had to go there. If you sign up for some more weird skills, it would be good to get a test run while you're at it. Anyway, the opponents of the engagement were not the Li family's children, and they were not afraid of bumping into acquaintances, so they were not afraid of embarrassment at all. 9 ancestors, what about the second thing? Li Xuanyuan inquired curiously. The 9th ancestor smiled faintly. There is still a month to go before your 8th birthday, and in a month's time, the Li clan will invite all the forces of the Taichu Dao domain to come and observe the ceremony, and organize an initiation banquet for you. Before that happens, I hope you'll be prepared. The other little ones in the clan are not peaceful masters. As the Li family's divine son, it won't do to not have a few fighters under you. Strive to up all of their few little demons. The 9th ancestor believes you'll be able to do it. The 9 holy sons of the Li family were also nominal candidates for divine sons. Everyone was qualified to compete for the position of God's son, and over the years, no one had defied each other. Now that Li Xuanyuan had intervened and was firmly seated as the divine son, it was inevitable that public anger would be aroused. I'm a very good talker. If they are obedient, everything is good to talk about. If they don't, I'll make them all fly. Li Xuanyuan smiled faintly, with a confidence that flew through the world and was invincible. Good. Men should be like that. The 9 ancestors laughed aloud. By the way, 9 ancestors, do you know where the ancient city of Voltaic Sky is? Li Xuanyuan asked. In addition to the 3 Lives Emperor's tomb, the ancient city of Voltaic Heaven was also a signing place he was going to visit. He just didn't know exactly where it was located. The ancient city of Voltron? The 9 ancestors' eyes showed contemplation for a moment before they replied. The ancient city of Voltaic Heaven is located at the center of the 3,000 heavenly realms, independent of the 3,000 heavenly realms, and requires special coordinates to enter. The Taichu Dao domain was divided into 3,000 heavens, and the place where the Li family's ancestral land was located was called the Eastern Emperor Heaven. There is no personnel to unify the management within the Voltron ancient city, and it uses a split management system, where one side of the force cuts off a piece of territory and uses it to invest in its jurisdiction. Listening to the 9 ancestors narrate, Li Xuanyuan probably understood what the Voltron ancient city was. A place similar to a black market existed, which included many eldritch families, ancient royal clans, and ancient imperial dynasties. They set up all sorts of workshops inside, seeking information while earning benefits for the forces behind them. The 9th ancestor raised his eyebrows lightly, glanced at Li Xuanyuan and asked, why are you suddenly asking about this? You're going to the ancient city of Voltaic Sky? Yes. Li Xuanyuan nodded truthfully and said, I heard that there is news of the 3 Lives Emperor key in the auction in the Vortex ancient city, and I want to go and take a look. Could be. The 9th ancestor waved his hand, and a golden jade slip hovered in front of Li Xuanyuan. In the jade slip are the coordinates of the Voltron ancient city, as well as the regional division of my Li family's assets. Li Xuanyuan had just received that jade slip, but then he saw the 9 ancestors raising their hands again, grabbing towards the outside of the cloudy firmament. Rumble, only to see that above the 9 heavens, countless stars shook violently, and a terrifying dragon might swept across the entire void as if it were a 100-level tsunami. Roar! A dragon's roar came out, shaking the heaven and earth of the ancient world, and countless huge star fragments fell down from beyond the clouds. Between heaven and earth, the terrifyingly extreme pressure of the true dragon was like an angry ocean raging and roaring. A 5-clawed golden dragon with bright immortal light leapt out of it as if it had traveled through the long river of time. The 5-clawed golden dragon's huge and incomparable body covered the sky and crossed between the sun and the moon, as if a side of the blue sky covered the entire starry sky, and the sky instantly darkened. Buzz! The golden dragon's body shone with golden light, as if it was poured in gold. flowing with ancient Tao. Boom! Terrifying demon chi and blood ran through the sky, suppressing the void with a wail. A pure-blooded true dragon of the creation realm? The five-clawed golden dragon hovered in the sky, and feeling the endless and cool pressure of the true dragon, Li Xuanyuan could not help but marvel at the powerful heritage of the Li family. Similarly, he was also shocked at the strength of the 9 ancestors, being able to grab a true dragon of pure bloodline with a single grab of his hand. It is a pure-blooded chaotic ancestral dragon cub, and if we talk about bloodline purity, it can be the ancestor of the ancestor of the ancestor of the Taishu demon court. The 9 ancestors stroked their whiskers and said with a smile, "From today onwards, it will be your mount." After saying that, the 9 ancestors waved their hands once again through the air, only to see the chaotic ancestral dragon that stretched across the sun and the moon, covering the sky and the sun gradually shrinking, transforming into a beautiful golden ribbon that hovered over Li Xuanyuan's shoulder. One person and one beast, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time and met again, had a very close relationship. At this moment, only the chaotic ancestral dragon was seen rubbing against Li Xuanyuan very affectionately with its lofty little horns. Afterward, it then extended its dragon tongue in an extremely natural manner and licked Li Xuanyuan's cheeks. This intimate gesture, where is it like the chaos ancestral dragon that swallowed 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers? It is simply as meek as a little sheep. The reason why the chaotic ancestral dragon was like this was because it was in the way of the 9 ancestors' obscene might. Secondly, it was because Li Xuanyuan possessed 206 spirit root immortal bones and was burdened with the innate chaotic sacred body Tao child. These two brought the chaos ancestral dragon an indescribable oppressive force, with the illusion of kneeling down and claiming to be a vassal. There is a more important point. Although the red-clothed beautiful young man in front of him, his cultivation was a bit too weak, only at the life palace realm. But the chaotic ancestral dragon's innate intuition could tell him very clearly that the other party could slice him to death with a single sword. It's not just making stuff up and bull asterisk 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 ting, it's really capable of splitting him. This was the chaotic ancestral dragon's innate sixth sense, which had saved his old life countless times. Chapter 16 Ancient City of the Vast Sky, 3,000 Heavenly Realms. News of the 3 Lives Emperor Key. The ancient city of Voltron. Independent of the world. This was an ancient city with a long history, and it was impossible to trace exactly what era this city originated from. It was rumored that more than one great emperor had witnessed the Tao here countless years ago, carrying the destiny of a world of heaven, reigning over the world and dominating time and space for the ages. Under the baptism of endless years, the ancient city of voltaic heaven still survived forever, situated in the center of the 3,000 heavens. The ancient and lofty ancient city wall, like an ancient true dragon lying here, spanning unknown hundreds of millions of kilometers, up to tens of thousands of feet high, giving people a full sense of giant fear oppression. The news that the 3 Lives Emperor Key had appeared at the Voltron auction could be said to have spread so much in recent times that it was almost known by everyone. In the last few days, numerous Eternal Life family, Ancient Kingdom Royal Dynasty, and other personnel had all moved and started rushing to the Vortex Ancient City. On this day, the sky above Voltron City, there are ancient beasts and divine birds crossing the void, and there are all kinds of carriages and airships, pavilions and palaces, constantly tearing through the space, and the forces of the 8 directions are showing their abilities. This was undoubtedly showing off the depths of their own forces, all in a secret rivalry. Many loose cultivation figures could only watch from afar, silently shedding tears of envy. At this moment, within the Voltron Ancient City, in a carved and beamed restaurant, many children of the world's families, the heirs of the ancient countries gathered here, drinking wine in the restaurant, discussing the road, talking about, good and dashing. Some time ago, the heir of that 5-year gestation of the Li family of the Eastern Emperor's sky was born. The day of its birth triggered the 9 mysterious saint body visions, and I heard that it awakened the desolate ancient saint body. On the 2nd floor of the restaurant, several celestial pride raised their cups and invited each other to talk about the incident of the Li clan's vision not long ago. Being the biological son of the previous generation of the Li family's divine son, it was unknown that the Li family could spare a few sacred body shackles for him. A waste physique that descended the curse of the heavenly Tao is nothing more than that. The current world is no longer suitable for cultivation. Unlocking at most 4 or 5 shackles is already the limit. Some heirs of the lineage got drunk and said drunkenly, the amount of resources consumed to open each layer of the cursed shackles was 10 times 100 times harder, or even 1,000 times harder, than when opening the sacred body at an unusual time. The resources consumed to unseal the desolate ancient sacred body under the curse of the heavenly Tao. It's difficult to measure in numbers. Even the Eternal Life family couldn't withstand this kind of consumption. A wasted sacred body is not enough to be feared. It's the remaining few heirs of the Li family that need to be treated with caution. The topmost floor of the restaurant. The perfect spot by the window. A mere desolate ancient sacred body is not even worthy of giving Lord Aoting's Taishu dragon body a mention. A group of imposing and extraordinary teenage girls gathered together, arching a green-clothed teenager in the center like the stars arching over the moon, constantly boasting. No one dared approach around them, clearing a vacuum. A heavenly pride teenager flattered. AO criminal adult talent is outstanding. Successfully opened up 9 life palace. Can win the world all kinds of god body competition. Can easily suppress the younger generation. The green-clothed young man known as Lord Aoting had a disdainful and cold expression, and his eyes were incomparably sharp. There was an endless green dragon's chi surrounding his body, which then converged into 9 dragon ring silhouettes that coiled behind him. The 9 green dragon divine rings blossomed with green radiance, brilliant and eye-catching, reflecting him like a green dragon deity. If we obtain the 3 Lives Emperor key again and open the inheritance treasure of the 3 Lives Emperor, Lord Aoting will certainly be able to break the 9th extreme number and open the 10th Great Palace of Destiny with a single blow. If one opens up the 10 Great Fate Palaces before entering the Emperor's Forbidden Realm, one can gain 10 times the battle power, and fighting across the ranks is a breeze. Another Heaven's Pride figure flattered and opened his mouth, revealing a fawning smile. The Taishu Dragon Court is in the Taicho Dao domain, belonging to the Imperial Power, with ancestors out of the Forbidden, the same as the Everlasting family in general. And the status is honored. The 9 Great Fate Palace and the Taishu Dragon Body are just that. It's nothing. Aoting shook his head slightly, his expression looking disdainfully out of the corner of his eye, and his voice said in a lonely and arrogant manner, "The divine son of my clan awakened the ancestral dragon Supreme Body and opened up 10 half-life palaces. Supreme Body, 10 and a half life palaces." The Heaven's Pride personnel present were all shocked. Ancestral Dragon Supreme Body, possessing the bloodline of an ancestral dragon, overriding all the physical qualities of the dragon race, is a true supreme divine body. The 10 Great Palace of Destiny, breaking through the 9th extreme number, can enter the Imperial Forbidden Realm. As the name suggests, it also means that you can raise your own battle power tenfold and fight across the ranks. 10 and a half Fate Palaces, equivalent to 1 foot crossing out of the extreme number and about to cross out of the range of the Emperor's Forbidden Realm, was truly terrifying as hell. Looking at the surrounding Heavenly Pride's shocked demeanor, Aoting was obviously very flattered and could not help but flutter in his heart. He was arrogant and proud as he continued. This time, this saint's son will definitely get the great emperor's treasure. With the treasures of the 3 living great emperors, coupled with the blood of the ancient dragon from the Taishu Dragon Court, the divine son of my clan will be able to break the confinement of the emperor's forbidden realm, reach another level, and open up the 11th Fate Palace. Upon hearing this, many celestial pride arched their hands in congratulations. And the compliments were endless. The parentage of the previous generation of the Li family's divine son, Li Shaoran, has been abolished, so Lord Aoting only needs to keep an eye out for the other heirs of the Li family. For example, that Li Qingshu who awakened the immaculate divine body, Li Tsungtian of the Tsungtian hegemony body, and Li Junlin of the 10,000 tribulation mortal body, a royal daughter of the imperial clan softly reminded, her voice like precious pearls falling from a jade plate, incomparably melodious. Aoting was extremely conceited and laughed coldly. In front of the 11 Destiny Palace, any divine body will be eclipsed. The Taishu Dragon Court will suppress all body qualities, and the so-called body qualities are nothing but a joke. The Taishu Dragon Court had been feuding with the Li family for a long time, fighting constantly all year round, with supreme powers falling every year. It was already a deadly feud. Those who had grudges with the Li family also included the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Dynasty and the Xianmei Divine Mountain, on the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. This time when the 3 Lives Emperor's tomb opened, the Taishu Dragon Court and the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Dynasty, as well as the 2 imperial forces of the Xianmei Divine Mountain, secretly launched an alliance. The 3 ancient imperial clans shared the same enemy and joined forces together, surely sweeping the 3 Lives Emperor tomb and monopolizing most of the chances of the Emperor tomb mystic realm. Chapter 17, Third Princess of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Dynasty, Spirit Sword Mountain. Sword prosperity, the pride of heaven is gathered, and the heroes are gathered. The news of the Voltron Emperor key auction stirred the winds and clouds of the 8 directions. The various heavenly prides within the Taicho Dao region gathered at the Voltron Ancient City this night. Before the opening of the Voltron Emperor's tomb, the Voltron Ancient City had undoubtedly become another small battlefield. Countless people wanted to use this as a medium to anticipate, as much as possible, what the strength of the younger generation within the Taichu Dao domain really was. After all, it's better to know your roots. This time, the auction of the Emperor's Key of the Vortex ancient city was actually clear in the minds of many people. The ultimate recipients were ultimately the immortal forces of the Eternal Life family and the Taiku Imperial clan. However, the heirs of some holy places, as well as the characters of scattered cultivators, would not give up the opportunity to participate in the auction, and all wanted to share some of the oil and water from it. Although the Emperor Key couldn't be auctioned off, it was always possible to purchase some other treasures and expand one's insights in the process, right? Rumble. At this time, in the sky above the Vortex ancient city, there was suddenly a brilliant immortal light blooming, and the blazing flames burned the sky and boiled the sea. Incomparably terrifying. Buzz. One could only see a Bifong divine bird burning with green divine fire coming across the sky, pulling a white jade carriage, divine fire nirvana, and immortal rhythm rising. A red-skirted girl with immortal muscles and jade bones and picturesque eyebrows reclined on the carriage, and her bright autumn water eyes curved in a smile, showing all the charm. The young girl's red skirt was semi-transparent, and her delicate white and tender body was hidden under the dress, making her blood spurting. Notably, the young girl's slender jade feet were naked, and a pair of white and slender snow-white jade legs gently swung through the air, flowing with a crystalline light that was particularly striking. Combined with a vermilion immortal fire mark between her eyebrows, she looked particularly demonic, like a female demonic immortal. Just one look and you can't take your eyes off it anymore. It's the third princess of the heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty, Phoenix Dance. Rumor has it that she has awakened the Phoenix god body and opened up the 9 fate palaces, a proper proud daughter of heaven. The third princess is as beautiful as the heavens, so I want to kiss her and spend the rest of my life with her. In the Voltron ancient city, there were cultivators who looked at the white jade carriage that disappeared into the depths of the ancient city and couldn't help but have a deep look of adoration appear on their faces. The love of beauty is shared by all. I heard that the heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty's grand princess, Phoenix Demon Yao, has an even more stunning and overwhelming appearance, and is rumored to have ascended to the top 10 of the beauty list of the Taichu Dao domain. Moreover, the demon young grand princess is even awakening the ancient heavenly demon body, opening up the 10 great palaces of destiny, combining beauty and talent. It's simply my dream love wife. Just you? You kid is afraid you're stupid from eating, right? I'll tell you a way to solve it. A small solution on the ground. Bend your face to it, and its confusion will be solved. In the ancient city, the words of adoration are endless. Since ancient times, heroes love beautiful people. Of course, not heroes also love the same. While expressing their love, there were also celestial pride who scoffed at the person who spoke out sarcastically without mercy. Clang! Right at this moment, there was a sword chi above the dome of the sky, illuminating the 9 heavens. A purple and gold gourd came crashing through the void, and in an instant, the fragrance of wine filled the air over the Voltron ancient city, fragrant and intoxicating. Above the purple and gold gourd sat a Taoist-robed young man with a bamboo gourd hanging from his waist and a long sword on his back, his temperament free and uninhibited. It's the current heir of Spirit Sword Mountain, Sword Prosperity, and the sword son of Spirit Sword Mountain. Upon seeing the visitor, someone immediately exclaimed in shock, and a look of respect unconsciously appeared in their eyes. Rumor has it that when Sword Prosperity was born, his sword aura was 30,000 miles across. The green lotus of the sword Tao obsessed the 9 heavens, and there were even visions such as 3,000 saints kowtowing in unison, making him a sword heart Tao body that is hard to come by in all of eternity. Some heavenly pride looked inside, their voices tinged with emotion and envy. There was only one heir to Spirit Sword Mountain for generations, and without exception, all of them became the strongest in the world, or they mightily shook the party, or they were in charge of the Spirit Sword Mountain. If it wasn't for the fact that the disciples under the Spirit Sword Mountain's door were a bit scarce and not as good as other royal families, I'm afraid that it would have long been among the transcendent powers of the Taichou Dao region. During this period of time, there were numerous Heaven's Pride heirs who came to the Voltron ancient city. This was just a small tidbit of information, and the shock it brought to the crowd continued. 3 days later, Eastern Imperial Sky, Li family, little fellow, this is a wisp of this ancestor's incarnation. If it encounters an invincible danger, it can sense and activate itself in advance. In the ancient realm, the 9 ancestors smiled and pointed a finger at Li Xuanyuan's brow, accompanied by the dense atmosphere of the immortal Tao. A wisp of immortal radiance disappeared in an instant. Many thanks to the 9 ancestors. Li Xuanyuan thanked him. Since there's news of the 3 lives Emperor Key in the vast heavenly ancient city, most of the younger generation within the Taichou Dao domain should be attending. The 9 ancestors retracted their palms and spoke softly. The younger generation cuts and exchanges, and the clan elders in the family won't interfere too much. But, At these words, the ninth ancestor's gaze narrowed slightly, and he coldly said, "But if there is any ungrateful old thing that dares to touch my family's precious lumps, the old man can instantly descend to you with the help of the medium of incarnation, and he will be taught to behave properly." Li Xuanyuan touched the tip of his nose and said, "I don't think the older generation should be that stupid to blatantly make a move on a junior like me, but it's possible in secret. Don't worry about this. In the dark they don't stand a chance. My Li family has nothing else but a lot of people." The nine ancestors had their hands behind their backs and laughed coldly. "If any old thing dares to act rashly, this ancestor will directly let him die without a whole body, and his soul will be destroyed. The nine ancestors are mighty. The nine ancestors are invincible. The nine ancestors." Li Xuanyuan was so eloquent and gushing that it warmed the heart of the nine ancestors. He obviously took the compliment well, especially from this baby bump of his own. In response, the nine ancestors' eyes were incomparably lonely, as if saying, "That's that." On this trip to the Vortex ancient city, several other holy sons and daughters of the Li clan were either in deep seclusion or out for training, and only Li Xuanyuan was free to go. Of course, there was also the duo of Li Tsangtian and Li Tianji, who had been waiting at the entrance to the ancient realm for quite some time. "Greetings, Divine Son." When the two men saw a red-clothed figure appear, they immediately bowed respectfully. Whether it was the battle power displayed or the style of acting, Li Xuanyuan had deeply convinced the two brothers, Li Tsangtian and Li Tianji. The two of them were now convinced of Li Sun Yuan and swore to follow him to the death without any second thoughts. "Greetings, Divine Son." As Li Xuanyuan stepped out of the ancient realm, all the children of the Li family bowed respectfully to him, looking respectful and adoring. In that battle a few days ago, Li Xuanyuan had suppressed Li Tsangtian of the 10 Destiny Palace with a single move. Such a magnificent battle power was enough to convince the younger generation of the Li family. Upon seeing the ninth saint's son, Li Tsangtian, and a white-haired elegant young man with a slightly unfamiliar appearance, all stood behind Li Xuanyuan with respectful expressions. In response, the Li family's younger generation's respect for Li Xuanyuan intensified, their eyes solemn. There was also the heavenly calamity vision on the 9 heavenly fronts 3 days ago, which the crowd also attributed to Li Xuanyuan. "Go!" Li Xuanyuan spoke blandly. Subsequently, he only saw the chaotic ancestral dragon hovering over his shoulder, which was incomparably well behaved at the moment, nodding its little head, and then transforming into a divine rainbow rushing up into the sky. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the stars, and the void rustled and trembled. Under the horrified gazes of the younger generation, a 5-clawed golden dragon with immortal charm filled the sky and emerged from the clouds. The true dragon's might ran through the sky, suppressing the heaven and earth's great Tao in a constant roar, only to see the chaotic ancestral dragon bending its head down and obediently lowering its head in front of Li Xuanyuan. Knock! Li Xuanyuan made a long leap, and then landed steadily on top of the chaotic ancestral dragon's dragon head. Afterward, he said to the dazed Li Tsangtian duo below, "Why don't you come up here and freeze there?" "Ah, well." Li Tsangtian and Li Tianji glanced at each other, both able to see the surprise and shock in each other's eyes. Immediately afterward, the two men took a step out, one on the left and one on the right, and stood behind Li Xuanyuan, as if they were the heavenly emperor's protectors. Roar! The chaotic ancestral dragon spewed out a mouthful of ancestral dragon's chi, and the sky-covering dragon body crashed through the void of heaven and earth, leaping into the spatial turbulence and instantly disappearing. Dang, punch me, did I just blink? That looks like a real dragon? The dragon race has always been unruly. I didn't expect the Divine Son to have tamed a true dragon. I really don't know what kind of wonderful expression those hypocritical fellows from the Taishu Dragon Court would have if they knew that the Divine Son was riding a true dragon. The pupils of the younger generation of the Li family were violently seismic, looking at the gradually healing spatial crack on the dome of the sky, their gazes frozen for a long time, unable to return to their senses. After a short period of silence, what erupted was a burst of exclamations of surprise, as well as the sound of discussion among the crowd. Chapter 18, Protector of the Wei Li Xianyu. Sage kneeling down to greet. Ancestral tomb of the Li family. Abyss of nothingness. Old 15. The 9 ancestors stood at the end of a rushing immortal river, looking at Li Xuanyuan's departing back, and softly spoke. A ghostly, clear and cold voice echoed between this heaven and earth. Click! As his words fell, the surrounding void began to fragment and the chaos aura filled the air. One could only see a black-clothed youth with a purple and gold crown on his head and an immortal aura covering his body, strolling out from the chaos crack. His arms were wrapped around him, his gaze looking out of the corner of his eye, his magnificent body constantly switching between nothingness and reality. Bizarre to the extreme. The black-clothed youth's pupils were special, crimson like blood. In the depths of his eyes, there was even an almost pathological madness, only to be deliberately suppressed by him. 9. I'm here. The black-clothed youth grinned an evil smile and spoke lazily at the 9 ancestors. From today onwards, you are the protector of Seeking Edge. Whoever dares to touch him, just kill him. The 9 ancestors didn't talk much and opened the door to command. Hey, killing. I'd love it so much. Within the black-clothed youth's pupils, there was a roiling void-killing calamity surging, as well as a supreme elegance that was invincible to the world. Li Xianyu, haven't you spent enough time in that place? Remember to restrain yourself for me. The 9 ancestors frowned slightly, and he suddenly felt that he was looking for the wrong person. But at present, it seems that among the Li family's ancestors, the only candidate who can spare a hand is the other party, and there's no choice. No one in the world can touch him while I'm here. Li Xianyu took one step. The bucket turned to the stars, the sky and earth shifted, and there was endless blood-colored lightning pouring down. A blazing immortal rainbow ran through the starry sky as he stepped on the endless immortal light and disappeared in an instant. Over the ancient city of Voltron, suddenly there was a golden light blooming and the void was twisting. Roar! The sky and the earth suddenly resounded with the sound of a dragon's roar, as if it had been transmitted from another time and space, piercing through the ancient past to the present day. Rumble! A majestic 5-clawed golden dragon came across the void, tearing through space. Flags fluttered and hunted above the massive dragon's head. On top of the banner, a single large character, Li, was inscribed in dragon and phoenix. The everlasting Li family. Some cultivators looked shocked and exclaimed on the spot. For a moment, everyone looked up at the sound. Then a 5-clawed golden dragon with a shining golden light was seen descending strongly into the Voltron ancient city. 3 years ago, the heaven and earth anomaly caused by the Li family was still vivid in his mind. But unfortunately the one who awakened was a desolate saint body. But this was nothing, and didn't prevent the outside world's worldly families from harboring awe for the Li family. Even without the desolate ancient sacred body, the Li family was still full of talents, with a supreme pride suppressing the younger generation. With unparalleled battle prowess, and admired by all, the everlasting Li clan actually came riding a golden dragon. You know, the one from the Taishu Dragon Court, is now in the Vortex ancient city. Let's not worry about this falsehood and that falsehood. I just want to know who that young man in red is. This young man is so handsome, simply handsome, like an exiled immortal from the sky descending to the mortal world. I think that life's perfect dogs are nothing more than that, but unfortunately, a little young in age. But so what? The female is 10 years older. Hug a heavenly fairy. The moment they saw Li Xuanyuan, the young maiden cultivators present, all of them were in the throes of spring and screamed with excitement. He couldn't wait to immediately go up and hug Li Xuanyuan and perform the next kiss to the sky. It's true that he's quite good looking, but only a little bit better looking than me. There were also male cultivators who spoke indignantly, but they had to admit that the other party's face value was truly outstanding. You guys, look behind that red-clothed teenager. It seems to be the Li family's saint's son, Li Tsungtian, who awakened the Tsungtian hegemony body. Some cultivators had eyes like a torch and saw the scene above the dragon's head. He only saw Li Tsungtian holding the Li family flag, standing respectfully behind Li Xuanyuan, not daring to take half a step beyond. What exactly is the identity of this teenager? To make Li Tsungtian condescend to carry the flag, it's not simple nah. Seeing this scene, countless celestial pride sucked in a breath of cool air and opened their mouths in incomparable shock. One must know that Li Tsungtian was famous, bearing the Tsungtian hegemony body and opening up the 9 fate palaces. He was a veritable supreme heavenly pride. Now they are willing to get behind people and be a flag bearer. This made the crowd more and more curious about Li Xuanyuan's identity. At this moment, everyone was secretly guessing what kind of big shot the red-clothed teenager was that could make the Tsungtian Holy Sun treat him like this. Most of the people in the outside world knew the reputation and recognized the appearance of the several heavenly prides of the Li family. But this red-clothed beautiful young man is not seen. The face is rusty, is really surprising. Voltron Ancient City, Li Nantian, deacon of the Li clan, pays his respects to the divine sun. Right at this moment, amidst the bustle of the crowd, a white-robed middle-aged man led a group of black-robed men and stepped out in the air with great vigor. Greetings to the Son of God. In the next moment, the white-robed middle-aged man, including the black-robed personnel behind him, moved in a neat and tidy manner at this time, with his robes lightly shaking, and saluted Li Xianyuan in mid-air, kneeling down on one knee in the air. The next moment when Li Nansha kneeled down, the entire Voltron ancient city was completely sensationalized. Countless people were stunned and dumbfounded, and their hearts instantly set off 10,000 waves. Li Nantian, the deacon of the Li clan in Voltron ancient city, His cultivation reached the realm of the sage. Even when the royal lords of some ancient countries saw him, they had to be respectful and didn't dare to overstep or neglect him in the slightest. But today, the other party had actually knelt and bowed to that strange teenager, calling the other party the son of God. This red-clothed beautiful boy was actually the Li family's divine son. No wonder Li Tsingtian was so respectful to him. No need to be polite. Li Xuanyuan waved his hand and responded in a polite tone, so skillful that it hurt. The process that needs to be followed still needs to be followed. As the words fell, the Chaos Ancestral Dragon's divine body gradually shrunk and reappeared as a small golden dragon, hovering over Li Xuanyuan's shoulder. Thank you, godson. Li Nantian and the others got up and looked at the small golden dragon hovering over Li Xuanyuan's shoulder, their eyes filled with envy. This is a real dragon, and the bloodline was incomparably thick. Li Nantian couldn't help but look overwhelmed with emotion and admiration. Truly worthy of being their Li family's divine son, he was able to make a lofty race like the dragon race submit. On the other side of the ancient city, in a carved and beamed restaurant, Ao Ting withdrew his gaze from the window, his eyes cold to the core. At this moment, the icy killing chance lingering around him had almost condensed into substance, seemingly capable of freezing the void of the ages. Good. What a Li family. Dare to use my fellow clan members as mounts. This crown prince will behead you. Chapter 19, Tai Tai Dragon Court. Ao Ting, Sword of the Heavens, kill all who stand in the way. The everlasting Li family, ruling the Eastern Emperor's sky and commanding more than one side of the heavenly domain, is a deservedly supreme Dao lineage. Although Li Xuanyuan is the first time to show his face, but his astonishing appearance directly make countless female cultivators love at first sight. Implied love. Secretly send. The young man was dressed in bright red, his posture was long and straight, and there seemed to be a flow of Dao in his golden pupils, so he was really a beautiful crown like jade, like a fairy in a painting. Every move was in line with the great Dao of heaven and earth, and a hazy chaotic immortal aura surrounded his body, a chaotic aura that came with the immortal bone. The divine son's style is unparalleled and unrivaled in the world, and it's a great honor for Nantian to see him today. Li Nantian let out a long sigh of relief, and the gaze that he looked at Li Xuanyuan revealed a color full of respect. More than that, there's a hint of nostalgia for catching up on time. You really resemble Lord Shaoran when he was young, but you're even more handsome than him. It's truly a case of the blue is better than the blue, Li Nantian added. Saint's son of Song Tian, little friend Tian Ji. Afterward, Li Nantian's line of sight fell back on Li Tsingtian and the two of them, nodding slightly to them. At the same time, the two Li Tsingtian clasped their fists in return. The other party was the Li family's steward in the Vortex ancient city and their senior, so they couldn't lose their manners. In response, Li Nantian smiled warmly, his expression incomparably emotional. Not to mention Lord Godson, Li Tsingtian, the ninth saint's son. Alone, his future achievements were unlimited. Inevitably, he would surpass him and become the Li family's top fighting force. Song Tian hegemony body. The 10 major destiny palaces, casually take out 1-2, are enough to let a crowd of heavenly pride to look down. But it was this peerless heavenly figure with unparalleled battle prowess that was suppressed by a single move by the divine Sun Lord. It was hard for Li Nantian to imagine just how strong this divine son of his family's talent and battle prowess was, truly worthy of being the candidate personally enshrined by the 9 ancestors. Divine Son. The opening of the Voltron auction is the day after tomorrow. South Heaven has already prepared a banquet and venue. Divine Son, please follow me. Li Nantian reached out his hand to invite him, not daring to have any sage's stance in front of Li Xuanyuan, but rather like a servant. To have a heavenly sage groveling so much, everyone present didn't feel anything wrong about this scenario. The position of God's son is equivalent to the family's young master, and if he doesn't fall in the middle of the process, he will become the family's master in the future. It's only right to treat the future young master of the house as such. There was also the information revealed in Li Nantian's talk just now, which even caused an uproar at that moment. Lord Shaoran, wouldn't that mean that this Li family divine son was the same desolate ancient sacred body that came out 3 years ago? The crowd began to resurvey Li Xuanyuan again, countless gazes falling on him, wanting to see through him. The ancient sacred body that had suffered the curse of the heavenly Tao and descended the 9 shackles was difficult to open the wheel of life, and was no different from a wasted body. Instead of selecting other Herculean celestials within the family, the Li family chose the desolate ancient sacred body as the divine son. This should, probably, almost qualify as a relationship? It is true that it is better to be gifted than to be born. Cultivators present all look envious. A small portion of the popularity of that is chest thumping. Being born into a Roman family and having a good father in the beginning is awesome. There's a little loach coming, behind Li Xuanyuan. The always silently Tianji's gaze narrowed slightly as he looked to the south of the ancient city and spoke softly. The dragon clan's reputation cannot be insulted. So what if it's the Li clan's divine son? This crown prince will behead you today. Right at this moment, an arrogant and domineering voice with icy coldness suddenly rang out from the south of the Voltron ancient city. Upon hearing this voice, the entire ancient city instantly stirred, and they all looked in the direction from which the voice came. Daring to speak to the divine son of the eternal life family like this in front of a saint, did he not want to live? When the crowd looked for the sound, one could only see a green-clothed young man, with an extremely bitter and supreme killing intent, stepping into the void and coming with a single step of a lifetime flower. Behind him, 9 green radiant divine rings hovered silently, immortal light shining brightly, divine might filling the air, making his entire person look like a swarming deity. Subsequently, a black-robed old man with a withered body and a lofty head, similarly appeared in the crowd's line of sight. The black-robed old man shrunk into the ground and followed behind the teenager step by step, his pair of eyes as bright as a divine lamp, his aura unfathomable. This was clearly a saint as well, a saint of the dragon race. That's the third prince of the Taishu Dragon Court, Ao Ting. A cultivator's complexion shook as he silently withdrew a certain safe distance before quickly turning around and retreating. The aura of that black-robed old man was too terrifying, and the third prince also wanted to set off a killing spree within the Vortex ancient city. If there was a battle, a random burst of offense could kill him. This place is not suitable to stay for a long time. It is not a place where he can stay, so he is very sensible to hide away. However, there were also cultivators who weren't afraid of death who didn't go far away and chose to stay in Voltron ancient city to watch the fun. The Taishu Dragon Court, a supreme Dao lineage in the Taicho Dao domain, demon race and the Dao powers whose ancestors had produced forbidden figures. This category would also be collectively referred to as the Taiku Imperial race, juxtaposed with the status of the Eternal Life family and the Immortal Imperial dynasty. At this moment, the eyes of many cultivators flickered constantly, recalling the feud between the two families over the years, and they all roughly understood Ao Ting's intentions. Earlier, the Li clan's divine son had descended upon the Vortex ancient city on a golden dragon, which was undoubtedly putting the face of the Taishu Dragon Court on the ground and rubbing it on the ground viciously and repeatedly. For the Taishu Dragon Court, this was undoubtedly a strange shame, especially Ao Ting. As the third prince of the Taishu Dragon Court, he obviously couldn't swallow this bad breath. Seeing the visitor, Li Nanshan's gaze narrowed slightly, his snow-white clothes moved with the wind, and there were extreme killing chances surging in his eyes. That old man from the Taishu Dragon Court, his gaze suddenly looked towards Li Nantian and said hoarsely, "The matters of the juniors should be resolved by the juniors themselves. I wonder what you think, divine son. Will these two be killed? As long as you command, Nantian will definitely behead these two dogs." Li Nantian ignored the Taishu Dragon Court old man's question and secretly transmitted his voice to Li Xuanyuan. Although that old man was a saint, Li Nanshan's tone was full of confidence. The sage realm was also divided into strengths and weaknesses. 3 moves down, the opponent does not die. He cut himself here. As long as his own divine son nodded his head, Li Nantian would designate that he would immediately make his move and send these two dogs from the Taishu Dragon Court to the Western Paradise. Even though the other party was from the supreme hegemony of the ancestral Dragon Heaven, the Taishu Dragon Court, and one was the third prince of the Taishu Dragon Court, but none of that mattered. The Li family never feared anyone. Kill, then kill. This silent and completely ignoring attitude of Li Nantian directly caused the black-robed old man's face to turn blue. Son of God, I'll chop him up. At this moment, in the face of Ao Ting's outburst, Li Tsungtian carried the Li clan's battle flag and took the initiative to ask for help to fight. He had said that he would clear all obstacles before him for the Son of God. Some cat and dog characters were not qualified to challenge the Son of God. Clang! Li Tsungtian's arm shook, and a resounding sound resounded in the heavens and earth, only to see the battle flag rolled up, revealing a golden spear shaft with a sharp tip. Wow! In the sky above the ancient city, there were purple celestial immortal flames emerging, like meteors cutting through the sky, falling and burning. Roar! At the same time, around Li Tsungtian's body, the divine phoenix Nirvana, the Xuanwu expanding the path, the Qilin stepping on the auspicious clouds, and the candle dragon illuminating the 9 ghosts. 9 different immortal beast Dharma phantoms emerged one after another, blossoming with immortal radiance. In the middle of the ancient city, under the dome of the sky, Li Tsungtian crossed his spear and stood in front of Li Xuanyuan with his purple hair flying. His body was enveloped by the heavenly immortal light, just like the reincarnation of the ancient heavenly emperor, looking down upon the world. He, Li Tsungtian, was the sharpest sword in the hands of the Son of God. Anyone who blocks the way will be killed. Chapter 20 10 Fate Palace surprises ancient city. Li Tsungtian kills Aoting with one shot, the celestial hegemony body, diffusing 9 divine forms and visions, with inexhaustible life and unparalleled battle power. This physique has a combination of defense, attack, and recovery, and can be described as an all-in-one attack and defense, making it a top-quality physique that cannot be found anywhere else in the world. At this moment, the atmosphere within the ancient city was tense with swords, and 2 distinctly different icy killing machines collided with each other to produce incomparably intense sparks. The third sky of creation. And you're worthy of threatening to behead this prince? What a big talker. Aoting was furious, and the 9 divine rings blossomed with exuberant divine Tao killing opportunities, like a starry sky surging and flooding the universe and the heavens. The strength of the 8th sky of creation was revealed, beginning with the realm of creation. Each realm is divided into 9 levels, corresponding to the cross-stage combat power of the Emperor's forbidden realm. Buzz, only to see a round of the moon of the green dragon appearing on the sky. There was a plain white moonlight pouring down, attaching itself to the surface of Aoting's body, clothing him in a cold and awe-inspiring green dragon battlesuit. The Taishu dragon body, the native bloodline physique of the Taishu dragon court, although not as good as some special physique, but the victory in the attack is strong enough to force to break all laws, so can occupy a place in the many physique. It's better than the top, it's better than the bottom. Boom! In response, Li Tsungtian's expression was indifferent and silent as he ran through with his golden spear in hand. One shot came out and the heaven and earth changed. An endless divine light flooded the heavens and earth. A lifelike dragon coiled above the body of the gun, straight towards Aoting's head to kill. Sculpture. Aoting also made his move at the same time, and the divine rings behind him flew out 6 in a row, diffusing into 6 green dragons that roared out. A blazing killing machine enveloped this heaven and earth, and the dragon's roar shook the 4 fields. When the surrounding cultivators felt this vast killing machine, their faces couldn't help but turn white, their hearts and minds palpitating. If it were them, I'm afraid they would have to drink hate in the northwest if this move fell. Boom! Violent collision roars rang out, smoke and dust rose in all directions, and killing machines bloomed. Ah! Rocks splashed and smoke filled the air, and suddenly a miserable scream came from the air, and there was crimson hot blood thrown into the void. Put! Only to see Aoting covering his chest and drawing back at light speed. He coughed up blood at the corner of his mouth. His face slightly whitened, and his expression was full of disbelief. The people on the scene were silent, and this ending was clearly beyond the crowd's expectations. Under the one-strike sparring, the AO criminal of the 8th heaven of creation was unexpectedly undefeated by the Li Tsungtian of the 3rd heaven, and instantly fell into a disadvantage. I've heard that Li Tsungtian is only ranked 9th among the Li family's saint sons, and there are 8 other powerful saint sons figures like him ahead of him. Even the 9th saint son can powerfully defeat Aoting, then wouldn't the others? The cultivators in the ancient city looked incomparably shocked, their voices trembling as they spoke. It was rumored that the everlasting Li family was the most mysterious everlasting family in the Taichu Dao domain, with unfathomable depths, and this was indeed true. 9 battle strength and special physique of the saint son heir. This cannot be mysterious. Li Tsungtian stood with his spear, the tip of his blood-dripping spear pointing diagonally at Aoting, and said in a cold voice, "I'll behead you today as a congratulatory gift for the emergence of the Son of God." On the side, Li Nantian saw that Li Xuanyuan was silent, so he did not intervene again. He honestly stood behind Li Xuanyuan and quietly watched the battle with the Divine Sun. On the contrary, that black-robed old man from the Taishu Dragon Court, listening to the murmurs of the surrounding personnel, his face was as gloomy as iron, incomparably ferocious. But after winning one move by fluke, you dare to make a presumptuous ending. It's simply rampant. Aoting opened his mouth in a cold voice, and a terrifying blood chi rushed up, and the wounds on his chest actually began to heal at a rapid speed. Boom! 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 At the same time, an ancient fate palace with a clear radiance shining brightly emerged continuously above his head. The scene was filled with wind and thunder, and the dragon's roar was unceasing. In an instant, the 9 great fate palaces hung in the firmament like 9 divine moons, emitting an extremely dazzling and eye-catching light. 9 great fate palace. A heavenly pride was shocked. This was the first time in their lives that they had seen that someone had displayed 9 fate palaces. For them, it exists only in legend, a dream out of reach. 9 fate palace, the Taishu dragon body, the dragon clan's innate aptitude, and combining the 3 supreme things, Aoting was already invincible in the same class. One move to suppress you, Taishu divine ability, Qinglong ancient emperor seal. Aoting carried 9 green dragon divine rings on his back and 9 dazzling fate palaces on his head. His hand pinched the Taishu seal technique, and his voice was cold as he droned. one could only see the 9 divine rings merge into one. And then it was diffused into a party of ancient seals of the blue sky that was inscribed with dragon-patterned Dao containment, whistling towards Li Tsungtian to kill him. The tragic killing machine, like the waves of the vast ocean, is like a real ancient ancestor of the dragon clan, reviving and strongly suppressing this side of the void. It's just the 9 Fate Palace. Is it strong? When Li Tsungtian saw this, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a touch of sarcasm. He then took a step out, and the 9 immortal beasts' visions first converged and disappeared, and then revealed themselves once again. Boom, boom, boom. What accompanied it was not only the 9 immortal beast visions, but also a pale and mysterious magnificent palace of destiny. 1, 2, 3, 10 seats. The 10 natal palaces, stretching across the sky, are as brilliant as the sunrise, eternal and immortal. That's the 10 natal palace, the heaven's pride personnel within the ancient city, looking at the 10 great destiny palaces suspended in the firmament. Their pupils all suddenly contracted and opened their mouths out of breath. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock and their speech became incoherent. The 10 life palaces, breaking through the 9th extreme number and stepping into the Emperor's forbidden realm, can enhance 10 times the battle power to fight across the ranks. Not only were the Heaven's Pride cultivators watching the battle in the ancient city shocked, but equally appalled was Ao Ting. His face was incomparably embarrassed, and then gradually climbed up to a dense color of gravity. The 10 major destiny palaces were already infinitely close to the divine sons of the Taishu Dragon Court. This was an outcome that Ao Ting could never have anticipated or thought of. However, there was no turning back. Ao Ting fiercely clenched his teeth and opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of essence blood, only to see a green dragon shadow from the Ao criminal body rises up, with the ancient emperor seal fused into one. Oppression of this Qiankuan void in the continuous trembling. Then, he incorporated the 9 fate palaces into the ancient emperor seal of the blue dragon, raising his divine ability to its peak and executing an overwhelming strike. Candle Dragon subdues the 9 specters. At this moment, Li Tsungtian's expression was light and calm. His eyes were ancient and unperturbed, and he stabbed out horizontally with a gun. Buzz! The heavens and earth perished when the gun came out, and the firmament dimmed for a moment. Bang! Li Tsungtian held a golden lance, carrying the great power of heaven and earth that suppressed the sun, moon, and stars, and clashed with the ancient emperor seal of the green dragon. At this moment, no matter how Ao Ting suppressed it, it was to no avail, and it was difficult for the ancient emperor seal to advance an inch. No! Under Ao Ting's horrified gaze, Li Tsungtian shattered the ancient emperor seal of the green dragon with a devastating shot. Thumbs up! The golden lance's might did not diminish, instantly piercing through Ao Ting's chest and picking him up in midair. A strand of crimson eye-catching blood from the gun barrel slowly flowed down. The Li family's red war flag, at this moment, manifested more and more colorful red. Ao Ting's gaze was crimson and his face was white as the intense pain caused him to scream out. As the third prince of the Taishu Dragon Court, how had he ever suffered such a defeat? How had he ever suffered such a heavy blow? But now, he was actually picked off in midair with a single shot, and most of the dragon blood in his body had already drained out, so he was simply powerless to struggle to escape. Ao Ting, who had always been proud of his talent and looked down on everything, was already looking at Li Tsungtian with a little bit of astonishment and disbelief. He felt his life chi and blood draining away at a rapid pace. Losing this battle made Ao Ting feel a great humiliation, and his eyes were incomparably resentful. A wisp of imperceptible grim killing intent flickered from his eyes. Chapter 21 Tai Tai Ancestral Dragon Bone. Light of Extinction. Self-destructing crazily. Heaven and earth were silent. There were more than 10,000 cultivators watching the battle in Voltron Ancient City. Looking at the scene in the battlefield, all of them were staring blankly and fell into an endless silence. The 10 Great Palace of Destiny, hanging in the sky, blossomed with a blazing and dazzling immortal divine radiance. There is a supreme biting pressure that constantly suppresses and presses down. A pressing Ao criminal cannot move. In the center of the ancient city's battlefield, Li Tsungtian held a golden battle spear and nailed Ao Ting to death in midair. Such a scene seemed to be fixed into a picture scroll. He didn't kill the other party in the first place, but wanted to use this to show the world that the Son of God was not to be insulted. The battle is far from over. Is this prince that easy to kill? In front of a crowd of celestial pride, losing such a great face, Ao Ting's heart was simply humiliated to the extreme. An unstoppable killing intent erupted from his body in an instant. He wanted to thwart Li Tsungtian and break his bones into pieces. Boom! As Ao Ting's words fell, the bones in his body suddenly glowed, violently erupting with terrifying fluctuations that shook the heavens and the earth. His chi and blood also recovered extremely quickly in a short period of time, constantly climbing. like there was a blazing and eye-catching sun that was constantly diffusing and forming within his body. At this moment, Aoting's entire body blossomed with radiant divine light, and there were great Dao runes rushing out from his body, interweaving into dragon shadows that proudly roared in the sky. That terrifying aura was like the revival of supreme nirvana. Prince Aoting's chi and blood are recovering. Is he going to launch a counterattack? What a terrifying aura of pressure. Could it be the legendary Taishu ancestral dragon bone? Feeling this overriding supreme aura, an experienced and senior existence exclaimed with a disoriented expression. The Taishu ancestral dragon bone, which could awaken the ancestral dragon avatar, could make up for the gap between the 10 great fate palaces. In other words, if Ao Chang utilized his ancestral dragon avatar, he would also be able to enter the Emperor's forbidden realm, and his battle power would multiply and skyrocket. Taishu ancestral dragon bone, ancestral dragon divine ability, world-destroying robbing light. Aoting's face was incomparably hideous and hissed with a maniacal expression. He urged the ancestral dragon bone in his body with all his might, using lightning speed to obliterate Li Tsungtian with a single blow. Boom! A divine haze whistled out from Aoting's brow, a brilliant divine aura that caused the void to tremble continuously, with a feeling that it was about to collapse. All of the celestial pride felt a tragic supreme killing chance, wanting to fall to their knees, making it difficult to resist. Even the strongest of the older generation had their gazes narrowed slightly as they pondered. The Taishu ancestral dragon bone, the Taishu dragon body, and the 9 natal palaces. This junior of the Taishu dragon court was really hiding deep enough. From the time Ao Ting hissed out, to the time he unleashed the light of the world-destroying tribulation, it was only in the space of a breath. The ancestral dragon avatar was instantaneous, not giving Li Tsungtian any chance to react at all. It was only because Li Tsungtian had failed to completely subdue Ao Lin in the first instance, giving him a few seconds of respite. In time, the ending was reversed once again. Brother! Li Tianji's eyes were red with rage. With such a close-range instantaneous attack, and a terrifying ancestral dragon bone avatar, there was no time to effectively resist. Damn it, it's actually an ancestral dragon bone. Li Tsungtian's face changed in shock and he blasted Ao Ting away at the first opportunity, but it was too late. Wherever the light of the world-destroying calamity passed through, the void shook and shattered, and everything was silenced, with the terrifying aura of killing gods and devils, obliterating everything along the way. Buzz, under the unavoidable, Li Tsungtian is also a ruthless person. When the opportunity to give up the defense, sacrificing his life and forgetting about death towards Ao criminal swept away. At the same time, the Tsungtian overlord body was expanding, and a heaven-destroying fluctuation erupted from within Li Tsungtian's body. Li Tsungtian is going to blow himself up and drag Ao Ting to the west with him. He couldn't disgrace the Son of God. This scene, see the ancient city around the pride that is a burst of scalp numbness. All crazy began to draw back. Who can stand it when they start blowing themselves up at the drop of a hat? Even for Ao Ting, who wanted to obliterate Li Tsungtian, a look of dismay surfaced on his hideous and spiteful face. The dismay only appeared for a moment before it was replaced by deep fear. Q. Crazily. You get the hell out of here. Don't take me with you. Ao Ting cursed with a horrified expression and rolled around and began to flee. Crazy. Pure lunacy on the other side. Just as the light of the world-destroying tribulation was about to bombard Li Tsungtian's body, as well as when he was about to turn on his self-destruction, a red-clothed figure appeared in front of Li Tsungtian in an instant as if it were a ghost. He pressed one hand on Li Tsungtian's body, smoothing out the destructive spirit power that was constantly rioting within the former's body. The other hand, with both fingers together, flicked at the light of the annihilation. Thumbs up. There were no violent booms or earth-shattering explosions. I only saw the world-destroying robotic light that killed gods and demons and obliterated everything along the way. When it reached an inch of the red-clothed figure, it suddenly shattered into a roiling point of light without warning and faded into the wind. Godson, Li Tsungtian clenched his fists and lowered his head with a pale face, ashamed in his heart. His momentary mistake led to his own near death. If it wasn't for the Divine Son's help, I'm afraid he would have. Li Tsungtian wasn't afraid of death. He was afraid of losing face to Lord Godson. This time, he was supposed to ask for an explanation for the Divine Son, but he didn't expect to disgrace the Divine Son, which was why Li Tsungtian was so ashamed. Shattering the annihilating light of the Taishu ancestral dragon bone with his bare hands, is this Li Clan godchild a humanoid battle soldier? Not only that, while decimating the ancestral dragon avatar, he also suppressed Li Tsungtian's self-destructive spirit power. Hiss! At this moment, the heavens and earth were dead silent, and countless lines of sight were converging on top of the red-clothed. immortal-like teenager's silhouette. 2 fingers point shattered the light of the annihilation of the world, but his own is not moving. The breath of the ancient well, not at all like the appearance of injury. In response, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air, their jaws dropping in shock, and their throats going dry. This can't be right. Aoting's pupils suddenly contracted, a pair of dragon eyes full of disbelief, frantically shaking his head. The scene of the other party casually shattering the ancestral dragon bone avatar completely shattered Aoting's mental defenses, causing the sturdy Dao heart he had always had to appear to have cracks at this time. How? That black-robed saint from the Taishu Dragon Court also had an astonished gaze and a look of disbelief. When did the divine ability of the Taishu ancestral dragon bone become so unbearable? To hesitate is to give in vain, to give others a chance is to cut off your own life. This is the first lesson of survival. Li Xuanyuan collected Li Xantian's palm on his shoulder and said calmly. As the words fell, the bizarre disappearance of his figure in place, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Aoting. So fast, really fast. Aoting looked at the red-clothed teenager who was close at hand, the speed of the other party, so fast that he could not react at all. Li Xuanyuan didn't talk nonsense if he could do it, and with a forceful suction of his palm, the golden lance was red-ripped in his hand. Put. In the next moment, Aoting only felt a pain in his waist, and then his entire body flew up in place, only to see Li Xuanyuan stabbing his gun in through his left waist and the tip of the gun stabbing out from the right waist side. Buzz! The chi and blood in Li Xuanyuan's body roared, his arm violently shook, and a strand of amazing sword-ons rose up to the sky, to strangle Ao Qin in place. Killing my Taishu Dragon Court Crown Prince? How dare the Li family Jr.! Just as Aoting was about to fall, the saints of the Taishu Dragon Court, who were watching the battle from afar, finally couldn't help themselves. An icy and majestic voice resounded within the Voltron ancient city. Chapter 22, Opening up the Starry Sky Battlefield. Strongly slaying the Ao Su Great Sage, a word from a saint, with a heavenly constitution in his mouth, causes heaven and earth to change color and Shinkuan to collapse. The black-robed old man who came with Aoting, his breath was no longer ordinary, and his eyes had the terrifying sight of a starry sky fighting, and the breath of a saint was undoubtedly displayed. Wow! Dense raindrops appeared in the sky, like a divine sword chopping down, and the light was incomparably blazing, flooding the void universe. Every word and action of a saint can induce changes in heaven and earth. The brilliant rain of light from the holy Tao was again like the Milky Way falling from the 9 heavens, and the terrifying pressure caused people's souls to tremble. Many cultivators in the ancient city collapsed to the ground, struggling to withstand the sage's might. This isn't an unusual saint, it seems like a great saint personally following to protect the Tao, worthy of being an immortal royal Tao lineage. The foundation is really strong. There was an older generation of characters who held up a side of the domain, shielding their own offspring within, while opening their mouths with shocked expressions. The 5 realms of the saints. They are the Tongtian saints, the Chitian saints, the saints kings, the saints emperors, and the great saints. Further up is the supreme realm. By the time he reached the supreme realm, he had reached the peak of the Taichu Dao domain's combat power, ranking at the absolute top stream, and was at the level of an old ancestor. Without supreme and quasi-supreme beings, great saints were invincible existences. Even in the eternal life family, it is still visiting the first class. If put outside, it is even possible to start a party of Taoism alone, acting as an ancestor-level base. It's just a prince, so what if I kill him? Li Nantian took a step forward. His great sage cultivation aura was no longer hidden, and he burst out. The terrifying great saintly might was like a starry ocean exploding, sweeping through the entire heaven and earth. And the stars in the sky were shaking, only to see the heavenly divine fire pouring down, diffracting many visions, and then burning that light rain divine sword. All of them burned to the ground. A great saint, another great saint. It's a great saint from the everlasting Li family. The gazes of the cultivators within the ancient city were horrified. For a moment, they thought that Li Nantian was just an ordinary Chi Tian sage, or even a sage king. But how could it not have occurred to him that Li Nantian, who had always been low-key and introverted, and had never made a move in the Voltron ancient city, would actually be a great saint of heavenly strength? Recalling the scene not long ago when the other party knelt and saluted Li Xuanyuan, the crowd once again felt a tremor in their hearts and once again sucked in a breath of cold air. Elder Ao Su, save me! Aoting's face was horrified as he yelled for help. He was pierced into a candy cane and couldn't move at all. Facing this red-clothed divine son of the Li clan, he had the illusion of facing an ancient deity. And without even the slightest chance to resist, he was easily suppressed. He can't save you, so remember to pay attention in your next life. With Li Nantian blocking the Ao Su Great Sage in front of him, Li Xuanyuan didn't hesitate to make his move, instantly strangling Ao Ting into a bloody mist. Crown Prince of the Taishu Dragon Court, the hardened one didn't say a word. Flesh shattered, soul destroyed. You really deserve to die. Ao Su Great Sage was furious. His angry whistling shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. His eyes were bursting with killing opportunities, itching to thwart Li Xuanyuan, terrifying great saint pressure king of heaven and earth. The dome of the sky lightning and thunder. The sky exploded. Many cultivation is weak and no one to shelter the scattered cultivators. Directly exploded into a blood mist. What are you barking at here? If you dare to make a killing move against my holy son, this saint will send you on your way with that little punk. Li Nantian's white robe fluttered, lifting his hand to tear through the void, opening up a starry sky battlefield, taking the furious Ao Su with him, disappearing together in the ancient city of Voshan. Every move a saint makes contains the might of annihilation. Therefore, if they strike between them, they usually open up a starry sky battlefield and fight in the starry sky to avoid hurting innocents. This is not that the saints are merciful, but they are afraid of the forces behind certain people. If the breath revealed accidentally shocked an immortal family heir to death, even if they were great saints, they would still feel a great headache. Just because the probability of this is very small doesn't mean it's not there. For a long time, a rule had gradually been passed down by the powerhouses of the Taichou Dao domain. Strong people fighting against each other need to open up a side of the battlefield to settle their personal grudges, and they are not allowed to do so arbitrarily. Rumble. Above the vault of the 9 heavens, there were earth-shattering rumblings constantly resounding. That was the great sage of the southern heaven and the great sage of Ao Su exchanging blows. Wow! In the void, there were Saint Dao immortal flames burning, and green golden haze was flying, revealing the dome of the sky through the starry sky battlefield, causing this space to tremble. Ah! The miserable screams of the Ao Su Great Sage suddenly came out from the endless starry sky. Next moment, 4 thick dragon limbs, accompanied by hot dragon blood, fell from the depths of the starry sky. Those were the limbs of the Ao Su Great Sage Dragon Clan's main body, which had been chopped off by Li Nantian in a raw manner. Everyone in the Voltron ancient city felt their scalps go numb and their bodies go cold. No, your strength. The Taishu Dragon Court will definitely not let you go, and will definitely open the eternal life war. The incomparably terrified voice of the Ao Su Great Sage once again came from the starry sky. The eternal life war. Unlike the starry sky battlefield, this was a battle between 2 supreme Dao lineages, not a petty fight between 2 people. Growing long is called living long. This signifies the opening of the everlasting war, which will be fought endlessly until the other side is completely annihilated. If the 2 great Dao unification really opened the everlasting battlefield, blood would definitely be shed, and the entire Taichou Dao domain would be implicated and have no peace. Idiot! Li Nantian ignored the threat of the Ao Su Great Sage, and the green gold sacred flame erupted into a chaotic killing machine, as if it had opened up a side of the universe, and forcefully subdued and killed it. Boom! There were world-shattering killing opportunities erupting in the starry sky battlefield, spanning tens of thousands of miles, as if the entire starry sky had collapsed. The Ao Su Great Sage's unwilling roar resounded continuously in the starry sky, and in less than 3 breaths of time, it had already gone silent. Buzz! The void cracked open a passageway, only to see a golden divine bridge running through it, the holy haze surging. Li Nantian then took a step out from it and came to Li Xuanyuan's side, only to see bloodstains on top of Li Nantian's snow-winning white clothes, flowing with a faint saintly might. That was the blood of the Ao Su Great Sage. In his left hand, he was holding a fist-sized white bead, crystal clear, filled with Dao energy, flowing with a rich life chi. There was a white true dragon vaguely, constantly roaming in it, which was very strange. Divine Sun. This is the Ao Su Great Sage's innate dragon crystal. Consider it as a meeting gift for Divine Sun, and I hope Divine Sun won't mind. Li Nantian reached out and handed the dragon crystal to Li Xuanyuan and spoke with a smile. The innate dragon crystal of a dragon race great saint was a treasure of heaven and earth that was difficult to measure in terms of value. All the people present had fiery gazes and silently swallowed their saliva. No one did not want to possess such a supreme treasure, but it was the property of the Li family, and they did not dare to have any non-discriminatory thoughts. Chapter 23, Granting the Sacred Heavenly Dao Fire Skill, Using One's Body as a Furnace, Refining the Intrinsic Dragon Crystal. The ancient city was silent at the moment. Silence, it's Cambridge tonight. At this moment, the many forces in the city were all witnessing the fall of the Ao Su Great Sage. That was an imperial great sage who could start a Dao. And so the curtain falls bleakly. The great sage figures of the Taiku imperial race were generally higher than the human race in terms of battle prowess. Combined with the terrifying aura that the Ao-Su Great Sage had previously displayed, it undoubtedly demonstrated a 70/30th split with Li Nanshan's aura. But what the crowd didn't expect was that the so-called 3-7 split. But it was just 3 strokes for Li Nantian and 7 seconds for Ao-Su Desheng to crack. Lord Li Nantian has always been unassuming and low profile on weekdays, but I didn't realize that he was actually a great saint. A clan elder of a lineage took a deep breath, his white beard twitching as he could hardly hide the shock in his heart. Moreover, the other party was not an ordinary great sage. A figure that could obliterate the Ao-Su ancient sage in a gasp of breath must have reached an unimaginably terrifying level of strength. A great saint of the Taiku Imperial clan, killing him just by saying so, truly worthy of the everlasting Li clan. A middle-aged man with an abysmal breath sighed softly, his gaze overwhelmed with emotion. The Li family had stood in the Taichou Dao domain for endless years, extremely brilliant and radiant, and no one could know how much depth there was, especially as the most mysterious eternal life family of the Taichou Dao domain. In the recent epoch, there was a vague hint that it was steadily sitting as the #1 family. I'm afraid that only the Li family would dare to do so if they didn't fear the Taishu Dragon Court and forcefully obliterated a great sage and the Imperial Crown Prince. A great sage-level intrinsic dragon crystal can't be measured in terms of value, and if it were placed in an auction, it would only be taken in the form of barter. There was an Imperial Dynasty lord with a fiery gaze, but he only dared to quietly watch from afar, not daring to have any non-discriminatory thoughts. The Ao-Su Great Sage just now was the best example. Even if it was a barter, not many people would dare to explicitly offend the Taishu Dragon Court, which was unwise. Have a heart. Li Xuanyuan nodded slightly and pocketed the Ao-Su Great Sage's intrinsic dragon crystal, his innate chaotic Dao body. Its own breakthrough would require the consumption of a large amount of resources, and a great sage's dragon crystal was just what he needed. Buzz. At this time, after Li Xuanyuan received the dragon crystal, he flexed his fingers again. Only a dazzling divine splendor was seen, swept out from his fingertips and then pierced towards Li Nanshan's brow. Li Nantian frowned, but didn't make a defense, allowing this divine flower to disappear into his sea of consciousness. Subsequently, a stream of obscure and vast information on holy secrets unfolded. An ancient text, as deep and brilliant as the starry sky, combined to form a perfect picture of space and time. This is. Li Nanshan's complexion shook as layers of ripples rippled in his heart. Li Xuanyuan smiled faintly. Sacred Heavenly Dao Fire Skill. It's considered a superior divine ability of the sacred stage. This divine sun won't take something from you for nothing. Take it. Holy Order Avatar. In the Voltron ancient city, many cultivators exclaimed out in shock, their eyes that envious. The Holy Rank Divine Avatar, also known as the Holy Dao Divine Avatar, was the best divine avatar secret method other than the Emperor's Dao Immortal Technique and the Supreme Law. This kind of supreme secret method could act as a national treasure in an ancient imperial dynasty in the outside world. However, the Li family's divine son was casually gifted to others. This was the gap. Li Nantian was overjoyed, and immediately bowed respectfully. Nantian thanks the divine son for the reward. Saint-rank divine ability. Even if the Li family wanted to cultivate it, it wasn't an easy thing to do and required a large amount of merit value to exchange. This divine ability just happened to complement his green gold sacred flame, making it a very rare and supreme treasure. This sacred heavenly Dao fire skill was also ranked among the top of the sacred rank divine abilities in the Li clan's immortal pavilion. Redeeming it would consume 300 million merit honors, which was worth 3 years of his salary. Li Nantian had wanted this sacred skill for a long time. It was only that he had been busy managing the affairs in the ancient city lately and couldn't find the time to return to the Li family, so today was considered an early fulfillment of his dream. Not only does the Li family's divine son have a stunning face, but he is also so powerful, and his hand is also this generous. I really love it. The young girls who followed up and arrived in the ancient city had fallen in love with Li Xuanyuan at first sight, expressing their affection without hiding it. A confidant should be like this, and never leave each other. If you ask for the end of the period of love, unless when we meet, a princess of an ancient country murmured in infatuation, her gaze never leaving Li Xuanyuan's body since the beginning. One move to kill Prince Ao Ting, who had opened up the 9 fate palaces, even if they were the same heaven's pride of the 9 great palace of destiny. At this moment, they were also born with a deep sense of powerlessness, and they were very scornful. The gap between them and this Li family's divine son was simply too great, whether it was identity, strength, or appearance. It was like a gap in the sky that was difficult to overcome. I'm afraid that only the Taiku Imperial clan, the Eternal Life family, and the true leaders of the ancient imperial dynasties can compete with them. I'm not much of a fan of crowded places. Lead the way in front, Li Xuanyuan commanded. The sight of the surrounding women, who were eager to strip off his clothes and eat him, made Li Xuanyuan uncomfortable. "Godson, please follow me." Li Nantian nodded respectfully, then led the three Li Xuanyuan people away to the area governed by the Li clan star-picking pavilion. There was no need to worry about security here. There were many powerful people from the Li family sitting around, enough to ensure the safety of their own godchildren. "Congratulations to the host. The signing place has been activated. Do you sign in?" In the Voltron ancient city, in the star-picking pavilion, the system's beep sounded in Li Xuanyuan's mind. "Sign in," Li Xuanyuan said. "Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the avatar, flat steps and unlimited strength. Pingbuyun ignore all formations, prohibitions, seals, etc. Can be immune to all tangible and intangible controls. No one can control the lodging master. Infinite strength, the stronger the physique, the stronger the strength. Can easily break through the extreme realm of the physical body in each realm. No upper limit, never ending." These two avatars look like they have a good temperament, not as outrageous as before. Li Xuanyuan's rare appreciation. The last time he signed up for the throwing in the towel aptitude. What kind of rare and weird ghost skill is that? He was almost labeled a pervert. In comparison to this avatar, none of the new crowns in the awakening memories of the previous life had been able to crown it. Li Xuanyuan seriously doubted that if "throw yourself into the hands" was designated for his own use, he would definitely send himself into the hands of the other party. Luckily he didn't have the head iron to use it again that day, or he would have lost face. It's easy to ruin your reputation for a lifetime. It's better to come early than coincidentally, just in time to break through the Fate Palace realm with the help of the Dragon Crystal. Li Xuanyuan smiled faintly. The infinite strength, divine ability that he had signed up for this time was a good match for his innate chaotic sacred body Dao body. The stronger the physique, the stronger the power. Easily breaking through the physical body extreme realm was simply tailor-made for him. Buzz! A flash of light flashed in Li Xuanyuan's hand, and the dragon crystal was taken out by him. A white miniature true dragon continued to roam within the dragon crystal, emitting a deafening roar. "Humph, just a dead and unowned thing. Give this godson suppression." Li Xuanyuan snorted coldly and activated his innate chaotic sacred body Dao fetus, and a chaotic immortal shadow loomed behind him. There were also 6 mysterious visions that emerged, automatically diffracting a side of the Qiankuan heaven and earth, carrying the supreme aura of suppressing everything. A mere instinctive dragon crystal. Refining that wasn't simple. It wasn't difficult for him at all. Using his body as a furnace and the supreme chaos immortal shadow as the heaven and earth Dao flame, he forcibly refined the Ao Su Great Sage's intrinsic dragon crystal, a great saint-level dragon crystal. Although Li Xuanyuan could not completely refine and absorb it, yet it can be reused over and over again until it is completely consumed. As the dragon crystal was refined by Li Xuanyuan, the aura on his body climbed up. Rumble! The sky was suddenly covered with endless robberies, and a pavilion and palace, a human-shaped heavenly calamity, emerged in the depths of the robberies, and the sound was extremely powerful. That's the star-picking pavilion direction, an area controlled by the Li clan. Could it be that the divine son of the Li clan triggered the heaven and earth anomaly? Chapter 24 Ascending to the immortal forbidden realm, breaking the taboos of the ages. One could be the first of many epochs. Above the firmament, calamity clouds converged, and heavenly thunder was drumming, collapsing the sky. When Li Xuanyuan had previously killed Ao Xing in the ancient city, he had not exposed his cultivation breath. Looking at the sky, the robbery clouds were dense and black. The crowd began to speculate on Li Xuanyuan's cultivation level, roughly believing that it should be in the realm of creation. As for the first few heavens, that is unknown. On the roof of the plucked star pavilion, in a gazebo. That said, is this the Fate Palace cataclysm? How could the aura be so terrifying? This is a bit outrageous. Li Nantian carried his hands behind his back and looked up at the blackened dome of the sky with a slight frown, realizing that things were not that simple. As far as he knew, the divine son had a different physique, a desolate ancient sacred body. Since the century of Shang, the desolate ancient sacred body had descended the curse of the heavenly Tao, and there were 9 layers of heavenly Tao shackles added to the body. Trying to break through the realm was tantamount to going against the heavens. Li Nantian had a rough guess in his heart that this human heavenly tribulation and palace heavenly tribulation were mostly related to the physique of the divine son. The desolate ancient sacred body suffers from the curse of the heavenly Tao. Every time he breaks through, it will rain down the divine punishment of the heavenly Tao. The heavens won't let him break through so easily. The cultivators within the Voltron ancient city were terrified of this. Although this thunderbolt was not targeting them, the destructive fluctuations emanating from the robbing cloud were numbing. If the heavenly calamity cannot be carried, there can be no chance to start over, and it will be turned into flying ashes in an instant, and the grave will be set up in the same place. Inside the plucked star pavilion, the immortal bone in Li Xuanyuan's body was branded with Chaos Dao rules. The divine haze around his body was radiant, and his physical body was as crystalline and perfect as a diamond, flawless and unblemished. The black hair was rooted and crystallized, gently lifting with the wind, and his breath was misty like an immortal. Behind him, 6 great visions such as the chaotic seed green lotus, the immortal king proceeding to the 9 heavens, the yin and yang life and death diagrams, and the embroidered mountains and rivers emerged one after another. Each occupied a side of the natal palace, with an ancient and majestic aura. Li Xuanyuan could clearly feel that after refining Ao Su's intrinsic dragon crystal, his physical body had been greatly enhanced. Every move carried a supreme chaotic aura, and the entire person exuded a faint sense of immortality. Without the need to utilize the divine secret method, Li Xuanyuan felt that the current him could kill Ao Ting with 3 dry punches. His current realm had broken through from the early life palace stage to the late life palace realm. The physical body also broke the life palace extreme realm, and that intrinsic dragon crystal had only been consumed by 1/10. Boom! Right at this moment, the same body heavenly tribulation that had been accumulating in the sky and vault of clouds for a long time, at this moment, finally turned into a rushing ocean of thunder, and poured down fiercely towards the place where the star-plucking pavilion was located. This is not cleaving, but drowning, like the Milky Way in the 9 heavens falling into the starry sky. The sky and the earth were white, and there were blazing thunderbolt electric awnings everywhere, destroying the sky and destroying the earth as if they were extinguishing the world. That terrifying divine punishment robbery might was hair-raising. No good. Li Nanshan's face sank as his large hand grabbed toward the star-picking building below. He immediately cast the sacred Dao divine ability, Shenkuan, in the palm. However, in the space of a breath, all of the managers and properties within the star-picking building were collected with a single slap. He then took a step out and raised his hand to rip through the void and disappeared, walking that fast, only leaving behind an extremely dashing back. It wasn't that Li Nantian was ungrateful and saw death. If he had personally blocked the heavenly tribulation for Li Xuanyuan, then the one that erupted today wouldn't have been the Fate Palace tribulation. Rather, the great sacred hijacking. Once he made a move, his own divine son would die even more miserably, so it was better to wait and see what happened. Li Nantian believed that his own divine son would be able to turn the danger into a success, and that the regional Fate Palace cataclysm was just nothing. Buzz. At this time, Li Xuanyuan stepped out of the star-picking building. He was based in the void, his red clothes fluttering with the wind, his body haunted by the hazy chaos immortal radiance. Truly a graceful gentleman in his prime, leaving really fast, still not forgetting to take away the family property. Li Nantian is really something. Li Xuanyuan bent his head down to the direction of the gazebo and looked at the gradually healing spatial crack, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Spiteful as he was, the other man was right to leave in such a decisive manner. If Li Nantian got too close and he was about to approach the quasi-supreme realm, he could easily invite a great sage or even a supreme havoc. At that time, we can really call for heaven and earth, and we can only be chopped. Of course, that's just for everyone else. Li Xuanyuan, however, was not at all accustomed to the Fate Palace cataclysm. His palm sucked through the air, and a section of wooden stick fell into his hand. He then chopped the sky dome with his stick in front of a large crowd and in front of countless gazes, splitting the heavenly tribulation in half with a single sword. Since then, the robbery clouds on the dome of the sky completely dissipated, and the blue sky was blue and cloudless. The entire Voltron ancient city seemed to have stood still at this moment. Countless people's complexions completely froze, their mouths wide open and frozen in place. The holy body heavenly tribulation that was just now flooding the Huanyu heaven and earth and cleaving everything was now shattered without a trace by Li Xuanyuan's move. This fantastic contrast of back and forth made many people fail to react for a while. What's going on here? Can someone tell me what's going on? This holy body heavenly tribulation is a bit too easy, isn't it? Taking a small wooden stick and chopping it up just like that? After living for so many years, this is the first time I've seen such a heaven-defying act. I feel like I've lived the last half of my life in vain. If I had known that it would be so easy to cross the threshold, I would have gone up to join in the fun. Your sister, you've got a hole in your head, don't you? I'll kill you sooner or later. After a short period of silence, the Voltron ancient city completely boiled over, erupting in a burst of horrified voices. This is unbelievable and breaks the common people's inherent perceptions. All of them had a feeling of being in a cloud of rather unrealistic vapors. However, the shock that Li Xuanyuan brought to the crowd was far more than that. Break the taboos of the ages. Ascend to the realm of the immortal prohibition, the only one in the ages. and bestow the reward of the great Tao, while the hearts and minds of the crowd were trembling. A withered and majestic ancient voice, as if spanning endless epochs of time and space, resounded throughout the entire Voltron ancient city. At these words, all 10 directions were silent. The immortal Forbidden Realm. This unfamiliar Forbidden Realm was the first time everyone present had heard of it, breaking the taboos of the ages, the only ones in the ages. This represented that no one had ever reached the immortal Forbidden Realm in countless epochs, and Li Xuanyuan claimed to be the first person in the ages. Even the great emperors of past epochs who had witnessed the great Tao and carried the mandate of heaven were far inferior to Li Xuanyuan in terms of certain talents. An ordinary heaven's pride can explode into the first ban, second ban, until the 8 Forbidden Realms. And breaking the 9th extreme number and elevating from the 8th Forbidden Realm to the 9th Forbidden Realm was also called the Emperor Forbidden Realm. It can enhance one's battle power by 10 times, and fight across 9 subrealms to cross the ranks. After the awakening of the special divine body, the opening of the 10 Fate Palaces in the Fate Palace realm was equivalent to the Emperor's Forbidden Realm. The 9 Natal Palaces are equivalent to the 8 Forbidden Realms. The 8 Natal Palaces are equivalent to the 7 Forbidden Realms, and so on. As for the immortal Forbidden Realm, it had been unheard of since ancient times. Chapter 25 Rewarding 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Fist, perverted old uncle and face-controlled little sister. The immortal Forbidden Realm, the only one for all time. The people in the Voltron ancient city all had their gazes trembling, their hearts set off an immense storm, and their hearts were greatly shaken. Break the ancient taboos and step into the realm of the immortal prohibition. It didn't take much thought at all. The immortal Forbidden Realm was definitely a level higher than the Emperor Forbidden Realm, only because he was tainted with one word immortal. There was also the fact that the Emperor's Forbidden Realm would also be rewarded by the Heavenly Tao. It just didn't have the unique for all ages thing going for it. Combined on it, the immortal ban is greater than the imperial ban. Congratulations to the Divine Son for breaking the taboo and stepping into the immortal Forbidden Realm. The void cracked open, and Li Nantian strolled out from it before giving a respectful salute to Li Xuanyuan. At the same time, he waved his sleeve robe, not forgetting to return the treasures and people that had been swept away within the star-picking pavilion. Li Nantian is leaving in style and coming back quickly with a mind of his own. The Son of God is unrivaled in the world. Li Tsangtian and his duo were also happy to open their mouths after being safely released by Li Nantian. In the eyes that looked at Li Xuanyuan, they carried unrivaled admiration. The two of them could be incomparably certain that their own divine son was the supreme figure in the destiny karma prophecy that suppressed the heavens and the worlds and was the only one to be honored. Buzz. At this time, deep in the vault of heaven, a dense and hazy light floated out and finally landed in Li Xuanyuan's hands. At the same time, Li Nantian also looked towards the hazy light, and there was a holy fire burning in the depths of his eyes, carrying a supreme greatness that pierced through everything. After noticing that the items in the glow were not dangerous, he breathed a sigh of relief. The reward for breaking the ancient taboo was thought to be no big deal. Divine Son, this object has no dangerous aura and can be opened, Li Nantian said cautiously. Aha! Li Xuanyuan nodded his head, but he was still a bit uneasy, and once again inquired, System, is this jade slip dangerous? This time, he obtained a forbidden reward, a black jade slip that was crystal clear and plain, answering the host, No, it's safe as can be. That's good. Li Xuanyuan finally put down his heart and separated a stream of divine thoughts to probe into it, and found that it was actually an unimaginable forbidden divine ability. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Fist. He had just obtained the divine ability to break through the flesh extreme realm, infinite strength, and now he was being given a set of Empyrean fist techniques. What a blessing! A double blessing! Since then, the small storm in Voltron ancient city had finally come to an end. Li Nantian opened up the starry sky battlefield and forcefully obliterated the Ao Su Great Sage. Ao Ting, who was high in the eyes of the world, opened up the 9 Fate Palace, and even bore the Taishu dragon body, was consequently subdued into a bloody mist by a single move of the Li family's divine son. Then the next sword cut down the holy body's robbery cloud, breaking the ancient taboos and ascending to the forbidden realm. Each event taken individually is enough to amaze the crowd. Whenever the crowd recalled today's scene, their faces were filled with shock and awe that was hard to hide. Some of the young celestial pride, once they thought of being in the same era as the Li clan's divine son, a strong sense of despair inevitably arose in their hearts and they couldn't stop sighing. I'm afraid that only those dusty demons can compete with the Li clan's divine son. Not long after Prince Ao Ting and Great Sage Ao Ting fell, in the distant ancestral dragon heaven, this was the ancestral land of the Taishu Dragon Court. The Li family, it's the Li family again. There was a furious dragon roar that shook the 9 heavens, and a terrifying dragon might envelop the entire ancestral dragon sky, and all living beings trembled. Damned Li Nantian, nothing more than a pawn of the Vortex ancient city. How dare he kill my Dragon Clan's crown prince and behead my Dragon Clan's great sage, when there is no one in my Taishu lineage? This voice was madly roaring in anger, and the extreme killing chant stirred the wind and clouds of the heaven and earth. The divine son of your Taishu lineage is at the critical moment of breaking through the 11 Fate Palace, and at this current node, the Taishu Dragon Court is not fit to contract the Li family to go to war. At that moment, the tomb of the Three Lives Emperor is about to open, the second body of the Three Lives Emperor, but he has cultivated the supreme ancient dragon body. If he can obtain his dragon bone, essence blood, or inheritance, at that time, the overall strength of the Taishu Dragon Court will advance another layer. If we force a war with the Li family, that old 15th member of the Li family is a complete madman. Count the time, he should be coming out of that place soon. Another Taishu Dragon Court powerhouse expressed his own notions, the pros and cons listed out one by one. That Xianxian Divine Mountain also fell a great saint outside of the Li family's ancestral land, and the other party isn't a lord who has a hard time eating losses. Another Dragon Court powerhouse spoke in a deep voice. Good, then let's focus on the matter of the Emperor's tomb first, and in another day, we will make the Li family pay for their blood. The ancient city of Voltron, the Court of Books. This place was the discourse ground established by the Eternal Life Food family within the Voltron ancient city. The Food family, that is, the lineage where Li Shu and Yuan's mother, Food Shiyu, was from. In the Garden of Books, flowers and butterflies dance in the bushes, and clear springs flow over the rocks. Many of the grasses and trees look like they were psychic, with fluorescent light flickering from their blades, flowing with an extremely strong aura of life. At this moment, a few butterflies danced in a pavilion within the book fragrance garden and landed on a sword-browed, starry-eyed, plump purple-clothed man. The evening sunlight sprinkled down on him, coloring him with a layer of dreamy colors, making him look extraordinarily transcendent and out of this world. This little nephew of mine, how do I feel then his father is even more perverted, so that this old uncle of mine is really a bit difficult to bandage. The man in purple reached out to tease the butterfly and spoke with a helpless expression. The man in purple was named Foodabus, the older brother of Food Shiyu. Such a seniority is not exactly Li Shu and Yuan's old uncle. Thinking back to that year, after learning that his sister had been arched by a pig, he fought with Li Xiaoran in a rage. Then, it was a good beating. The Food was naturally unconvinced by this. As a result, the more he fought, the more he lost, and every time he was beaten up and unable to move. At the end of the day, he swings for the fences. Love what you want. It's most important that my oldest sister is happy. It's over. I'm not going to be able to beat even my nephew from now on, am I? The corners of the Foodabus mouth twitched slightly. This was highly probable. No wonder he felt that during this recent period, there was always a not-so-good premonition, so it was his nephew who was coming. There's an old saying about hitting your kids before it's too late. Food Yuchi coughed lightly and muttered in a low voice. Just because you can't beat them later doesn't mean you can't beat them now. Beat your nephew before it's too late. And at that moment, a gentle and melodious voice suddenly came from not far away. Food Master Yuchi, what's this about beating your nephew before it's too late? What are you talking about? As the words fell, he only saw an icy, jade-boned, stunningly beautiful red-clothed girl suddenly poking out a quirky little head from outside the gazebo. The young girl's eyebrows were like a painting, her green silk fluttered, and her absolutely beautiful face could not pick out a single flaw, and was nearly perfect, but the age of 10 years old, has already grown to be elegant, under the dress long and snow-white jade legs, like white jade carving, flowing with crystal light, between the red dress and the flowing sleeves, the temperament is dusty and cold, the imperial sister flavor is full, attracting infinite reverie. Food Profound Master, why are you ignoring me? What beating nephew? Do you also know about the recent changes that happened in Voltron Ancient City? The red-clothed girl leapt to the front of the Food Abundance and hugged his arm, her beautiful eyes lightly blinking as she asked. Children shouldn't ask too many questions about adults' affairs, especially you, little Food Yao. Food Profound drew his hand away, put his hands behind his back, and spoke in a pretense of sophistication. Cut. Who doesn't know about your fake immodest character anymore? What's the point of pretending to be profound? Food Yao's red lips flicked. The Food Abundance boarded his face and said with a serious attitude, "You heard wrong. I didn't say anything." But immediately afterward, Food Profound spoke again. "Say, what is it that you came to see me about this time? This little girl has nothing to do with anything, and it's not good that she's here." Food Master Yuchi is so smart. Food Yao smiled wryly, a touch of moving brilliance flashing through her bright autumn water eyes. She moved closer to the food and said quietly, "Food Master Yuchi, I heard that an exiled young handsome man came to the Voltron ancient city and even killed the prince of the Taishu Dragon Court with a single move. I want. Let you show me around. Hey! Upon hearing this, Fu Yao's brows furrowed and his gaze was greatly shocked. He glanced at the Fu Yao and said with twitching lips, "You little girl, hitting on my nephew's head? Ha? He's your nephew?" Fu Yao's beautiful eyes froze for a moment, but then immediately snapped back from it. Her Xin head nodded lightly and said, "Oh yes, he's a member of the Li family and the son of Elder Shiyu." But immediately afterward, a bit of redness climbed up on Fu Yao's cheeks, which was adorable. What was said next was a shocking statement. "Even if I'm the son of Elder Shiyu, but so what? I'm from another branch of the Food family, and I don't have any blood relationship with the Li family." Fu Yao simply sat down on a bamboo chair on the side, crossing her long snow-white legs. Her red lips lifted slightly, and her tone was playful. "You girl, you haven't even met yet and you're selling yourself short? I'm just going to take a look. I'm not doing anything else. You know, Master Yuchi, I like handsome men the most. When I first worshipped you as my teacher, it was because you were handsome and pleasing to the eyes." Alright, stop it. This statement is justified. Tomorrow the Voltron auction is about to open. This seat is designated to take you there. Chapter 26, Voltan House, Stranger Like Jade, Duke Worldly, Voltron Ancient City, Spirit Sword Villa. Inside an elegant attic, a Taoist-robed teenager sat alone in front of the window with a wine gourd in his hand, looking out the window at the setting sun and evening sun, drinking wine without saying a word. Gradually the wine had reached the bottom. He shook the wine gourd in the middle and smiled helplessly. Then he drunkenly said, "Sword Elder, there's no more wine. My lord, the wine is here." A gray-robed old man appeared out of thin air and filled up the wine for Jian Yen Yuan. The old man's breath was deep, and a great saintly aura was faintly emanating from his surroundings. To be able to make a great saint willingly become a follower was enough to see the talent and status of Jian Prosperity. "My lord, this time when the Three Lives mysterious realm opens, make sure to be careful of that divine son of the Li clan. The other party is very, very strong." Sword Elder's expression was rare and grave, and even though he believed in his own son's talent and battle prowess, he couldn't help but give a reminder. That Li clan godchild's battle power was too demonic, too bizarre. Before the battle and retreat cowardly. That is not my sword freestyle. If he meets in the future, as far as possible to fight with all their strength. Sword Prosperity tilted his head and poured a mouthful of liquor. There was endless sword intent surfacing in his eyes, as bright as the starry sky, seemingly able to cut through the 9 heavens. He had awakened the sword heart Dao body, opened up the 10 great palace of destiny, cultivated the imperial Dao avatar of Spirit Sword Mountain, and also had a sturdy and invincible Dao heart. When there is no fear of any enemy in the world, walk out a path of your own. Voltron Ancient City, Demon Phoenix Palace. Inside a green-veiled and charming room, Princess Phoenix dance. According to the Phoenix Dynasty's decree, don't start a conflict with the Li family yet, especially that divine son of the Li family. Wait until we get that phoenix bone in the emperor's tomb. A beautiful woman with a charming and delicate figure looked at the green veil barrier in the room and opened her mouth to admonish. "Anti-ice, I know." Phoenix Dance's charming and melodious voice came from behind the room's green veil barrier, as if it was a woozy sound that made people uncontrollably burn with desire, only to see that behind the green veil barrier, Foam Dance had her jade hands resting on her fragrant cheeks, reclining on the soft bed couch, her entire body covered with only a thin layer of red veil, like sheep's fat white jade, like wonderful delicate body, hidden under the red veil, snow-white jade legs long and white, extremely seductive. Li family divine son? I'd like to see if you can escape me or not. Foam Dance stretched out her delicate jade hand, gently crossed the delicate body, then raised her eyes to look at the direction of the star-picking pavilion, smiling sweetly with 100 winks. Voltron Ancient City, Xuanwu Building, on the shore of a breezy lake, with a gentle breeze and a willow, an old man and a young man were sitting here. The young man was dressed in black, with a plump god like jade, and a somewhat cold and arrogant temperament, and his body diffused many mysterious visions, and his temperament was extremely extraordinary. There was also an ancient Tao content permeating between the opening and closing of his eyes, just like an ancient deity. The black-clothed teenager was named Xian Lord, one of the heirs of the Xianmei Divine Mountain, possessing a Xuanwu divine body and opening up the 9 natal palaces, the Li clan's divine son. It's a bit tricky. The Xian Lord's brows were furrowed, and his gaze flickered continuously. What happened in the Voltron Ancient City was a bit out of his expectation. He had already been informed of the news that Li Shu and Yuan had forcefully subdued Ao Ting. Although Xian Lord had a certain number of cards and was certain of defeating Ao Li, there was always an inexplicable sense of trepidation. It seemed that before entering the Three Lives Emperor's tomb, there was still a need to raise his battle power as much as possible. It would be great to fuse the Xuanwu divine bone of the clan. Lord Shen Lord. The Holy Lord has already sent word that he will help you fuse the Xuanwu divine bone when the Voltron auction is over. When we enter the Three Lives Emperor's tomb, then we'll join forces with the Taishu Dragon Court and the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Dynasty, and we'll surely be able to suppress the Li family members easily. Even if the Li family is no longer heaven-defying, it will still be difficult to resist the three great Taiku imperial clans joining forces, and it will be difficult to escape with their wings. At this moment, the black-robed old man on the side spoke respectfully. Also a great saint, the protector of Xian Lord's trip to the ancient city this time. Good. By fusing the Xuanwu divine bone, this saint's son can break into the emperor's forbidden realm, and by joining forces with the other two imperial clans, he can easily suppress the younger generation of the Li clan. Over the course of many epochs, only that Li family's divine son has stepped into the immortal forbidden realm? What kind of joke is that? In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. A brilliant and ornate pavilion was situated in the center of the Voltron ancient city. This building was called the Voltaic Pavilion, and it was also the venue where this auction was held. For the sake of this auction, the Vortex Pavilion had been specially expanded, enough to accommodate 100,000 people to enter together. Without enough heritage and background, I'm afraid that I won't even be able to enter the gateway of the Voltron Pavilion, and 100,000 people is enough. At this time, the Voltron Pavilion was already overcrowded and full. The Spirit Sword Mountain's heir is here. His aura is so powerful, worthy of being the possessor of the Sword Heart Dao body. The third Princess Phoenix dance has arrived as well, as stunningly beautiful as ever. I love it so much. That black-clothed young man, he seems to be Xian Lord, the heir to the Xianmei Divine Mountain. I didn't expect him to come too. Transcendent Forces, the Taiku Imperial Clan, all of them are big shots this time. Within the auction venue, many cultivators expressed their surprise. The big names that are usually rare to see are all seen today. The Li family's divine son is here. I don't know who exclaimed, but it caused an uproar. At this moment, all the gazes present were like 100 rivers converging on the sea, all looking in one direction and finally landing on a red-clothed figure. It was an exiled young man, surrounded by chaotic immortal radiance. His body is flawless and transparent as an ancient precious jade, branded with supreme Tao rules. Every move, there are immortal charm in the diffusion, giving a kind of dreamy illusion that is not like the earth, as if it is that remote and unclimbable immortal, especially after breaking through the flesh extreme realm of the Fate Palace realm. The immortal rhythm aura on Li Xuanyuan's body became even more ethereal. At this moment, many of the women in the auction house, with their beautiful eyes impregnated with love and affection, all reddened their cheeks. Such a gentle young man is called a stranger like Jade, and a male in the world. Chapter 27 Cheap Old Uncle's Food Yuchi, Food Family's Divine Daughter, Food Yao. Li Xuanyuan faintly swept the auction site, then left under the leadership of Li Nantian to the imperial-sized private room. Priority bidding is available here, and the scene on the auction table is visible in the room with a special screen drop. This is a supreme privilege unique to the Eternal Life family. Even though Li Xuanyuan had already left, that astonishingly beautiful face was still imprinted in the hearts of the women in the arena. It made their pretty faces blush and their breathing rapid. A charming, the holy son of the Violet Mansion Holy Land is here. At that moment, someone in the auction venue once again exclaimed in shock, only to see a 12 or 13-year-old strolling in. He was wearing a white suit, his lips were red and teeth were white. He was very handsome, when he was really a fluttering beautiful boy. Although the Purple Mansion Saint's son's appearance was relatively outstanding, but earlier there had been Li Xuanyuan used as a reflection, so in comparison, it was very ordinary. One is immortal and the other is mortal. They cannot be compared. With the Violet Mansion Saint's son seated in the VIP booth shortly after, suddenly, a stunningly beautiful red-clothed silhouette stepped into the Voltron Pavilion auction site silently. Behind the red-clothed girl, a middle-aged man with sword brows and starry eyes and a cold, arrogant aura also walked in together with his hands behind his back. The prideful people present were all aware at this time, and coincidentally looked over towards the location where the red-clothed girl was. In an instant, all of them were infatuated with their gazes. The young girl's features were exquisite and picturesque, her body was exquisite and delicate, and her slender jade legs gently stepped, like dancing red elves. It's the divine daughter of the Food family, Food Yao, who carries the flying immortal body, and rumor has it that if she cultivates it to great completion, she can be transformed into an immortal. There's also Zun Yuan of the Food family. I didn't expect him to come too. Many people were talking quietly. And the male celestial pride present looked at the red-clothed silhouette and could no longer take their eyes off it after just one glance. All of you should not harbor any non-ideas. It's just not going to work out. The Food family and the Lee family have always been on good terms, and since the previous generation of the Food family's goddess married the Lee family's godchild, they're practically on the same side. So us mundanes, we'd better die of this. The relationship between the Food family and the everlasting Lee family was known to all the many forces within the Taichu Dao region. The two families are a trusting partnership that can put their backs into each other's hands, completely, on the same rope, so to speak. I am the holy son of the Violet Mansion Holy Land, Violet Tian K. It is rumored that the Food Yao Holy Maiden has an orchid heart and is of heavenly beauty, so it is an honor to meet her today. The window of the VIP room on the left side opened, and the Purple Mansion Saint's son appeared in the crowd's line of sight. He smiled gently at Food Yao, his temperament gentle and elegant. Then you are indeed quite honored. This holy maiden doesn't normally go out. Today is second nature. The Food Yao looked back, glancing at Ztian K. Her voice was cold and her speech was very straightforward. Then she turned around and directly left. The Purple Mansion Saint's son's face stiffened a bit, awkwardly messing up alone in the wind. The holy daughter of the Food family. Her style is quite unique. The Purple Mansion Saint's son smiled helplessly and found himself a step down, then closed the window of the private room, no longer making a fool of himself. The many people in the venue all looked at each other in disbelief, regarding the matter of the Violet Mansion Saint's son being defeated. Naturally no one dared to say anything in person, but there was certainly no shortage of secret discussions behind the scenes. The status of the Violet Mansion Holy Land was indeed very high, but compared to the Eternal Life family, it was still a step behind. It was only natural that a proud daughter of heaven such as the Holy Maiden of the Food family would be unwilling to take care of the other party. Voltron Pavilion. In the emperor-sized private room, does the godson eat watermelon? Not thirsty. Godson have some grapes? Not a fan of spitting skin. So, Kamiko, I'll rub your shoulders. Only to see Li Nantian rolling up his sleeves and rubbing Li Xuanyuan's shoulders with an attentive attitude. Li Tsungtian and Li Tianji, who were on the side, looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. Who would have thought that the white-robed middle-aged man in front of him, who was quick with his hands and feet and offered his services all the time, had casually killed a great saint a few days ago? Such a strong contrasting contrast is extremely visually appealing. Alright, don't press it. This godson's bones are about to fall apart. Li Xuanyuan waved his hand, signaling Li Nantian to stop. It's not comfortable for a man to be rubbing his hands like a bath. Speak, what is it that you are asking for? Li Xuanyuan said blandly. Li Nantian scratched his head awkwardly, and after hesitating for a few times, he said quietly, Nantian dares to ask the Divine Son, that immortal forbidden domain, is he decent? Upon hearing this, Li Xuanyuan fell into silence for a while. This thing can still be decent and immodest? Li Nantian coughed lightly and said in an Divine Son, I mean, is he strong or weak compared to the Emperor's forbidden domain? He didn't pursue the specific details of the difference between the two in depth. That wasn't something he should know. Li Nantian was still very measured about it. Only strong. Li Xuanyuan's answer was ambiguous. The Divine Son is magnificent and unrivaled in the world. Li Nantian took a deep breath and spoke in a respectful voice. It was clear that he had gotten the answer he wanted. Because of the matter of the immortal forbidden realm, he had been eager to personally open his mouth and ask the Divine Son about it these past few days. If he didn't ask, the feeling was like 10,000 ants crawling all over his body, causing Li Nantian to feel uncomfortable all over. It was finally a relief to hear the godson admit it himself. Cool. In response, the eyes of the two Li Tsungtian also lost a fiery admiration, especially Li Tsungtian more so. He had opened up the 10 great fate palaces and stepped into the Emperor's forbidden realm, and he was well aware of the terrifying aspects of this level. The immortal forbidden domain would only be stronger than the Emperor forbidden domain, and Li Tsungtian didn't dare to imagine how terrifying it would be. Squeak! And at that moment, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open, and a gentle young girl's voice came in. May I ask if this is the room of the Li family's Divine Son, Li Xuanyuan? Outside the door, a seductive red-clothed girl, her jade hands crossed in front of her chest, her red lips slightly opening, weakly inquired. You are? Li Xuanyuan looked at the red-clothed girl standing in the doorway, and his eyes immediately lit up slightly. A gentle girlish voice and a hot imperial body. I never thought that these two types of characteristics would be concentrated in one person. It's really a sight to behold. Who am I? I'm your old uncle. At this moment, a low whisper came from behind the red-clothed girl, and the Food Abundance walked in, skillfully closing the door with his backhand and then unlocking it. Old uncle? Li Xuanyuan raised his eyebrows lightly and looked at the purple-cloaked man with the sword brows and starry eyes, and in a rare way, he actually felt a sense of affinity with his bloodline. Fu Yao's mind was also slightly stunned as she looked at Li Xuanyuan's handsome and immortal-like face. Perhaps it was because of the flying immortal body, she unexpectedly had a special emotion welling up in her heart. My name is Fu Yo-Yo. The Fu Yao's voice was like heavenly music and her smile was moving. She was a quirky little girl in front of the food abundance, but when she saw Li Xuanyuan's, she unconsciously cowed down and looked like a gentle lady. The food family? Li Xuanyuan looked dazed. So it was his mother's food family. No wonder there was a feeling of blood connection with the man in purple. Feelings are family. With this thought, Li Xuanyuan smiled at Fu Yao. My name is Li Xuanyuan. Chapter 28 Extortion Primal True Solution. Divine Guidance. Transcendence. Ultimate. Nantian. Meet Honorable Abyss. When Li Nantian saw the purple-cloaked man, his tiger body shook violently and he bowed with a respectful expression. This master was a peerless heavenly pride that was on par with Lord Shaoran back then, with a battle power through the heavens and through the earth, and an unparalleled splendor. There were rumors that the other party had opened up 11 fate palaces, while others said that the Yuan Zun had subdued a quasi-supreme. In recent years, the food abundance has gone into hiding and has not shown his face. As for the authenticity of the news, there is no way to tell at the moment. No need to be polite. Food Profound waved his hand in a gesture. As for the flamboyant performance of the little girl of the side of the Food Yao, Food Yuan expressed great helplessness. However, one thing was that his own little nephew was indeed quite handsome, and the food abundance had a momentary loss of concentration, simply because Li Xuanyuan looked too much like Li Shaoran, with a 60% to 70% similarity in appearance. In a trance, it was as if the food abyss had seen a deceased person from back then, and his eyes became gentle for a moment. You, really my old uncle? Li Xuanyuan's eyes fell on the man in purple and asked with less certainty. He had heard his grandfather mention offhandedly that his mother had an older brother, a divine son of the previous generation of the food family. The other party seems to have had a bad past with his father, a sort of black history for the other party. Nonsense. That can still be false. Do I have a second sister? Food Yuan glanced obliquely at Li Xuanyuan and smiled. Food Heiyue is my own sister. Quickly call out uncle to hear it. Li Xuanyuan raised his eyebrows and reconfirmed to Li Nantian beside him. Is it true? Li Nantian wiped a cold sweat and hurriedly explained. Really, 1,000 times over. Lord Profound Exalt is indeed the uncle of the Divine Son. He was afraid to give double credit for the whole thing. That's good. I thought this guy was going to cajole me as an innocent little teenager. Li Xuanyuan patted his chest and turned his head to Food Profound and shouted good-naturedly. Good old uncle. Good boy. Food Profound revealed a fatherly smile and reached out to touch Li Xuanyuan's head, but the other party dodged it. I say, old uncle, don't you give your nephew a little gift for the first time you meet? Li Xuanyuan stretched out his small hand and said with a grumble. You didn't even come to drink your nephew's full moon wine, so it's normal to give some gifts now, right? The outstretched palm of the food was frozen in mid-air, and the corner of his eye involuntarily twitched. He suddenly realized that this little guy looked like his old man. Who says I haven't visited you? Of course this seat has. Food Profound defended. That doesn't matter. Anyway, if I haven't seen you, then I haven't been here. Li Xuanyuan bristled. Food Abyss was so speechless that he could not wait to say to the brat in front of him. You were still an egg then. How can you see me? Seeing the other side of the Iron Rooster appearance, Li Xuanyuan immediately make the best of the best. Flattering, nephew has long heard that the old Uncle Jade Tree, elegant, graceful, with a belly of poetry and books, talent and appearance of both. Today I got to see it, and it's true that I have an extraordinary temperament. As his words fell, Li Xuanyuan stared blearily at Food Profound and said, Old uncle, a pentagonal warrior like you, it's not possible that you can't even take out a small gift, right? Wouldn't you? It can't be? For a moment, Food Profound was at a loss for words. He had thought of coming to the Vortex Pavilion to see his nephew and tease the little guy in the meantime, who had thought that the moment he entered the house, he was forced to take control. The little guy mouth like a river, cheek thick with the city wall like, with his father old nose like. On the side, Food Yao smiled warmly. The first time we meet, it's time to give some meeting gifts. We can't break the rules. Little girl, you're elbowing your way out, aren't you? A mouthful of 86-year-old blood nearly spat out of the food. What is this? One of your own family members speaking in favor of someone else? Shouldn't he be standing on the first floor by rights? How is it that nowadays it's being backdoored? Li Nantian, Li Tsuntian, and Li Tianji, the three of them, stood on the side of the board. with smiles on their faces that they couldn't help but hold back, about to suffocate their internal injuries. Their family's divine son was really too dark. Since this is the first time we've actually met, it's only right to give a gift. The food abyss was complimented by Li Xuanyuan, so he could only sigh helplessly, and with a flash of immortal light in his palm, he took out a jade box. When the jade box was opened, 3 jade slips were placed inside, with the chi of chaos, the chi of Hongmeng, and the chi of the beginning entwined. The immortal mist was dense, ancient and mysterious. At this moment, it was as if the space inside the private room was standing still. This is a supreme dharma that your old uncle spelled out and obtained by chance. There is no specific grade, but it is by no means inferior to the Emperor's Tao divine principle. It is even as good as it has ever been. This supreme dharma is called the primordial true solution, and is divided into 3 upper, middle, and lower chapters, namely divine introduction, ultimate, and transcendence. And this divine introduction chapter, Food Profound's eyes were proud as he introduced this little nephew of his, preparing to gift the divine introduction piece to the other party for cultivation. Love you, old uncle. Thanks for the 3 gifts. Not waiting for Food Yuan to react, Li Xuanyuan was quick on his feet and snatched the box. The mysterious chaotic aura emanating from the jade slip was enough to know that these 3 items were not mortal. It is not much weaker than the Li family's immortal secrets. Regardless of this and that, first, get it. And you want to give him a separate piece? Not even the door. Mani. Food Abyss had bitter words. He just wanted to say that he would only give 1 cultivation method, but he didn't say that he would give all of them. Old uncle, you are too generous. A great man like you should have 8 sons in 1 birth. Li Xuanyuan backhandedly received the 3 primordial true explanations into his spatial ring, not giving the other party a chance to backtrack at all. Ugh. Food Profound wanted to speak. All the words he wanted to say finally turned into a helpless sigh. Instead of hitting the nephew, he lost his pants. There's no one else either. Based on the deduction that his right eyelid had been jumping straight up for so many years, this visit was not going to be good. It was also fortunate that when he came, he had topographed a version of the primordial true solution, or else he would have been really caught. As a matter of fact, these 3 primordial dharma sect, Food Profound's original intention at the very beginning, also wanted to give all of them to his nephew, as a separate congratulatory gift for the rite of initiation. Only instead of giving it all at once, it is given in 3 stages. After all, the other party's cultivation level was too low, and cultivating the first divine guidance was already enough. As for the transcendence of the second, and the ultimate of the third, they are not currently available for use for the time being. In this case now, it's kind of an early giveaway. After Food Profound sighed, he then admonished in a serious tone. The primordial true explanation divine introductory chapter focuses on the refining and casting of the foundation. Everything needs to be done in a gradual manner. If you eat up the first divine guidance thoroughly and then cultivate the transcendence chapter, you will have unexpected surprises. At this time, the Food Abyss finally had the appearance of an elder. He began to patiently explain the pros and cons and contents of the primal true solution for Li Xuanyuan. Carefully, try to make it as easy as possible for your nephew. Chapter 29. Looking back at a piece of charming scenery, fishing and catching a man in a circle. While the Food Profound was explaining the primordial true solution to Li Xuanyuan, the Voltron auction was also officially ready to begin. The entire auction site was filled to the brim, and all the heavenly prides from all walks of life narrowly met each other for the 3 lives Emperor key. Only, the ones firmly seated in the venue were only some unusual heavenly prides. As for the Eternal Life family, the Taiku dynasty, and other transcendent forces, all of them were arranged in the emperor-sized private rooms. Inside, there are specialized space projections that allow you to place bets across the room. As for the Holy Land, Ancient Kingdom, and other slightly lesser forces, they were arranged in the VIP rooms. There is no space projection in the VIP room, just a separate environment for you. If you want to participate in the bidding, you need to open the window and throw in your chips. Compared to the secrecy of the Emperor's name, the VIP rooms were slightly more awkward. The Voltron Pavilion welcomes all of you who have traveled from afar, and I wish all of the seniors present here that all of you who have come will have something to gain, and all of you will be able to return home with your treasures. A black-robed middle-aged man walked up to the auction stage and without too much nonsense, announced the start of the Voltron auction on the spot. Snap! As the black-robed middle-aged man's palm gently tapped, he saw a clear and beautiful young girl, her jade hand holding a jade box, lightly swaying in her lotus steps, walking up to the auction stage. The jade box opened, and inside it held a thumb-sized black stone, its surface glossy and warm, inscribed with faint lines, as if it were a pebble. No way. Take a piece of broken rock and auction it off? A celestial pride. after carefully observing, was not finding anything peculiar, and at that moment, he spat out in a low voice. Most of the people present, too, were sighing and secretly shaking their heads. I didn't expect Voltron Pavilion to have such a grand auction, and the opening directly gave a big pile of pull. Oh, this object looks ordinary, but it has a great origin. The black-robed middle-aged man saw that the atmosphere at the scene was not enthusiastically high, so his gaze contained a smile as he introduced. This stone was discovered by chance by a quasi-supreme powerhouse from a secret realm at the edge of the desolate Forbidden Land. After a series of tests by the Voltron Pavilion, not even holy fire can scorch it, and a quasi-supreme level of battle power can't shake it in the slightest. With those words, the black-robed middle-aged man looked around and said with a smile on his face, "Mystery stone starting price, 20 immortal crystals." Immortal crystal, the crystallization of the concentrated immortal source liquid, hence the name. Inside the imperial-sized private room, the chaotic ancestral dragon sleeping on Li Xuanyuan's shoulder suddenly opened its eyes and stared intently at the black stone on the auction table. 30 immortal crystals. Li Xuanyuan was the first to break the silence of the auction house and took the initiative to throw down his chips. Something to think about that would interest this little guy. Li Tsongtian's gaze was slightly startled. 30 immortal crystals to buy a black stone of unknown origin. The price was a bit big. Li Tianji, on the other hand, gently shook his head towards Li Tsongtian, signaling him not to speak too much and to trust the Divine Son's decision. Li Tianji's pupils flowed with the power of cause and effect, observing the black stone, but he found that there was a special layer of prohibition blocking it, making it difficult to peek at its true appearance. Perhaps, this object is really not a mortal artifact. The results of the auction came out quickly. No one participated in the bidding, and it was finally taken by Li Xuanyuan's 30 immortal crystals. Not long after, a maid came and knocked on the door, respectfully put down the jade box and bowed before turning to leave. Interesting. Li Xuanyuan picked up the thumb-sized black stone and gently rubbed it in his palm. The chaotic ancestral dragon on his shoulder had two glowing eyes and his saliva flowed indisputably. It was eager to rush up and swallow it in one bite. The food abundance came over, his soulful eyes narrowed, and he didn't see a reason for it. Buzz. At this time, Li Xuanyuan ferried a wisp of chaotic breath into the interior of the stone, and then slowly spat out a few words from his mouth after a further fine sensation. Dragon black gold. No wonder the chaotic ancestral dragon woke up with a start. It turned out that it was attracted by the aura of the dragon marked black gold. Upon hearing this, Fu Yao's beautiful eyes were startled and she looked deeply at Li Xuanyuan. 10 immortal crystals to pluck a piece of immortal gold that could cast an imperial warrior. This kind of probability did not exist in 100,000. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. That, with an unkind smile, Futibus took a quick step close to Li Xuanyuan and said with a fist pumping, "Good nephew, can you let uncle have a look?" Li Xuanyuan held the unopened dragon black gold and nodded gently. "Of course, look," Fu Yuqi signaled with a glance. "Put it in my hand. You can see it more closely that way." In response to this request, Li Xuanyuan put away the dragon black gold at once. He stared at the Futibus with a suspicious face and said, "Treasures don't leave your hands. I think it's better to forget about this." Li Xianyuan always felt that this old uncle of his didn't have good intentions. If he were to hand over the dragon black gold to him, it would really be a meat bag with no return. Food Profound covered his forehead and sighed heartily. Alas, where is the trust between people? I'm your own uncle. As he spoke, Food Profound's gaze took the opportunity to sweep Li Xuanyuan through the wisp of a gap exposed in his fingertips, and continued to start the show of sighing and sighing. Not to mention my uncle, even my father is useless. Li Xuanyuan's stance was firm. You brat, Food Profound said with a black face. At this time, the Fu Yao's lotus step lightly moved and came next to Li Xuanyuan, the pair of beautiful eyes that were as clear as a mirror, looking towards the outside auction table. For a while her thoughts were a little confused. After a few moments, the young girl looked back at Li Xuanyuan. Her voice was gentle and melodious, and she exhaled like an orchid. "Yesterday, I secretly heard a message that Master Food Profound said he was going to beat you up, and he said that you should beat up your nephews before it's too late." "What?" Li Xuanyuan's brows furrowed, and his eyes turned towards the Futibus with a wary gaze. "It doesn't matter if this doesn't turn around." Just turned around. The first thing that caught his eyes was a snow-white mass of charming, rich and fragrant, pleasant aroma. It's a little juvenile." Li Xuanyuan's face stiffened and he muttered something in a small voice, and embarrassment filled the air. It was only then that Fu Yao realized that when Li Xuanyuan turned his head, his face was about to touch her breasts. At that moment, with a cry of alarm, the young girl quickly left, bringing with her a fragrant breeze. Fu Yao's face reddened to her neck in an instant. Seeing this scene, Food Profound shook his head helplessly and said, "It's still you young people who can play. I didn't see anything. You guys continue." Li Tsingtian and the three of them also had the sense to look away, pretending that they didn't see anything. Next up for auction is a heavy treasure and the most anticipated by the crowd, the 3 Lives Emperor Key. At this time, the middle-aged man who was presiding solemnly opened his mouth to make an announcement, instantly attracting the attention of the crowd. The atmosphere of the scene, too, reached its peak. A black and white key, presented on the auction table, flowing with great Dao Qi, was the grand finale of the auction. 50 immortal crystals. Xian Lord, the heir to the Xuanwu Divine Mountain, was the first to throw out a price. 70 immortal crystals. The Holy Son of the Violet Mansion Holy Land, Violet Tian followed closely behind and started bidding. 80 immortal crystals. 100. The sound of the auction broke the awkward atmosphere in the imperial-sized private room. Divine Son, Tianji thinks, this 3 Lives Emperor Key can be left out of the auction. At this time, Li Tianji, who had been silent all this time, quietly projected with his 10 fingers and suddenly smiled mysteriously. Go on. Li Xuanyuan nodded his head. After receiving the affirmation, Li Tianji continued. Snipe and muscle fight. Fisherman benefit. Surround and catch the wang. This is the best strategy. You boys are so bad. Li Xuanyuan instantly understood Li Tianji's meaning and said in a flash, okay, let's do it the way you said. Sandpiper. Some people act as snipes and clams, losing both for the chance, and in turn are used as pawns by the fishermen behind them, and are mercilessly harvested in the end. He, on the other hand, was to be the one to reap the rewards of fishing. The proceeds from the auction of the 3 Lives Emperor Key, as well as the Emperor Keys possessed by other Taiku imperial clans, imperial dynasties and holy lands. The chances of the Emperor's tomb that those celestial pride had worked so hard to obtain with 9 deaths would all automatically run into his Li Xuanyuan's pocket. Chapter 30 Far-sighted Li Laolu. Immortal Bone Resonance. Strange White Beast. Li Tianji's 100 times truthful plotting and meticulous mindset made Fu Yaoyao not help but be impressed by this white-clothed teenager, and Li Xuanyuan, who could make the other party submit willingly, was even more appealing to Fu Yao. The young girl spread her face and smiled, messing up her fangirls in a flash. Even the sun, moon and stars in the sky were eclipsed by it. It's called the Big Old Black Belly 6, and it specializes in stealing people's asses. With his arms wrapped around him, Food Profound looked at the intense scene in the auction house below where you were fighting for the bidding that led to red faces and necks, and immediately spat out softly. But that's something I like very much. My old uncle is still very supportive of you. What you get by your own merit, that's the chance that belongs to you. First of all, spitting is spitting, but for his nephew's style, the food abundance is still very supportive. In this weak, strong, and deceitful Tai Chu Dao domain, if you follow the rules too much, you won't be able to become a world-shattering powerhouse. Surrounding and catching the wang is indeed a wonderful plan, but it's still not very secure. Li Xuanyuan tapped his fingers on the seat and mused. How about this? Sangtian and Tianji, the two of you go and act as the besiegers, and this godson will wait for the opportunity to move, just in case of the unexpected. No, the two of you are still a bit inappropriate, plus the little golden dragon. The 3 of you will act together to make sure that nothing goes wrong. I honor the Divine Son's order. Li Tianji and Li Tsingtian nodded at the same time. Afterward, Li Tianji heartily exclaimed, Divine Son is thoughtful and far-sighted. Tianji admires that. It's so intertwined, so intriguing, it's hard to escape. Hooray! The chaotic ancestral dragon tilted its head and barked a few times, indicating its agreement with the plan this time. For Li Tianji's praise, Li Xuanyuan shook his head and said, it's not really far-sighted. A lion fights with a rabbit and also uses its full strength. It's called being careful with a boat for 10,000 years. There was a heavenly pride who thought that his plan was 100 times better, being in the second layer of the atmosphere. The so-called snipe is nothing more than an appetizer. Nothing more. Who would have thought that there were special waiting huddlers at the back? Perhaps they were not the only ones who had surrounded Wang, and in order to avoid failing to surround Wang, Li Xuanyuan had set up the 4th layer of the atmosphere. That is, he personally broke the back, as a last resort, and also to ensure that nothing was lost. 1 ring, 1 set, infinite sets. This wave, he stands at the top of the atmosphere. Wow, what a cute little golden dragon. It was only then that Fu Yao realized that there was a small golden dragon lying on Li Xuanyuan's shoulder. Her beautiful eyes instantly swirled with love and she couldn't help but reach out and touch it a few times. Earlier, this little guy had been sleeping, and her mind had been on Li Xuanyuan, so she hadn't even noticed that there was such a cute guy. Fu Yao took out a few spirit fruits and waved them in front of the chaotic ancestral dragon, who swept a faint glance, then closed his eyes again without any interest. This is a top-grade spirit fruit. Unusual heavenly prides don't even have it if they want to eat it. You're still picking at your food here. Fu Yao stretched out her green jade fingers, picked up a few more spirit fruits, and handed them to the chaos ancestral dragon. Perhaps impatient and annoyed, the chaos ancestral dragon rolled over and shoved its little head into Li Xuanyuan's collar, leaving only a buttock exposed. It seemed to be saying, "Whatever you say, I'll lose if I can eat one word." Fu Gaze was envious of this, to be able to take a golden dragon as a mount at such an age. Envying others, he didn't have that back then. Reminiscing back to the time when he was in the Fate Palace realm, it seemed like he was riding a Xuanwu with a thin bloodline to come. As a result, someone shouted at him to ride a king, and the angry Fu Yuqi let that person fly up to the sky that day, and he has not come down yet. While Li Xuanyuan and the others were discussing their plans, the auction for the 3 Lives Emperor key was gradually drawing to a close. It was finally auctioned off at a price of 300 immortal crystals by Xian Lord of the Xianmei Divine Mountain. Gentlemen, although the finale item has been auctioned off, the Voltron Pavilion has specially prepared a little surprise for everyone this time. With a mysterious smile, the middle-aged man spoke slowly. As he clapped his hands, he saw a burly man carrying an iron cage with a forbidden enchantment, placing it on the stage. In the middle of that iron cage, there lay a small plush beast with a lofty head and snow-white body. It's not half as exotic as it looks, except for the fact that it's a little better looking. Li Xuanyuan's gaze suddenly flickered as he looked toward the small beast in the iron cage. It was only because of the other party that caused the immortal bone in his body to resonate. This was the first time he had encountered it. Even the chaotic ancestral dragon did not have such an effect. The chaotic ancestral dragon's small head, which was also poking out from Li Xuanyuan's arms, was similarly staring at the small white beast, a strange glow flashing within the dragon's eyes. On the auction stage, the black-robed middle-aged man also spoke. This is a foreign beast. Although its bloodline is ominous and its species is unknown, it is able to straddle the spatial rift at the edge of the Taichu Dao domain and thus be at peace with itself. Across the spatial rift, many celestial pride's eyes showed astonishment as they stared at the small white beast with an unbelievable expression. The spatial rift at the edge of the Taichu Dao domain could be classified as a forbidden place. Even if a great saint entered it, he would not necessarily be able to retreat in one piece, with an 80% risk of falling. What kind of monster was this little guy who could straddle the rift without any problems? There were a few veterans, as if they had thought of some kind of possibility. Their pupils slightly shrunk, their complexion incomparably shocked. Could it be, this little white beast is from another Dao domain? A clan elder of the Holy Land sucked in a breath of cool air and said in surprise. The moment these words were uttered, the prideful people present also revealed shocked expressions. There were other Dao domains outside of the Taichu Dao domain. They knew that. It was just that the spatial barriers between each Dao domain were blocked off, and it was impossible to get through on weekdays, much less achieve a crossing. Now this is where things start to get interesting. Chapter 31, Little Bastard. Since it's hard to do, don't do it. The seniors are indeed wise and predictable. After the Voltron Pavilion's identification, this ancient beast is indeed from another Dao domain, and its bloodline is incomparably thick. On the auction stage, the black-robed middle-aged man smiled brightly and introduced in a colorful manner. As the words fell, he lifted some of the restraints on the iron cage. In an instant, there was an extreme surge of strong chi and blood, like an ocean sweeping through the 9 heavens, continuously diffusing from the body of the white beast. Starting price, 50 immortal crystals. After the black-robed middle-aged man said the initial price, he wisely retreated to the side, leaving the venue to the crowd to play. Strange ancient beasts from other Dao domains. Many celestial pride murmured and did not rush to start the auction. Although this little guy's bloodline was thick, they didn't dare to guarantee what kind of species the other party was. If you don't make the right bet, you're bound to lose your money. A white ancient beast. There doesn't seem to be a similar description in the ancient records of the Taichu Dao domain. The presence of the pride of the sky thought before and after, still did not find half a clue. The atmosphere of the scene, as always, silent. Since no one is bidding, this princess will set a precedent. 60 immortal crystals. Phoenix Dance's soft and fluffy voice came out from one of the private rooms, and she took the lead in breaking the silent atmosphere of the scene. 65 immortal crystals. Xian Lord followed suit to increase his chips, and he was also very interested in the ancient beasts of this unfamiliar Dao domain. 70 immortal crystals. Zitian K's gaze flickered, and after deep thought, he decided to take a risky gamble. His purple mansion's sacred body was on the verge of a breakthrough and was in dire need of all types of foreign beast bloodlines to be tempered. Although this small white beast was unimpressive, it was better because its chi and blood were relatively powerful, and it fit well with his physique. If it's a rare species, won't it be a fortune? The celestial pride that dared to bid on the auction today were undoubtedly those with heavenly backgrounds. Unusual celestial pride had no chance for trial and error. And at that moment, Fu Yao's ethereal and melodious voice came out from the Emperor's Word Pavilion private room. 200 immortal crystals. No matter how much someone bids in this auction, this goddess will add one more than you. Upon hearing this, the entire auction instantly fell silent and still. Everyone's gazes were directed towards that Imperial Character Pavilion private room. Adding more than 100 immortal crystal chips at once, the other party is determined to win, regardless of who was bidding. An extra one is added. Is this to light the lanterns of heaven at the auction? It's really a great boldness. That seems to be the Li family divine son's private room. And that voice, why does it sound a bit like the Fu Yao goddess? The entire auction house was in a state of discussion, and all of them could see the shocked colors in each other's eyes. Sharing a room with Fairy Fu Yao was truly enviable and jealous. The Li family's divine son, the gaze of the Violet Mansion Saint Son, Violet Tian K, sank as his face became very ugly. The perfect Taoist couple in her heart was bidding on items for other men. The feeling is a hard one that cannot be described in words. After this auction is over, I'm going to enter the forbidden land of the Violet Mansion and try to fuse that strand of immortal flame to become even stronger. Zetian K's fists clenched as he took a deep breath and made a heavenly Tao oath in his heart. He couldn't afford to offend the Li family's divine son at the moment, and only when his own strength became stronger would he have the qualifications to pursue her people. In the Imperial Character Pavilion's private room, Fu Yao took the initiative to join the bidding at the command of Fu Yuan. When you meet your nephew for the first time, you have to be thorough in your gift giving. 201 immortal crystals. At this time, the sound of Shen Lord's bidding came from another imperial-size private room. In the face of this sudden bidding, many of the prides present had a sudden realization in their hearts. In recent times, because of the desolate ancient mine matter, the Shenmei Divine Mountain had not rarely clashed with the Li family, and had long been feuding for a long time. Shen Lord's purpose for participating in the bidding at this juncture could be imagined. In a certain emperor-sized room, the corners of Shen Lord's mouth curled slightly, a head of long, inky hair cascaded down, and his inky pupils flowed with ancient Tao connotations, carrying a vast and mysterious color. Behind him, a huge shadow that covered the stars and rivers loomed, and between one breath and another, the stars were bright and uncertain, incomparably terrifying. The Shenmei Divine Mountain and the Li clan were constantly fighting and were in a state of flames. He categorically wouldn't let the Li clan's divine son succeed in the auction so easily, preferring to be a rat turd and spoil the pot of porridge. You little bastard. You're disgusting me. 300 immortal crystals. And at that moment, a low and indifferent voice came out, attracting the attention of everyone in the entire auction house for a moment, calling the Swire Emperor clan's Shenmei Divine Mountain a little bastard calf. Such lawless and wild words caused all the heavenly prides present to be stunned in place. 301 immortal crystals. Shen Lord's voice was not annoyed as it came out again. Clank! A sword roar suddenly resounded. Only an extremely dazzling ray of swordlight could be seen whistling out from within the Li family's private room, and then it chopped over towards the location where Shen Lord was. It's too tasteless if you just participate in the bidding. This divine son will give you all a whole show to see. At the same time, Li Xuanyuan's ancient, wave-free voice came out from within the private room. Boom! An earth-shattering roar resounded through the auction venue. Wood shavings flew and smoke filled the air. However, the location of the private room where Shen Lord was located was directly blown into a sky of debris, also revealing his true appearance. It seems like that divine son of the Li clan made his move. A heavenly pride could hardly hide the shock in his heart and spoke in surprise. Buzz! At this time, the imperial-sized private room in the center gradually converged on the barrier, revealing the scene inside. He only saw Li Xuanyuan sitting diagonally on the emperor's chair, and the divine daughter of the Food family, Food Yao Yao, was sitting next to him in a well-behaved manner. On the side, Food Profound stood behind Li Xuanyuan with his arms folded, like his protector. Behind them again, there was Li Nanshan's trio, leaning against the doorframe, gazing indifferently at the crowd. Divine son of the Li family, Lord Profound Exalted, Great Sage of the Southern Heaven, and Divine Maiden of the Food Yao. The crowd let out a gasp of surprise. This kind of lineup is really a bit scary. The identity of any one of these people would be enough to overwhelm a party of ancient imperial dynasties, and could make the emperor's country lord fall on his feet to welcome him, especially since the fairy in the hearts of all the heavenly pride, The Fu Yao divine maiden was even in the same room with Li Shu and Yuan. Is this still the fairy in their hearts? How? This scene caused the crowd to be incomparably shocked, with a look of disbelief, and their Dao hearts were struck. At that time, I only hated that I was in a hurry, but now that I see you again, I can only relieve the pain of longing. Many women's gazes, looking at Li Shu and Yuan's handsome immortal-like face, for a time, their beautiful eyes lost their concentration, and they murmured in acrimony. What's more, when they looked at the Fu Yao, their beautiful eyes carried envy, wishing that the candidate sitting next to Li Shu and Yuan right now was them. This face should only be found in heaven, and is rarely heard of on earth. Chen Xian has met Honorable Abyss. Meet the Divine Sun. After seeing Food Profound appear, the black-robed middle-aged man on the auction stage immediately bent down and saluted with a very humble and respectful attitude, not to mention that he was only an elder of the Voltron Pavilion. Even the Voltron Pavilion behind him, and even the entire Voltron ancient city, were not enough to look at in front of the Food family. Likewise, it was the same in front of the Changxing Li family. Compared to Li Shu and Yuan's poise, on the other side of the room, Xian Lord was disheveled, grimy and had a very lousy demeanor. Xian Lord's eyes were sharp, and his icy killing chance could no longer be contained as it burst out. Boom! The Xuanwu divine elephant behind him blasted open a piece of starry heaven and earth, transforming into an ancient divine ring that was rotating around him, reflecting him as if he was a supreme divine lord. Li family divine son, you seek death. The Xian Lord's voice was like thunder, shaking heaven and earth, and the Xuanwu divine ring emitted 10,000 ethereal auras, covering the sun, moon, and stars, chopping up his booth in front of everyone, not giving a damn about him, and even less so did he put the Xianxian divine mountain in his eyes. Seeing this, the crowd of celestial pride stayed away, their gazes all incomparably scornful, and their complexions were quite grave. The Xian Lord of the Xianmei divine mountain, opening up the 9 natal palaces and awakening the Xuanwu divine body. Even more, the Xuanwu emperor phase was diffused into a divine ring, and his battle power was suspected to be comparable to the 10 great palace of destiny's heavenly pride, and his strength was extremely terrifying. It's better than the AO penalty ever was. Bidding is about fairness and impartiality. All of you present can participate. You could have bid 250 immortal crystals, or 300, but it was 201. Little bastard calf of the Xianxian God Mountain, since it's so difficult to do, don't do it. Li Shu and Yuan's gaze narrowed slightly, and the sound of his calm words slowly spread out in this silent venue. When the words fell, Li Shu and Yuan had one hand behind his back, the other hand used his finger instead of the sword, gently slashed forward, and coldly spat out 2 words under his breath. On your knees. When this statement is made, it is like a saint with a heavenly constitution in his mouth, and when words come out, they are followed by the law. Puff! The next moment, under the horrified gazes of the entire auction house, Xian Lord suddenly put his hands together and without warning, his knees bent and he knelt down towards Li Shu and Yuan. For a moment, all the people present were struck by lightning, all petrified in place, and the scene was dead silent. This scene directly caused the heart of that black-robed great saint behind the Xian Lord to twitch continuously, cursing in his heart. Chapter 32, Wild, Arrogant and Conceited? Just watch. What does it mean to be truly wild, truly arrogant? Lord Xian Lord, you, what happened to you? The corners of the black-robed great sage's eyes continued to twitch, and he exclaimed out with a shocked expression. He tried to step forward to help Xian Lord up, but along with Li Sun Yuan waving his hand again, Xian Lord once again heavily knelt on the ground. Elder Xian, there's something wrong with this kid. I feel compelled. Cold sweat broke out on Xian Lord's forehead as he realized that there was an invisible force that was curbing his legs. It was simply out of control, a bizarre feeling he had only seen in his life. At this moment, Xian Lord's gaze towards Li Shu and Yuan was already thick with panic. This Li family godson is poisonous. Definitely something is terribly wrong. Hiss! The crowd in the auction house all sucked in a breath of cool air, also stunned by this sudden and bizarre scene. They just saw the Li clan's divine son wave his hand, and then Xian Lord knelt straight down. One move to make the heir to the Xianmei divine mountain kneel? It's also a bit too pie in the sky for the crowd to dream of modeling the script that way, but the reality was so absurd that it happened bright and early in front of them. Medium. Compulsions? The black-robed great sage known as Elder Xian's gaze flinched as he fiercely looked at Li Shu and Yuan, and between the opening and closing of his eyes, there was flying frost scattering all over the sky as if it could freeze time. His voice was hoarse and low as he said in a condensed voice, "Little friend, I just want to ask, what have you done to my family's divine son?" "Nothing, it's just that he's too much of a rookie, he can't even catch one of my swords." Li Shu and Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, his handsome immortal-like face unperturbed. and his faint words, like thunder, exploded in the hearts of the crowd, claiming that the heir to the lineage of the Swire Emperor clan couldn't even catch one of his swords. How arrogant and domineering was that? However, this was indeed the case, as the Li clan's divine son used his finger instead of his sword to deliver a strike, and then Xian Lord directly just knelt down in front of the other party. This was witnessed by all and cannot be faked. In the face of this reply, Elder Xian's face was extremely gloomy as he said in a deep voice, "Old me admits that little friend has unparalleled talent and unparalleled battle prowess, but to say this nowadays is a bit too conceited, isn't it?" Conceited? I don't really feel that. Li Xuanyuan smiled indifferently. This divine son cultivated a sword in the womb at the age of 1, and at the age of 2, his sword opened the heavenly gate, beheading the imperial demon evil at the age of 3, cultivating the imperial Dao sword skill at the age of 4, at the age of 5, the supreme sword Dao is melted, and at the age of 6, the body returns to heaven and earth while the human sword is united. At the age of 7, he comprehended the will of the sword immortal, and now in the realm of the Dao of the sword, he is invincible in the world, and it is hard to find a defeat. May I ask who in the vast world can receive one of my swords without kneeling? Even if the successive generations of sword emperors of the Tai Chu Dao domain were to revive, it would be just as impossible. The young man's red clothes fluttered, standing in the pavilion, like the immortal who returned on the wind, with a kind of invincible temperament that suppressed the ancient and modern future. When Li Xuanyuan's words fell, the thunderbolt surged above the dome of the sky, the wind and clouds of the heaven and earth were turbulent, and an exterminating heavenly punishment aura enveloped the world in an instant. A single word can change the color of heaven and earth. It also caused countless people in the auction house to change their faces. Scatter! Li Xuanyuan's sword pointed to the sky, and coldly spit out a word. The sky storm clouds actually gradually calmed down. Brother Seeking Edge is invincible. The Fudiao's beautiful eyes were colorful and shrieked in astonishment from the sidelines, completely looking like a nymphomaniac. Men, as it should be. Food Profound took a deep breath. His deep gaze was incomparably complex, as if he had seen the gesture of a deceased person. Today's teenager is more blue than blue. Dashing. Born a good son. In the Imperial character private room, Phoenix Dance stared at the red-clothed figure, her clear eyes flowing with an amazing luster as she was a little bit moved by it. Little friend, what I want to say is that it's not a good thing to be too arrogant and conceited. Too rigid is easy to break. In the ruins of the room, Elder Xian forced himself to hold back the feeling of shock within his heart and spoke stiffly. As he spoke, he wanted to go forward and pick up Xian Lord, but the other party was like he was being suppressed under a mountain of ancient gods, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move a single bit. Ha ha ha, arrogant? That's good. Today, this divine son will let you see what true madness is and what true arrogance is. Li Xuanyuan suddenly tilted his head and laughed aloud, and between the opening and closing of his eyes, there was endless sword intent rippling up, diffusing the heavenly sword Dao. Boom! He took a step out, grounded in the void, and the 206 immortal bones in his body bloomed with the most blazing and dazzling immortal radiance at this moment. However, in an instant, Li Xuanyuan's entire body seemed to have transformed into a blazing sun, emitting 10,000 immortal lights that seemed to illuminate the ages. This sword is called Immortal Kneeling. Whether it's an earthly mortal, a heavenly destiny emperor, or that nebulous immortal, when this sword falls, they must all kneel down for me. Li Xuanyuan held it in the air and an illusory hazy sword body condensed in his palm. Then he chopped his sword towards Elder Xian. Xian Lao's complexion was startled. At the same time as the sword moved, he felt an indescribable sense of oppression, and the blood in his entire body was as if it had frozen and flowed backwards at this one. Puff! Elder Xian's hands closed uncontrollably, his knees bent, and he knelt straight down. This was a great saint from the Xianmei Divine Mountain. In front of thousands of people, he did not put up any resistance and knelt down on both knees towards Li Xuanyuan. Elder Xian, what are you doing? Get up! On the side, Xian Lord's pupils experienced a 100-magnitude earthquake and hissed at the kneeling Xian Lao. Elder Xian wanted to cry without tears, an old face as black as the bottom of an iron pot. That expression was even worse than eating 8 or 2 years of stinky socks. He's trying to get up, too, but this pussy raised broken leg, like a ing amputation. Just can't move. Chapter 33, 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist, defeating the Xuanwu Avatar, suppressing the Xian Lord. One sword out. The great sage kneels. Li Xuanyuan's sword caused the entire room to be silent, all petrified in place. Even their breathing seemed to have stopped. Previously, Xian Lord, the heir to the Xianmei Divine Mountain, was unable to withstand the pressure of Li Xuanyuan's sword aura, forcing him to kneel and raise his hands in surrender. Although this scene was extremely visually striking, it was far from the level that struck fear into the hearts of the crowd. However, when the crowd saw that great saint from the Xianxian underworld Divine Mountain kneeling down, they finally panicked inside. The horror and panic in his heart reached its peak in an instant. At this moment, looking at the red clothes of the Absolute, surrounded by the immortal atmosphere of the teenager, all the people present that are not dare to breathe a bit, fear of upsetting the other party, which will lead to their own big trouble. How is it possible for a sword to make a saint kneel? In a certain imperial-size private room, Phoenix Dance's beautiful eyes were startled with ripples, filled with the color of disbelief. Princess, this might not be the power of that Li clan's divine son, but the work of the man in purple behind him. The beautiful woman beside Phoenix Dance spoke in a deep voice, her eyes revealing a look of horror and even a hint of fear. That one. Phoenix Dance raised her eyes to gaze at the figure of Food Abyss and murmured softly, if we were to say which of the previous generation of the Food family had the most terrifying battle power, it would undoubtedly be this profound Zune, suspected of opening 11 fate palaces, perhaps having stepped into the supreme realm. The beautiful woman looked grave as she continued, it wasn't just him who thought this way, even that great sage protector of the spirit Sword Mountain also opened his mouth in this manner, explaining to the Sword Prosperity on the side, a generation of supreme beings. Sword Prosperity's gaze flinched as he looked deeply at the purple-clothed figure, his heart greatly shocked. To be able to make a great saint kneel down without resistance, no one but a supreme being should be able to do it so easily, right? The supreme powerhouses of all races had honored the Era Treaty and headed to the land of the immortal abyss. In an era where there were no supreme beings walking the earth, the presence of a supreme being was still quite shocking, even if it was a quasi-supreme being. Perhaps, Zun Yuan is creating momentum for the Li clan's divine son to make a name for the divine son's prowess. Sword Prosperity's eyes flashed with a special luster as he spoke in a deep voice. In less than a month's time, it would be the initiation ceremony for the Li family's divine son. Now the trip to the Voltron ancient city was considered the first time that the Li clan's godchildren had walked the world and showed their faces. The reasoning for knocking the prestige of the Li family's divine son out of the way was very reasonable. Almost everyone on the scene was thinking the same thing. Regarding the speculations in the minds of a group of personnel, the person in question, Food Yuchi, only wanted to say one thing, that it really wasn't him who did this. He himself said he was confused, especially looking at the meaningful gazes gazing at the surrounding area. Food Profound's heart was called a black question mark. He had a saying in the vernacular that he didn't know whether to say or not. This little fellow wouldn't have an ancient ancestor with him? Food Profound raised an eyebrow, probing out his divine sense to look around. And in the process, he looked Li Xuanyuan all up and down. It turned out to be a bit too sinister to find nothing at all. While the crowd was shocked at how powerful the Food Profound was, they only saw the Xian Lord, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly hissing out with a hideous and resentful expression. Li Xuanyuan, what's the point of hiding behind your own elders? If you have the ability to fight me fairly, this king can defeat you in one move. At the end of his words, Xian Lord struggled to get up. His gaze was crimson, itching to eat Li Xuanyuan alive. Hearing this, the eyes of many heavenly prides all looked over, especially when they saw the great sage of the Xianxian Divine Mountain who was still kneeling on the ground. For a moment they came to a realization. No wonder the Li clan's divine son was able to make a great saint kneel, so it was Lord Profound Exalted who was behind it. This all makes sense in a logical way too. A fair fight? You're at the 8th level of the creation realm and I'm only at the Palace of Destiny realm. How dare you have the nerve to say that? Li Xuanyuan spoke faintly, with a strong sense of sarcasm. Xian Lord's face flushed red as he choked his throat and continued, borrowing the power of the elders in the family to suppress others. I didn't expect that the Li family's godson would be such a bully. Put away your little clumsy mind. Since this is the case, this divine son will give you a chance. Li Xuanyuan snorted and swept a glance at Xian Lord, waving his hand to remove the immortal pressure from him. Boom! At the same time, Li Xuanyuan made a direct move. The golden immortal bones in his body were glowing, and the terrifying golden chi and blood surged. It was as if there was a vague shadow of the 6 reincarnation worlds that emerged behind him, suppressing the heaven and earth for all eternity. Li Xuanyuan executed the 6 paths of reincarnation fist and suppressed it with a single punch. In an instant, the sky fell apart and the stars shifted, as if 6 reincarnation worlds had opened up. Between the rotation of the 6 paths, the endless cycle of reincarnation is diffused. Seeing this, Food Profound whisked his sleeve to separate a side of the battlefield, enveloping the two of them in it, so that the storm from the sparring match wouldn't completely destroy the entire Vortex Pavilion. The entire crowd who came to participate in the auction Whether they were heavenly pride figures or older generation existences, all of them had their jaws dropped and their eyes were filled with palpitations. That terrifying 6 paths of reincarnation pressure caused many characters of the older generation to have a palpitating feeling. If they were in the same realm as Li Xianyuan, the other party could easily wipe them out. As for Xian Lord, at this moment, he was even more like a thunderclap. His face changed horribly and dramatically. Xuanwu divine body, open. Feeling Li Xuanyuan's appalling attack, Xian Lord's heart trembled furiously, and he unreservedly activated his Xuanwu divine body. The 9 natal palaces were like 9 stars in a row, leaping out one after another above the Xian Lord's head. The Xuanwu divine face transformed into a round of Taiku divine rings, perched behind him, vaguely trending towards leaping to become the 10th Fate Palace. Xuanwu divine ability, Xuanwu Tuok Sangdao. The sealing techniques in the Xian Lord's hands changed rapidly, tickling the power of creation. And the terrifying Xuanwu pressure was like an ocean of stars, constantly whistling around him, reigning over the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Roar! One could only see a huge Xuanwu silhouette stepping out from the clouds, like a true Xuanwu ancient ancestor descending into the world, with the Taiku divine ring and the 9 fate palaces adding to it. A terrifying ferocious might raged and whistled, and the entire void trembled continuously, causing one's heart and mind to palpitate. Boom! This Xuanwu shadow collided with Li Xuanyuan's 6-path reincarnation fist. The 6 paths rotated and the cycle of reincarnation was endless, destroying the Xuanwu shadow and tearing it apart, suppressing it against the Xian Lord. Click! Accompanied by a series of crisp bone-cracking sounds, as well as mournful wailing sounds, both resounded and spread at the same time. Only Xian Lord's body was seen shooting backwards as if it was a cannonball, and then it ruthlessly smashed onto the defense barrier opened up by the food profound. Pust! The Xian Lord's sternum shattered, blood sprayed wildly from his mouth, and his neck lolled, completely fainting. The entire auction site was silent, and the atmosphere was dead silent. The heir of the Taiku imperial clan, Xian Lord, was currently defeated by the late stage of the Palace of Destiny, Li Xuanyuan, with a single move, and was in a sorry state of vomiting blood and fainting. It wasn't a cut and thrust, but an absolute crushing of strength. The late stage of the Palace of Destiny crossing over to suppress the 8 heavens of creation. What kind of terror was this? The crowd couldn't even dare to imagine it. It was simply too anticlimactic. Whether it was Sword Prosperity, or Phoenix Dance, or ZTNK and a host of other young celestial pride. At this moment, a layer of dark clouds was hanging over their hearts, and they felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Chapter 34, A Leak to Harvest Anytime, Chaos Divine Beast beginning Qilin, signing the contract. Duke, Elder Xian rolled and crawled to Lord Xian's side, hurriedly probing his physical condition. After learning that the Xuanwu divine body had been destroyed, the meridians in his body were broken, and his life was extremely dying. Instead of being angry, Elder Xian was relieved in his heart. Although the current Xian Lord was almost indistinguishable from an invalid, he fortunately still had a breath left. As long as he was hanging on to his last breath, the Xianmei Divine Mountain would have a way to heal him. Just now, when Li Xuanyuan was making his move, he didn't care about Elder Xian's side, so he also lost control of the one-sword Immortal's kneeling. Although he was free from the control of the Immortal's kneeling and could move his body at will, Elder Xian did not dare to act rashly. After all, there was a suspected Supreme Being's great figure staring at the side. Once he did anything different or acted differently, the other party was afraid that they would slap him to death with their hands. Thank you for your mercy, Divine Son. We'll take our leave now. After feeding a pill to Xian Lord, Elder Xian hurriedly bowed his hand to Li Xuanyuan and thanked him, then turned away hurriedly with Xian Lord in his arms. The strike that suppressed the 6 paths of reincarnation just now was enough to suppress Xian Lord easily, but the other party did not. That's why Elder Xian was so emboldened to leave. A man under the roof has to bow his head. Li Tsangtian looked at the departing back of Old Man Xian's duo and couldn't help but inquire, Divine Son, why don't you just kill him? Li Xuanyuan smiled mysteriously. No other reason. Only because Xian Lord still has value to utilize. After the prediction of the one thought Tongtian learned that Xian Lord went back this time and waited until the next time they met again to bring back to him a Xuanwu divine bone and a cloud of unknown chances. The radiance presented by that massive unknown chance was several times more dazzling than the divine bone, and its importance was definitely above that of the Xuanwu divine bone, and it could continue to be squeezed some more. As for why Ao Ting killed him directly, it was because his chances were blank and he had no use for them. At this time, when the surrounding celestial pride heard the conversation between the two Li Sun Yuan, the corners of their mouths were twitching straight and they felt a heartbeat of fear. One word is to kill the town. The other party is not a cat or a dog, but the heir of the ancient royal family. said to kill Ah? You're the only one who dares to talk like that. Sorry for interrupting your bidding. Don't mind me. You guys keep bidding. Li Xuanyuan gazed around the circle and revealed a kind smile. Wherever, Divine Prince Li's program is very nice. We enjoy it. Participating in the bidding is not necessary. I see that this ancient beast is quite a match for Divine Prince Li. Perfect for the Divine Prince. Hearing Li Xuanyuan's words, and then recalling Zuan Lord's miserable end just now, how could the heavenly prides present still dare to participate in the bidding? Is it because they think that they haven't lived long enough? An additional immortal crystal was added and he was almost killed. If you add a little more, you're going to be beaten to dust, aren't you? Even if the abbot of Lei Temple came, I'm afraid that he would have to be beaten out of his shed and go out with his waist covered. Li Xianyuan smiled faintly. Since no one has added any additional immortal crystals, then this godson will auction it off for 200 immortal crystals. This ancient beast is considered a gift from the Voltron Pavilion to Divine Prince Li, and there is no need to pay any immortal crystals. Chen Qian, who presided over the auction this time, hurriedly opened his mouth at this time and gave the white beast to Li Xuanyuan for free, fearing that the other party would have to pay. You're very good. This divine son remembers. Li Xuanyuan looked deeply at Chen Qian and gave an affirmative look. Many thanks for the divine son's appreciation. This is the decision of the Voltron Pavilion. Chen Qian was overjoyed and once again bowed respectfully, personally carrying the cage and handing the white beast over to Li Xuanyuan. Li Xingtian stepped forward and received it, then stood behind Li Xuanyuan again respectfully. Go! Li Xuanyuan nodded gently at Chen Qian and turned to leave. Brother seeking edge. Wait for me. Fu Yao waved her jade hand and when she saw that Li Xuanyuan ignored her, she immediately chased after him. With a helpless smile, Futibis also turned around and left in style. After leaving the Voltron auction, Li Xuanyuan and the others returned to the star-picking pavilion. Instead of going back to the court of books and fragrance, Fu Yao followed Li Xuanyuan back to the star-picking pavilion. She was also interested in this little beast. Naturally, Fu Yuchi couldn't be left behind. She didn't feel relieved that Fu Yao was alone with Li Xuanyuan. For this nephew of his own family, although he hadn't had any in-depth contact yet, the first thing that gave him a feeling was that it was definitely not a good thing. Inside a pavilion hall, Li Xuanyuan unlocked the cage's prohibition and released the small white beast. The chaotic ancestral dragon was also stretching its little head, its dragon eyes dripping, looking the little guy up and down with a sense of impishness. Ow! In the ancient room, the white little beast made a jump and landed on Li Xuanyuan. It opened its mouth and clicked just towards Li Xuanyuan's finger. Woo! Nay! Li Xuanyuan's flesh was too hard and almost choked out the little beast's teeth, hurting it so much that it was on the verge of crying with its big teary eyes. Even nerdy and cute. You! The little white beast stretched out its clawed paw, pointed at Li Xuanyuan, and gestured through the air, signaling him to get a drop of blood. Seeing the little beast gesticulating, Li Xuanyuan directly asked, "You want to sign a master-servant contract with me?" The white little beast nodded repeatedly, hugging Li Xuanyuan's fingers and wailing anxiously, signaling him to cut the crap and hurry up to sign it. This little beast's chi and blood is very strong, comparable to the pure-blooded cubs of the Taiku Imperial clan, but it's even more mysterious than the Imperial clan. I'm a bit unable to see through all of it. It's a bit uncomplicated nah. Food Profound's pupils flowed with divine radiance as he surveyed the spiritual white beast, then spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Li Xingtian's few people were shocked. They didn't expect this little beast's bloodline to be this powerful. It couldn't be a descendant of a royal family in another domain, could it? A descendant of the Taiku Imperial clan? Barely enough to be my mount. Li Xuanyuan forced out a drop of golden essence blood, which then merged into the white beast's brow and disappeared. In an instant, it was as if some kind of connection had been established between the two, and information about the other party was presented in their minds together. Race, beginning Griffin. Bloodline, Chaos Bloodline. Talent, Unlimited Potential. Realm, 9 Heavens of Creation. Origin, derived from the innate elements that were born at the time of the opening of the heavens and the creation of the earth. It is a chaotic beast that rules the earth, and is the ruler of the land creatures. Surprisingly, it's the chaotic divine beast beginning Qilin. No wonder it resonates with the immortal bones in my body. Li Xuanyuan's gaze flashed with a wisp of essence. Many thanks to the divine son for signing the contract. The beginning Qilin is willing to follow the divine son to the death. At that moment, a milky, positive voice rang out in Li Xuanyuan's mind, and it was none other than the beginning Kirin's voice transmission. The other guy bought him off. For one thing, as his own savior. Secondly, the beginning Kirin clan tends to good fortune and avoids evil, and is an auspicious beast in the world, and he can sense Li Xuanyuan's talent and potential. and foretell a corner of the other party's future. This red-robed teenager would definitely grow into a supreme taboo existence in the future. With just a glance, beginning Qilin knew that the other party was someone he would condescend to follow. Godson, that little snake on your shoulder is no good. Try to stay away from him in the future. The beginning Qilin once again transmitted its voice. Its big, dull eyes staring viciously at the Chaos Ancestral Dragon. Its small, furry hands constantly gesturing. Damn Qilin, you put your mother's fart. This ancestor. This dragon is a proper dragon. Chapter 35, Chaotic Tao Domain. Ancient Underworld Clan. Chaotic Eternal Immortal Body. You can talk, you didn't say so earlier. I'm really convinced, you old six. Li Xuanyuan backed up a small half-step movement, the corner of his eyes and eyebrows straight twitching, almost spitting Fenzhuang. As the ancestral dragon clan with a noble bloodline, it's not normal for them to be able to speak. The chaotic ancestral dragon held its condescending little head high, displaying all of its loneliness and arrogance. Snap! Li Xuanyuan slapped the chaos ancestral dragon, causing the sky to spin and his eyes to glaze over. If you can talk, don't tell me you left your vocal cords at home? Li Xuanyuan's fiery questioning suddenly came to such a voice. Who can stand it? It's Godson. You didn't ask either. The chaotic ancestral dragon stammered for half a day before the dragon's mouth spat out such a sentence. I was wrong. If there's a next time, the heavenly Tao will punish me and I shall not die. Immediately afterward, the chaotic ancestral dragon made a heavenly Tao oath on the spot in an attempt to calm Li Xuanyuan's anger. Divine Son, this dead Qilin isn't any good. Don't be fooled by his soft and cuddly surface image. His original body is ferocious. He can eat 8 ferocious beasts in one bite. At this time, the Chaos Ancestral Dragon was also seen looking at the beginning Qilin obliquely, and began to describe it with open teeth and claws in a sonorous manner. In conjunction with his movement of wiping his neck with the dragon's claws and the dragon's head's incomparably exaggerated and hideous expression, it was particularly comical. When you take a beating yourself, you have to pull the other guy down. Li Xuanyuan didn't listen to his nonsense and once again forced out a drop of essence blood and signed a contract with the other party. Race, Chaos Ancestor Dragon. Bloodline, Chaos Bloodline. Talent, Unlimited Potential. Realm, 9 Heavens of Creation. Origin, derived from the elements at the time of the opening of the heavens and the earth. The Chaos Beast that rules the ocean. The controller of the ocean's creatures. Looking at the introduction on the system panel, Li Xuanyuan froze for a split second. These two guys had the same bloodline and similar introductions, so they couldn't be from the same place, right? Seemingly sensing what was in Li Xuanyuan's mind, the chaotic ancestral dragon transmitted a voice to explain. Divine Son, as you may have thought in your mind, the two of us do come from the same realm, a place called the chaotic Tao Domain. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanyuan nodded. The chaotic Tao Domain is separated from the Taichou Tao Domain by an unknown number of hundreds of millions of light years, and there is a Tao Domain barrier blocking it. How did you come over? Li Xuanyuan asked again. The chaotic ancestral dragon's voice was bitter and his tone was helpless. Of course it was sent here by my asshole old man. When I was sent to the Taichou Tao region, my old man had solemnly warned me to obey the orders of the Li family. It's even a great honor to follow the Li family. At first, at the very beginning, I was unconvinced. But the moment I met the Son of God, I believed and was convinced. Of course, it's not a submission to lust, it's a real heartfelt submission. At the very beginning, as the pride of heaven of the chaotic ancestral dragon lineage, letting him go to be the human race's follower mount, the chaotic ancestral dragon was 10,000 times unwilling. But in the end, he couldn't argue with his old man and was forced to be deported to the Taichou Tao Domain. Later, after meeting the Li family's 9 ancestors and a bunch of other clan elders, he gradually changed his inner thoughts a little. Then after that, when the day he met with Li Xuanyuan began, the Chaos Ancestral Dragon completely changed his initial thoughts. Actually, it's not impossible to be someone's follower. It just smells so good. The Li family? The Li clan that made the Chaotic Ancestral Dragon clan submit. Is it possible? The beginning Qilin, who heard this conversation, suddenly froze its eyes, and 10,000 waves were set off in its heart. It seems that there is also a Li family in that part of the chaotic Tao Domain, which shakes the world and leads the way. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? After a short period of shock, the beginning Qilin also recounted his origin. The beginning Kirin clan was ordered to guard the borderland of the chaotic Tao region, guarding the lights of the 10,000 homes in the back of the Tao region. But on a certain day, the Chaos Tao Domain, which had been calm for a long time, was shattered by the Horn of War. The ancient underworld clan outside the domain suddenly waged war and began to construct spatial portals in large swaths as their armies pressed in and began to attack the chaotic Tao Domain. The beginning Qilin was also separated from its clan in that battle, and mistakenly entered the spatial turbulence, arriving at the domain of the great beginning Tao by mistake. The ancient underworld clan has started a war to go to war with the chaotic Tao state? The chaotic ancestral dragon's heart couldn't be calmed. He could hear the beginning Qilin's voice transmission, and his mood inexplicably became a bit heavy. If a fight really broke out, even a transcendent power couldn't be left alone and risked being annihilated in the midst of it. With this kind of annihilation catastrophe, not only would the chaos Tao state be implicated, but other Tao states would also be devastated. The ancient underworld clan, tainted with a special undead substance, whether it was their physique or their cultivation speed, they were far beyond the cultivators within the Tao state. Moreover, the ancient underworld clan was still very difficult to kill, unless one's divine soul and physical body were completely wiped clean by an Empyrean divine power. Otherwise, they are immortal. It shouldn't be a full-scale attack. They don't have the guts yet. This time it's just a small-scale test. The chaotic ancestral dragon shook his head and transmitted his voice. Every once in a while, the ancient underworld clan outside the domain would wage a small-scale war in an attempt to get to the bottom of the Tao domain. But every time a strong person was sent, they were completely wiped clean, and the Tao domain would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. As a result, the ancient underworld had never acquired the true intelligence situation, so the other side repeatedly jumped across the board between wars, and it has continued to this day. Hearing the description of the beginning Qilin, Li Xuanyuan roughly understood why the other party had descended in the Taichou Dao region. Master, I observe that you have immortal bones, and just now you even resonated with the Dharma body within my beginning, so you must be very suitable for cultivating the Dharma body of the beginning Qilin clan. At that moment, the beginning Kirin volunteered to raise his hand. This Dharma body is called the chaotic immortal body. If you can melt the bones in your body into immortal bones and then activate the Dao lines, you can metamorphose into the chaotic eternal immortal body. This immortal body was born from the beginning of chaos and possessed supreme greatness. It could make Li Xuanyuan's physical body eternally immortal, long-lasting and truly invincible in the world. In addition to the first-generation ancestor of the first Qilin clan who cultivated this immortal body, no one else has been able to quench it successfully since many epochs, simply because the conditions of his cultivation were too harsh. Even as a chaos divine beast clan, this was a difficult thing to do. If you want to cultivate this immortal body, the first thing you need to do is to replace the 206 bones in your entire body and harden them all into immortal bones. Yet this is only the first step. Secondly, it was necessary to activate the immortal bones in the body out of the great Dao lines, commonly known as Dao lines. Regardless of whether it was bone replacement or quenching Dao patterns, the things consumed were at least immortal crystal-level substances, or maybe it was a treasure of the same level that could be quenched to activate the great Dao pattern. Something like an immortal crystal could seal a generation of heavenly pride in it and wait until several epochs later to come out. It was incomparably precious. Even with the heritage of the primordial Qilin clan, the stockpile of immortal crystals was not much. It was very scarce, so for several epochs, it resulted in no one being able to successfully activate this Dharma body again, unable to reappear on Earth again. It was fortunate that the primordial physical body of the beginning Qilin clan was relatively strong, and their divine abilities were also heaven-defying enough, which prevented the beginning Qilin clan from falling off the throne position of the chaotic races. The exchange between Li Xuanyuan and the chaotic ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin was only a dozen or so breaths. In the meantime, when Food Profound saw that Li Xuanyuan didn't say anything but just stood in place and stared blankly, he was so scared that he raised his palm and waved his hand in front of the other party's eyes. Seeing this, Li Xuanyuan withdrew from the divine thought communication state. Turning his head to the food, he said, "Old uncle, I'm fine. I just had an epiphany just now. I'll go back to the family retreat first." The matter of the chaotic eternal immortal body, he did not inform the other party. This type of physique was too heaven-defying, and the conditions for cultivating it were extremely harsh, so it was concealed. Yes, Food Profound nodded slightly and said, "On the day of your initiation ceremony, old uncle will go see you again. And, is your mother out of the gate yet?" "Not yet." Li Xuanyuan gently shook his head. From the time he was not born his mother has been in a state of seclusion. So far no news. Alas, but quasi-supreme great calamity. There are many calamities such as the reincarnation calamity and the red dust calamity, and everything depends on the will of heaven. However, my sister's good fortune will always be there for her. I'm sure she'll be able to turn the danger around and advance to the quasi-supreme realm. Food Abyss sighed, worry flickering within his eyes. "I'm leaving." Food Yao's red dress fluttered as she bid farewell to Li Xuanyuan. Young girl 3000 green silk hanging down. If poetry and painting fairyland out of the fairy, independent of the world, do not stay in the world fireworks. As she spoke, that delicate and perfect face, with a bit of shy blush, gave people an irresistible seductive power. Take care, Li Xuanyuan faintly replied back and turned around to lead Li Tsungtian and the two of them away. He was now bent on delving into the chaotic eternal immortal body. His mind was full of cultivation, and he had no interest in anything else. Fu Diao looked at Li Xuanyuan's gradually far away back. Her autumn water bright eyes obviously froze for a moment. Why is this guy so straight? It's so unsettling. In response, the Futabis on the side guffawed and shook his head helplessly. Let's go, girl. It's time to return to Fuxi Heaven. Chapter 36 Xian Lord's Conspiracy. Ancient Monster of the Xianmei Divine Mountain. Coming out. After the Voltron auction came to an end, the many power heirs within the Voltron ancient city, under the protection of their respective Dao protectors, broke into the air one after another and left. When the next time they met again, it would probably be when the Three Lives Emperor's tomb opened. During this trip to the ancient city, Jian Yunxiao, Zi Tianke, Phoenix Dance, and other heavenly pride figures had all seen how terrifying Li Xuanyuan was, and the pressure on their hearts had multiplied. This time, when we go back, our strength will be even higher. Otherwise, the tomb of the three living emperors is in danger. Eastern Emperor Heaven, Eternal Life Li family. After returning to the family, Li Xuanyuan went to ask Li Chenxiu and brought hundreds of immortal crystals as a cultivation resource to be used to quench the immortal bone Dao patterns in his body. Even with Li Xuanyuan's qualifications, it was not an easy task to cultivate the chaotic eternal immortal body. It needs to be gradual and steady, not impatient. His current physique was equipped with an innate chaotic saint body Dao body. If coupled with the chaotic eternal immortal body, the two supreme chaotic physiques were combined into one. The battle power could definitely reach an unimaginably terrifying level. And while Li Xuanyuan was preparing to close the door, in that distant Xuanwu heaven, in a secret realm of the Xuanwu Divine Mountain, damned Li Clan Godson, this king will make sure you pay for your blood. Shen Lord's fists were clenched and his eyes were cloudy as he let out a gurgling low roar, his body exploding with killing intent as he chopped down the flying leaves in the sky. Now after the healing of the Xianmei Divine Mountain, the broken bones and meridians in Shen Lord's body had been renewed, and he only needed to rest and recuperate for a period of time, and then he would be completely healed. This was the depth of the Taiku Imperial clan. However, the matter of the Vortex ancient city a few days ago had caused Shen Lord to lose face, and his demonic character had been severely insulted, so he couldn't swallow this breath. Your Excellency, that Li clan's divine son killed Ao Ting with a single sword. Even you couldn't fight against him with all your strength. Even with the fusion of the Xuanwu divine bone, I'm afraid that it's still too much of a bad thing. Beside him, Elder Xian said with a palpitating heart, and also stated the truth in disguise. When Li Xuanyuan displayed the 6 paths of reincarnation divine ability, not to mention his own son, even he, a saint, felt a palpitation of the heart and soul. Elder Xian was not afraid of Li Xuanyuan's strength, but rather of the other party's talent and potential. Under the same realm, the other party kills him like a chicken. This is definitely not a false statement. I know. Shen Lord's gaze shifted and his face was uncertain as he said, even if it's Xian Yi, the first heir of the Xianmei Divine Mountain, even if he succeeds in impacting the 11th Fate Palace, he most likely won't be that guy's opponent. A sword obliterated Ao Ting, who had the bones of the Great Void Ancestral Dragon, and was more than capable of making the 10 Destiny Palaces Tsung Tian Hegemony body submit. This Li family divine son's battle power was definitely more than just opening up the 10 life palaces. It was even possible that he had impacted the 11 life palaces, or even the legendary 12 life palaces. It was the Zuan Lord's intuition. Such a heaven-defying demonic talent was directly comparable to the freakish little ancestor that had been dusted off for several epochs in the Xianmei Divine Mountain. Originally, he thought that by fusing the Xuanwu Divine Bone, he could easily suppress the Li clan's divine son. Now after the incident at the Voltron Pavilion, Shen Lord realized that he had been very wrong, and had not even anticipated that Guy's battle power would be this terrifying. Even if two of him did it at the same time, he would not be a one-trick pony. Elder Xian, the opening of the Three Lives Emperor's tomb is imminent, and the ancient heavenly palace has also recently gained momentum to enter the world. The Holy Lord has said that the ancient monstrosity left behind by the lineage of the heaven-swallowing Xuanwu will break the seal and come out in the near future, to lead the Xianmei Divine Mountain in the position of a great emperor, sweeping across the younger generation of the Taichou Dao domain. If I had awakened it in advance. A terrifying divine splendor flowed in the Xian Lord's eyes as he said in a deep voice, if the freakish little ancestor of the Xian underworld Divine Mountain emerges early, he he will take the initiative to occupy a wisp of a head start, and will also be able to regain his strength more quickly. The only thing that could help him avenge his death now was the ancient monstrosity sealed in the Xianmei Divine Mountain. Even the first heir Xianyi couldn't be compared to them. They were all nearly as interesting. My lord, Xianmei he just wanted to admonish, but he saw that Xianlord had long since left with a very determined attitude. But on second thought, Lord Zuanlord's words were not unreasonable. If the freakish little ancestor of the Xianxian underworld Divine Mountain were to come out ahead of time, who would be able to compete with him in the entire young generation of the Taichou Dao domain? Those heavenly prides, the reason why they were called freaks, was because in the era they lived in, they were all able to sweep across the world and suppress all their enemies. It was only because of certain reasons that they sealed themselves in the immortal crystal and waited for the Emperor's path to be opened in the Golden Age, before breaking the seal and coming out to fight for a heavenly destiny. The Xianxian Divine Mountain, the deepest part of the heaven-swallowing mountain range. Here the immortal mountains are lofty and the auspicious atmosphere is dazzling. There is a magnificent misty violet vapor, flooding the immortal mountains and sacred soil, highlighting this place as if it were a paradise of the immortals dojo. The Xian Lord held the Xian Underworld token and entered an immortal mansion unimpeded. Xian Lord, a descendant of the Xian Underworld Divine Mountain, hereby bows to the little ancestor and greets him as he emerges from the world. Xian Lord knelt down in front of a piece of immortal fog, Rue colorful immortal source, bent his head and kowtowed 3 times one after another. You should know that I will not come out early before the time is right. At this moment, a cynical youthful voice came out from the immortal source. With an ancient supreme pressure, one could not help but want to bow down. Little ancestor, the Chanshengli clan has produced a desolate ancient sacred body, suspected of opening 11, or even 12 fate palaces, unlocking a large portion of the heavenly Tao's shackles. Xian Lord told the recent events as they happened, not sparing a single detail. Eternal lively family, desolate ancient saint body, 11 fate palaces. It's not bad at all, but unfortunately, it's still a bit weak and not worthy of me coming out to plunder the world. The existence known as the little ancestor murmured softly, not placing the desolate ancient sacred body in his heart. He knew of the existence of the everlastingly clan and the strength of the desolate ancient sacred body. The holy body that descended the curse is just that, no threat. Even though the 11 natal palace was opened, it was not enough to make an ancient freak's heart cringe. It was because in that era that he was in, he was almost unrivaled across the world. It was only that the Emperor's path was not opened and could not carry the mandate of heaven, so it sealed itself in the immortal source and waited for the coming of the Golden Age in the later generations. The Li family not only has the desolate ancient saint body, but also the Tsong Tian hegemony body and the 10,000 tribulations mortal body. The heir to the Taishu dragon court awakened the ancestral dragon supreme body, and the princess of the heavenly demon phoenix dynasty awakened the ancient heavenly demon body. Junior ancestor, now that the golden age is coming and the imperial path will open, under such a world of great struggle, I implore you to come out of the gate and lead the Xianmei Divine Mountain to the top of the heap. The Xian Lord prostrated himself on the ground, his voice hoarse as he listed the Shang Century Yuan's celestial pride one by one, praying for the other party to come out. He only had one thought right now, and that was to have the little ancestor come out of the gate and kill the Li clan's divine son for him. You have a grudge in your heart, a grudge against that Li family's divine son. Little ancestor's indifferent voice came out. I also have a selfish desire to implore the little ancestor to come out of the world and kill that Li clan's divine son for me. As long as I kill the other party, little ancestor will make me do anything. Xian Lord's gaze was crimson, and his expression was hideous and resentful, as if he was a beast that chose to devour people. Very horrifying. Many rare physiques are emerging. Counting the time. It's almost time. Also, this emperor will fulfill your little wish. Little fellow, borrow that Xuanwu divine bone on you for a while. And your Xuanwu essence blood. Chapter 37 Fifth Holy Maiden Li Qingxu. Ancestral tomb returns. Hegemonic body stirs up clouds. After the incident of the Voltron ancient city, Li Xuanyuan's fame gradually spread far and wide. His deeds were widely rumored in the Taichou Dao region and became the talk of the town after dinner. Entering the world is the pinnacle. One move obliterated Ao Teng, the third prince of the Taishu Dragon Court, and one punch suppressed Xian Lord, the heir to the Xianmei Divine Mountain. The two weren't just any ordinary heavenly pride figures, but the heirs of two great ancient imperial clans. One awakened the Taishu dragon body, bearing the bones of the Taishu ancestral dragon. The other awakened the Xuanwu divine body and opened the Nine Fate Palace. But it is this kind of need the world look up to the proud son of heaven. In the hands of Li Xuanyuan is like a mole cricket, waving his hand between a death and a serious injury. For a while, Li Xuanyuan undoubtedly became the most promising dark horse among the younger generation of the Taichu Dao domain. The battle power could rival that of the major Taiku imperial clans, the first tier of the Eternal Life family. The crowd recognized that Li Xuanyuan's battle power was ranked in the first echelon, but they didn't think that he would be able to lead the way and become the first person of the younger generation in the Taichu Dao domain. Not to mention the heavenly demon Phoenix Dynasty's Phoenix Demon Young, Xianyi of the Xianmei Divine Mountain, and other first echelon celestial pride had yet to emerge. In addition, in the forbidden zone of life within the Taichu Dao domain, in the Taichu ancient mine, there were still emperor sons who had fallen into slumber and had not revived. Secondly, there were also sleeping ancient freaks among the major Taiku imperial dynasties, and the situation within the Taichu Dao domain was too intricate. On the surface it looks calm, but there are dark currents. Wanting to crown his peers and pressurize the entire young generation of the Taichu Dao domain was not that easy, and would not so easily convince the many heavenly prides. While Li Xuanyuan was in seclusion, a piece of news came out that made the Li family no longer calm, and wild waves were set off within the family. The fifth holy maiden, Li Qingshu, had returned from the ancestral tomb inheritance land, immaculate divine physique, 10 great palace of destiny. These were her awakened physique and the cultivation talent she displayed. Once the Emperor's forbidden domain is opened, the battle power can easily crush the same generation of heavenly pride, and moreover, it can realize the battle of crossing the ranks. Moreover, Li Qingshu entered the ancestral tomb inheritance land and was personally taught by the Li clan's old ancestor. This was a supreme honor, enough to see how much the Li family valued her. Back then, before entering the ancestral tomb inheritance ground, Li Qingshu had fought with the ancient heavenly demon body of the heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty, slightly winning over the other party by one move. Now after going through the guidance of the family's oldest ancestor, his strength dared not imagine what a terrifying level he had reached. The sun is setting and the sky is red, a magnificent white-clothed silhouette, stepping on the evening sun in the sky and returning. Her temperament was transcendent, like a fairy in the dust. The young girl's 3,000 green silk hanging down her waist, her snow-white skin was immaculate and flawless, and her delicate body emitted a holy light, with a kind of immortal aura that did not eat fire, as if it would be feathered into immortality at any time and go away. The aura that emanated out inadvertently caused the hearts and minds of countless Li clan celestials to tremble as if they were on the verge of a great enemy. Immaculate divine body, rumored to be able to metamorphose into an immortal body after cultivation to the extreme, free of dirt and dust, invulnerable to all poisons, and retreating from all laws. Even at the current stage of the unsullied divine body, there were very few divine abilities or forbidden techniques in the world that could injure the unsullied divine body in a frontal manner. The Qingshu Holy Maiden has actually returned from the ancestral tomb. I thought someone was spreading rumors. It's just that I don't know which old ancestor within the ancestral mausoleum is guiding her cultivation. It's really enviable. The aura on Saintess Qingshu's body is even more terrifying than before. It wouldn't be possible to break the taboo and condense the 11th Fate Palace, would it? Many of the Li clan's pride, looking at Li Qingshu who floated in the setting sun, spoke out with emotion. At this moment, the eyebrows of the crowd were as grave as they could be, not underestimating the other party just because they were in a daughter's body. On the contrary, their awe for the young girl intensified. With the coming of the Golden Age, our Li family's young generation is full of celestial pride. Just ask the young generation within the Taichu Dao region who can tassel with my Li family. Some of the Li clan's pride shouted out in excitement, their bodies trembling with excitement. Nowadays, the Li family had the Tsong Tian hegemony body, the 10,000 searches mortal body, the desolate ancient saint body, and many other special body types. Why worry about the family cannot prosper, when the sole leader for tens of thousands of years, the last time the divine sun appeared in the immortal pavilion, the Tsong Tian Holy Sun had threatened to challenge the other 8 holy sons and daughters. Now that the Qingshu Holy Maiden has emerged from the ancestral mausoleum, I wonder how the Tsong Tian Holy Sun will choose. Looking at Li Qingshu's gradually fading silhouette, several Li clan celestials murmured out, as they were talking to each other about the matter of Li Tsangtian's war letter that he had ordered in the first place. The 9 great holy sons or holy daughters are all qualified to compete for the position of the divine sun, and if Holy Maiden Qingshu wants to challenge the divine sun, the first thing she'll have to go through is the holy son of Song Tian's hurdle. Another heavenly pride opened his mouth to talk, speculating on Li Qingshu's next motive. Although that Song Tian Holy Sun had already lost and was unable to compete for that divine sun position, he had now followed behind the divine sun lord. If Li Qingshu really went to challenge Li Xuanyuan, Li Tsangtian would definitely be the first to refuse. After Li Qingshu returned, she went straight back to her own dojo, Qingxian Peak. she was too lazy to pay attention to those miscellaneous remarks from the outside world. One thing that did surprise Li Qingshu a little was Li Tsungtian's decision-making. It was a bit unlike him for the other party to willingly follow someone else and stoop to his level. To be able to make Li Tsungtian follow willingly, it seemed that this god's son, whom he had never met before, was definitely above Li Tsungtian in terms of both talent and strength. If there is a chance, Qingshu is looking forward to fighting you. Li Qingshu stood on the top of Qingxian Mountain, her moonlight white long skirt fluttering her arms, her immortal posture unparalleled. She looked out over the roiling sea of clouds, her voice cool and indifferent. On this trip to the ancestral tomb, she was instructed by the 18 ancestors, and the unsullied divine body metamorphosed into an unsullied immortal bone, and the unsullied divine body reached a small completion. Then after that, she took the unsullied vision and united it with the 10 fate palaces, opening up the 11th fate palace, breaking the confinement of the emperor's forbidden realm, and her battle prowess skyrocketed. Although she had no intention of competing for the position of God's son, she would personally go and test the battle prowess of the God's son. If one's strength was too weak, one would not be qualified to lead the younger generation of the Li family and take charge of the entire Li family. Not to mention that she, Li Qingshu, did not agree. The other several holy sons or holy daughters would most likely not agree either. Soon after, the clan elder of Li Qingshu's lineage stepped onto Qingxian Peak, bringing her many cultivation resources in a burst of hush-hush warmth. On the other hand, in the ancient realm, the moonlight was like water, cold and hazy. Li Tsungtian and Li Tianji rested their hands behind their heads, lying on the verdant and lush grass, listening to the wind together and feeling the rhythm of nature. The brothers shared a long look at the bright moon in the sky. The current Li Tsungtian no longer needed to worry about his brother's longevity. This was the life he had always dreamed of. Li Qingshu is out of the gate. I won't allow her to go after the godson's trouble. Li Tsungtian stretched his back, and a flash of stern immortal aura flashed through his purple pupils. Li Qingshu is not a simple person. After the guidance of the clan's old ancestors, her immaculate divine body, I'm afraid that she has already awakened a true divine body vision. Li Tianji's eyes lingered with the two chi of yin and yang as he said softly, "Brother, the current you won't be a match for her, but only for now." This is not a sarcastic dig at the other side, but a statement of harsh truth. Li Qingshu entered the ancestral mausoleum, and with the Li clan's old ancestor personally teaching him, he was able to cultivate with half the effort. On the contrary, Li Tsungtian, all the way to rely on himself, and even the cultivation resources are very limited. How to compete with each other? With the fingers of the feet to think all no. The 10 major fate palaces are not the limit of the Tsungtian hegemony body. Li Tianji said if he had a point. I think that my brother can use the hegemonic body divine form, the same as that Xian Lord, to diffuse into a new fate palace, and use it to impact the 11th fate palace. Only the other side has only half succeeded and has not perfected it. Also, the strongest state of the physique is to activate the divine body vision. If brother can activate one of the hegemonic body visions, there will definitely be a qualitative leap in battle power. Li Tianji had the ability to see through part of the essence of cultivation and foresee a certain future. He informed Li Tsungtian of the thoughts in his heart without reservation. The current predicament is nothing. The trough of life is only temporary. The true dragon will sooner or later soar to the sky. Whether it was a dragon or a worm, leave it to time to test. He believed that his brother would be a supreme true dragon. 9 kinds of visions as the foundation. The overlord body divine form transforms the fate palace. I see. Li Tianji's words were like an awakening immortal voice exploding in Li Tsungtian's mind. It made his thoughts clear, and a whole new kind of realization came to him. Once he had an epiphany. The hegemonic body rose to the occasion. Chapter 38, the Xianxian Divine Mountain. Ancient freak of the heaven-swallowing vein emerges. The Xianxian Divine Mountain. Deep within the heaven-swallowing mountain range, borrow the divine bones and essence blood in your body and wish me to break the seal and come out of the world. In the immortal mansion, the youth's indifferent voice came out from within the immortal source. Little ancestor, you. Hearing this, Xian Lord was like being struck by 5 thunderbolts, and his face turned pale with fear. Humph, ignorant fool. The youth's voice was warm and angry as he coldly grunted. This emperor is only borrowing the power of the Xuanwu divine bone in your body. It's not like he's stripping it from your body. As for the essence blood, only 3 drops are needed. What are you afraid of? Afraid that this emperor will kill you? Simply stupid. I don't even want your thin bloodline degree for nothing. If it wasn't for the fact that the forced emergence of the world was affecting the recovery of his overall strength, where would he have needed this dumbass who was full of revenge? This kind of crippled roots and thin bloodline, in the era he lived in back then, was only material to be cannon fodder. Hearing the little ancestor's furious rebuke, Xian Lord's face was a shade of green and a shade of white, and while his heart was ashamed and angry, he was also relieved. He had originally thought that the little ancestor was going to blood sacrifice him out of the world, but fortunately the other party didn't have that in mind. Forgive the latecomer for being rash and misunderstanding little ancestor. The Xian Lord respectfully bowed before cutting his finger and squeezing out 3 drops of Xuanwu essence blood. Afterward, he followed the little ancestor's instructions and operated the Xuanwu divine bone in his body, pouring his essence blood and the power of the divine bone into the immortal origin. With the infusion of essence blood and divine bone power, the entire immortal mansion seemed to be endowed with infinite life and began to tremble violently. Even the entire Xianmei divine mountain realm was shaking along with it. The earth shook, and the sun and moon trembled together. Almost instantly, the clan elders of the heaven-swallowing vein were startled, tearing through the void with the lift of their hands and instantaneously appearing outside the immortal mansion. The ancient freak of my heaven-swallowing clan, Emperor Xian Tian, is going to be born. An old toothy heaven-swallowing clan elder's eyes were agitated and his hands danced with excitement. This clan elder had endless Shenhuang qi hanging down around him, shrouded in immortal mist, his aura as profound as an abyss. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled, and the immortal mansion collapsed in an instant. One could only see a divine and extraordinary ink-colored Xuanwu, pulling a black divine hall, stepping out from the ruins of the immortal mansion. Every step that fell caused the heavens and earth to shake, and the stars in the heavens above flickered, bright and uncertain. The black divine hall was like a mountain range spanning across the sky, as if it had been poured out of ancient divine gold, emitting a cold and dark metallic luster. A Xuanwu divine might that suppressed the Qiankuan heaven and earth spread out from within the divine hall in an instant. This pressure directly caused Xian Lord to kneel down in the ruins, his body trembling and prostrate, his head pressed against the ground, making it difficult to lift it up by the slightest bit. See Emperor Xian Tian. The rest of the clan elders of the heaven-swallowing vein who had rushed here, feeling the pure imperial bloodline pressure, all shook lightly in their robes and knelt down on one knee in the air, looking respectful as they bowed to the divine hall. An ancient freak from the dusty mountains of the Xianmei divine mountain, possessing a pure Xianwu royal bloodline. The richness of its bloodline surpassed that of the clan's supreme beings, and was not at all on the same level. At that moment, the portal of the divine hall opened, and a poised teenage figure strolled out from it. Knock! That golden Xuanwu took the initiative to prostrate and bow its head, serving as a ladder for the young figure to step on. Be excused. In this life, the path of the emperor will be opened, and this emperor's son will carry the destiny of the world and ascend to the emperor's throne. The young man wore a Xuanwu golden robe. His face was like a knife, his sword eyebrows were in his temples, and he was handsome. He was grounded in the void, his body surrounded by a lingering imperial aura that flooded the 4 directions of heaven and earth. There were also stars and buckets in the heavens in his eyes, and the laws of the imperial Tao were intertwining and disillusioning, just like a great emperor of the ancient world coming back to life. A true royal bloodline. What a powerful pressure. The Xian Lord knelt on the ground, his insides incomparably trembling, his body trembling uncontrollably, worthy of being an ancient heavenly pride that had been dusted off for several epochs. This kind of bloodline oppression was simply not comparable to that of the current generation of heavenly pride. Though he was an heir of the Xianxian underworld divine mountain, his battle power ranked upstream at the same rank. However, in front of Emperor Xian Tian, it was as if he was a mole cricket on the ground, as if the other party could wipe him out with a wave of his hand. This was still that the other party had just revived, and their strength was less than 1/10 of what it was in its heyday. If we waited until we recovered to our full strength, what kind of splendor would it be? Although that Li family's divine son had stepped into the only immortal forbidden realm in the ages, his own little ancestor, who had been in existence that had pushed through the ages back then, shouldn't have much of a problem coping with the other side. Since this imperial prince has come forth, he will definitely lead the Xianmei divine mountain and create a world of splendor. Emperor Xian Tian's voice was indifferent, with a confidence that was invincible throughout the ages. Your imperial son has an unparalleled talent. What with the divine body, the Tao body, and the 10 great fate palaces, they will all prostrate themselves at your feet. The several clan elders of the heaven-swallowing clan said respectfully, their cloudy eyes filled with admiration and excitement. A direct descendant of the heaven-swallowing ancient emperor should have the invincible Tao heart that suppresses the ancient and modern future. Demon forces such as the Xianmei divine mountain, the heavenly demon phoenix dynasty, and others were called the ancient imperial clan because their ancestors had given birth to ancient emperor powerhouses. The ancient emperor figures of the Taiku imperial clan were equivalent to the human great emperors in terms of battle power. It was only because they didn't care to share the title of great emperor with the human race that they created another method and changed their name to ancient emperor. After many epochs, The later generations had gradually gotten used to the title of ancient emperor. Only clans that had given birth to an ancient emperor could be called the Taiku imperial clan, and the lineages that had given birth to great emperors were collectively known as the eternal life lineages. Emperor Xian Tian, a direct descendant of the heaven-swallowing ancient emperor, possessed the bloodline of an ancient emperor. It was far from a bloodline as thin as Xian lords, which could not be compared to that of the ancient emperor. That was why the many clan elders were so excited. When the ancient emperor's heir comes out, ask the younger generation of the Taichou Dao domain who can compete with the Xian Nai Divine Mountain. Chapter 39, Xuanwu Emperor Bone. Xian Yi declares war on Li Shuing Yuan. Third Saint's son appears. The news of Emperor Xian Tian's emergence caused the entire Taichou Dao region to shake. The heavens' pride figures among the major transcendent powers were all feeling the pressure. It was like there was an ancient godly mountain pressing down on the hearts of the crowd, leaving them breathless. The golden great world has descended. All kinds of special physiques have emerged, and now that the ancient freaks have also broken the seal and emerged, the real peak showdown is about to begin. I've heard that Xian Yi, the leader of the Xianmei Divine Mountain, possesses an ancient underworld divine body, has opened up 10 fate palaces, and has the tendency to impact 11 fate palaces. Moreover, the other party has fused the supreme bone of the Xuanwu clan, and the ancient underworld god body is even claimed to be immortal. So even if there is still a drop of blood, he can retrace his steps and be reborn again. Now that another ancient freak has awakened in the Xianmei Divine Mountain, it's going against the rhythm of the heavens. The emergence of Emperor Xian Tian's son caused many people to be incredibly shocked. There is no doubt about the gold content of ancient freaks. It was a proxy for being invincible for an era. Previously, the Li family's divine son made Xian Lord, the heir to the Xianmei Divine Mountain, and a great saintly figure kneel in the Vortex ancient city, but it swept away the face of the Divine Mountain. The Li clan and the Xuanhe Divine Mountain are worldly enemies, and this time when Emperor Xian Tian comes out, he most likely won't let go of that Li clan's divine son. In the matter of the Vortex ancient city, the Li clan's divine son has indeed demonstrated invincible talent, but the ancient freaks are so thick that they can't be described by common sense. If the fight really starts, the Li clan's divine son is in a bit of danger. The entire Taichou Dao domain had their eyes on the two major powers, discussing this matter. In addition to the Xianxian Divine Mountain, the crowd was also concerned about the developments on the Taishu Dragon Court side, knowing that the heir of the Taishu Dragon Court, Ao Su, as well as the Ao Su Great Sage, had fallen in the hands of Li Nantian. This scene would be returned by the Taishu Dragon clan sooner or later. I just don't know when the retaliation will unfold. However, not long after that time, another shocking news once again came out from the Xianmei Divine Mountain. Emperor Xian Tian bestowed Xian Yi with a Xuanwu imperial bone, then wished him a successful fusion and a perfect opening of the 11th Fate Palace. The Xuanwu Emperor Bone. That was the remains of a generation of ancient emperors that had metamorphosed down. Even though it was only a relic bone, it possessed a vast and unfathomable power that could inspire the bloodline of the Imperial Dao and strike a 10,000th of an Imperial Dao strike. With the 11 Destiny Palaces added to his body, he would surely become a supreme being in the future. And as for the great emperors above the supreme beings, he would also be qualified to fight for them. At the same time, Emperor Xian Tian had also passed down part of the heaven-swallowing ancient emperor's divine abilities to Xian Yi, helping him to fuse them together. Xuanwu Emperor Bone, Supreme Bone, 11 Fate Palace, Ancient Underworld Divine Body, Heaven-swallowing Ancient Emperor Divine Power. In addition to these, there was also the hidden undercard of the Xianmei Divine Mountain, and Xian Yi, in a single leap, had a hidden tendency to become the #1 person of the younger generation in the Taichou Dao domain. Not long after the news was spread, Xian Yi issued a war message to the Li clan's divine son, telling him to wash his neck and immediately head to the Taichou battle stage in Xuanwu Heaven to prepare for death. Hearing this news, the Taichou Dao region was abuzz. The first heirs of the two great powers are going to start making moves? It's not going to turn into a biological war, is it? That would be hilarious. Not long after Li Sun Yuan emerged, he first killed Ao Ting and then defeated Xian Lord, displaying his invincibility. On the other side was the old supreme heavenly pride, the first of the younger generation of the Xianmei Divine Mountain. Xian Yi, who already had heaven-defying battle power, was now more and more unfathomably powerful after being built by Emperor Xian Tian. At that moment, it was reasonable to speak out in such a manner. If they were to have the 11 Fate Palaces, the Xuanwu Emperor Ancient and Ancient Underworld Divine Bodies in their place, they would be even more arrogant than Xian Yi. Not to mention letting the Li family's divine son come out to die obediently. Even a roadside dog would have to be slapped. I don't know how that Li clan's divine son will respond. If he cowers and doesn't fight, it would be a bit too much of a disgrace for the Li clan. If we answer the battle, once we lose, the Li family will even lose face. This matter is a bit difficult to deal with. The various forces in the Taichou Dao domain were all in heated discussions and chatter. The Xianmei Divine Mountain had a long-standing grudge against the Li family, and with the appearance of Emperor Xiantian, he would surely be the first to point his spear at the younger generation of the Li family. And as a freak of antiquity, when he had the condescension of a supreme pride, he didn't even bother to do it himself. Even though the Li clan's divine son was the leader of the Li clan's younger generation, Emperor Xiantian did not place the other party in his eyes. After all, Emperor Xiantian was, in his time, an existence that pushed across the heavenly prides of the world and was invincible in the world. That was why he had personally trained a fighter and asked Xianyi to step in instead of himself to take care of the Li clan's divine son. At this moment, Li Xuanyuan was in seclusion, fully immersed in cultivation, concentrating on quenching the immortal bone Dao pattern. For those crazy negative news in the outside world, as the main character, he was oblivious. Seeing that the Li family did not respond, the Xianmei Divine Mountain even made a succession of wild statements, claiming that there was no one in the younger generation of the Li family who dared not respond to the battle. In response, the younger generation of the Li family was incomparably angry, but there was nothing they could do about it. They were not strong enough on their own and could only sulk silently behind their backs. Going out mindlessly to answer the battle would only result in defeat, and that would be even more humiliating for the Li family. Lord Godson has been in seclusion for some time now, and the Tsong Tian Holy Son also entered seclusion a few days ago. The only one left in the current younger generation of the Li clan who can compete with Xianyi is the Qingshu Holy Maiden. There were young Li family members who clenched their fists, feeling incomparably stifled. Nowadays, the first saint's son, the second saint's son, and the others were not in the Li family, and only the fifth saint daughter Li Qingshu had just returned. Is it hard to believe that the Li family is going to let a woman meet the battle? Is this like that? Just as many of the Li family's celestial pride were holding in their hearts, one could only see an immaculate and dustless feathered immortal Dao running through the void, manifesting the heavens. Afterwards, a white-clothed silhouette stepped out into the air, treading the feathered immortal path as she prepared to leave the Li family. It's the holy maiden Cheng Shu. Is she going to meet Xianyi? Many of the Li family's younger generation raised their heads and looked towards the fairy-like white-clothed silhouette, all of them feeling ashamed in their hearts. If they were strong enough, they wouldn't have let a woman fight instead of the Li family. Qing Shu, you. Several clan elders from Li Qingshu's lineage appeared, their gazes extremely complicated and rather helpless. Even if there's no divine son, the younger generation of my Li family will still be able to overwhelm the world and suppress the younger generation of the Dao domain. Li Qingshu's voice was clear, cold and indifferent as he said, since the divine son is in seclusion, then I will go forward to answer the battle. The Li family's face cannot be lost. Her hair was like a waterfall, her skin was snowy, and her ethereal fairy-like features carried an incomparably confident demeanor. Even though Xianyi fused the Xuanwu imperial bone and opened up 11 destiny palaces, the young girl was fearless, when there was an invincible Dao heart. Well said, the Li family's face cannot be lost. A gentle voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth, and a handsome young man with white clothes and red hair appeared in the crowd's line of sight at an unknown time. He appeared as if out of nowhere, but also as if he was originally there, which was bizarre to the extreme. The moment they saw the white-clothed teenager, the surrounding younger generation of the Li family all had a look of terrified awe welling up in their eyes. In the next second, the crowd all scattered like birds of prey, staying far away from the teenager, instantly clearing out a vacuum zone. Third saint's son, Li Zixing. The pupils of a Li family pride shook as he swallowed hard. This is a madman, a complete madman. If one were to say who was the most feared among the 9 holy sons, it was none other than Li Zixing. He easily doesn't fight, but when he does, it's really on. He cuts even his own people, except for his enemies. It was able to hack from the easternmost part of the Taichou Dao domain, all the way to the westernmost part. Chapter 40 Crazy Immortal Skill Lineage Li Zixing, Meeting Leader Xianyi. The face of the Li family cannot be lost. The teenager's white clothes and red hair, the corners of his mouth held a faintly evil arc. His appearance was exceptionally handsome, and he had a kind of sense of vision of a crazy batch of beautiful teenagers. Oddly enough, the red-haired teenager was carrying a battle sword that was the height of his body. His pair of eyes, which appeared to be one black and one white, had yin and yang Qianku and Dao embodiments flowing from the depths of his pupils, as if they were diffusing the origin of the great Dao. That's the third saint's son, Li Zixing. Many of the young prides of the Li clan couldn't help but let out exclamations of shock after seeing that white-clothed, red-haired teenager. While their eyes showed respect, their faces carried more of a sense of awe. This one's a total nutcase, the kind that doesn't recognize his own family when he's mad. The other party possessed an indestructible Dao body, and when he first ascended to the Fate Palace realm, he had already opened up the 10 Fate Palaces. More so, he cultivated another lineage of the Li family and the supreme immortal technique, the Mad Immortal Technique. This immortal skill can summon a wisp of the Mad Immortal ancient ancestors' will to descend into his body, thus entering a state of insanity and multiplying his battle power by multiples. It was comparable to a small imperial forbidden domain. The only drawback was that it was too life-ruining, leading to the fact that over the generations of the Li family, the inheritors of the Mad Immortal lineage had not lived long, and most of them had died young. But, although the inheritors of the Mad Immortal lineage had died early, each and every one of them had left behind a great reputation within the Taicho Dao domain and had become immortal legends. Even for those powerful people in the transcendent forces, when they met an heir of the Mad Immortal lineage, it would be an incomparable headache, easily unwilling to mess with the other side or make an enemy of it. Also, the indestructible Dao body that Li Zhixing possessed, which claimed that his physical body was immortal and his soul was indestructible, could be called a blood-locking plug-in, and fit perfectly with his Mad Immortal technique. This guy easily doesn't make a move, but once he does, who cares about you this and that, whether it's a teammate or an enemy, take them all out. Back then, in a supreme secret realm, he slaughtered all the heavenly prides that entered the realm with his own strength. Even the earthworms within the mystery were split in half, almost killing even his own family. Luckily, a clan elder made a timely move to stop the havoc, and right after that incident, when the younger generation of the Li family saw Li Zhixing later on, they all scattered in fear. Stay as far away as you can for fear that the other side will give them a stab on a whim. Don't be afraid. I'm reformed now and don't kill people indiscriminately. Li Zhixing spread his hands and spoke with a helpless expression. He could now manage to control the Mad Immortal technique without completely losing his mind and disowning all 6 of his relatives after entering a state of madness. The surrounding young generation of the Li family obviously didn't believe it and retreated even farther away after hearing this. Alas, is there no semblance of trust between men? Li Zhixing sighed and shook his head helplessly again. Buzz. At this time, the few remaining clan elders of the Mad Immortal lineage appeared one after another. They looked at Li Zhixing quietly, without the need for too many words. A look was enough. Zhixing will live up to the expectations of the clan elders. Li Zhixing bowed respectfully to the Mad Immortal lineage, as well as the clan elders of the other several lineages, understanding what they meant. Afterwards, Li Zhixing took a step out, and a blood-colored immortal path crossed the sky, leading to the unknown depths. Sister Cheng Shu, go back. Men's matters should be resolved by men. Let me go and meet that leader of the Xianshi Divine Mountain for a while. As he passed by Li Qingshu, Li Zhixing nodded with the young girl, and then his figure transformed into a streak of light, completely disappearing into the sky. Clan elders, Qingshu also secretly went to the Taicho battle stage to avoid any accidents. Li Qingshu lightly saluted the clan elders present. Then her jade legs gently moved and she stepped on the feathered immortal path to chase after them. After Li Zhixing and his duo left, several clan elders gathered here in an ancient realm of the Li clan. Old 5, Old 6, you two follow them, secretly watch over them. No mistakes. In Qingshu's lineage, a powerful clan elder spoke faintly. Aha! The void distorted as 2 clan elders with heavenly strength tore through the void and stepped into it and disappeared, just to be on the safe side. Old 7, Old 8, you two should go too. This clan elder followed up with an order. Yes, in the Li family's forbidden land, 2 more voices rang out, followed by 2 vast and boundless auras that rose up into the sky. In another ancient realm, a black-robed middle-aged man with a killing sword in his arms raised his eyes to look at the 4 auras that had disappeared in the depths of the firmament. Afterward, he also stepped through the void and disappeared into it. He was a clan elder of the Mad Immortal lineage, secretly protecting Li Zhixing. That's reasonable, right? In one sparring match, the Li clan had dispatched 5 clan elders at once to escort them. That's still the people in the open. Whether there are any in the shadows is all a matter of guessing. It's almost like a full-on Old 6. The 3rd saint son of the Li clan, Li Zhixing, who possessed an indestructible Dao body, stepped out to face Xian Yi, the leader of the Xianmei Divine Mountain. Once this news was spread, it immediately caused a huge stir in the Taicho Dao region. Many of the power's celestial pride heard this and moved under the protection of their own strong men, heading to the Taicho battle stage in the Xuanwu heaven. Although Li Shu and Yuan's reputation had recently spread far and wide, Li Zhixing had caused several sensational big events in the Taichu Dao domain back then, and his battle power was equally incomparable and heaven-defying. Many people wanted to witness a peak duel between such supreme heavenly prides. The 3rd saint son of the Li family, against the first heir of the Xianmei Divine Mountain. Many forces were paying attention to this battle, which would be a true test of the strength of the younger generation of the Li family. The world only knows that Li Qingshu and Li Junlin, when they fought with the first heir of the Taishu Dragon Court and the Xianmei Divine Mountain, they just didn't get real. If the third saint son of the Li clan could beat Xian Yi, then this would be a bit terrifying. In addition to the third saint son, the Li family also had the first saint son and the second saint son, so how terrifying would their strength be? Not to mention that there was also a divine son of unknown depth, which was why the many forces within the Taichou Dao domain were so concerned about this battle. The Taichou battle stage, a place where all the cultivators of the Taichou Dao domain dueled against each other, was set up in every heavenly domain. Cultivators with great strength can open up a starry sky battlefield to fight against each other. Those who were not strong enough stepped onto the Taichu battle stage to fight against each other. Of course, not everyone has to be so preachy. Some small fights and random battles are also possible. However, it was clear that the Xianmei Divine Mountain wanted to defeat the Li clan's divine son in a high-profile manner, sweeping away the opponent's face, and that was why it chose the much-anticipated Taichu battle stage. Chapter 41. I bowed 3 times before the immortal, inviting the immortal to enter the spirit palace and help me battle the vault of heaven. The Xuanwu Heavens Taichu battle stage, located in the heavenly meteor ancient land within the Xuanwu Heaven, was a secret place known to all. In just half a day's time, Li Zhixing arrived at the heavenly meteor ancient land in Xuanwu Heaven. Along with them, there was also a clan elder from the mad immortal lineage. It was impossible for the Li clan to let Li Zhixing travel to Xuanwu Heaven alone, and they would definitely send clan elders to escort him. Of course, that's just the one in the open. There are quite a few more following in the shadows. Li Qingshu had also rushed to the heavenly meteor ancient land, only that she didn't show up and chose to hide in the shadows, making decisions depending on the situation. At this moment, the surroundings of the heavenly meteor ancient land had long been overcrowded, filled with the figures of heavenly pride. The royal families and recluse ancient clans that were rare to see on a normal day had all arrived. At that moment, a blood-colored immortal path ran through the sky, reaching the heavenly meteor ancient land. In that dazzling blood-colored immortal radiance, a white-clothed figure carrying a huge battle sword appeared in the crowd's line of sight. The young man had a head full of bloody hair that fluttered in the wind, and a pair of eyes, one black and one white, flowed with Qiankuan Dao containment, mysterious and abnormal. And at that moment, a vision once again came from the sky. One could only see 9 ink-colored divine tortoises, pulling a golden carriage across the sky, with bright golden light and vast divine might. A handsome young figure sat in it, Black Xianxi lingering around him, a small snake resembling a pale dragon coiled on his shoulder, his aura unfathomable. A head of black hair fell to the ground, as if there was a horrifying sight of gods and devils falling and 10,000 spirits chattering in blood within the ice-cold pupils, causing chills to the heart. Li Zhixing carried his battle sword and looked towards the young figure. The depths of the teenager's eyes, instead of having a color of fear, there was a hidden madness that had been suppressed for a long time. The one this saint's son invites to battle is the Li clan's divine son, or at the very least, the first saint's son, not you. The young figure Xianyi faintly swept a glance at Li Zhixing, his cold and arrogant voice devoid of any emotional fluctuations. You're not qualified to let them make a move. Against you, I alone am sufficient. Li Zhixing responded with a calm and unhurried demeanor. Although the other party had fused the Xuanwu Emperor bone and cultivated the heaven-swallowing ancient emperor avatar, but he, Li Zhixing, was the heir to the mad immortal lineage, the possessor of the undying Dao body, and also had an invincible Dao heart. The words fell, under the gaze of the horrified eyes of the crowd, only to see Li Zhixing holding the knife in his backhand, stabbing into his own chest in one go, hot blood bursting into the void, staining the heavens and earth red. Li Zhixing's pair of eyes gradually became as crimson as blood at this moment, incomparably piercing, like 2 rounds of burning immortal suns, terrifyingly incomparable. Boom! An indescribably terrifying and ferocious might completely erupted from Li Zhixing's body, penetrating the clouds and heaven and earth. Blood as a guide, flesh and bone as a sheath. Let me personally taste how delicious your blood. Let me taste for myself how delicious your blood is. Li Zhixing's eyes were as red as blood, his head full of red hair fluttering about as he slowly pulled the battle sword out of his body, hissing with a maniacal expression. As the battle sword was drawn out of his body, the originally plain and simple sword body was now dyed blood red by blood. With talismans flickering and a fierce aura, an ancient blood-colored Dao pattern flowed on top of the battle sword, extremely bright and colorful. There is a destructive atmosphere that kills immortals and devils, from which it constantly stirs out, seeming to be able to cut down the ancient Qiankuan. Crazy, the Li family's third saint's son is crazy again. The crowd of celestial pride within the heavenly meteor ancient land couldn't help but look horrified when they saw this scene, as they recalled the matter of the supreme mystery realm back then. Other than the Li family members, all the other celestial pride that entered the supreme mysterious realm all fell, their souls destroyed, all died at the hands of Li Zhixing. Now the guy is going crazy again. Mad immortal technique, blood as a guide. I bow 3 times in front of the immortal, and invite the immortal to enter the spirit palace and help me battle the heavens. Li Zhixing laughed maniacally, only to see him bite through his fingertip and point a finger at the center of his eyebrows. A touch of demonic immortal flame seal burned in the center of his brow, swaying eerily and surviving forever. Boom! One could only see a supreme chaotic shadow silently emerge behind Li Zhixing, as if he was a divine lord who opened up the heavens and supported the world of the ages. After that, the chaos shadow possessed Li Zhixing and hugged him, gradually becoming one with him. In the next moment, the aura on the teenager's body was like a rocket and began to soar extremely fast, and his terrifying battle intent was like an ancient emperor's son on the mortal coil. Invite the immortal into the spiritual palace. Battle the dome this night. Li Zhixing carried a 10-meter-long blood-colored battle sword and laughed maniacally as he launched a frantic attack on Xianyi. This is the Li family's mad immortal technique. Burning one's own longevity can fully enhance one's attributes in a short period of time. I didn't expect this type of taboo technique to come out once again. Many of the older generation cultivators' gazes were permeated with fear, associating them with certain scenarios from the past. The heavens weep blood, and the sea of blood is heaving. The mad fairy technique. Xianyi's brows frowned slightly as this killing Dao pressure caused him to feel an inexplicable pressure, but that alone was not nearly enough to pose a threat to him. Xuanwu great divine power. Xuanwu Tuot Sangdao. Xianyi stepped out of the carriage as he formed a seal in his hand. Xuanwu divine power surged, and the clouds in the firmament surged. Boom! A huge Xuanwu Dharma phase stepped out from it, each step falling as if it could shatter the underworld. The divine ability of the Xian underworld divine mountain was exerted in Xianyi's hands, striking the 9 heavens above and suppressing the underworld below. It could be much more terrifying than the Xian Lord. Rumble! The 2 killing moves clashed strongly, erupting with a heaven-destroying divine might, like the end of the world coming. The entire heavenly meteor ancient land was trembling and crumbling. Both are absolute heavenly prides. They can easily do so by crossing the ranks. Their battle power is really strong. The crowd marveled in awe. The battle power that these 2 men erupted was too terrifying, like 2 teenage supreme beings fighting. Li Zhixing dragged his battle sword with one hand, rubbing striking marks on the ground. A scarlet ancient Dao pattern drilled into the earth, transforming into a party of killing Dao domains that completely shrouded this heaven and earth. This is the mad immortal domain. It can weaken the opponent's battle power and boost your own attack power. A heavenly pride cried out in shock, his gaze filled with horror. Generally speaking, a domain was a sign that only saints had, and comprehending a party's domain at the creation realm simply stunned everyone present. This was the terror of the mad immortal technique, equivalent to overdrawing one's future potential and exploding one's peak battle power at the moment. It was also this that caused most of the successive generations of the mad immortal lineage heirs to die young. Mad immortal realm. What a fearless fellow! Xianyi's gaze flinched slightly as he let out a cold snort, his chest glowing as it erupted with a blazing, eye-catching light. He activated the Xuanwu Supreme Bone to counteract the power of the laws of the mad immortal realm. The Xuanwu Supreme Bones cover divine ability. The Xuanwu Robbing Light. Another Heaven's Pride figure let out a gasp of shock and sucked in a breath of cold air. This is the Supreme Bone. Those who possess Supreme Bones were born with supreme divine power, and they should also have the posture of a supreme, and could easily step into the supreme realm. Boom! The sky above the Skyfall ancient land completely dimmed as soon as the Xuanwu Robbing Light came out. It was as if the only thing left in heaven and earth was that robber light radiating an undying radiance. Then the Xuanwu Robbing Light tore through the void and went towards Li Zhixing to kill him. Li Zhixing unfolded the mad immortal domain and executed the 9 styles of mad immortal avatar. Each strike had a shocking power as he sparred with Xianyi. It was a gut-wrenching sight to see. The Li clan's 3rd saint's son was actually able to fight Xianyi back and forth. It's a bit too strong. Many people's hearts were shocked and their expressions were somewhat unbelievable. This guy's the 3rd saint's son. It's too strong, isn't it? If the 3rd saint's son was so terrifying, how strong must the Li family's 1st saint's son and 2nd saint's son be? In the end, Xianyi utilized the heaven-swallowing ancient emperor's inherited divine ability, and Li Zhixing also sacrificed his undying Dao body's supreme killing move. This battle was fought in blood for a day and a night. As the final roar resounded, the entire heavenly meteor ancient land was in shambles. The battle sword in Li Zhixing's hand crumbled into a roiling point of light. His body fell back hundreds of meters. His body's chi and blood surged, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Xianyi similarly retreated 100 paces away. The palms of his hands under his robes trembled slightly, and there was blood flowing out, only to be well concealed by him. Seeing this scene, countless people's breath stopped and they were shocked beyond words. From the current state of affairs, Li Zhixing fell into a disadvantage. But don't forget, he was only the third saintly son of the Li family, while Xianyi was the leader of the Xianmei Divine Mountain. That's a little scary. Chapter 42, A Battle to Fight the Li family's Prestige. Song Tian gathers the 11 natal palaces. In the Skyfall ancient land, Xianyi's face was clouded with gloom. The ending of this battle was beyond his expectations and was simply completely different from what he had imagined. He did not easily suppress Li Zhixing, but instead, this battle was fought very hard. Xianyi didn't hold back. The Supreme Bone and the ancient underworld divine body's innate divine abilities were all utilized, but it still failed to suppress the other side. As for his Xuanwu Imperial Bone and 11th Fate Palace, they were still in the fusion stage and could not be completely activated, resulting in not being able to defeat Li Zhixing in the first place. Now if the fight continued, it would also be a stalemate, and the Xianxian Divine Mountain would lose even more face. Might as well end it there and minimize the loss of face. When the Xuanwu Imperial Bone is perfectly fused in the future, and the 11th Fate Palace is completely opened, then he will turn back to suppress Li Zhixing, and see who dares to say a word of no again. This Saint Sun's Xuanwu Imperial Bone is in the process of fusion, and I will surely decimate you in another battle in the coming day. Xianyi snorted coldly and turned around to leave with the group of people from the Xianmei Divine Mountain. The same goes for you. Li Zhixing's white clothes were stained with blood as he watched Xianyi leave and did not make any attempt to stop him. After breaking through the 15th ancestor's inheritance trial ground, the indestructible Tao body within him was at the stage of metamorphosis. Li Zhixing also understood that with his current battle power, he was simply not enough to forcefully suppress Xianyi. On the contrary, he did not lose the face of the Li family in this battle, but instead, he struck the Li family's reputation. A tie finish is kind of a good ending. The opening of the Three Lives Emperor's tomb was imminent. It was not suitable to make a big fuss. Forcing a battle against each other would not be beneficial to anyone. Thus, the curtain fell on this earth-shattering battle. Xianyi did not utilize the Xuanwu Imperial Bone or the 11 Fate Palaces. Overall, this battle was a defeat for Third Saint's son Li Zhixing. A celestial pride said this. Li Zhixing has not yet revealed his Fate Palace either. And with the perverted attributes of his indestructible Tao body, if the two were to explode with all their might, it's still not certain who would be the winner in a life and death battle. Another heavenly pride retorted. He was very optimistic about Li Zhixing, and if it was a life and death battle, he didn't think that his opponent would lose. The battle came and went quickly. According to the speculation of the crowd, the Three Lives Emperor's tomb was about to be opened, and inside it was the inheritance opportunity of the Three Lives Emperor, Li Zhixing and Xianyi. Most likely because of the Emperor's tomb. That was why each side had reserved their backhand. If all of his cards were to be revealed to the world today, it would do more harm than good to this trip to the Emperor's tomb. However, from this battle, the many forces of the Taichou Dao domain were finally starting to re-examine the Li family. It will be taken with immense care, pushing back the previous board and starting the process all over again. In the past, when Li Qingshu and Li Junlin made moves with the outside world's prides, they were only point blank and did not break out their true strength in cards, so the crowd didn't have a particularly accurate perception of their overall battle power. Now after Li Zhixing's battle power was mirrored, everyone realized that the overall strength of the Li family's younger generation was simply too terrifying. It was almost as if it was weighing down the many forces. This was still only the strength of the third Saint Sun, and above the third Saint Sun there were the first and second Saint Suns. And then above that there was Li Shu and Yuan, the Divine Sun. These projections are fascinating to ponder. Many celestial pride were also curious to know what the true battle power of the first two Saint Sons of the Li family was. However, what made everyone look forward to even more was the performance of the Li clan's Divine Son, Li Shu and Yuan. If the other party fought against Xianyi and Emperor Xian Tian, what kind of exciting situation would erupt? The Li family, in the middle of the ancient realm, Li Xangtian was perched in the void, and 9 divine shapes and phases alternately surfaced behind him, with divine radiance flowing and pressurizing the 9 heavens. During this period of time, he refined the immortal crystal left to him by Li Shu and Yuan, activated the candle dragon divine form, one of the 9 great divinities, and obtained the inheritance of the candle dragon divine power. Not only that, he had also united the overlord body divine form 9 into 1, diffusing it into the soul fate palace, replacing the 11th fate palace, the 11 fate palaces, breaking the shackles of the Emperor's forbidden realm and stepping into another new world. produced a sea change in their overall battle power. The immortal killing skill that he practiced, the first style heaven destruction, had also been integrated and realized the true meaning. Li Xingtian felt that if today's him were to fight against his own self at the time of the ancient city of voltaic sky, he would be able to defeat himself in less than 3 moves. On the other hand, inside the Li family's divine hall, Li Xuanyuan had been immersed in seclusion, shielding his senses from everything in the outside world. Li Qianqiu came to check from time to time, and each time, he brought a small amount of immortal crystals to Li Xuanyuan, which he had spent a good deal of time and energy to get. Even if he was the clan elder of the Li family, it was not an easy task to obtain the immortal crystals. During this period of time when the outside world was in turmoil, Li Xuanyuan didn't listen to anything outside the window, and his cultivation broke through to the first heaven of creation in one go. He had been settling in the Fate Palace realm for a long time, and breaking into the creation realm was on the cards. All of the immortal crystals that Li Qianqiu had brought with him had also been completely consumed. On the contrary, the Tao lines in the body had only been quenched out to more than 30, an average of 3 for a piece of immortal bone. With this conversion, it had only quenched only 10 ribs. The progress was too slow. For the quenching of the immortal bone, Li Sun Yuan chose to go on the chest. After all, the heart location was more fragile. It was better to be more robust. With the innate chaotic holy body, he wanted to quench all the immortal bones in his body into perfect Tao lines, which was hundreds and thousands of times more difficult than that of an ordinary pride. This move is tantamount to going against the grain. During this period of time, Li Xuanyuan had also been studying the activation conditions of the holy body vision, the chaotic seed green lotus. An awakening vision at the time of emergence does not mean activating it completely. If one could completely activate the holy body vision, one could obtain the inheritance aptitude of the vision itself, greatly increasing one's battle power. Unfortunately, after studying it for a long time, Li Xuanyuan still didn't have any clue about it, so it seemed that he could only go and ask the old man about it. In the divine hall, Li Xuanyuan sighed and stopped dwelling on the activation of the vision. He slowly got up, then raised his palm, and vast golden holy power surged out. Buzz! As a fist blasted out, a chaotic aura raged around Li Xuanyuan's fist, and a green lotus swayed gently. Rumble! The light of the fist ran through heaven and earth, as if it could seal the great Tao of the heavens, shaking the void constantly trembling and the clouds crumbling by inches. The invincible fist light ravaged the universal space, undoubtedly startling many disciples and clan elders of the Li family. That's the location of the divine hall where the divine sun is in seclusion. This fist light is so domineering, it seems to be derived from the immortal suppression technique. The 9 ancestors personally instructed the divine sun in cultivation. It can't be that Lord Godson has cultivated the 2 supreme immortal techniques of immortal beheading and immortal suppression at the same time? Chapter 43, Ancient Heavenly Palace Signing Ground, Green Lotus Vision Activation Condition, Taichu Original Gold. When Li Xuanyuan stepped out of the divine hall, his complexion was immediately slightly stunned. This was because he realized that the shrine plaza was filled with figures, both the younger and older generations of the Li family. Greetings, Divine Sun. Congratulations to Divine Sun for cultivating the 2 supreme immortal skills of heaven beheading and heaven suppressing. Upon seeing Li Xuanyuan emerge from the gate, those surrounding Li clan children were thrilled and bowed respectfully with worshipful expressions. Lord Divine Sun, that ancient freak from the Xuanhe Divine Mountain, Emperor Xian Tian has revived. The other party bestowed a Xuanwu imperial bone, part of the ancient emperor's divine abilities, to Xian Yi, the leader of the Xianmei Divine Mountain, to come and challenge the Divine Sun. The third saint's son, Lord Li Zhixing, returned to meet the battle, all slightly inferior. At this time, a young generation of the Li family said with an indignant expression. Seeing this, Li Tenji stood out from the crowd and told Li Xuanyuan in detail about all the things that had happened during this recent period. Overall, that is, the ancient freaks of the Xianxian Divine Mountain came out of the woodwork and didn't care to do it themselves, so they cultivated an agent to pick a fight. Li Zhixing, the third saintly son of the Li clan, returned, and the 2 fought in the heavenly meteor ancient ground in the Xuanwu heaven, without a win or a loss. When these things happened, Li Xingtian was still in seclusion and knew very little about the matter. Upon hearing Li Tianji's explanation, his gaze gradually turned cold. Just a few bouncing little and old pricks. What's the point of bothering with them? After understanding the cause and effect of the incident, Li Xuanyuan's expression was as calm as ever, and he responded indifferently. Everyone froze when they heard Li Xuanyuan's words. The Divine Sun Lord had gone so far as to call Xian Yi and Emperor Xian Tian, respectively, little bastard and old bastard. If the 2 people from the Xianxian Divine Mountain were to know about it, I don't know what kind of wonderful expression they would have. Although the crowd hadn't seen Emperor Xian Tian, the other party didn't bother to do it personally, but even more so, the Xuanwu Imperial Bone and the Heaven-Swallowing Avatar were casually gifted to Xian Yi, which was enough to see that he was extraordinary. Every ancient freak, in the circumstances of their time, was an invincible being who pushed across the world, but it was such a heavenly pride of the world that was called an old bastard by Lord Godson. The adoration in the gazes of the many younger generations of the Li clan who looked at Li Shu and Yuan intensified. Divine Son, that Xian Yi fellow, do you want me to battle him? Li Tsungtian's eyes were slightly cold as he cupped his fists at Li Shu and Yuan and inquired. He had opened up 11 destiny palaces, inherited the Candle Dragon divine ability, and had fused a Candle Dragon supreme bone, so he had little problem coping with Xian Yi. No need. If we meet in the Emperor's tomb, we'll chop it up, and then we'll have some soup. If Emperor Xian Tian comes, he will also be beheaded. Double happiness. Li Shu and Yuan shook his head and laughed lightly, not putting Xian Yi and Emperor Xian Tian in his eyes at all. He had to temper the chaotic eternal immortal body as soon as possible, and he also had to unlock the holy body vision of the chaotic seed green lotus. Two inconsequential little kingpins. Li Shu and Yuan hadn't put it on his mind yet. If it's convenient, just chop it up. Li Shu and Yuan's response also caused the eyes of many of the younger generation of the Li clan to tremble and suck in cold air. Threatened to decapitate the Xanadu leader and the ancient freak. This was the world-raising aura that their Li family's divine son should have. Even if it is an ancient freak, it is not put in the eyes, and all of them are killed. If there's nothing else, all disperse. Li's son Yuan turned to leave. He now had to go and ask Elder Li Qianqiu about the specific activation conditions of the holy body vision. Activate the holy body vision? Li Qianqiu carried his hands behind his back and paced back and forth, his eyes showing a pensive expression. Li Shu and Yuan nodded and said, yes. Although the sacred body vision was awakened, it was not fully activated and lacked the inherited mysteries of the vision. Li Qianqiu thought about it and frowned. If you want to activate the vision, unless you fuse heaven and earth treasures of the same level, and if you want to activate the chaotic seed green lotus vision, you'll need a supreme object like immortal gold at the very least. The vision of the chaotic seed green lotus is tainted a little bit with chaos, so if it can be fused with the primordial gold of Taichu, unlocking it might be twice as easy. Hearing this, Li Shu and Yuan secretly memorized this immortal gold in his heart. The Taichu original gold was of the same value as the piece of dragon black gold that he had obtained at the Voltron auction. Come are all rare immortal gold in the world, hard to measure in terms of value. But, I did think of a place when I mentioned Taichu Yuanjin. Li Qianqiu's eyes lit up as he suddenly thought of a power. Where? Li Shu and Yuan asked with a raised eyebrow. Ancient heavenly palace, Li Qianqiu said. Upon hearing this, Li Shu and Yuan pondered slightly. According to the memories in his mind, this ancient heavenly palace seemed to be a party of transcendent level immortal forces. It was only that he usually kept a low profile and rarely showed his face within the Taichu Dao domain. Li Qianqiu smiled mysteriously. The second palace master of this ancient heavenly palace is a chaotic body, ascending to the realm of the great emperor, with the title Yuanchu, and the world calls him the Yuanchu Great Emperor. The primordial gold originated from chaos. And if we say where is the most likely place to store a large amount of primordial gold, it is the ancient heavenly palace. And, Great Emperor Yuanchu's original weapon is the Yuanchu sword, forged from the original gold of the Taichu, which can defuse all the armies in the world. If you can enter the ancient celestial palace's treasure land, you might be able to find part of the primordial gold of Taichu. Just as Li Qianqiu's words fell, in Li Shu and Yuan's mind, the system's prompting sound once again rang out. Ding! The new signing place has been refreshed. Please sign in at the ancient heavenly palace. Lord Host, Li Shu and Yuan did not move on the surface, but in his heart, he had a new goal. It seems that this ancient heavenly palace must find a chance to go there in the future, not only to sign in, but also to activate the holy body vision. The ancient heavenly palace's treasure trove was equivalent to the Li family's immortal pavilion. Wanting to enter a forbidden land of this level was not an easy task. One can only take one step at a time. There is nothing difficult in the world. Chaotic body, Yuanchu sword. If I can take the Yuanchu sword away from the ancient heavenly palace, Li Shu and Yuan muttered. Upon hearing this, Li Qianqiu blew his beard and eyes out, and said in a bad mood, every piece of extreme Dao imperial soldier is born with a spirit, and only recognizes its own ancestral land, so if you want to take it away, you can't do so unless you break it down and beat it until it completely disintegrates. But next, Li Qianqiu turned his words around and smiled again. If my good grandson is capable, Grandpa would be happy to see you bring back the Yuanchu sword, as long as it is not openly robbed. Once into the Li family's things, and then want to reclaim it back. it is not so easy. Even though the other side is a transcendent power, it's just as bad. By the way, the day after tomorrow is your initiation banquet. Remember to prepare properly in these 2 days. Li Qianqiu glanced at Li Xuanyuan if he had any deep meaning. The corner of his mouth was tinged with a seeming smile. At first glance, it's unsavory. It was also on the same day that the two were talking. The Li clan of the Eastern Imperial Sky announced the time of the Li clan's divine son's entrance feast. A golden invitation, carried by an immortal feathered spirit crane, flew to the 4 directions of heaven and earth, delivering it to the hands of the major powers of the Tai Chu Dao domain. This is the Li clan's crane invitation. The Li clan's divine son is hosting an initiation banquet. That time in the Voltron ancient city could only be considered a throwback. This time is the true meaning of entering the world. All the forces that received the immortal crane invitation were incomparably excited and thrilled, and had prepared generous gifts in preparation for traveling to the Eastern Imperial Sky. For a time, the entire Taichou Dao region was completely abuzz because of the immortal crane invitation. Chapter 44, The Entrance Banquet opens. 8 directions come to congratulate. Phoenix dance visits. 2 days, like the passage of a white horse, passed in an instant. The Li family's divine son's initiation banquet was officially kicked off. Whether it was the battle at the heavenly meteor ancient land or the matter of the vortex ancient city, the Li family had recently made a big splash and struck a heck of a reputation. Therefore, for this initiation banquet, many supreme clans and immortal forces had brought their own heavenly pride to participate in the banquet ceremony. There was no shortage of princesses of royal dynasties, holy daughters of holy places, goddesses of ancient clans, and so on. It would be great if they could pull a red thread with the Li family, and many forces wanted to take advantage of this to try their luck. This was why Li Qianqiu revealed a mysterious smile. His own grandson is so handsome that he is loved by all. Same time, within the Taichou Dao domain, countless ancient forces, divine boats, palaces, and other seats were all rising up in the air, harnessing immortal light, and heading towards the Eastern Emperor's sky. On Spirit Sword Mountain, a magnificent swordlight cut through the void of heaven and earth and rose up into the sky, pointing directly in the direction of the Eastern Emperor's sky. That's the sword son of Spirit Sword Mountain. Sword Prosperity. He actually went to attend the Li family's divine son's initiation banquet. Spirit Sword Mountain's overall relationship with the Li family is quite good. Isn't it normal to go and participate? The recent display of battle prowess by the Li clan's divine son in the Vortex ancient city had undoubtedly aroused the winning hearts of many heavenly prides. A dragon fight was inevitable at this initiation banquet. In the Purple Mansion Holy Land, a magnificent warship came out of nowhere. Ztian was dressed in white, his lips red and teeth white, and his handsome face carried a special aura. The aura on his body, out of nowhere, gained a few more points of immortal charm and a few more points of self-confidence. After returning to the Violet Mansion's sacred ground, Ztian fused the strand of immortal flame of the supreme inheritance in the Violet Mansion's sacred ground, thus obtaining the inheritance of the Violet Mansion Supreme. His strength changed drastically. His Dao heart was somewhat swollen as a result, and his back straightened. The Vermilion Bird Sky, a vast and boundless sycamore divine mountain. Within the Wutong divine mountain, there were divine islands suspended, flowing springs and waterfalls, colorful haze, and phoenix spirits hovering. This cavernous blessed land with misty immortal chi was precisely the ancestral land of the ancient royal race, the heavenly demon phoenix dynasty. The heavenly demon phoenix dynasty. But it was an ancient royal clan that was on par with the Xiannei divine mountain and the Taishu dragon court. Ancestors had produced strong ancient emperors, with deep roots and immortal inheritance. Old 11 spent half of his life deducing the heavenly chances and saw a corner of the future of the Taichou Dao domain. The Li family. It has the potential to become an immortal. We must not be enemies. During this moment, in a forbidden land of the heavenly demon phoenix dynasty, an old voice came out. Today is that Li clan's divine son's initiation banquet. Let that girl Phoenix dance go forward to observe the ceremony. If necessary, we can marry them. Immediately afterward, another old ancestor spoke in a deep voice, his tone rare and grave. By the order of the old ancestor, a Baifeng divine bird lifted its wings into the air and pulled a white jade carriage out of the heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty. This time, when they traveled to the Li family, Phoenix dance wore something more formal and not revealing. The young girl's green silk was hanging down, her muscles were crystalline, and the curved arc outlined under her red skirt was amazingly perfect. The icy immortal body flowed with a dreamy radiance that was breathtakingly beautiful. Li family divine son, this princess is becoming more and more interested in you. Phoenix Dance's red lips lifted slightly, revealing a wisp of a bright smile, and this moment of grace seemed to make everything in heaven and earth lose its color. That's just it. It's better for me to personally make a trip to the Lee family to meet those old guys. Not long after Phoenix Dance left, a decayed and hoarse voice of vicissitude came from the deepest part of the ancestral tomb of the heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty. On this day, in the ancestral tomb of the heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty, a withered old man climbed out of his coffin and leapt across the void. Fushi Tian, the eternal food family. At this moment, in the food family's ancestral land, an ancient divine hall that was surrounded by immortal light and steamy with auspicious chi, Food Master Yuchi, if you dawdle a little longer, the initiation banquet will be over. A red-clothed silhouette with jade hands encircling her, sitting on a rocking chair, her delicate and flawless pretty face had a kind of absolute beauty of pure desire. It's better to go early than late. Don't you understand that? Food Profound appeared out of thin air and smiled faintly. Then, an impish smile appeared on Food Profound's face. By the way, this time, if you are in such a hurry to leave, is it? I'm just afraid that if you go late, you'll lose the face of the Food family. Upon hearing this, Food Yao's beautiful eyes dodged, and a blush climbed above her stunning face. Her beauty was unbelievable. Let's go. Let's go. If we don't leave we won't have dinner. With a faint smile, Food Profound reached out and touched Food Yao's little head, then led the little girl to tear through the void and leave. Today's Eastern Imperial sky was exceptionally lively. The Lee family opened the door to the ferry, honoring the preparation of the wedding feast, widely welcomed guests from all directions. Above the firmament, there were countless divine birds and ancient beasts, warships and spirit boats, driving divine light across the void. As they approached the Lee family's mountain gate, the many forces were wise enough to collect their seats and enter the Lee family on foot as a sign of respect. Spirit Sword Mountain arrives to congratulate the divine son on his entry into the world, presenting a congratulatory gift of 2 immortality pills. As the shouts fell, a dow-robed young man, holding a wine gourd and carrying a long sword, came carrying 2 immortality pills under the escort of a Spirit Sword Mountain clan elder. Spirit Sword Mountain has actually given out 2 immortality pills, which are immortal pills that can bring life to the dead and flesh to the bones. Many people were marveling at Spirit Sword Mountain's generous handwriting, and they were all red-eyed at this. If such a heavy treasure were to fall out, the sensation it would cause would be no less than the release of the Emperor's tomb. The Violet Mansion Holy Land has arrived, presenting the Divine Son's congratulatory gift, a scroll of the Violet Mansion Dao scripture. The Violet Mansion Holy Land, a first-class power within the Taichu Dao domain. Although not as good as the Lee family, the foundation is equally incomparably deep. Some people from the forces were talking amongst themselves, for the Dao scriptures of the Violet Mansion's sacred ground. They also wanted to have a glimpse of the real thing, but unfortunately, they didn't have that qualification. Heavenly Demon Phoenix Dynasty, congratulations to the Divine Son on his entry into the world, presenting the most precious treasure, a strain of immortal phoenix grass. When this voice came out, everyone was dumbstruck, all petrified in place, with a face of disbelief. What's going on here? Shouldn't the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Dynasty and the Lee family be hostile forces? Although it was not as overwhelming as the Xianmei Divine Mountain and the Taishu Dragon Court, the demon race generally disdained dealing with the human race. So between the two families, there were often big fights over certain resources. Nowadays, the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Dynasty paid a visit to the door and sent generous gifts. What the hell's going on here? Yet it was far more than that shocked the crowd. A supreme treasure gifted by the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Dynasty, that was the immortal phoenix grass. This kind of supreme immortal medicine even surpassed the realm of immortality pills. If taken by a strong person whose life expectancy is approaching, there is a certain chance that the person will be reborn in nirvana and live a second life against all odds. With this point alone, the value of the immortal phoenix grass was difficult to measure, and it was hard to exchange it for 10,000 treasures. As the words fell, a red-skirted maiden with immortal muscles and jade bones entered the Lee clan on the Baifeng divine bird. When the male cultivators present, after seeing the red-skirted girl's exquisite face that was absolutely beautiful as a painting and charming as a demon fairy, although just a stunning sight, but has long been infatuated with the eyes, can no longer move. Chapter 45, All the Powers of the Taicho visited, offering generous gifts, and the arrival of the Eternal Life Food Family, Heavenly God Academy, presenting a congratulatory gift for the Divine Son, a painting of the Heavenly Book of the Tao, Songxian Ancient Clan. Congratulations to the Divine Son on his entry into the world, sending 5 divine grasses of the divine rank and a number of crystals of the sacred rank. Yaoqi Heavenly Realm. Congratulations to the Divine Son on his entry into the world, presenting the most precious treasure, the Mountain River and Goddess of God map. The many forces within the Taicho Dao domain came in an endless stream to deliver gifts. Each of these gifts is enough to cause a shocking sensation when taken out. Instead, It was now being sent as a congratulatory gift for the Li family's divine son only. Everyone looked up to the sky and sighed, envious of this, lamenting how the gap between people is so wide. The Eternal Life Food family has arrived to present the divine son's congratulatory gift, a supreme divine warrior, a pair of 3 lives emperor keys, and 1,000 pieces of extreme immortal crystals. And at that moment, as the Li family steward's pronouncement fell, it instantly caused a large sensation that shook the many forces present. However, when they thought of the relationship between the Food family and the Li family, they were relieved. The two families had been friends for generations, and since the marriage between the previous generation's divine son and divine daughter, this relationship had become even deeper and was difficult to separate. Even if you give away more, it's still within reason. Afterward, the crowd was able to see that a purple-clothed man with a red-clothed girl stepped into the Li clan's mountain gate. The pride present raised their eyes, and when they saw the immortal face of the young girl, they were instantly seduced, their eyes appearing disoriented for a moment. Fu Yao changed a white dress, temperament noble and cold, such as snowy skin like immortal jade carefully carved. That exquisite face is almost absolutely beautiful, cannot pick any flaws. As the breeze blew by, the young girl's dress fluttered gently, outlining that perfect delicate body in a moving manner, seemingly returning to Guanghan fairy on the wind. If the phoenix dance is a warmly blooming red rose, delicate and absolutely beautiful, then Fu Yao is the elegantly blooming lily of the valley, pure and flawless. As for the food beside Fu Yao, Fu Yuan was not as attractive. There's nothing to see in a big old man. The seats for this initiation banquet were ordered according to the status of the major powers. Close to the Li clan's divine hall were the transcendent forces within the Taichou Dao domain, and further down were some of the top Dao lineages, in that order. But not just anyone could step through the gates of the Li family's mountain. Those unqualified and uninitiated forces could only observe the ceremony outside the Li family's mountain gate. Of course they didn't dare to have any complaints. Instead they were very glad that the Li family didn't drive them away. If it was a Taishu dragon such as this ancient royal family, if they still dared to hang around outside the royal family's mountain gate without an invitation, they would have already suppressed them through and through. At this moment, the divine hall banquet was filled with high-ranking guests, and people were talking to each other. All kinds of jade plate treasure shy, agar immortal liquid also successively presented up, all kinds of delicious food dazzling, all are the world rare, regardless of status. The feast was of the same standard, and the Li family treated it equally. This point was very favorable, and many forces were praising the Li family's atmosphere in their hearts. At this time, 2 teenage figures with extraordinary temperaments appeared, crossing over the bustling crowd and taking their seats at the banquet table. One of them was a purple-haired teenager, with a calm temperament and a posture as upright as a mountain, and in his deep pupils, there was a purple Dao fire burning vaguely, which seemed to be able to incinerate the sky and dome of the ancient world. Another white-clothed teenager, elegant and easygoing temperament, eyes flowing with the yin and yang tu qi, around the body seems to have a faint heaven and earth Dao Yun follow, looks extraordinary. That purple-haired young man is the ninth saint son of the Li family, Li Tsungtian, with its Tsungtian hegemony body. When he was in the Voltron ancient city, he had suppressed Prince Ao criminal with a single shot. Many figures of power sized up Li Tsangtian and compared him to their own offspring. All of them sighed helplessly. The Tsong Tian hegemony body, ranked among the top of the special physiques. After achieving great success, one could call out to the human race great emperors or rival the ancient emperors of the demon race. The 9 heirs of the Li family, each of them had a world unrivaled stance. All of them were the best amongst the heavenly prides. A person picked out at random could suppress the younger generation of many forces. Just this point alone made countless people feel the pressure and sweat for it. The other white-clothed teenager looks a bit strange. His temperament is good, but his strength is a bit worse. There were also figures from the forces that were scrutinizing Li Tianji and spoke with a puzzled expression. They hadn't seen Li Tianji before and were unfamiliar with the latter's appearance. When they saw the way Li Tsangtian kept on chucking food for him and taking care of him in every way, the crowd couldn't help but be curious about the identity of the white-clothed teenager. I've heard that the ninth saint's son Li Tsangtian has a younger brother who has been sick in bed for years, so I think it should be that white-clothed boy. One of the young celestial pride knew a bit of the secret, and at this time spoke out to explain. However, all of them found that Li Tianji's current state did not look like he was sick at all, but instead, he was lively and energetic, somewhat at odds with the rumored description of a sickly child. So it is. It dawned on the crowd that since that white-clothed teenager was Li Tsangtian's own brother, there was nothing more to it. Older brothers are justified in taking more care of their older brothers. While the crowd was drinking and talking, crystal and flowers suddenly drifted down in the sky and earth, attracting the attention of many celestial pride. only to see a white-clothed silhouette appeared at the banquet, the temperament of dust and flawless, as if a snow lotus in the icy sky in snowy land, without a trace of dust. Young girl 3000 green silk hanging down, delicate body shrouded in holy light, such as is not eat earthly fire fairy, can only be seen from afar but not profane play. That's Li Qingshu, the fifth saint daughter of the Li family, awakening the immaculate divine body, immune to all laws, few divine powers in the world can hurt her. Fairy Qingshu's strength and looks go hand in hand. It's simply the most perfect Taoist couple in my heart. I really like it. You can pull back. You sit back a little more. Are almost dry to the Li family mountain gate. So many delicacies and delicacies on the table. Cannot plug your mouth? The atmosphere was cordial as the many celestial pride were showing their adoration while also being sarcastic towards each other. Li Qingshu crossed the crowd to take his seat, and sat not far from Li Tsungtian. The young girl's eyes were clear and cold as she raised her eyes to survey the surroundings, but unfortunately, she did not find the figure of that unfamiliar divine son. At this moment, Li Tsungtian's line of sight looked over, and as the two looked at each other, the atmosphere suddenly became a bit odd. You, surprisingly becoming someone's follower, that kinda surprises me a bit. Li Qingshu's red lips lightly opened, taking the lead to break the silence. This softly said. Hearing this, Li Tsungtian poured a mouthful of wine, glanced at the young girl, and said indifferently, "There's nothing to be surprised about. This is my decision, and Lord Divine Son is worthy of my Li Tsungtian's following." The attitude in the teenager's words was not meant to be coercive, but was expressed from the heart. It was even more permeated with a bit of arrogance, a feeling as if it was a great honor to be able to follow the Son of God. In response to this answer, Li Qingshu's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of imperceptible surprise. Once Li Tsungtian was not like this, when the teenager was unruly. No one negative. Hate to see anyone to do a fight. I haven't seen you for a while, but you seem to have changed. At this moment, Li Tsungtian's revealed attitude made Li Qingshu's heart even more curious about this divine son. What kind of magic did the other party have that could make its song heavenly overlord body willingly submit? Although Li Tsungtian was ranked 9th, it didn't mean that he was weak. Even Li Qingshu himself didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to defeat his opponent. And right at that moment, another figure strolled in, sitting firmly at the banquet table. It's that crazy guy from the Li family. When the crowd saw this figure, whether it was Li Qingshu or Li Tsungtian, all of them were in a state of awe, and their expressions were grave. Chapter 46, the seventh ancestor of the heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty, rushing to the Li clan to talk to each other. Li Shu and Yuan appearing at the world entrance banquet, when the feast of the entry was in full swing. On the other hand, in a picturesque ancient boundary of the Li family, two figures, sitting opposite each other. One of them was dressed in rough cloth, with vicissitudes in his eyes and a deep aura, and it was none other than the Li family's 9 ancestors, and across from him sat a great-robed old man with a withered figure. The old man was covered with a sense of decay, as if he was a weak candle flame swaying in the wind that could go out at any time. He, on the other hand, was the 7th ancestor of the heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty, an old undead existence that had lived for several epochs. The Li family's 9 ancestors did not say too much, and with a wave of their sleeves, a cup of tea appeared in front of each of them. The aroma of the tea curled up and rose, causing the surrounding heaven and earth avenues to resonate. Good tea. This enlightenment tea is not often seen. The 7 ancestors of the heavenly demons raised their cups to drink tea, their hoarse voices raving with praise. That you old man would go so far as to consume a large amount of immortal crystals to come out into the world surprises me a bit. The 9th ancestor of the Li family sipped his enlightenment tea and said indifferently, having been buried underground for too long, "It's time for my old arms and legs to move around a bit, and I'm afraid that if I come out a little bit later, this group of unfilial descendants might poke some kind of big basket for the old man me." The 7th ancestor of the heavenly demons put down his teacup and revealed a wrinkled smile as he said, "I only have one small request for this visit." "What is it?" The Li family's 9 ancestors frowned slightly, their hands moving slightly as they looked at each other and asked, "Stop." The 7 ancestors of the heavenly demons opened the door and did not talk nonsense. Their attitude was very clear. The fact that he personally broke the seal this time and came to the Li family alone was enough to represent the sincerity of the heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty. "How do I stop it?" The 9 ancestors of the Li family asked again. The heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty doesn't want to be enemies with the Li family, so they came here to resolve their past grudges and ally with the Li family. The heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty didn't go as far as the Taishu Dragon Court and the Xianmei Divine Mountain, with the Li family's swords and knives facing each other in life and death. And those fights in the past were nothing more than small fights between the juniors. The heavenly demon's 7th ancestor opened his mouth in a deep voice, and his dry voice sounded like a coffin board rubbing and colliding, which was very ear-piercing. After a moment of silence, the seventh ancestor of the heavenly demon continued. The heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty can marry the two princesses, Phoenix Dance and Phoenix Demon Younger, to your family's divine son as a sign of sincerity. Phoenix Dance was equipped with the Phoenix God body, opened up the 9 fate palaces, and had recently diffused the Phoenix Dharma into the only fate palace, successfully entering the Emperor's forbidden realm. Phoenix Demon Young's talent is even more demonic, awakening the ancient heavenly demon body, inheriting the Swire avatar, fusing the Phoenix bone within the clan, and having the momentum to impact the 11 fate palace. Sincerity is not enough. The Li family's 9 ancestors raised their cups to each other and sipped their tea silently, their voices ancient and calm and indifferent. Shang Century Yuan, the golden age is coming. The Taichou Dao domain might reshuffle its cards as a result, and the Li family will have an extra chance of winning with one more ally. The 7 ancestors of the heavenly demons similarly raised their cups, a touch of struggle appearing on their aged faces. In the end, he clenched his teeth and promised very painfully, I can allow your family's divine son to enter the Phoenix Mausoleum of my heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty, to enroll in the remains of the sages. When these words came out, the gaze of the Li family's 9 ancestors narrowed slightly, and the tea in the cup actually rippled a little. At this point, a warm smile finally appeared on his face as he nodded and said, counting on you old man's sense of humor. It's a deal. A gentleman's word is a team of horses. What the old man says is like water that is thrown out. Wait until the day the Phoenix tomb opens, and let that little guy just come over directly. The 7 ancestors of the heavenly demons sank their old faces, and while they were in physical pain, they were also relieved in their hearts. The Li family had the potential to become immortal in the current century, which showed that the other party's chi could break through the shackles of the heavenly Tao. If they can ally with each other, the heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty can also take advantage of this to get some light. Even if they can't be messed with. Now that it's half successful, it's not in vain for old 11 to spend half his life deducing it. It's a half-life, though, and that's because it's hanging on by an undead pill. Nonetheless, old 11 had suffered a backlash from the great Tao and wouldn't live much longer. The backlash encountered by speculating on karma was so severe that it could cost the life of a supreme being. Not every power, after all, had this kind of vigor. On this trip to the Emperor's tomb, the Xianmei Divine Mountain wants to make an alliance with the Taishu Dragon Court and my heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty. When the time comes, I can have the Phoenix dynasty descendants cooperate with your Li family and stab them in the back. You're an old man with a bad heart. The heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty doesn't know them well, so stabbing them isn't normal. If I don't stab him, he'll stab me. It's called striking first. The scene in the ancient realm was unknown to the outside world, and the banquet was still in full swing. At the banquet, as a white-clothed figure took its seat, it made Li Tsungtian and Li Qingshu, as well as the other heavenly prides present, look grave for it. The young man's red hair was draped over his shoulders, and his pupils, one black and one white, flowed with the ancient Tao, diffusing all things. He was none other than the third holy son of the Li family, Li Zhixing. Surprisingly, it's that crazy person from the Li family, Zuan Wushan. The battle at the heavenly meteorite ancient land, this guy sparred with Xianyi without losing, a proper counter-heavenly ruthless person. His battle power is a bit overmodeled. After seeing that red-haired teenager take his seat, many of the great power's heavenly prides were all gazing at each other. Their minds couldn't help but conjure up the scene that happened in the Skyfall ancient land a few days ago. The young man invites the immortals into the spirit palace and battles the Xian Di with his sword. The scene of that crazy immortal going into a demonic state made one's scalp tingle just thinking about it. Undying Dao body Li Zhixing, even Ztian, who had already obtained the immortal flame supreme inheritance, was still speaking softly with a gloomy expression at this time. The third saint son of the Li family, with an indestructible Dao body, cultivating the mad immortal skill, and even a pair of yin and yang Dao teals, was an extremely terrifying figure. Among the younger generation, there was almost no enemy. What made Ztian even more horrified was that the other party had actually fought with Xianyi, the leader of the Xianmei Divine Mountain, after battling against each other without being able to win or lose. That's a little scary. Just as the crowd was feeling a gloomy atmosphere because of Li Zhixing's entrance, the portal of the Divine Hall, not far away, was finally opened. An absolutely gorgeous red-clothed figure strolled out from it. At this moment, above the banquet table, countless gazes turned coincidentally and finally landed on that red-clothed figure. The young man's red clothes were overwhelming. His posture was long and straight, and his golden immortal tea glittered, as if he was carrying the origin of the great Tao, which made people inadvertently intoxicated. chaotic immortal aura lingered around him, and his body seemed to be carved out of immortal jade, containing divine radiance. Every move, are in line with the avenue of heaven and earth, seems to have the supreme immortal sound. In the heaven and earth blowing resounded, the whole person like that picture of the immortals in the mortal world. The word immortal crowns the world. Even the princesses of the ancient countries who had already seen Li Xianyuan once, and the holy daughters of the Holy Land, were also infatuated with their eyes at this moment. The women couldn't help but feel a sense of suffocation in their hearts, their breasts tumbling and undulating, their breathing seemingly stopping. This face should only be found in heaven, and is rarely heard of on earth. Chapter 47, Two Women Going Head-to-Head. Li family's generous offer to give immortal secrets. Welcome to the Inception Banquet. Li toasts you all. Li Xianyuan into the first seat of the banquet, raised his cup to invite, that floating like a fairy of the dusty temperament, hooked away the soul of many young girls present. Ha ha, Godson Li is polite. It is an honor for us to be able to come to Godson's initiation banquet. Many imperial lords of ancient countries, family heads of lineages and others didn't dare to be arrogant, and they all got up to raise their cups in a toast before tilting their heads back and drinking it all in one go. Not a drop of wine, not a visit to the fish farmers. Now, the Li clan's divine son personally toasted with them, causing the crowd present, inevitably, to feel some trepidation in their hearts, but inexplicably feel a bit of pleasure. For a time, the many lords of power multiplied their favoritism towards Li Xianyuan, and their senses rose extremely rapidly, powerful and respected, but not overbearing. Instead, they are gentle and humble, honoring the elderly and the wise. How can this not make people blog favorably? Song Tianji has met the divine son. At this moment, Li Tsangtian and Li Tianji rose at the same time, their robes lightly shaking, and then in front of everyone present, they kneeled down on one knee and saluted Li Xianyuan. In a grand spectacle like the entrance banquet where groups of people gathered, the actions of the two men undoubtedly manifested their attitude. This was also invariably creating momentum for Li Xianyuan. This scene caused many Heaven's Pride figures to stare slightly, their hearts swirling with immeasurable storms, no longer so calm. Many of them had never met Li Xianyuan and had only heard about the Voltron ancient city. Now that he had witnessed the Song Tian hegemony body submit to the other party, the visual impact of this scene was undoubtedly very strong and unforgettable. Opened the 10 Life Palace, stepped into the Emperor Forbidden Field, awakened the Song Tian hegemony body. In the same generation is rare enemy. After the great success can be called the human great emperor, it was this world unrivaled supreme pride that was now kneeling on one knee and bowing down. All the heavenly prides present were all gloomy, sizing up Li Xianyuan anew in an attempt to see through him. But as far as the eye can see, there is a chaos, a void, like the reincarnation of an immortal. They simply can't see through it. No need to be polite. Li Xianyuan's palm rested in vain and helped Li Tsangtian and the two of them up. The intentions of the two were naturally known to him. There is obviously not much need to build up momentum for him, and if someone is not convinced, it's just a matter of striking and convincing. So handsome. Li Qingshu, who was on the side, had a slight tremor in her heart and mind when she saw Li Xianyuan's handsome face shrouded in immortal radiance. She actually had a tingling sensation all over her body, and her pretty face climbed up into a blush that rolled over her in an instant. Although this was the first time Li Qingshu had seen Li Xianyuan, the other party was simply too handsome, simply growing on her aesthetic. It's so tempting to kiss it. This guy seems a bit strong, but that's what makes it interesting and worth fighting for. From the moment Li Xianyuan showed up, Li Zhixing's gaze had been landing on him, carefully sizing up the other party. In the teenager's alternating yin and yang eyes, there was an extremely crazy battle intense surging, and his body was all but somatized with excitement as he began to tremble slightly. The other party's aura was not weaker than the first Saint Sun Li Void Sky. The stronger Li Xianyuan was, the more excited Li Zhixing was, and he longed to fight with a strong person. This holy maiden is only worthy of being Godson Li's concubine. A bright-eyed and white-toothed green-clothed young girl with picturesque eyebrows looked at Li Xianyuan in fascination, and suddenly dropped her eyes and lowered her head, murmuring with a gloomy expression, a sentence that caught the attention of many surrounding heavenly prides, and when they saw the young girl's appearance, they all looked shocked. That green-clothed fairy seems to be the holy maiden of the Yaoqi heavenly realm, and the other party even claimed that she was not worthy of the Li family's divine son and could only serve as a concubine. I hate it so much, so hate how I can't be good-looking. The surrounding celestial pride pounded their chests, envious and jealous to the point of vomiting blood. That was the Yaoqi heavenly realm, an ancient holy land that was infinitely close to a transcendent power. And the holy maiden of the Yaoqi heavenly realm even claimed that she could only be the concubine of the Li clan's divine son. Is this still letting people live? And in the midst of this intense atmosphere, suddenly a soft and fluffy delicate voice came. My name is Phoenix Dance. Nice to meet you, Godson Li. A red-skirted silhouette with an outstanding temperament came to Li Xuanyuan's side. She raised her cup in invitation. Her red lips exhaled like orchids, and her charming and delicate face was extremely seductive. Phoenix Dance? The third princess of the Taiku imperial clan, the heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty? Li Xuanyuan looked at the red-skirted girl and frowned slightly. I didn't expect Lord Godson to recognize Phoenix Dance. Phoenix Dance is lucky in 3 ways. The young girl smiled sweetly and drank the wine in her cup. She then gently approached Li Xuanyuan, and their cheeks were almost pressed together. In the 3 Lives Emperor's tomb, the Taishu Dragon Court and the Xianmei Divine Mountain will ally with the heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty, and I'll secretly help you and stab them in the back at critical moments. Phoenix Dance stretched out her onion-like slender jade finger and gently scratched at Li Xuanyuan's chest, leaving behind an inexplicable voice transmission before turning around and returning to the original position of the banquet table. This scene caused countless male celestials to wail. Phoenix Dance was the goddess they had dreamed of in their hearts, but now she was throwing her love to the Li family's divine son. It's almost worse than killing them. Fu Yao's crystal-clear water-shedding pupils glanced deeply at Phoenix Dance. For some reason, there was jealousy rising in her heart. Li Xuanyuan was also a bit baffled by Phoenix Dance's style. Although the heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty did not fight with the Li family to the death, small fights were inevitable. The demon race had always been on the same page with the human race, and this time, none of the forces of the demon race had come to the Taoist system that had come to participate in the Feast of Initiation. It was strange for the other party to come to his initiation banquet, and there were also the words of the young girl's party that made Li Xuanyuan feel a bit puzzled. Regardless of whether the 3 parties of the Taishu Dragon Court were allied or not, Li Xuanyuan did not place them in his eyes. Anyone who was hostile to the Li family will be killed. Seemingly sensing the gaze of the Fu Yao, Phoenix Dance's phoenix eyes lightly raised and similarly looked over. Rather provocatively, the 2 women's gazes looked at each other across the air. There were hidden sparks in the air, and the atmosphere was tense. Feeling the not-so-right atmosphere of the scene, many of the celestial pride's gazes were aghast. Combined with the state of Fu Yao at this moment, as well as the behavior of Phoenix Dance just now, it wasn't difficult for the crowd to guess something from it, which caused the hearts of a group of celestial pride to completely break. This goddess of the food family had more than likely fallen too, and there was nothing left for them to do. Ahem! At this time, Li Qianqiu got up, cleared his throat, and said with a smile, I thank you all for coming to rush to my grandson's initiation banquet. The Li family should show the appropriate sincerity. Today at this banquet, just drinking and talking is too monotonous and boring. The Li family has specially prepared a discourse on the Tao for all the heavenly pride present. The eventual winner will be allowed to enter the Li family's immortal pavilion for 1 day of enlightenment, and will also be able to pick an immortal technique to take away. Limited to the first stance only, of course. Even if they fail to win, participants can still get a mysterious prize package. Enter the Li family's immortal pavilion for enlightenment and take away the first stance of the immortal technique. When they heard this announcement, everyone present was stunned and silenced, thinking they had heard wrong. But immediately afterward, the scene began to become uncontrollable for a time, completely boiling over, like a comet crashing into the ocean, setting off monstrous waves. Chapter 48, Flesh Body as Pen, Tao as Ink. Leave a name on the Taichou Tao Monument. The immortal skill was the topmost empyrean divine ability of the Taichu Tao domain. It was also considered to be the heritage and legacy of the major transcendent powers, and was of great significance. The immortal pavilion is even more remarkable. That is the Li family many epochs since the long accumulation of the heritage is located. The real taboo place, not to mention going in for a day of enlightenment. Even an hour would be enough to make the major powers present go crazy. Sword Prosperity, Ztian and other celestial pride, also had shocking colors in their eyes, not expecting that the Li family would open the immortal pavilion. This kind of temptation can't be resisted by anyone. The old man follows his words, and since he threw out the rewards, naturally he will not back out. When he keeps his word, Li Qianqiu looked around with a smile in his eyes and made a heavenly oath. With those words, he flexed his fingers and a dazzling immortal rainbow shot up into the sky. Click! The dome of the sky suddenly cracked open at that moment. There was a radiant immortal Tao light that blossomed and flowed out from the depths of the firmament, only to see an ancient monument lingering with chaotic gas whistling out, like an immortal divine mountain, suspended above the shrine plaza. Around the ancient monument, there were all sorts of auspicious beasts' shadows manifesting, and there was also chaotic immortal light intertwining and flowing. A mysterious and vicissitudinous aura filled the air, as if it could suppress the void of the ages. Surprisingly, it's the Tai Chu Dao tablet. I didn't expect this Dao tablet to be in the Li family, a clan elder of the Supreme Imperial Dynasty exclaimed, his expression greatly shocked. The Tai Chu Dao monument, originally within the Tai Chu Dao domain, was an ancient monument that was born and raised in the earth, and could be used to test the strength of the physical body and the degree of perception of the Dao. 100 years ago, the Tai Chu Dao monument strangely disappeared. The Tai Chu Dao domain of the forces of the combined efforts to find a few months later, still nowhere to be seen, as if a stone sinking into the sea. At that point, the matter was closed. But now what the crowd never expected was that this ancient monument had been moved back by the Li family. No, how the hell does that even work? The clan elders of Spirit Sword Mountain as well as the heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty and a host of other forces were all twitching at the corners of their mouths at this moment, and they couldn't help but curse the Li family hundreds of times in their hearts. This is not proper banditry. No wonder back then, they searched for a month in a gray head, but did not see half of the shadow of the ancient monument. The reason is actually from this. The crowd seemed to remember that the Li family seemed to have pretended to follow along with the search in the first place. It's like a thief calling out a thief. Proper old six behavior, using the power of one's physical body as a pen, and the Tao of heaven and earth that one has perceived as ink. One can carve a name on the Tai Chu Dao steel, and can be baptized with the light of the ancient immortals. Young friends, please begin. Li Qianqiu briefly made some introductions, and then nodded his head to indicate that all the celestial pride could start to show their majesty. Since no one else has come out, the little lady will make an offering. The holy maiden of Yaoqi was the first to break the silent atmosphere as she lightly tapped the void with her plain hand, using the Yaoqi method as the basis for her pen to inscribe words. Immortal sounds curl up in the sky and earth. There are heavenly palaces and buildings. Kunlun divine ruins and other visions emerge one after another, and Yaoqi law is integrated. In the beginning of the Taoist monument, engraved with the word Yaoqi, buzz, the great beginning Tao steel trembled, and 81 ethereal immortal lights flew out from it, integrating into the Yaohe Holy Maiden, giving her a brand new sense of the great Tao. 81 immortal light recognitions. That's not bad. After all, the Yaohe Holy Land's Gong method favors assistances, and it's normal for the physical body not to be strong. This saint's son will try it too. Ztian laughed aloud, and then strolled out, and between the teenagers' every move, there was an immortal Tao aura permeating the air, mysterious and abnormal. With a shake of his sleeve robe, it seemed as if there was a purple mansion Tao platform behind him, emerging in a purple haze glow, with a divine charm that could open up the heavens and the earth pervading. Congeal, purple sky K held in the air, endless purple flames roared out from his body, transforming into a divine amazing purple sword, and carved the word purple mansion on top of the Tai Chu Dao steel. Afterward, 180 immortal lights swept out from within the Tai Chu Dao monument and merged with the purple heavenly K, quenching the flesh for it and bringing new insights into the Tao. Immortal light can actually make one's Tao higher, and it can also quench one's physical body. Seeing this scene, many celestial pride eyes showed astonishment, and they could not hold back the agitation in their hearts, and directly went forward and began to carve words on the Tai Chu Dao monument. At this time, the holy son of the heavenly god school also moved. The heavenly sacred son was dressed in black, her blonde hair fluttering, and a round of bright moon imprints emerging from her eyebrows, just like a generation of moon immortals reincarnated. He raised his hand and blasted out a fist. A resounding sound resounded in the sky and earth, and the blazing light of the fist flooded the four directions of the void, inscribing the words Heavenly God on the Tai Chu Dao monument. Buzz! Only 150 immortal lights descended and merged into the heavenly sacred sun. Boom! The young patriarch of the Zhongxian ancient clan, an ancient silhouette emerged behind him, magnificent and heavenly, as if he was a world-defying god king. Using the Zhongxian Dao method as a foundation, he also inscribed ancient characters on the Tai Chu Dao steel, inducing 160 immortal lights to wash over him. Upon seeing the many heavenly prides under the Tai Chu ancient monument, each of them showed their abilities. The war blood within Li Tsingtian's body boiled up as well. Godson, I'll try. After Li Tsingtian asked for permission and received it, he then took a step out, and in an instant, there were 9 hegemonic body divine form visions behind him, emerging one after another. Immortal radiance roamed about. Divine charm flowed, suppressing the dry heavens of the ages. Seeking edge, aren't you going to try? Seeing Li Sun Yuan sitting steadily at the banquet table with an indifferent look, Fu Diao smiled brightly and asked softly. She was also curious about Li Xuanyuan's overall battle power yet. The real protagonists are the ones who make their debut last, don't you know? Li Xuanyuan smiled faintly and was not in a hurry. He was afraid that once he made a move, these people would not be able to play. Just as Li Xuanyuan's words fell, only to see a white-clothed silhouette swept out, immortal posture hazy, as if the wide-cold fairy General Dusty, floating down beside Li Tsungtian. It's Fairy Qing Shu, a celestial pride exclaimed. The young girl was surrounded by flawed light, and behind her, there was a sudden surge of immortal light, and a hazy female emperor's shadow manifested, unsullied, flawless, and ethereal. Li Qingshu, the fifth saint daughter of the Li clan, and Li Tsungtian, the ninth saint's son, are the two going head-to-head? This is going to be a good show. Li Qingshu and Li Tsungtian stood side by side, with the hegemonic body's visions alternately sinking and floating, and the female emperor's shadow floating as if it were an immortal. A moment of eternity. Chapter 49, Formless and Unseen, turning his back on all beings, suppressing the ancient and future epochs. Under the dome of the sky, the female emperor's shadow stood in the air, that white-clothed silhouette, its body enveloped in an immaculate haze of light. Taoist rhythms filled the air, and it had a transcendent immortal aura. Many of the male celestial pride present had a look of stunning infatuation in their eyes. Unlike the passionate flirtation of the phoenix dance, this was another kind of flawless beauty. It was as if they were looking up to a flawless ice empress. Immaculate divine body, invulnerable to all laws, immaculate and flawless. It truly lives up to its name. The holy maiden of Qingshu is untainted by fireworks and detached from the mundane. If I can have a fairy as my Taoist partner, I would have no regrets in death. Several heirs of the ancient clan murmured in infatuation, almost having their entire hearts captured by Li Qingshu. At this moment, only Li Qingshu's jade hand was seen lightly tapping the void. Based on the immaculate immortal bone and the vision of the Tao, she easily carved the word immaculate on the ancient monument in the beginning of the world. Wow! A brilliant immortal light swept out of the ancient monument, like a meteor shower, enveloping Li Qingshu in it. Looking in detail, there were 300 immortal lights, 300 baptisms of immortal light. A heavenly pride's eyes bloomed with astonishment, shocked out loud. Compared to the 180 immortal light baptisms of the Violet Mansion Saint Sun, the immortal lights invoked by immortal Qingshu had almost nearly doubled, a jump to the top record holder of the moment. Li Tsungtian also cast his gaze slightly, his eyes slightly austere. It had to be said that Li Qingshu's talent was indeed terrifying. The unsullied divine body's physical strength wasn't strong. What was strong was the Tao. To induce 300 immortal light baptisms with the Tao, it was enough to see how terrifying the young girl's talent was. Phew! Li Tsungtian took a deep breath. He used the Tsanlong Tao as the ink, and the 9 types of overlord body divine forms as the brush, and engraved the word Tsungtian. Subsequently, countless brilliant immortal lights roared out, enveloping towards Li Tsungtian, quenching his fleshly body and bringing about a whole new sense of Tao. 310 baptisms of immortal light. A lineage heir's pupils shrank, his eyes filled with shock. The number of immortal lights that Li Tsungtian had invoked in the party was 10 more than Li Qingshu. Worthy of being its Song Tian hegemony body that can be called out to great emperors, it actually triggered 310 immortal lights. It's even more terrifying than the unsullied divine body. The many celestial pride present were all discussing, all of them showing astonishment in their eyes. Li Qingshu also felt something in her heart, and her beautiful eyes glanced at Li Tsungtian with a grave expression. This guy. It turns out that his cultivation has never fallen. At the banquet, Li Zhixing poured down a mouthful of wine, then glanced at Li Xuanyuan and nodded slightly with the other party, and then he strolled out and approached the Taichou Dao monument. At this moment, behind Li Zhixing, a mysterious ancient silhouette manifested in the firmament, standing with its arms folded, its entire body appearing as a void. There was a terrifying sight of 10,000 worlds collapsing and 10,000 spirits falling around it, but that ancient shadow was not affected in the slightest, just like a real immortal. It's that crazy person from the Li family, the perverted character that rivaled Xian Yi. A heavenly pride noticed Li Zhixing's entrance and subconsciously took a few steps back, fearing that the other party would accidentally injure him. He was not the only one. The moment Li Zhixing showed up, the crowd of celestial pride stayed away, almost as a conditioned reflex. This guy has some serious priors to be scared of. Li Zhixing was quite helpless at the reaction of the many heavenly prides, only to see him slowly raise his palm and carve words in the void. The indestructible shadow behind him was also synchronized with the movements of his hand. The indestructible Tao body was the ink, the Qiankuan Tao method and the crazy immortal skill were the pens, leaving the word indestructible on the ancient monument in the beginning of the world. Buzz! The ancient monument of the beginning of the heavens was touched by the Qiankuan Taoist law and instantly blossomed with a blazing light. 320 immortal lights whistled out and merged into Li Zhixing's body, helping him to reach the next level of his Tao. 320 immortal light baptisms. The mad immortal technique is worthy of being a Kryptonian life technique. It truly lives up to its name. The eyes of the crowd were incomparably shocked. Li Zhixing's Tao talent was even more terrifying than Li Tsungtian and the others. The increase in the mad immortal technique is really no joke. This immortal technique is very good. Is that there is a fatal flaw? That is, die early. This made the crowd of celestial pride not only respect Li Zhixing, but also admire him more. The true man of the Taichu Tao domain is also, so far, Li Zhixing's 320 immortal lights ranked first. Further down, there were Li Tsungtian's 310 immortal lights, and Li Qingshu's 300 immortal lights. In the top three, the Li family takes the lead. Not far away, Ztian sighed with a disheveled expression, his swollen heart taking another blow. He had thought that after fusing the Violet Mansion immortal flame and obtaining the supreme inheritance, he would be able to show off his power at this feast of initiation and highlight the prestige of the Violet Mansion sacred land. But how could he not expect that he would encounter a group of monsters? The depth of the everlasting family is truly unfathomable. As the crowd was shocked, they only saw a Tao-robed young man, strolling drunkenly, standing next to the Tao monument. Spirit Sword Mountain's heir, Sword Prosperity, awakening the Sword Heart Tao body. I wonder how many immortal light baptisms he can induce. After seeing the youngster's appearance, a heavenly figure opened his mouth curiously. The successive generations of Spirit Sword Mountain's heirs had all become giants on one side without exception, shaking the Taichu. As the contemporary heir of Spirit Sword Mountain, the crowd guessed that he would have to have at least 300 immortal lights descending at the bottom of the guarantee. For the surrounding voices of the Heavenly Pride's comments, Jian Yuyao did not pay any attention to them. Behind his back, it appeared as if a sword chi green lotus had emerged, the sword light spreading across the landscape, carrying the terrifying aura of destroying gods and devils. Buzz! Sword Prowler used his finger instead of his sword to chop out a powerful sword light through the air, piercing towards the Taichu Tao steel. This sword light fused the Sword Heart Tao and many Sword Tao visions, and the sword aura was radiant to the extreme, as well as overpowering to the extreme. Then on top of the Taichu Tao steel, the words Sword Heart were engraved. Wow! A channel of immortal light swept in, like a river of immortal spirits, circling around Jian Yuyao before melting into him. After a Heavenly Pride carefully scrutinized it, they found that the immortal lights invoked by Jian Yuyao were generally the same as Li Zhixing's, the same 320. Such a result was pretty much the same as what the present Celestial Pride had guessed in his heart. Most of the Heavenly Pride present had already taken the stage, leaving only Li Shu and Yuan, Fu Yao, and Phoenix Dance. I wonder how many immortal light baptisms the Li clan's divine son will invoke. 350 or 400? The many surrounding Celestial Pride were all paying attention to Li Shu and Yuan. On the other side, Phoenix Dance's Phoenix Eyes, which charmed the crowd, kept landing on Li Shu and Yuan and never left. Her main mission for this visit was to represent the attitude of the heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty. Therefore, the young girl was not interested in the rewards of the immortal pavilion and the immortal skill, which was the confidence brought to her by the depths of the heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty. As for Fu Yao, this little girl, from the very beginning, her mind was not on the Taichu Tao monument, and participating in that was impossible. Finally, under the expectant gaze of a million eyes, Li Shu and Yuan stepped out, as if he were an immortal traveling, his robes fluttering as he approached the Taichu Tao monument. The surrounding area was silent. Everyone was holding their breath in anticipation of Li Shu and Yuan's performance. As the Li family's divine son, a supreme heavenly pride that could make the Tsong Tian hegemony body submit, one would think that it shouldn't be too weak, right? Between the moments, as Li Shu and Yuan felt the trembling Tao rhythm emanating from within the Taichu Tao monument, a touch of odd emotion suddenly surfaced in his heart. This Taichu Tao steel, as if in awe, trembled as if it was afraid of him. However, in the very next second, everyone around the divine temple saw the most unforgettable and engraved scene in this life. Behind Li Shu and Yuan, immortal light surged and the great Tao roared. There was a chaotic green lotus swing, and there was the shadow of an immortal king sitting in the 9 heavens. After the 6 holy body visions surfaced one after another, they then returned to nothingness, quietly hiding in the void and disappearing. In its place, there was a chaotic, hazy, peerless figure, unable to see his clothes or his face, formless and formless, with their backs to all beings, all the heavens and all the worlds, hundreds of millions of living beings, all bowed down in unison under that peerless figure. It was as if he was the spokesperson of invincibility, suppressing all the epics of the past, present, and future, accompanied by Li Shu and Yuan slowly lifting his hand. His fingers fell slowly in the void, wanting to carve words on the Taicho Dao steel. Click! In a flash, a crisp sound spread throughout the entire 8 directions of heaven and earth. This voice was like a prelude to the 9 sepulchres, immediately striking in the hearts of the crowd, causing one to feel a tremor from the depths of the soul. Only a spider web of cracks began to spread rapidly on the Taichu Dao steel. Afterward, under everyone's horrified gaze, the Taichu Dao monument exploded with a boom. At this moment, heaven and earth were dead silent and still. Chapter 51's own strength presses the heavenly pride. There is no need to waste time. All of you go together. That hazy, peerless figure turned its back to the 10,000 worlds of the living, and billions of living beings bowed in unison. The heavens are claimed to be invincible for all ages. The moment that terrifying vision surfaced, the Taicho Dao monument shattered and exploded into a sky of immortal light. Ztian was directly shaken out under this overwhelming pressure, and blood sprayed wildly from his mouth. The holy maiden of Yao Qi's green clothes were stained with blood, and she was also like a butterfly with broken wings that shot out backwards, and then fell heavily on the ground, which was pitiful to me. Sword Prosperity's wine gourd exploded in response, spilling wine all over the place, and he also spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes palpitating in shock. As for Li Tsungtian, Li Qingshu and Li Zhixing, the moment the Taichu Dao steel blew up, there was also a surge of qi and blood within their bodies, coughing out a mouthful of blood and throwing themselves hundreds of meters away. The last heavenly sacred son, Song Xian young patriarch, and the others couldn't help but fall to their knees in the face of that overwhelming shadow, carrying endless fear in their hearts. All around the divine temple, everyone was stupefied and petrified in place. Heaven and earth were silent and dead. The Taicho Dao steel was unable to withstand the Dao of the Li clan's divine son, so it dispersed its own steel spirit and returned to the heavens and earth. That clan elder from Spirit Sword Mountain winced and spoke with a trembling voice. Even the divine stones that were born and raised in the earth were unable to carry each other's Dao and Dharma. This is not too scary. The Dao vision manifested by Li Shu and Yuan was only hazy for a moment, and then it was hidden away. It was only 3 seconds before and after. However, it was this moment of supreme elegance that caused the Taicho Dao steel to directly shatter. Many of the heavenly prides in the audience all suffered heavy injuries and spat out blood and flew backwards. This scene undoubtedly sent chills all over the bodies of many power personnel. The Li family's divine son was simply too demonic and terrifying. It's beyond the realm of common sense, beyond the realm of freaks. In the future, the divine son will surely be able to suppress the ages and push across the world. Invincible in the ancient world, Li Tianji looked at Li Shu and Yuan's back, a fiery look of adoration in his eyes. That corner of the future in the karmic prophecy is gently unfolding, because the fate causality body tended to avoid evil. This time Li Tianji did not participate in the immortal tablet discourse. As for why he didn't warn Li Tsungtian, it was because the other party rushed up in a hurry before he had the chance to caution him. The good thing was that it was just a mouthful of blood and nothing serious. Not to mention the older generation figures at the banquet. Even Li Qianxiu was stunned to the core, not expecting this scenario. The Taicho Dao steel, surprisingly, was unable to withstand the Dao that his grandson had sensed. If not for the fact that everyone saw it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe it? So scary. Li Qingshu's heart trembled and her soul throbbed in 1,000 ways. Just that instant, it was as if she had met the supreme terror, and she actually had a feeling of bowing down and worshipping. How is it so terrible? Ztian's heart couldn't be calmed, and his body couldn't stop trembling. He asked himself that he had few rivals among his peers, sweeping through the younger generation of the Violet Mansion Holy Land. Now after the inheritance of the immortal flame, instead of showing off his majesty, he suffered blows one after another and was suppressed and could not raise his head. I'm afraid that only Big Brother Void can barely fight him. Li Zhixing's chest stumbled. He asked himself not to lose. Now he was also struck by Li Shu and Yuan. Some self-doubt. Li Xian Yuan. At the banquet, Phoenix Dance's delicate face also revealed a touch of stunned dismay. The young girl murmured, "Even the Taicho Dao monument can't withstand your Dao. It's hard to believe. Are you the reincarnation of an ancient ancestor? Or the reincarnated body of a great emperor? My Dao, it's not perfect. It still needs to be perfected." On the other side, Sword Prosperity took a deep breath, and his Dao heart that wanted to become stronger became even stronger. The trip to the Feast of the Entry indirectly opened another portal for him. Although he had swept through the younger generation of Spirit Sword Mountain, it didn't mean that he was invincible within the Tai Chu Dao domain. Not to mention the terrifying Li clan godchild before him. There were also ancient freaks awakening within the Dao domain, as well as sleeping Forbidden Zone Emperor sons. He has a long way to go in his cultivation. I'm afraid that the Li family's divine son has the stature of a great emperor. Some of the older generation were mingling, and in their words, all that was revealed was emotion. To crush a heavenly pride with one's own strength is simply a little monster. The helmsmen of many forces all had their hearts throbbing, and it was difficult to express their feelings at this time in words. At this moment, the front of the temple, Li Xuanyuan's poise was overwhelming, and his skin flowed with immortal radiance, just like a true immortal who was left behind. The Tao tablet of the beginning could not withstand his Tao inscriptions, so it dispersed its spirituality and returned to heaven and earth. So he did not obtain the baptism of immortal light, not to mention the other celestial pride. Even Li Xuanyuan himself froze for a moment. Despite this, it didn't stop the Li family's children from worshipping and fanatizing him. He's really unique, so much like a teenage great emperor. Phoenix Dance looked at the handsome and overwhelmingly beautiful teenage figure, and with her status as the third princess of the heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty, she was able to produce a trace of a feeling of being ashamed of herself. Most of the women present, are the eyes show colorful, dark eye, heart secretly, divine princely. I wonder if Easy can ask you for a few lessons. At this time, Sword Prosperity clasped his fist and gave a salute, saying what was in his heart, and there was an infinite amount of sword intent rising from the sky around him. He wanted to fight with the other party and kowtow to his heart, even if he lost. Otherwise, his mind will be dusty. Could be. Li Xuanyuan stood with his hands behind his back, his immortal spirit's handsome face as flat as water, his eyes rippling. Those who wish to challenge this divine son need not waste time. All of you together. Next, the calm and indifferent voice of the teenager slowly spread out in this silent heaven and earth. Chapter 51, Six Paths Reincarnation Fist, Reversing Chaos of Karma Cthulhu, Suppressing Everything. Li Xuanyuan's words caused the four directions of heaven and earth to go silent, and countless people were stunned. The Li clan's divine son was actually going to challenge all the heavenly prides present with his own strength. Was this going against the heavens? However, at this moment, no one felt that Li Xuanyuan was mouthing off. After all, even the Taichu Dao tablet was unable to carry his Dao, and the crowd was curious as to how strong Li Xuanyuan could be. I'm grateful for Divine Prince Li's instruction. Easy will definitely give it his all. Sword Prosperity swept away his previous drunken normality, and his entire aura was stern to the extreme, with immortal Dao sword intent surging in the depths of his pupils. It was only seen that around the body of Sword Prosperity, a ray of astonishing sword-ons rose up from the sky, running through the 9 heavens, seeming to be able to decimate the ages. A world-unrivaled saintly figure manifested one by one behind Jian Yuyo. The mighty pressure filled the air, and worshipped and bowed. There is also Sword Dao Green Lotus Vision quietly bloom. Magnificent sky, suppressing everything. After fellow Taoist Easy has fought the battle, Zhixing would like to learn a few moves from the Divine Son alone. Li Zhixing's red hair fluttered, and the battle intent within his yin-yang Dao pupil shot up, as he issued a battle order to Li Xuanyuan. He was already strong and competitive, since he was not willing to be weaker than others, and did not care to join hands with others to surround, to one-on-one fair battle. Solo duel? Li Xuanyuan swept his gaze at Li Zhixing, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. In this man-eating world, if you speak too much about martial virtues, you will suffer great losses. After saying that, Li Xuanyuan looked at the heavenly sacred son, Song Xian Young Patriarch, and the others. Several people didn't even have the courage to open their mouths to meet the battle, and they lowered their heads, not daring to meet Li Xuanyuan's eyes. As for Ztian, his face was even more uncertain, and in the end, he didn't have the guts to make a move. With my current strength, striking out would be asking for trouble, so I might as well search for the inheritance of the 3 Lives Emperor. In case my strength skyrockets, I will definitely be able to show off my strength and get back the scenery that belongs to me. Ztian secretly calculated in his heart. He's very self-aware and only does things when he's sure. If there was no absolute certainty and he kept on doing it forcefully, that was not his way of acting. Ztian was bound to maximize Go Dao. Isn't the Holy Maiden of Qingshu going to make a move together? Finally, Li Xuanyuan's eyes landed on Li Qingshu. Li Qingshu is also one of the 9 heirs of the Li family, and can compete for the position of God's son. So if he doesn't convince the public, it should be. Li Xuanyuan also wanted to take this opportunity to polish the two up a bit. The Li family didn't allow pricks to appear. Attacking in a group is not Qingshu's style. Qingshu is willing to fight the Divine Son alone in a fair battle. Li Qingshu's voice is ethereal and melodious, and the elegance between her sweet smiles is so overwhelming that it stuns the world. Well then, this Divine Son will come and give you two a good lesson today. Sword Prosperity, do it, Li Xuanyuan said indifferently. Yes, Sword Prosperity was not polite. He directly utilized Spirit Sword Mountain's Sword Dao Immortal Technique, Immortal Robbery Sword Technique. The sword resounded with a resounding clang. Sword chi spreads across 30,000 miles, and storm clouds rise above the 9 heavens. Around Sword Prosperity's body, endless sword light rushed up, extremely blinding, vast and magnificent, turning into an ocean of sword Tao flooding heaven and earth. Each sword light carried the might of a thunderbolt, as if it could cut through the void of heaven and earth. At this moment, the dome of the sky was trembling, and the heavens were almost about to break apart. Immortal Tribulation Sword Technique, Sky Destruction. Sword Prosperity catalyzed the Immortal Tribulation Sword Technique and chopped at Li Shu and Yuan. When a sword came out, the robbery clouds rolled and the laws surged, as if opening up a side of Zeus, releasing the most horrifying killing opportunities of the Tao of the sword. That terrifying might caused many of the heavenly prides present to turn white, their bodies trembling. That Spirit Sword Mountain's supreme inherited immortal skill, the Immortal Tribulation Sword Skill, an Imperial Lord exclaimed. This was an extremely heaven-defying sword Tao technique. It is rumored that when cultivated to the extreme, one can cut through that legendary middle immortal gate and leap into immortality, truly eternal and immortal, long-lasting. This sword skill hasn't come out for tens of thousands of years, and I never thought that it would be successfully cultivated by Sword Prosperity. An old man spoke out with emotion, and envy surged in his eyes. This kind of heaven-defying immortal skill, anyone would want to possess it. With the Immortal Tribulation Sword Skill, Jianyiwu was almost invincible in the same rank. It was just that I didn't know what kind of divine ability the Li family's divine son should use how to resist. Li Shu and Yuan was calm and collected himself, clenched his palm into a fist, and punched out to suppress it. This simple punch fused the might of the immortal bone and exploded with the extreme power of the immortal forbidden realm. There is a world of reincarnation that surfaces and grinds down everything in the world. Rumble. Between the rotation of the wheel, the void shook endlessly, as if the rags were madly twisting, as if it was going to break apart in the next moment. What sword light, what robbing cloud killing machine, all shattered in this instant. Bang! As one punch fell, the sea of immortal tribulation swords all crumbled and disintegrated. The terrifying fist wind was directly blasting Jian Yuxian fiercely away, crashing and destroying several buildings and burying him in the ruins. The Heaven's Pride who were present in the audience all gulped, feeling their scalps tingle and cold sweat running down their backs. A punch, only one punch. Spirit Sword Mountain's heir apparent, Sword Prosperity, was blown away on the spot, his life and death unknown. There wasn't any particularly large grandiose vision. There was just a simple punch, suppressing the Spirit Sword Mountain's successor with one punch. I didn't see it wrong, did I? This is definitely a dream. Slap me quickly. Many celestial pride lost their voice and exclaimed in disbelief. At this moment, the faces of Li Zhixing and Li Qingshu were unprecedentedly grave, especially Li Zhixing. Sword Prosperity's perception in the Tao was not far off from his, now that the other party was easily suppressed with a single punch. Then he, I lost. Sword Prosperity walked out from the ruins of the pavilion. He was coughing up blood, and his gaze towards Li Shu and Yuan carried an unprecedented sense of gravity. A reincarnation fist crushed Sword Prosperity's pride, but it didn't shatter his Taoist heart. When the knocking heart ended, even though he had already been defeated, Jian Yuyao's heart felt unprecedentedly clear. The heart is like a mirror and does not stir up dust. It's not broken, it's broken and then it's broken. His Tao heart, once again, was sublimated. You too, are you going to do it together, or one at a time? Li Shu and Yuan looked at Li Zhixing and Li Qingshu, still speaking in a flat manner. It seemed that defeating Sword Prosperity was nothing more than a trivial matter to him. Together, Li Zhixing and Li Qingshu looked at each other. Both could see the gravity in each other's eyes, and unanimously reached a consensus. Mad Immortal Technique. Li Zhixing performed the Mad Immortal Technique, inviting the immortals into the Spirit Palace. The immortal flame in his brow swayed, and his battle power climbed. A supreme chaotic shadow emerged behind him, merging with him as one. Blood stained the dome of the sky, killing intent. A female emperor's shadow emerged behind Li Qingshu, and a rain of flowers fell from heaven and earth in crystalline pieces. She made a move against Li Shu and Yuan. The female emperor's virtual shadow jade hand raised and slapped down through the air. In the void, there was endless immortal light blooming, like a hanging galaxy falling down, flooding the universal void. Li Zhixing also made his move at the same time, as he performed the 9 styles of the Mad Immortal and carried the blood-mangled battle blade to launch a frantic attack on Li Shu and Yuan. Li Qingshu supplemented Li Zhixing's crazy immortal attack with the immaculate body's property of invulnerability to all laws. The two were flawlessly coordinated with one offense and one defense. Mad Immortal Technique. Unsullied method. Both offense and defense. Hardly any loopholes. there are older figures who are observing and giving such conclusions, unless the ancient freaks did it themselves. Otherwise, the two of them would be almost invincible in the younger generation when they join forces. However, Li Xuanyuan's expression was as calm as ever as he similarly suppressed it with a single punch. Only what was different than before was that with this punch, there were 6 reincarnation worlds that emerged one after another. Instead of the previous one, the 6 paths turn and the cycle of reincarnation is endless. The blazing fist light wore out everything, reversing yin and yang, turning the world upside down, and the void was shattered in large swaths, and the world appeared to be headed for extinction. Boom! The immaculate law, which was claimed to be invulnerable to all laws, was shattered in an instant when this fist fell. The 9 styles of the mad immortal hadn't even been fully diffused yet, and was similarly blasted into nothingness by the 6 paths reincarnation fist. Li Zhixing and Li Qingshu's faces changed drastically, and their minds felt an unprecedented fear. Boom! The 6 paths reincarnation fist fell, and the square in front of the divine hall shattered in response. Li Zhixing and Li Qingshu, on the other hand, both of them were ruthlessly smashed into the depths of the ground, their lives and deaths unknown. Endless fear and shock enveloped the hearts of everyone present. When that reincarnation fist intent appeared, whether it was the cause and effect of all beings or the great Tao of the Qiankuan, all of them reversed the chaos and were suppressed through and through. Chapter 52. The Li clan's 2 prideful people, willing to honor the Son of God. The feast of initiation fell. Many people present were terrified in their hearts, and their souls couldn't stop trembling. A reincarnation fist to suppress the spirit Sword Mountain's successor, Sword Prosperity. Similarly, there was the joining of the 2 heirs of the Li family. After this battle, Li Xuanyuan's overwhelming and invincible talent would become known to more heavenly pride figures in the Taichu Dao domain. Right now, he had the tendency to sit firmly at the top of the younger generation in the Taichu Dao domain, unless it's an ancient freak himself, or perhaps it was the Xian heavenly emperor of the Xian underworld divine mountain, as well as those first heirs who had yet to come out of the world among the transcendent powers such as the Taishu Dragon Court. Only these absolute demons at the forbidden level were worthy of being the Li clan's divine son's opponents and shaking the other party's position. As for the other heavenly figures, most of them were not qualified. It wasn't that the crowd of heavenly prides weren't strong enough, it was only because the Li clan's divine son's battle power was too heaven-defying and demonic. Although the first heirs of many transcendent powers have yet to be born, with the invincible stance that the Li clan's godchild is now displaying, it is indeed a bit difficult for an ordinary heavenly pride to compete with him. I would like to see that the Li clan's divine son can fight with Emperor Xian Tian. The battle will be absolutely wonderful and even go down in history. Li Sun Yuan made a strong move to suppress the 3 sword prosperity people this time, causing the crowd to palpitate. The crowd of celestial pride were both terrified and in awe of Li Xuanyuan. With incomparably mixed emotions, a few moments passed. Li Zhixing and Li Qingshu, the 2 of them, leaped out from the ruins of the temple square. Li Zhixing was gray, his clothes were broken and stained with blood, and he was as wretched as a beggar. Li Qingshu's vermilion lips were stained with blood, her hair was disheveled, and her petite body revealed a large portion of snow-white scenery. If it wasn't for Li Sun Yuan collecting some power in the end, the 2 of them would have been in more than just the mess they were in now. Defeated. Knowledge in action is inferior to the divine son. Li Zhixing wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and sighed deeply. At this moment, he looked at Li Xuanyuan with a heartfelt respect in his gaze. Godson's battle power is unrivaled. Qingshu is ashamed to be inferior. Li Qingshu's beautiful eyes were dull. With her immaculate divine body's means of invulnerability to all laws, she was unable to completely dissolve the reincarnation attack, and it dissolved and disintegrated in an instant. That kind of reincarnation fist intent was just too terrifying, as if reversing the cause and effect of the heavens, suppressing the Qiankuan avenue. What things in front of it are that unbearable? Li Qingshu's immaculate Dao heart was all slightly shaken in this instant. At this time, Li Tsangtian's eyes flickered with essence and he stepped forward to arch his hand and said, Divine Son's heavenly talent is exceptional. Li Tsangtian, I wish to follow Divine Son's left and right. As soon as his words fell, Li Tianji also arched his hand and said, Li Tianji, I wish to follow Godson around. This attitude of the 2 also caused the personnel around the divine hall to narrow their gazes slightly. The 2 prideful members of the Li family had submitted one after another. I wondered how that Li Zhixing and Li Qingshu would make their choices. Under the attention of all the people, Li Zhixing let out a deep breath and bowed respectfully. I, Li Zhixing, would like to be honored by the divine son. Li Zhixing did not choose to follow like the Li Tsangtian duo, but frankly admitted his own shortcomings and would like to be honored by the other party. Wanting the Li family's 3rd saint son to follow with a dead heart, he still needed an opportunity like that of Li Tsangtian. Seeing that Li Zhixing, the madman, had gone soft, a bitter smile surfaced on Li Qingshu's pretty face. And then, the young girl arched her hand in a salute and said, I, Li Qingshu, would like to be honored by the divine son, the three heirs of the Li clan, as well as a destiny causal body, saluted Li Shu and Yuan at the same time. This scene could not help but make the younger generation of the Li family feel a rush of blood in their hearts. The 9 heirs of the Li family were all solitary and arrogant, and they defied each other. But today, Lord Godson had used his own strength to conquer the recognition of the 3 heirs. Ha ha ha, yes, Li Qianqiu laughed aloud, his gaze filled with relief. He also didn't expect his own grandson to make the 3 heavens pride heirs of the Li family submit in such a short period of time. Li Qianqiu had 100% confidence in Li Shu and Yuan, and could definitely make the rest of the Li family's 6 heirs all bow down in respect. The many clan elders of the Li family were also smiling at this time, very happy to see this scenario. Food Profound was also shocked beyond words from the beginning to the end. It seems that we indeed have to find a chance to give this little guy a good beating. Food Profound thought in his heart. According to how the current situation was developing, he would more than likely not be able to defeat this nephew in the future. Fu Yao was also shocked by the invincible style displayed by Li Shu and Yuan, and was left speechless for a long time. In the end, Li Shu and Yuan's entry banquet came to an end amidst the shock of many forces. The Spirit Sword Mountain's clan elders, as well as the older generation figures of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix dynasty, as well as the many young Celestial Pride's faces were in awe and shock for a long time as they left the Li clan. On this trip to the World Entry Feast, they witnessed the demonic battle power of the Li family's divine son, who was truly like a young immortal, when he had the posture of becoming an immortal. The Spirit Sword Mountain's heir, the mad immortal skills heir, and the unsullied god body possessor were all unable to withstand a single punch from the other party and were easily suppressed. When some of the young prides compared themselves to Li Shu and Yuan, their hearts were flooded with endless pressure and despair. Being born in the same era as each other is also a kind of speechless sadness. Chapter 53, Path to Heaven. Phoenix Blood and Red Gold. Alternative way of becoming. After the entrance banquet, the Li family honored their promise and issued mysterious rewards to each family. When all the forces present left the field one after another, Food Abyss met with Li Shu and Yuan alone and quietly slipped him a storage ring containing some immortal crystals. Next, the two chatted some more about their parents, and Li Shu and Yuan also learned some of his father's previous anecdotes from the mouth of the Food Yao, and the sound of laughter spread, and it was a joyous experience. Afterwards, the Food Profound said goodbye and left the Li family with his Food Yao. The opening of the Three Lives Emperor's tomb was imminent, and the Food family needed to go back early to arrange their schedule. When the two of the Food Abyss left, Li Shu and Yuan also received a transmission from the 9 ancestors. He came to the ancestral tomb of the Li family and saw the 9 ancestors. The 9 ancestors, dressed in cloth, sat cross-legged in front of a tea case, savoring bixia. Every move fits the way of heaven and earth. It was as if a horrifying scene of stars disillusioning and 10,000 worlds sinking was constantly diffusing around them. Seeing Li Shu and Yuan arrive, a rare smile appeared on the 9 ancestors' faces. You did well. The 9 ancestors complimented. Li Shu and Yuan overwhelmed the group at the initiation banquet, causing the 2 junior heirs to return to their hearts. This move had undoubtedly made the teenager even more famous, and the 9 ancestors were satisfied with this. What is it that the 9th ancestor has asked the late generation to come for? Li Shu and Yuan sat across from 9 ancestors in a self-conscious manner, picked up 9 ancestors' tea, and gently took a sip. Good tea. Li Shu and Yuan's eyes were filled with the rhythm of the Tao. His spiritual platform was empty and clear, and he had a wonderful feeling of epiphany of the great Tao of heaven and earth. This is enlightenment tea. Drinking it will deepen your sense of the great Tao of heaven and earth. And secondly, that's old man's tea light. The 9 ancestors glared at Li Shu and Yuan without any good reason. Then with a wave of his sleeve, a brand new cup of tea levitated in front of Li Shu and Yuan. Li Shu and Yuan smiled sarcastically and put Jiuzu's tea light back. I called you here this time to tell you something, the 9th ancestor said softly. The 7 ancestors of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix dynasty came to me. The Golden Age is coming. They want to stop with the Li family and ally with us. Upon hearing this, Li Shu and Yuan's gaze narrowed slightly. No wonder the Phoenix Ball came to participate in the initiation banquet and left an inexplicable voice transmission. The feeling is that the old ancestor of his own family also came along. The Taiku Imperial clan wouldn't show favor to the Li clan for no reason. There must be some ulterior secrets and ulterior motives in this. Li Shu and Yuan didn't think this was a good thing. The Taiku Imperial race and the human race had always been incompatible. Even if they were allied, there would certainly be less friction between them. The 9th ancestor smiled faintly. That day, the old man from the Demon Phoenix dynasty, but he promised to pledge both the eldest princess and the youngest princess to you, even if it was as a concubine, so I just agreed to it in passing. Li Xuanyuan dabbed his head and stood up, wanting to cry, for such a small favor. 9 ancestors, you sold me out? He wasn't some spermatozoa who liked any woman as long as she was a woman. Besides, he's only 8 years old, so what's the big deal? Hold your horses. The 9 ancestors waved their hands, signaling Li Xuanyuan to be at ease. Then he added, Old me also solicited some chance for you, and the heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty allowed you to enter the Phoenix tomb for enlightenment. I think it would be great if you could take something away from inside the Phoenix tomb. Heavenly demon Phoenix tomb? Li Xuanyuan's expression was stunned. This place is where the underpinnings of the heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty are located, similar to the Li family's immortal pavilion, which is a forbidden place of the heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty, and the other party even agreed so easily? That's a little off, isn't it? The 9 ancestors continued. There is a path to heaven in the heavenly demon Phoenix tomb. If you can break through the last level, you might be able to meet that Phoenix blood Holy Spirit. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanyuan's pupils gradually dilated and he looked shocked. 9 ancestors, are you talking about the psychic Phoenix blood red gold? Only a psychic immortal gold can be called the Holy Spirit, favored by heaven, close to the great Tao, and can alternatively become the Tao, rivaling the great emperors of the ancient world. Yes. The 9 ancestors nodded and explained. The ancestors of the heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty once had a piece of Phoenix blood red gold that alternatively became the Tao and suppressed an era. Perhaps her remains are resting in the Phoenix tomb. Your holy body vision needs immortal gold to activate it, and this Phoenix blood red gold has the effect of nirvana, so it might be able to activate your yin-yang life and death diagram, yin and yang life and death charts, nodding yin and yang, and reversing Qiankuan. Phoenix blood beings have the effect of nirvana, putting death before life, and fit well with the yin-yang life and death diagram. Ding! New signing ground refresh detected. Please sign in at the heavenly demon Phoenix tomb. As the 9 ancestors' words fell, the system's beep sounded at the right time. Ancient heavenly palace, heavenly demon Phoenix mausoleum. It seems that these two places will have to take the time to go there in the future. Li Xuanyuan was calculating in his mind, sorting out the plan for the rest of the trip. However, the most important thing right now was the 3 Lives Emperor's tomb, and it wouldn't be too late to wait until the Emperor's tomb mystic realm was over before making plans. The 3rd Princess Phoenix dance, at the initiation banquet, had transmitted a voice to me to inform me that the Taishu Dragon Court, the Xianmei Divine Mountain, was going to make an alliance with the heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty. She, on the other hand, is going to work with the Li family inside and outside, stabbing the Taishu Dragon Court and Xianmei Divine Mountain in the back. Li Xuanyuan spilled out the idea of the Phoenix dance, wanting to corroborate it with the 9 ancestors. The 9 ancestors nodded slightly and said, The 7 old men of the heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty told me the same thing, but you can't trust everything completely. Attack the enemy for 3 points and keep 7 points for yourself. You have to grasp a degree yourself. Seeking Edge understands. Li Xuanyuan nodded. He pressed on and would not give his back to a stranger. Moreover, that person was still a Taiku Imperial. Now it looks like the plan to surround and catch the Wangs will have to be refined all over again. In addition to catching the Wang, you also have to prevent the Phoenix. But you don't have to worry too much, whether it's on the surface or behind your back. The heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty can't touch you. This is the Li family's promise to you. The 9 ancestors smiled and opened their mouths, and what was revealed in their calm words was unrivaled confidence and loftiness. This is the bottom line and confidence of the Li family. Li Xuanyuan nodded gently, and next followed up with news of his mother. After learning that his mother was in the process of transitioning the reincarnation red dust cauldron and that her life was not in danger, Li Xuanyuan was relieved. He then bid farewell to the 9 ancestors and returned to the ancient realm. And when Li Xuanyuan stepped into the ancient realm, the chaotic ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin also came out of the gate. The two connected with his bloodline and received unparalleled feedback benefits. Their strength went to the next level, and they were not far from the life and death realm. You too, wait until the end of the 3 Lives Emperor's tomb before making a breakthrough. Li Xuanyuan cautioned that the 3 Lives Emperor's tomb only allowed cultivators below the realm of life and death to enter, and the same was true for the demon race. Godson, the old dragon knows the score. The chaotic ancestral dragon gestured its dragon claws and said with a big grin. He was still preparing to follow Li Seeking Edge and enter the Emperor's tomb to sweep the 8 directions, but he didn't dare to make a breakthrough. Divine Son, my Qilin plan tends to avoid good fortune and misfortune. With me in the Emperor's tomb, you can rest assured. Beginning Kirin patted his chest in assurance, his childish voice rich with justice. I hope so. Li Xuanyuan glanced suspiciously at the beginning Qilin and turned around to walk towards the depths of the ancient realm. He needed to carefully formulate a plan to ensure that everything was safe in the Three Lives Emperor's tomb. Godson, wait for me. This Kirin says what he says and never makes false claims. The beginning Qilin bumbled after him, bouncing and jumping as he crossed the void. His speed was extremely fast. Just the furry look is adorable. The chaotic ancestral dragon flung its tail and similarly traveled through the void to leave. Chapter 54, Xian Lord's Chance. Descendant of the ancient emperor of the Taishu Dragon Court, Ao Qingying emerges. Xuanwu Heaven, the ancient royal family. In an ancient secret realm on the Xianxian Divine Mountain, the brooks are babbling and the flowers are blooming. Xian Lord sat in the void, his consciousness seemingly coming to an unknown place. In this uncharted space and time, the stars and rivers turn and the meteors fall. A mysterious figure stood at the end of the starry sky, carrying a supreme aura that dominated the world, as if it was holding up a side of Zeus. Ever since helping the Xian Tian little ancestor break the seal and emerge from the world, an unfamiliar memory had appeared in Xian Lord's mind out of nowhere, and also got part of the Xuanwu inheritance. In recent times, this memory has become clearer and clearer. There was even an unfamiliar voice that was guiding Xian Lord all the time, asking him to head to the Three Lives Emperor's tomb, as if he had something important to hand over to him. Can it be that this king is the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse? The Xian Lord's consciousness gradually woke up and withdrew from that unknown land, a terrifying luster flickering in his pupils. Being one of the heirs of the Xianmei Divine Mountain, he knew that in this world, there existed some saintly reborn heavenly prides, and even demonic sires of great emperor reincarnation. Those reincarnation of the pride of heaven, is the real anticlimactic demonic qualification. Cultivation with half the effort, can be with the ancient freaks one against the other. Xian Lord felt that there was a high possibility that he was the reincarnation of a certain supreme being, and the Three Lives Emperor tomb would be the turning point of his life. If he was able to awaken all of his inheritance memories and obtain the true divine ability inheritance, then wouldn't he, Xian Lord, be able to soar to the heavens? At the thought of this, the hatred in the eyes of the Xian Lords was so great that the cold killing machine condensed into substance, and the surrounding emptiness was frozen for it. Li family divine son, the humiliation you brought to this king in the beginning will be returned 100 or 1,000 times over in the future. Ancestral Dragon Heaven, the ancestral land of the Taishu Dragon Court. Deep within a mountain range where clouds and haze steamed and dragon veins converged, an icy and magnificent voice rang out. Ao Qingying, the second life body of the Three Lives Emperor, cultivated into the ancestral dragon supreme body. This time when the Emperor's tomb opens, my Taishu Dragon Court is most likely to obtain its inheritance as it is augmented by the dragon bloodline. So go and bring back the Emperor Dao inheritance perfectly. As this icy voice fell, a graceful beauty was seen walking out from the depths of the Taishu Dragon Court. The young girl's bright eyes are like water. The cool jade face is covered by a light veil. The black long skirt wraps the perfect petite body, revealing a smooth and flat belly, and the savage waist is swaying one step at a time, which can be described as a scourge of the country and the people. The young girl's name was Ao Qingying, a peerless demon from the Taishu Dragon Court. Unlike Ao Ting, Ao Qingying's bloodline was much thicker, and her battle power was many times more terrifying compared to Ao Ting. Because the ancestor of the maiden's lineage had given birth to an ancient emperor powerhouse, an existence that rivaled the great emperors of the human race. Despite being several generations apart, the bloodline was far from being comparable to an unusual heir like Ao Ting. A descendant of the ancient emperor was enough to represent everything. Qingying will live up to the expectations of the old ancestor and will definitely bring back the ancestral dragon supreme body's inheritance. Ao Qingying gave a respectful salute. His words and actions triggered the creation of heaven and earth, and there was a rain of flowers flying down from the sky, gorgeous and crystalline. Also, that Li clan's divine son decimated Ao Ting. His battle power is somewhat heaven-defying, so if they meet, remember to be careful. The icy voice barked. Ao Ting is burdened with the Taishu dragon body infused with the Taishu ancestral dragon bone. It's indeed not weak anymore, but it's a pity that there are only 9 fate palaces. With this imperial daughter's battle power, she can also easily manage to obliterate Ao Ting. And if she meets up with that Li clan's divine son, this imperial daughter wouldn't mind taking his head for a while. Ao Qingying smiled a moving smile, her jade face carrying an incomparable confident grace. Then she turned around and stepped into the air to leave. She was the descendant of the ancient emperor of the Green Dragon, possessing the bloodline of an ancient emperor, an absolute demon at the taboo level, sweeping through her peers without an enemy, with her own invincible Dao heart. Every absolute pride of the heavens did not think of being weaker than others. Just like sword prosperity, Characters like Li Zhixing, before they met Li Shu and Yuan, they also thought that they were invincible in their peers. But then, just a simple punch shattered their dreams of heavenly pride. There are some things that you only realize after the fact when you actually encounter them, but when the time comes, it's already too late for regrets. The Eastern Emperor's Sky, the everlasting Li clan, in the middle of the ancient realm. Li Xuanyuan stretched his back and exited the cultivation state with a refreshed mind. A perfect plan was formulated by him and was guaranteed to satisfy the heavenly prides within the Taichou Dao domain. It would definitely make all the heavenly pride of the Dao domain jump up and down with joy. When Li Xuanyuan stepped out of his place of seclusion, the two of them, Li Tsangtian and Li Tianji, joined hands at the same time. Divine Son, the Three Lives Emperor's tomb will be opening soon. Li Tsangtian cupped his fists and took the lead to speak, a look of excitement on his face. They had 2 pairs of Three Lives Emperor keys, plus the pair in Li Zhixing's hand, making 3 pairs. With the Godson's battle prowess, this trip to the Emperor's tomb would surely allow him to seize the inheritance of the 3 lifetimes great Emperor. Is it finally coming out? Li Xuanyuan raised his eyebrows lightly. Almost a month had passed since the last Voltron Ancient City auction. Time flies really fast. He vaguely remembered that there was also a pair of 3 Lives Emperor keys that had been auctioned off by Xian lords for 300 immortal crystals, and now it was finally time to harvest the mice. Outside, in front of the Li family's divine hall, the figures of the younger generation were gathered. The two of them, Li Zhixing and Li Qingshu, had been waiting here for a long time. Greetings, Divine Son. When they saw Li Xuanyuan appear, Li Zhixing and Li Qingshu simultaneously cupped their fists and saluted with an extremely respectful attitude. At the initiation banquet, Li Xuanyuan's reincarnation punch that rebelled against the heavens directly shattered the 2 men's heavenly pride bones. Regarding Li Sun Yuan's strength, the 2 of them were now 10,000 times more submissive. The 3 Lives Emperor's tomb resides in no fixed place, and each time it opens in a very different location. And this time the location happens to be in the Vortex mountain range outside of the Vortex Ancient City. At that moment, Li Qianqiu and a group of clan elders arrived, bringing news of the 3 Lives Emperor's tomb. Seeking edge, the opening of the Emperor's tomb this time has brought together most of the young celestials within the Taichou Dao domain, and you can only rely on yourself for the matchups of the younger generation. Li Qianqiu said, no one in the younger generation of the Taichou Dao domain can defeat me. Even if it's a figure of the older generation, it's just as bad. Li Xuanyuan smiled calmly, with the invincible elegance of pushing across the world. With the one-sword immortal kneeling this rule aptitude in his possession, no one would be able to kill him. And at the very least, he would have the power to defend himself. The clan elder of the Mad Immortal's lineage, as well as the clan elder of Li Qingshu's lineage, were about to prepare to depart after instructing the 2 of them one after the other. Roar! Under Li Zhixing and Li Qingshu's jaw-dropping gazes, they only saw the little golden snake on Li Xuanyuan's shoulder suddenly rising up into the sky and transforming into the chaotic ancestral dragon body. The 2 men looked at the divine and extraordinary 5-clawed golden dragon, their expressions petrified and dumbfounded with shock. This seems to be a pure-blooded true dragon, right? With a real dragon as a mount. It is truly worthy of Lord Godson. Chapter 55 Ancient Golden Pupil. Ancient Heavenly Palace Saint Sun Qing Yi. Group of heroes gathering in the ancient city. The Vortex Ancient City, because of the 3 Lives Emperor key auction, had been on fire for a while. Now that the 3 Lives Emperor's tomb was about to come out in the Voltaic mountain range, it could be said that it had once again stirred up the winds and clouds of the 8 directions. The many transcendent forces within the Taichou Dao domain, as well as the men and women of the imperial dynasties and ancient kingdoms, immediately moved to rush to the Vortex Ancient City. This time, the ancient city was going to be even more lively and bustling than the last auction. During this period, someone saw a supreme green rainbow running through the sky in the Spirit Sword Mountain, and a Dao-robed young man came out with a sword. That was Spirit Sword Mountain's heir. Sword Heart Dao Body Sword Prosperity. Some people also saw that there was a sky of flowers raining crystals falling from the ancestral dragon sky, and a black-skirted young girl stepped out of the sea of flowers with a stunningly beautiful style. A heavenly pride recognized the other party. It was the royal daughter of the lineage of the ancient emperor of the Green Dragon. Her strength was unfathomable. In the Xuanwu divine mountain of the Xuanwu heaven, a mighty and domineering golden Xuanwu left across the void. The first heir Xianyi and the third heir Xian Lord were seated on Xianwu's back as they rushed to the ancient city of Voltaic Sky. At the same time, the Purple Mansion Sacred Land, Yaoqi Heavenly Realm, and other forces, one after another, had buildings and ships and carriages rise up in the air. Celestial pride gathered, and a group of heroes gathered. At this moment, in the people bustling Voltron Ancient City, some people saw a golden dragon horse spanning the sky, on which sat an imposingly handsome young man, whose pupils vaguely flickered with a divine aura. That seems to be the sacred son of the ancient heavenly palace, Qin Yi. Some of the celestial pride recognized the other party's origin and immediately exclaimed in awe. In the time that followed, successive supreme Tao lineages rushed to Voltron ancient city. Known as the world's greatest speed, the golden-winged rock clan came to visit. There is also a golden body with a bright golden light. The body is like immortal gold casting of the golden family. Rumor has it that this clan once flourished to the extreme and ranked among the Taiku royal clans. Unfortunately, they later offended a Gaijin powerhouse, and the clan was wiped out for the most part, with their overall strength falling to the bottom. Now that several epochs have passed, it has not been able to return to the state it was in at its peak. But despite this, the strength of the Golden Clan was not to be underestimated. There were quasi-imperial soldiers sitting within its clan, and it could be ranked among half of the Taiku imperial clans. Not long after each other, a five-clawed golden dragon filled with immortal might tore through the void and manifested above the vortex ancient city. The crowd already knew without thinking that it was the Li family's divine son who had arrived. This time, it was led by Li Qianxiu himself, secretly followed by several powerful clan elders to ensure the safety of Li Xuanyuan and the others. Li Nantian, the deacon of the Voltron ancient city, swept his couch to welcome him and came to receive the dust, bringing Li Qianxiu and the others back to the star-plucking pavilion to take a short rest and wait for the opening of the 3 lifetimes emperor's tomb afterward. Have you guys heard? That Li clan's divine son suppressed the Spirit Sword Mountain's heir at the initiation banquet all by himself. There's also that crazy Li who was able to fight Xian Yi undefeated, and all of them lost to the Li clan's divine son. Even immortal Qingshu's immaculate method was unable to withstand the Li clan's divine son's attack and suffered a defeat. This son is simply a peerless demon. Shortly after the arrival of the Li family, in a gorgeous restaurant within the Voltron ancient city, a group of young celestial pride were drinking and discussing, mentioning the glorious battle results of Li Xuanyuan. These young celestial pride were all from various great Dao units within the Taichou Dao domain, and all of them were not weak. However, for these heavenly prides, the likes of Jian Yuxiang and Li Zhixing were existences that they needed to look up to, with unfathomable battle power. As for Li Xuanyuan, who could even be easily suppressed by Jian Yiwu and Li Zhixing, for them, it was simply like the sun above the 9 heavens, unattainable. Among this group of young prides, a white-clothed teenager was particularly noteworthy. This young man was white-haired, handsome and martial, and there was a bright divine aura flickering in his pupils, as well as ancient talismans flowing. It was a pair of ancient golden pupils, magnificent and mysterious. He was none other than the sacred son of the ancient heavenly palace, Qin Yi, the Li family's divine son. Hearing the talk of the surrounding heavenly prides, Qin Yi murmured softly as his gaze flickered. His cultivation level ascended to the peak of the 9 heavens of creation, and he possessed the ancient golden pupil, which was an invincible immortal tier that could be on par with the heavy pupil. Although he couldn't fully utilize the full power of his golden pupil yet, it was enough to allow him to sweep through the younger generation of the creation realm and laugh at the crowd. In addition to the golden pupil known to the world, Qin Yi also had a chaos bone. It was because of the chaos bone that he was chosen by the ancient celestial palace to be the holy son. The Li clan's divine son was indeed powerful and a bit too good to deal with, but he, Qin Yi, was no weakling either. Recently, Li Shenyuan was in the ascendancy, and Qin Yi was quite eager to compare himself with the other party. He traveled to the emperor's tomb on behalf of the forces behind him, which represented the face of the ancient celestial palace. One glory for all, one loss for all. I guess there's no one who doesn't want to fight for the power behind them. Some celestial pride sensed Qin Yi's change and hurriedly complimented and rounded off the scene. The Li clan's divine son is certainly powerful, but Prince Qin Yi possesses golden pupils and inherits the ancient heavenly palace's secret art, so he's not much worse than that Li clan's divine son. Regarding the flattery of the several heavenly prides, Qin Yi's face did not change in any way, his eyes very calm. He is not arrogant because of the trifling words of others, nor does he shy away from the Tao because of someone's power. Everything is left to the fists. Rumor has it that the 3 lives great emperor has lived 3 lives against the odds, cultivating a supreme dharma body in each of them, in which something like that would be of great benefit to me. Qin Yi's gaze flickered as he murmured to himself in his mind. He had entered the emperor's tomb this time only for that item, and if he could obtain it, it would allow him to reshape his roots and bones and gain a new life again. This was what he had learned through a volume of ancient texts left behind by the Yuanshu emperor, that the 3 lives emperor had a remarkable artifact that could help one to be reborn in nirvana. If one could obtain this supreme treasure, in the future, ascending to the throne of supremacy would naturally not be a problem, and one could even attempt to impact a higher level realm. that Li clan godson is a bit tricky. If he doesn't come to provoke me, there's no need for me to take the initiative to provoke him. The purpose of this trip isn't to have to fight the other side, but the chances in the Emperor's tomb are most important. If I can obtain that artifact in the Emperor's tomb, I, Qin Yi, will mold the perfect supreme bone, and will surely soar to the heavens, sweeping the younger generation of the Tai Chu Dao domain. There was excitement welling up in Qin Yi's eyes, as if he had seen the scene when he swept across the 8 wastelands and suppressed the younger generation. And at that moment, the Taiku imperial race Xianmei Divine Mountain descended upon the Voltron ancient city. Xianyi had his hands behind his back, his black hair falling to the ground, his gaze cold and indifferent, as cold as ever. On the contrary, it was Xian Lord, his head held high, his eyes lonely and disdainful, his aura unfathomable. However, in the depths of its pupils, there were flames of vengeance burning with hatred. Li family divine son, today is different from the past. When this king obtains the supreme inheritance of an ancient powerhouse, he will definitely dismantle you and break you into pieces. The 3 Lives Emperor's tomb would be the beginning of his Zuan Lord's legendary life. Golden scales are not the stuff of pools. Once they meet the wind and clouds, they turn into dragons. Chapter 56, Voltaic Mountain Range. 3 Lives Emperor's tomb opens. Entrance of the mice. 3 days are a snap of the fingers. On this day, a blazing immortal light suddenly bloomed in the mountain range outside of the Voltron ancient city. The void distorted, imperial might filled the air, and a pale and majestic spatial vortex emerged, as if leading to an unknown world. The 3 Lives Emperor's tomb is opening. The strongest of the many forces appeared one after another, and the first to speak was a great saint from Spirit Sword Mountain. The 3 Lives Emperor's tomb has been opened many times, but the true legacy of the 3 Lives Emperor has never been obtained. So let's hope that the juniors can bring some surprises this time. A brocade-robed old man sighed. He was a great saint of the ancient heavenly palace and Qin Yi's protector this time. With the opening of the 3 Lives Emperor's tomb this time, the legacy of the 3 Lives Emperor is something I, Xianxian Divine Mountain, am determined to obtain. Among the several great figures, an old man with a thin figure spoke with a cold and arrogant voice. He was a respected elder from the heaven-swallowing vein of the Xuanwu Divine Mountain, who had come to defend Xian Yi and Xian Lord this time. Just a few small Wangbeos that can't rise to the occasion. How dare they snarl and bark here? Beware of the Emperor's tomb. Once you're gone, you'll never return. Li Qianqiu appeared and coldly swept a glance at the slim old man, his voice cold and indifferent. Humph, we'll see. Hearing Li Qianqiu's words, the face of the elder of the Xianxian underworld Divine Mountain was cloudy and ironic as he snorted coldly and said no more. At the moment this node does not apply to contract Li family martial arts. Seek the Emperor tomb and the chance to be important cannot be because of the trivial, and delayed the great event of 1,000 years. In the 3 Lives Emperor's tomb, 3 parties of the Taiku imperial clan joined forces. At that time, no matter how heaven-defying the descendant of the Li family's heavenly pride was, it would still be difficult to escape death. At that thought, a flash of gloating pleasure couldn't help but flash through the eyes of the elder of the Xianxian Divine Mountain. With the opening of the 3 Lives Emperor's tomb, the one who would have the last laugh would definitely be their Xianmei Divine Mountain. On the other hand, in the Voltron ancient city, Li Xuan Yuan and the others walked out of the star-plucking pavilion, their gazes looking in the direction of the Voltaic mountain range. Big brother Xian Yi, the 2 of us will split up so that the chances of obtaining the chances of the Emperor's tomb will be greater. In front of the Xuanwu building, Xian Lord casually found a reason to bid farewell to Xian Yi and set off on his journey to the Emperor's tomb alone. Staying with Xian Yi would be restricted in more ways than one, and Xian Lord had his own plans and thoughts, so he took the lead in stepping into the air and leaving. Xian Yi had his hands behind his back and looked at the departing back of Xian Lord, his brows slightly furrowed. This clan brother of his behavioral style has been a bit abnormal lately. It's worth a fascinating thought. Inside the Voltron ancient city, in a magnificent restaurant, Qin Yi strolled out, his golden pupils glittering, calm and collected, with an overwhelming aura of controlling the whole situation. In the 3 Lives Emperor's tomb, the most important thing was not the bones and inheritance left behind by the 3 Lives Emperor, but that nirvana artifact. Now that he was sitting on the 3 Lives Emperor key, and even had the guidance of the Yuanshu ancient book, he was going to be one step ahead of everyone. This wave, he, Qin Yi, stood in the atmosphere. Li family godson, this princess is getting more and more attached to you. A red dress of the phoenix dance out of the demon phoenix palace, lifting step lightly swaying, elegant, rather seductive meaning of all beings. With the opening of the Emperor's tomb, Spirit Sword Mountain will naturally not fall to others. Inside the Spirit Sword Villa, there was an infinite amount of sword light shining in the 9 heavens, and a Taoist-robed young man came out with his sword, drinking wine and laughing, dashing to the extreme, sword-free after a battle with Li Shu and Yuan, knocking the dusty heart of the sword road, and finally washed out the lead. Back to basics. The sword heart Dao body stepped into small completion, comprehending the true meaning of the sword Dao. The overall battle power multiplied by multiples skyrocketed, and was only one step away from advancing to the life and death realm. On the other hand, in the voltaic mountain range, the golden-winged rock clan, the heir to the golden clan, had arrived first. At this moment, the outskirts of the voltaic mountain range, the void rippled with water waves, and a round and slender white jade leg stepped out from the space, and then the jade foot lightly tapped the void and pranced far away. When the emperor's tomb opens, the inheritance of the supreme ancestral dragon body, this imperial daughter will definitely get it. Ao Qingying's beautiful eyes were glowing, and her voice was cold and beautiful, as pleasant as a precious pearl falling from a jade plate. The Three Lives Emperor's tomb was opened, and a group of heroes gathered, and as a descendant of the ancient emperor of the Green Dragon, she should suppress the younger generation of the Taichou Dao domain, and make a name for herself as the ancient emperor's mighty name. Godson, aren't we leaving now? Li Zhixing saw that the many prides present kept leaving, and his own divine son still looked indifferent, so he cupped his fist and saluted, tentatively inquiring, "It may not be a good thing to be the first one to get there. There's no rush." Li Shu and Yuan smiled faintly. "Let's let these people scout ahead and be the test mice for a while. Wouldn't it be nice if he then went in and slowly reaped the rewards?" And at that moment, a gentle voice came, "Seeking Edge, long time no see." Hearing this voice, Li Shu and Yuan looked in search of the sound, and a group of people came across the void in a traveling boat, only to see the front of the rowboat, the first one of the red-clothed girl's green silk fluttering, fairy face like a painting, beautiful eyes condensed contain poetry, temperament is very outstanding. She had snowy skin, a small head, and a flowing skirt, like a fairy depicted in a painting, out of the ordinary and breathtakingly beautiful. It's fairy food Yao of the eternal life food family. Many celestial pride's footsteps slightly paused and turned their gazes towards the food Yao, and the color of adoration surged in their eyes. Fairies and beauties are loved by all. There was no figure of food on top of the traveling boat, and the one who followed food Yao this time was an old crone, a highly powerful clan elder of the food family. "What a coincidence that you haven't left either." With a smile on her face, food Yao leapt down from the traveling boat and came to Li Shu and Yuan's side. "This godson is just waiting for the mice to enter, so don't think too much," Li Shu and Yuan faintly replied back. This was true. He wasn't here specifically to wait for the arrival of food Yao, but rather he was waiting for the primordial Dao region's mice to enter the arena. "The people are almost gone. We should get going." Seeing that all of the heavenly pride had already entered the voltaic mountain range, Li Shu and Yuan whisked his sleeves and said, "Honor the order of the Son of God." Behind him, Li Tsantian, Li Tianji, Li Zhixing, and Li Qingshu respectfully cupped their fists and saluted, turning into four divine lights that rushed up into the sky. "Follow me, don't get lost." Li Shu and Yuan glanced at the food Yao. Then his figure gradually faded and disappeared in place. 2 years younger than me. What a little adult to act like. Food Yao jade foot lightly pointing the void. Flawless immortal light bloomed around his body, the whole as if flying fairy general chased up. Flying immortal body. Born close to the great Tao. Speed can reach the extreme realm. Sense into the extreme realm. Cultivation to the extreme. The legend can be feathered into immortality. The saint daughter of the eternal life food family, with both talent and strength, had an undoubted gold content. As Li Shu and Yuan and the others moved to the Voltron mountain range, the entire Taichu Dao region was stirred up with it. Quite a few loose cultivation figures also arrived one after another and became part of the Emperor's Tomb explorers. It was a secret treasure at the level of a great emperor, and a random bit of chance could change the trajectory of their lives. When fighting as hard as you can, live to the death. Chapter 57, Supreme Canopy. Ancient Beast Tide. Chaotic ancestral dragon manifests might. In the sky above the Voltron ancient city, a strange fluctuation filled the air as the haze of sunlight and rays of color steamed up. An ancient mirror was suspended above the 9 heavens, mirroring the sky, as crystal bright as a sapphire. It's an ancient divine ability that many great saints have combined their efforts to unleash, the supreme heavenly curtain. This divine ability can reflect the scenery of heaven and earth, observing the real-time situation that is happening in the Vortex mountain range. The cultivators in the ancient city all looked dazed. These great figures from the transcendent forces were obviously uneasy about their own juniors, so they manifested their whereabouts. When necessary, you can come to the rescue in a timely manner. The clan elders of some of the weaker forces cast grateful gazes at this. This move was also a good thing for them. as they could use the supreme canopy to find the heavenly descendants of their forces to observe. In just half an incense stick of time, Li Xuanyuan and the others arrived outside the Voltron mountain range. Li Xuanyuan gazed at the peaks and mountains, and the smoke was so vast that he couldn't see the end of it at a glance. That spatial vortex was located in the deepest part of the Vortex mountain range. With the arrival of the Tai Chu Dao region's numerous heavenly prides, it also touched off the discontent of the Voltron mountain range's aborigines. Next, one after another heavenly pride arrived. Deep within the mountains, there were ancient ferocious beasts roaring angrily, and pure-blooded beings roaring in anger, manifesting extraordinarily eerie and terrifying. If one wanted to enter the Three Lives Emperor's tomb, the mountains and ravines in front of them were the first hurdle, enough to screen out many heavenly pride cultivators. And at that moment, a golden dragon horse stepped into the air, with a handsome young man sitting on top of it, and forcefully intruded outside the Vortex mountain range. Li Xuanyuan felt something in his heart and looked up. Then he saw Qin Yi on the golden dragon horse. He is the saint's son of the ancient heavenly palace, possessing the ancient golden pupil, a supreme pupil that is on par with the heavy pupil. The other party had once beheaded a life and death realm figure with a cultivation of the creation realm. Li Zhixing frowned and explained in a deep voice. This was an extremely terrifying opponent, and when the golden pupil came out, rare people were his opponents. Ancient golden pupil? This fellow's bottom card doesn't seem to stop there. Li Xuanyuan's sight, again, landed on Qin Zhang's left leg, and saw a chaotic and hazy leg bone that was a chaos bone. Under one thought of heaven, all things have no hiding place. Ancient golden pupil, chaotic bone, but it is also considered to be an absolute generation little demon. Li Xuanyuan's gaze looked Qin Yi up and down as if he was looking at a perfect diamond in the rough. These are all Li Xuanyuan's competent treasure hunting rats, and they are all great opportunities in his eyes. At this time, Qin Yi also had a heartfelt feeling and turned his head towards Li Xuanyuan, his eyes incomparably grave. Li Xuanyuan's body was shrouded in immortal charm. His every move conformed to the heaven and earth avenue, making it impossible to see through the reality, and Qin Yi was incomparably jealous of him. Qin Yi withdrew his sight and did not stay here for too long, riding his golden dragon horse away. The Li family divine son had not provoked him, and there was no need for him to provoke the other party. Obtaining the chance in the emperor's tomb was important. There are some things that you can't just hide from. Li Xuanyuan's eyes were calm as he watched Qin Yi leave, the corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile. Where there are opportunities, there are fights. This is an unavoidable rule. Next, Li Xuanyuan and the others continued to go deeper into the Voltron mountain range and began to head to the Three Lives Emperor tomb direction. However, those who were able to qualify to go deeper were all the supreme prides of their transcendent forces. Then below that were the heirs of some first-class powers such as Holy Lands and imperial dynasties. As for the other loose cultivator figures, apart from a very few powerful existences, the rest were all buried in the mountain range. Roar! A miserable hissing sound suddenly rang out, only to see that in front of the mountain range, there suddenly appeared densely packed Taiku remnant seeds, as if it was a tidal wave, emitting a monstrous bloodbath aura. The terrifying tide of beasts surged and erupted, trampling dozens of heavenly pride of the creation realm of the great powers into a bloody mist in a matter of moments. Roar! But in an instant, a high-pitched dragon's roar resounded through the sky, and a golden dragon's tail struck horizontally, suppressing heaven and earth. With a loud boom, all of these powerful Taiku remnants exploded into a sky of blood mist. Keep going deeper, Li Xuanyuan spoke indifferently, while the chaos ancestral dragon on his right shoulder lazily changed its position and retracted its dragon tail to continue to start slumbering. There was no need for Li Xuanyuan to do anything at all. The chaotic ancestral dragon could have taken care of it all by itself. On the side, the beginning Qilin on Li Xuanyuan's left shoulder said with dissatisfied eyes, "Can't you guys strike slower? Killing them all at once, this makes me look dull." Hearing this, the chaos ancestral dragon opened its sleepy eyes and swept a glance at the beginning Qilin before closing its eyes and sleeping again. However, Li Zhixing and the others, it was the first time they had seen the chaotic ancestral dragon make a move, and their eyes were filled with shock. Among the beasts tied just now, there were not many ancient relic species of the 8th and 9th heavens of creation, but they were slapped to death by the chaotic ancestral dragon, truly worthy of being a pure-blooded true dragon cub. The battle power was truly terrifying. Immediately afterward, a few of their gazes landed on the beginning Qilin again. For this white, furry, and very cute-looking little beast, the heart did not dare to have any underestimation. To be able to serve as a mount for Lord Godson and to fight with a real dragon, how weak could the other party be? The main body may be some kind of evil thing. And while the chaotic ancestral dragon was making its move, on the other side of the mountain range, A battle was likewise erupting. Boom! Sword Prosperity used his finger instead of his sword, cutting out a large sea of snowy swords, flooding the four directions of heaven and earth, clearing out a vacuum in an instant. There was also Qin Yi not far away, his pupils blooming with dazzling golden divine radiance, mysterious and abnormal. Two brilliant immortal light holes shot out, directly decimating the wave of beasts in front of them easily and effortlessly. Spirit Sword Mountain's Sword Prosperity is already at the level of having no sword in his heart. That defeat back then didn't leave his Dao heart in the dust. Instead, it washed away all the lead in his sword heart. Dao body went to the next level. There's also that ancient celestial palace's saint son Qin Yi. The other party doesn't even have to use divine abilities. The golden pupil casually strikes a blow that's comparable to a supreme killing blow. Many of the first-class powers prides were lamenting. Having talent is good. Not only is the battle power demonic, but you can also worship the transcendent power. It's simply a big winner in life. That seems to be Xian, Lord of the Xian Mei Divine Mountain. Why isn't he with Xian Yi? Some heavenly pride figures noticed the figure of Xian Lord. One could only see a black-clothed teenager stepping into the air, walking with a dragon's stride and extraordinary martial arts. Xian Lord casually struck a blow. There was Xuanwu divine might filling the air, a Xuanwu shadow suppressing out, easily eliminating the beast tied in front of him, clearing out a large area of the passageway. Unexpectedly, Xian Lord chose to act alone instead of choosing to follow the main force of the Xian Underworld Divine Mountain, which caused many of the celestial pride to feel a bit surprised. That chance has become even more dazzling. Xian Lord, you must try to work harder and not let this divine sun down. The commotion made by the Xian Lord's side also attracted Li Xuanyuan's attention to the other party. This guy's aura was more than a star stronger than when they met at the ancient city of voltaic sky, and the aura on his body had become as dazzling as a blazing sun. Not bad for a lab rat that could give him a chance. Li Xuanyuan knew that Xian Lord was acting alone this time because he wanted to obtain that unparalleled chance that belonged to him alone. This chance was sufficiently heaven-defying, so Lord Xian did not want Xian Yi to know about it, waiting until after acquiring that unprecedented opportunity. Then his strength surged and turned around to suppress him, thus wiping out his former shame. I have to say, this plot is very much a protagonist template, but alas, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. All of this plan seemed seamless, but in reality, it was full of loopholes, and it was all within Li Xuanyuan's calculations. Any schemes were meaningless in Li Xuanyuan's case. His means of coping with the situation have transcended the atmosphere. Chapter 58 Ancient Seal of the Kirin, slaying the Beast King of the Life and Death Realm, shocking the entire arena. The ancient ferocious beasts and pure-blooded beings in the Vortex Mountain Range fought fiercely with the young celestial pride who had intruded into the Vortex Mountain Range. Shouting and killing shook the heavens, and blood stained the mountains and rivers, except for some heavenly pride demons of the transcendent forces, who could easily manage to push across the voltaic mountain range. The rest of the cultivators suffered heavy casualties. Unlike the other heavenly pride's tragic casualties, Li Xuanyuan leisurely marched through the Voltron mountain range, idly walking as if he was passing through no man's land. With the four Li Tsungtian and the chaotic ancestral dragon in front of him, he was only responsible for observing the mountains and enjoying the scenery, and he didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure at all. That Li family's divine son, he really gave birth to a good lineage. Some young celestial pride looked envious and sighed as they looked at Li Xuanyuan, whose back was gradually moving away. Li Xuanyuan was surrounded by four young Dao protectors and a true dragon mount to open up the way, so ordinary Taiku fierce beasts couldn't even get close to him. As he gradually approached the vortex of the Emperor's tomb, Li Xuanyuan sensed an extremely bizarre aura from the Emperor's tomb through the delusion-breaking power of the everlasting immortal T. That ominous aura resembled the undead substance of the ancient underworld clan. Just as Li Xuanyuan was carefully exploring the Emperor's tomb, an earth-shaking roar suddenly rang out, only to see a black ancestral crocodile with a body of thousands of feet leaping out of the cloudy mountains ahead. Black ancestral crocodile body with cold metal luster, around the body lingering brown lightning, eyes like 2 rounds of blood moon in the sky. Killing opportunity to freeze the four sides of the void. Surprisingly, it's a beast king of the life and death realm, the underworld ancestral crocodile. The surrounding heavenly pride of the creation realm who had intruded into this place all lost their voices in horror. The 3 Lives Emperor's tomb only allowed cultivators below the realm of life and death to enter, but the voltaic mountain range was not within the Emperor's tomb, so there was nothing wrong with the Taiku fierce beasts in this place reaching the realm of life and death. Taiku fierce beasts of the life and death realm possessed some bloodline passed down from the Taiku, and their strength was even stronger than ordinary demonic beasts, although it couldn't be compared to the swift Emperor clan. With the strong physical strength of the demonic beasts, Even if a supreme heavenly pride like Xian Yi and Qin Yu wanted to deal with this life and death realm underworld ancestral crocodile, it wouldn't be that easy. Roar! When that underworld ancestral crocodile saw an unfamiliar being intruding into his territory, he immediately let out a terrifying roar and his body swept out. His speed was extremely fast. Boom! The underworld ancestral crocodile swept down several lofty divine mountains with a fling of its tail, killing towards Li Shu and Yuan and the others. At this moment, the gazes of everyone around them all gathered. The supreme heavenly curtain above the Voltron ancient city also reflected the scene at this place. The underworld ancestral crocodile beast king of the life and death realm. Your Li family is going to be in deep trouble this time. The old man from the Xianxian divine mountain laughed coldly and opened his mouth, his words full of banter as he waited for a good show. A beast of the life and death realm is just a beast. What trouble can it be? Li Qianqiu's gaze was calm and indifferent. His voice was ancient. He called the underworld ancestral crocodile an animal, which could be said to be a double entendre. The Xianmei divine mountain was nobly an ancient royal race, where it essentially also belonged to the demon race, and now that Li Qianqiu was calling the ancestral crocodile an animal, its meaning was self-evident. Instead of gaining an advantage in words, that old man from the Xianxian divine mountain had gotten all fishy. In the voltaic mountain range, looking at the attacking spectral ancestor crocodile, Li Shu and Yuan's immortal spirit's handsome face did not have half a fluctuation of emotions. Your grandma's leg, just a small crocodile. How dare you show off in front of Lord Godson? Your grandpa Kirin is here to teach you how to behave. Without waiting for Li Shu and Yuan to make a move, he only saw the beginning Kirin on his left shoulder turn into a shocking lightning bolt and fiercely scampered out. And he didn't forget to greet the 18 generations of ancestors of the underworld ancestral crocodile. Above the dome of the sky, clouds churned. There was an ancient chaotic killing opportunity that flooded the void of the universe, and it transformed into a party of ancient Qilin seals that forcefully killed the underworld ancestor crocodile. When the underworld ancestral crocodile saw this, a touch of gravity surged within its blood moon pupils, and there were order runes flickering on the surface of its black lin armor, intertwining to form a pair of thunder battle armor. Boom! In the next moment, earth-shattering collision sounds resounded as the Qilin ancient seal shattered the thunder battle armor of the underworld ancestor crocodile, smashing it thousands of meters away and laying waste to several green peaks along the way. The beginning Qilin's strike landed, and although it sent the underworld ancestral crocodile flying, it did not cause him any substantial damage. Little Qilin, can you do it? If you can't, get out of the way a bit and let the old dragon take care of him. The chaotic ancestral dragon spoke in a flirtatious tone. Get the hell out of my way. One move, just one move. This Qilin can definitely suppress him. The beginning Qilin's voice came from beyond the 9 heavens. When the words fell, the wind rose in the void, and a terrifying might that suppressed the heavens and earth and overturned the sun, moon, and stars was clearly stirred up from within the clouds. Only a dragon head, lion body, deer horns, fish scales, snake tail, goat beard, eagle claws, and bull's eyes of a divine and martial being stepped on the 7-colored auspicious clouds and presented itself to the sight of everyone. Although the beginning Qilin was not as huge as the underworld ancestral crocodile, when he appeared, he became the only one in heaven and earth, as if he were a deity that dominated the living beings of the earth. Boom! Beginning unicorn slowly raised his feet, and then gently fell. No fancy magic phases. There is just the natural Taoist method of returning to the basics. The unicorn seal, suppressing Qianquan. The spectral ancestral crocodile didn't even have a chance to let out a miserable scream the moment the beginning Qilin seal fell, and exploded into a bloody mist with a loud boom. There are no bones left, no souls left. After obliterating the underworld ancestral crocodile of the life and death realm with a single move, the beginning Kirin's divine and domineering body gradually shrunk and reappeared in the form of a fluffy puppy, and returned to Li Shu and Yuan's shoulder in a well-behaved manner. The whole room was silent, ravenous, because the scene that was happening at the moment was too eye-shattering and extremely visually impactful. Facing a beast king of the life and death realm, the Li clan's divine son didn't even need to take action himself. The pet that he had tamed was directly the one that subdued the underworld ancestral crocodile. Is that even funny? Chapter 59 Siege of the Wang Plan begins. Mysterious Palace. Inheritance of the Jintian Quasi-Emperor. Li Shu and Yuan was immaculate and looked as if he was floating like an immortal. He didn't do it himself. Just the Qilin pet on his shoulder stepped in and easily subdued a life and death realm beast king. Not far away, Shen Lord's gaze was extremely grave, even carrying a faint trace of fear. At this moment, Shen Lord's desire to find the supreme power inheritance, and his desire to become stronger, became even stronger. He thought that he had awakened his inherited memories, and that his battle power had an essential change in the heavens. Originally, he thought that his overall strength would be slightly closer to Li Xuanyuan, but it still seems much worse now. Although Li Sun Yuan didn't do it himself, the invisible oppression brought to Xian lords was what made him feel deep despair once again. Not far away, Qin Yi, who was about to prepare to enter the Three Lives Emperor's tomb, also looked unprecedentedly grave. To be able to subdue a Qilin Rui beast of the life and death realm, the strength of this Li clan's divine son was truly unfathomable. It seems like we have to be careful when we meet him in the Emperor's tomb. Ao Qingying, who was hidden in the shadows, her beautiful eyes also flashed a ray of scorn. A descendant of a true dragon with a strong bloodline, and an auspicious Qilin that could decapitate a beast king of the life and death realm, coupled with the three demons, the Tsong Tian hegemony body, the undying Tao body, and the unsullied God body. Even if she was a descendant of an ancient emperor, it would be quite troublesome to deal with them. The rest of the Heaven's Pride dark horses had the same vibration in their gazes. The Li clan's divine son had been in full swing lately and his reputation had spread far and wide, and he had truly lived up to his name. To be able to make a Qilin Rui beast whose battle power was comparable to the life and death realm submit. From this, it could be seen that the overall strength of the Li family's divine son, how weak could it be? At this moment, in the Voltron ancient city, the old man from the Xianxian divine mountain was about to speak, but in the end, he didn't spit out half a word. His dark face was as embarrassed as the bottom of a pot. Li Qianqiu sighed and sighed. TSK. This grandson of mine casually raises a mount that can suppress a life and death realm beast king. Don't tell me that the descendant pride of your Xianmei divine mountain can't even defeat my grandson's mount, right? When the old man from the Xianxian divine mountain heard these words, his face was even more stiff and ironic as he coldly grunted, but it's just a life and death realm beast king, and the descendants of my clan can be easily chopped down too. In response, Li Qianqiu just smiled and didn't say anything, and at that moment, the deepest vortex of the Emperor's tomb and the vortex of the Vortex Mountain range once again had heaven and earth anomalies emanating from it. Fairy flowers bloom and the ground swells with golden lotus. The restriction on the Three Lives Emperor's tomb is going to be lifted. The celestial pride present, the swift Emperor clan, all raised their spirits. Go! Xian Lord looked deeply at Li Xuanyuan, and his mana surged, wrapping around his entire body as he rushed into the Emperor's tomb as a divine rainbow. The rest of those cultivators, too, followed closely behind. The legacy of the Three Lives Emperor. I'm coming. Sword Prosperity rode his sword, and his entire body was like a stern divine heavenly sword light as he entered the Emperor's tomb. That Li clan's divine son didn't put up a fight, but this undoubtedly highlights how terrifying he is. This empress is now alone and is in desperate need of a helper. Perhaps that person is quite good. After Ao Qingying weighed the pros and cons, she temporarily gave up on dealing with Li Xuanyuan. In her current situation, if she wanted to compete with the other party, her chance of winning would be less than 30%, so it would be better to focus on finding the inheritance first. Perfect timing. Let's go. Li Xuanyuan pinched his fingers and took the lead in stepping into the vortex of the Emperor's tomb. Li Cangtian, Li Tianji, Li Zhixing, Li Qingshu, and Fu Yao followed closely behind. After stepping into the Emperor's tomb, the ominous and eerie feeling intensified. As far as the eye could see, all of them were puppets of the creation realm that had been corrupted by the ominous power, lost their minds, and began to attack indiscriminately. Boom! Li Xuanyuan whisked his sleeve and swept out a large passageway, unimpeded along the way. Li Xuanyuan exercised his one thought and discovered that the overall shape of the entire Emperor's tomb was similar to an ancient land. Roughly, it is divided into 8 areas, showing the layout of the 8 trigrams, and in the area at the very center of the Emperor's tomb, there was an ancient altar with ancient formations inscribed on it, and there was a vague sense of extreme imperial might that permeated out from it. The area they were in at the moment was called the Koan Domain. Could it be that you have to step onto that altar to activate the signing bonus? Li Xuanyuan pondered. He was now in the Three Lives Emperor's tomb, yet he hadn't activated the signing in location, so it seemed that he would have to need to step into that central area to do so. At that moment, Xian Lord rushed towards a certain area of the passageway with an ecstatic smile on his face based on the guidance in his mind. This guy, he found the chance so quickly? Li Sun Yuan noticed Xian Lord's figure, and seeing the other party's expression change, he couldn't help but show surprise in his eyes. It was worthy of being a great chi exploder. This efficiency was simply awesome. On the other side, Li Xuanyuan also noticed Qin Yi. The other party held a compass, and stepped into a side of heaven and earth with a calm demeanor. Quite a look of controlling the whole situation. Looking at this guy, it seems like he has some research on the Three Lives Emperor's tomb. The corners of Li Xuanyuan's mouth rose slightly, and he said with a sideways glance, Zhixing, there is something you need to do. Upon hearing this, Li Zhixing arched his hand and said, Divine Son, please command. Li Xuanyuan transmitted his voice to inform him, and Li Zhixing nodded as his figure gradually faded away and disappeared. Wake up, don't sleep. Li Xuanyuan flicked a cerebral avalanche on the Chaos Ancestral Dragon's brain, and the latter woke up with a jolt. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The Chaotic Ancestral Dragon held its head and screamed miserably. Keep up with the ancient Celestial Palace's sacred son Qin Yi. This fellow has great opportunities. Li Xuanyuan's gaze narrowed slightly as he directly commanded. Is the siege of Wang Plan about to begin? Godson, please don't worry. The old dragon guarantees to complete the mission. The Chaotic Ancestral Dragon's eyes lit up and flashed away at that speed. Spirit Sword Mountain's Sword Prosperity. Xianyi of the Xianmei Divine Mountain, that imperial daughter of the Taishu Dragon Court, and Phoenix Dance of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Dynasty. This Li Xuanyuan did not see these four people for the time being and thought that they should have been assigned to different areas. No harm done though, it was all under his control. On the other hand, Burgundy Domain. In a misty, ancient land where everything was dead, a figure in black quietly descended, breaking the dim silence of the ancient land. Sure enough, this is the place. The inheritance of the Jintian Paragon Emperor, I, Xian Lord, have come. The Xian Lord's eyes were excited as he began to explore this place in depth. Not long after, a mysterious palace appeared in front of him, nestled deep within the ancient land. The entire palace had a flow of light and laws dropping down, with the divine might of suppressing heaven and earth. It gleamed in this dimly lit ancient land and stood out. I can't believe it's true. Upon seeing the palace, Xian Lord's heart was incomparably uplifted. The blood in his body actually resonated with this palace, which made Xian Lord even more ecstatic. This must be the Jintian inheritance he was looking for. Paragon Jintian, a world-defying powerhouse from his lineage's ancestry. As for him, Xian Lord, there was a high probability that he was the reincarnated body of Emperor Jintian Quasi-Emperor. When he obtained the Quasi-Emperor's inheritance, it was the time to soar to the heavens. Xian Lord felt that he would definitely be able to sweep the younger generation of the Emperor's tomb and seize the chance to be the leader. Xian Lord took a deep breath and forced himself to hold back the exhilaration in his heart as he began to approach the palace in front of him. Buzz! A strand of immortal flower seal flew out from his body and merged into the palace. Click! In the next moment, along with a click, the door of the dusty, long-sealed Jintian palace opened. After 10,000,000 years, it has once again seen the light of day. Chapter 60, Capturing the Sacrifice to Live the Second Life in Reverse. Xian Lord falls, Heaven's pride strives for the stag. The Jintian Divine Hall opened, and the long dusty scene inside was revealed to Xian Lord. The entire interior of the Divine Hall was extremely wide, as if it encompassed a small world. In it, strange flowers and exotic plants grow, and ancient vines and precious medicines are all over the place. There were 4 spirit Xuanwu sculptures guarding the 8 directions, and their bodies shone with 7-colored immortal light, like they were made of rainbow divine gold, and they were filled with an extremely ancient aura. However, what attracted Xian Lord's attention the most was not the rare treasures in this place, but the altar in the depths of the Divine Hall. On top of that altar, there sat a supreme figure with a magnificent posture, with a terrifying aura of suppressing the universe surrounding him. It was as if a world of Zeus had been propped up. The inheritance from memory. It's actually true. Xian Lord was so excited that his body was trembling continuously. This was the supreme figure that had been constantly appearing in his memories for a while now. Could this be the Jintian Quasi-Emperor? My previous incarnation? The Zun Lord's breathing became rapid. He felt the Xuanwu bloodline in his body boiling, as if it had resonated with the other party. When Xian Lord's line of sight landed on Quasi-Emperor Jintian's chest, his gaze instantly froze, and his breathing drifted to a halt. It was a golden cocoon of light that hovered in front of Paragon Jintian's chest. Within the light cocoon, it seemed to contain an entire space-time star river, dazzling and eye-catching. This was the Quasi-Emperor origin that was derived after the fall of a generation of Quasi-Emperors, combining the essence and enlightenment of their entire lives. If the fusion could be successful, it would be equivalent to the reincarnation of the wheel and the rebirth of a Paragon Emperor. The era that belongs to me, Xian Lord, is about to come. With excitement in his heart, Xian Lord carefully moved forward, ready to collect the Paragon essence. Swish! Just as Xian Lord moved, the Jintian body on the altar whose life had already passed away, a divine light suddenly shot out from it and disappeared into Xian Lord's sea of consciousness. Xian Lord's entire person was like being struck by lightning. His eyes gradually lost their concentration and he was stunned in place. In his sea of consciousness, It seemed as if the figure of a supreme powerhouse had surfaced, and it was clearly the likeness of Emperor Jintian Quasi-Emperor. Senpai, what are you doing? In the sea of consciousness, the Xian Lord's soul body emerged, trembling under that supreme terrifying pressure. The inheritors of the heaven-swallowing lineage are all too smart. Only you are blinded by hatred. What do you think this emperor wants? Quasi-Emperor Jintian's grandiose voice rang out, indifferent to the extreme, not containing a single fluctuation of emotion. Senior, I'm your descendant. You can't. The Xian Lord trembled, thinking of some kind of terrifying end, this supreme powerhouse wanting to take over him to be reborn. Oof, the cultivation world is weak and strong, and the fixed number of life and death is impermanent. This emperor has secretly examined several of the Xianhu Divine Mountain Heavenly Pride, but unfortunately, all of them were too guarded. You're the only one who has given this emperor a chance to take advantage of the situation, and you won't let the old men of the Xianxian Divine Mountain notice. In this life, this emperor will borrow your body to sweep away the young generation of heavenly princes, obtain the inheritance of the 3 lives great emperor, and return to a life of splendor. Quasi-Emperor Jintian's cold and indifferent words caused a heart of Xian Lord to completely sink to the bottom. He, Xian Lord, is the inheritor of the Jintian Paramount Emperor, to put it nicely, but in reality, he is just a dispensable pawn. The golden age is upon us. The greatest heavenly pride of the greatest generation is fighting for the throne, and all living beings are pawns. Who's the swimming fish? Who's the pole vaulter? It is not known until the end. As the words fell, Quasi-Emperor Jintian stopped talking nonsense and directly grinded out the Xian Lord's soul. The reason why he fell in the 3 Lives Emperor's tomb was because he forcibly broke into the Emperor's tomb's extreme prohibitions and was forcibly obliterated by the great Emperor's rules in the Emperor's tomb. Although he had fallen, Paragon Jintian had obtained a piece of the remnants of the Dharma left behind by the 3 Lives Emperor. With the help of a wisp of residual soul, one could take over a heavenly pride of Xuanwu bloodline, thus living a second life against the heavens. Over the years, Paragon Jintian had been plotting. He had tried several heavenly pride of the Xian underworld Divine Mountain, but the other party's Tao had not been disturbed and had never given him a chance until he met Xian Lord. After a moment's time, Xian Lord's tightly closed eyes slowly opened, and within his eyes, there was a cold and arrogant color that looked beyond the pale. This guy's breath. Li Zhixing, who was lurking in the shadows, witnessed all of this happening, and his calm heart set off huge waves and ripples. The third heir of the Xianxian Divine Mountain had been seized by an old monster, and right at this moment, Paragon Jintian's teasing voice suddenly rang out. I didn't realize that there was a rat following in the shadows, or a rare indestructible Tao body. It's really heaven's help for this emperor. At the same time, away from the domain, in a secret realm where divine beauty was contained, a shocking battle for opportunity was breaking out. Rocks are flying and sand is filling the air. After a strong undercard clash, a green-shirted teenager was sent flying, blood spurting wildly from his mouth. He stroked the shattered ring on his hand and looked across to the deity-like figure, his gaze filled with horror, anger, and despair. It was a handsome young man with a golden crown on his head, blonde hair like a waterfall, and eyes like stars. The temperament was very outstanding, and there was a golden luster flowing on the surface of his body, like a divine king in the world. After fighting with the blonde teenager, infinite fear and deep despair welled up in the eyes of the green-shirted teenager. I had been instructed by Master Heavenly Flame, rising from the minutest of beginnings, recovering from adversity, sweeping away all kinds of supreme geniuses, and ultimately ascending to the Taichou Dao realm. So how could I possibly have lost? The green-shirted boy let out an unwilling hiss of despair. He was originally a casual cultivator character, accidentally obtained a ring, favored by the ring and the remnants of the Supreme Soul instructions, all the way to high, sweeping his peers without rivals. Eventually, from his side of the ancient realm, he broke into the vast immortal land of the Taichou Dao domain, coinciding with the opening of the 3 Lives Emperor's tomb. The green-shirted teenager, along with other heavenly prides, entered the Emperor's tomb in search of a chance. Just when the green-shirted teenager thought that he could once again sweep the young generation of heavenly prides and obtain the 3 Lives Great Emperor's chance, this blonde-haired teenager, however, appeared in front of him as if he were a god, beating him without the power to fight back at all. Even with the help of his master's residual soul, which doubled his battle power, he was still pressed all the way by the blonde teenager. It's just not human. Genius? There's no shortage of geniuses in this world. A supreme demon is only the threshold to see this imperial prince. The blonde-haired teenager's voice was ancient. His large hand probed out, and a dense imperial Dao dragon she ran through the heavens and earth. Vaguely, behind him it seemed as if an imperial figure was emerging, perched above the 9 heavens, like an immortal king in the dust, suppressing the 10,000 worlds and heavens. Chapter 61, Step Battle Imperial Dynasties Taboo Heavenly Pride. Step Red Dust. Good show. The emperor figure was perched in the 9 heavens, like an immortal king in the dust, as if he was able to suppress everything in the world. Surprisingly, you haven't even used your full strength until now. The green-shirted boy let out a horrified hiss, scared out of his wits. That supreme imperial dragon chi, like a real ancient emperor walking in the world, made the green-shirted teenager's Dao heart unstable, and his battle intent was completely lost. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to escape this place by all means. Why do you need to use your full strength to deal with a son of Chi in an ancient realm like you? You think too highly of yourself, don't you? The blonde teenager's voice was indifferent, neither happy nor sad. Gasping for breath, the green-shirted teenager tried countless ways to escape, still deep in the mire and unable to extricate himself, a heart completely cold. Eventually, a touch of bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he asked dismally, "Tell me your name, so that I can die with a clearer understanding." Step Battle Dynasty. Step Red Dust. The blonde-haired teenager smiled bashfully, urging his emperor figure to powerfully grind everything down. The Dao lineage of the Step Battle Emperor. The green-shirted teenager's pupils suddenly contracted, falling in extreme shock as his body was instantly crushed into a blood mist by the Imperial Dao Dragon Chi. Buzz! A pair of 3 lives Emperor keys emerged, as well as a ball of radiant golden Chi origin, the third ancient realm's Chi fortune Heavenly Pride. The blonde-haired teenager muttered, and with a flip of his palm, 2 more balls of Chi origin levitated out, merging with the green-shirted teenager's Chi origin. Only those with great fortune in the world can gain the recognition of the 3 great emperors of life. If I can obtain the inheritance of the 3 lives great emperor, this imperial son will fuse the dual emperor laws and walk out on a unique and legendary path. The blonde-haired teenager named Bu Hongwan, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a cold and arrogant arc as he was conceptualizing his future ambitions. Sensing that the golden age was coming and the future path of the emperor would be opened, Bu Hongwan revived from the dusty immortal crystal. His sole purpose for entering the emperor's tomb was to obtain the inheritance of the 3 lives emperor, and then the synchronized warfare emperor's extreme imperial laws fused together to break out into a new world. Bu Hongwan's eyes flickered as he mused. The 3 lives emperor's tomb is roughly divided into 8 regions, and the location where this emperor's son is currently at should be in the leaving domain, and in the center area of that emperor's tomb, a large amount of Chi has recently gathered, so it seems that we have to find a chance to make a trip there. The gathering of Chi fortune indicated that there was a great opportunity out there, and it mostly carried the emperor's tomb, where the real opportunity was, and at that moment, Bu Hongwan raised his eyes to a space and faintly said, "Fellow Daoist, don't you get tired of following for so long? It's time to show yourself." As his words fell, a flirtatious voice suddenly rang out, worthy of being a forbidden heavenly pride of the Step Battle Dynasty. His insight is truly sharp. A red-skirted maiden of immortal beauty and anonymous appearance quietly appeared. The young girl's icy delicate body flowed with a dreamy light, just like a fairy descending from the 9 heavens, so beautiful that it was breathtaking. Someone from the heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty? Bu Hongwan frowned. Although he was unfamiliar with the appearance of the young girl in front of him, his aura was somewhat impressive, not too far from those Phoenix dynasty opponents back then. The heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty had once had a Phoenix blood red gold Tongling, who had alternatively become a Taoist, and whose battle power was comparable to that of an ancient emperor, and who had brought quite a shock to the Taichou Dao domain at the time. The heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty has given birth to more than one ancient emperor, and the depth of the foundation is extremely deep, and the synchronized battle emperor dynasty is very different. Now that the other party had come to him, it was a bit puzzling for Hongwan. The Taiku imperial race had always disdained dealing with the human race. The red-skirted maiden smiled and introduced herself. Third princess of the heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty. Phoenix dance, Bu Hongwan said indifferently. You, a princess of a royal family, what are you doing here to find me? To fight me? As a forbidden heavenly pride of the Step Battle imperial dynasty, he had the invincible Dao heart of pushing across the world, and he was just as indifferent when facing the princess of the heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty. This princess is certainly not here to fight you. Phoenix Dance's smile was like a flower. Her voice was cold and colorful as she said, "The 2 great Taishu Dragon Court and Xianmei Divine Mountain's 2 great Taiku imperial clans are in an alliance, and this princess would like to find a collaborator as well. The Dragon Chi of that Taishu Dragon Court fits perfectly with the Step Battle immortal skill that you are practicing. How about it? Are you interested in doing a big job with this princess?" Hearing this, Bu Hongsuan's eyes condensed and he deeply glanced at Phoenix Dance. The Taishu Dragon Court, the Xianmei Divine Mountain. and the heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty were all three of the same ancient imperial clans, and according to past practices, their relationship with each other was quite good. Now that the heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty was standing on the opposite side of the two parties, this made Hongduan feel a bit unimaginable, and his heart was greatly puzzled. Phoenix dance continued. In addition to the Taishu Dragon Court, the Xianmei Divine Mountain, that Golden Crow Ridge's forbidden heavenly pride is also recruiting people. With yourself, it's basically unlikely that you'll want to run rampant in the Three Lives Emperor's tomb. The forbidden heavenly pride of the Golden Crow Ridge. Bu Hongduan revealed a flash of astonishment, not expecting that fellow to have come out of the world as well. Now that's a bit of competition. Golden Crow Ridge, a transcendent power of the Taiku Imperial clan, created by the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor. Several ancient emperor-level figures were born in later generations, extremely brilliant and radiant. Now that the transcendent Dao lineages in the eastern realm of the Taichou Dao domain have almost all arrived, the old ancestor of my heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty has already met with the old ancestor of the Li family, and this time in the Emperor's tomb. The heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty will cooperate with the Li family. If you are added to the mix, the chances of obtaining the chances of the Emperor's tomb will be even greater. The heavenly demon Phoenix dynasty's alliance with the Li family is unknown to the Taishu Dragon Court and the Xianmei Divine Mountain for the time being, so when the final moments come, they can strike from the inside and the outside and catch the other side off guard. Next, Phoenix Dance revealed another heavy news, which heavily smashed on the heart of Bu Hongduan. Relationships are a bit disorganized in this day and age. He'd have to run it through. The eternal life Li family. Could it be? Bu Hongduan's eyes were deep in thought, flashing a flash of extreme gravity. After a moment, he nodded and said, "Fine. This emperor agrees to cooperate with you." He was also interested in the dragon chi of the Taishu Dragon Court. The other guy was using him, and why wouldn't he be? It's just a matter of each side getting what they want. It's a deal. With you on board, we should be able to deal with those few forbidden demons. Phoenix Dance smiled sweetly. Which guys? When Bu Hongduan heard this, he raised his eyebrows. What did Phoenix Dance mean by these words? There were still forbidden heavenly prides coming out? Why did he have the feeling that he was on a pirate ship? Forbidden heavenly pride, also known as ancient freaks. They were an existence that pushed across the world back then. Now that Dust Seal had awakened, it was enough to easily manage to sweep the younger generation. Of course it's a guy like you, Phoenix Dance softly explained. Now that the golden splendor has opened, it's not like you're the only forbidden heavenly pride that has awakened. For example, the little ancestor of the heaven-swallowing clan of the Xianxian Divine Mountain, Emperor Xian Tian, or that forbidden heavenly pride of the Golden Crow Ridge. There are still some unknown dark horses lurking, and as far as the eye can see, they are surrounded by enemies. Lastly, there's that divine son of the Li clan, who also has a battle power not weaker than that of the taboo, but he's now our teammate, so there's no need to worry. The Li family's divine son. Hearing the name Li family once more, Bu Hongduan's pupils slightly condensed. This family was ranked at the very pinnacle of transcendent power in the era when he was asleep. As for their step-battle imperial dynasty, back then, there had been a heaven-defying demon who, after battling against a heavenly pride of the Li family, ended up seriously injured and defeated. As a result, instead of blaming it, they, the step-battle royal dynasty, paid a visit to apologize. This was enough to show how terrifying the Li family's heritage and strength was. Now after an unknown number of years had passed, he had awakened from the immortal crystal, and once again, a divine son had come forth from the Li family. Is this some kind of destiny? Only unlike in the past, this time, they were on the same side. However, if there was an opportunity, Bu Hongduan would very much like to spar with the Li clan's divine son. A little closure on a long-cherished dream. Chapter 62 Hongmeng Divine Son Yi Duxing, joining forces with Ao Qinging, allied forces, in the Qian domain, in a side of mountains and swamps, a shocking battle was breaking out. The void twisted and rippled with layers of water. A white-haired young man with a jade tree, dressed in black and gold robes, strolled out from it. Around the teenager, there is a Hongmeng violet gas lingering, silk hanging down, flooding the Zeus void, seems to be able to reshape the ancient Qianquan. As he walked the void, the time around him was all completely disorganized because of the Hongmeng purple qi. Space was retracing its steps, Qianquan was turning upside down, and the scene was extremely terrifying, as if the end was coming. The white-haired teenager's large hand probed out, and the Hongmeng purple qi between heaven and earth surged, only to see the dome of the sky crack open into an abyssal gap, and a large purple handprint inscribed with a Dao pattern whistled out from it. Between the palms, there was a horrifying scene of the sun and moon turning, and the Qianquan bucket spinning in diffusion. Bang! a loud sound came out. The Hongmeng purple chi ravaged the 8 directions, and a purple spirit demon Jiao of the life and death realm was slapped into a bloody mist by the white-haired teenager on the spot. The life essence of the earth-fire demon lizard emerged with a faint wisp of the power of the Hongmeng. The white-haired teenager raised his hand and put away the origin. The white-haired teenager was originally a loose cultivator character who fell into a cliff while exploring a party's secret realm and survived. By chance, he obtained the Hongmeng inheritance of a supreme powerhouse, thus controlling some of the power of Hongmeng. Then later, he was spotted by the Hongmeng sacred sect and established as the Hongmeng divine son, controlling the power of the Hongmeng, although it could not be comparable to a true Hongmeng supreme body. But as long as he collected enough Hongmeng origin and nourished it, in time, he would metamorphose into a true Hongmeng body supreme body. Although it was only an acquired physique, this was not much weaker than an innate physique. And at that moment, an ethereal and cold young girl's voice suddenly rang out. Yi Duxing, don't forget the promise you made to this imperial daughter. Hearing this mesmerizing voice like an orchid in an empty valley, that white-haired young man named Yi Duxing flashed an imperceptible flash of fiery affection in the depths of his eyes. Not far away, a black-skirted girl with a green veil covering her jade face and an outstanding temperament stood in the center of the endless sea of flowers, her crystal-clear eyes looking over this way. She had a delicate figure. The imperial Tao aura permeated her body, and her jade legs under the black skirt were long and straight, flowing with a crystal and treasured radiance that gave one the urge to hold it in the palm of one's hand and play with it. Although the young girl's face was covered by a green veil, the delicate contours that were vaguely revealed, as well as the imperial dragon aura that lingered around her, reflected her as if she were a noble queen. This woman was none other than the imperial daughter of the Taishu Dragon Court, Ao Qingying. It wasn't just Phoenix Dance who was secretly looking for help. Ao Qingying also had the same idea. After seeing how terrifying Li Shuing Yuan was, she desperately needed an ally. The alliance between the 3 Taiku forces was nothing but a joke in her eyes. The relationship between the several great Taiku imperial clans appeared to be very cordial on the surface, but in reality, there were dark currents, each harboring their own evil intentions. It's better to rely on no one than yourself. And Yi Duxing in front of him was clearly a good candidate for alliance. The two of them had met in a supreme secret realm. Ao Qingying was shocked by Yi Duxing's strength, while Yi Duxing was in love with Ao Qingying's beauty, and the two reached a partnership in an incredibly natural way. The ultimate chance to finally obtain that secret realm. Now in this 3 Lives Emperor's tomb, it was considered the second time the two of them had worked together. Qingying Imperial Maiden's command. Doxing naturally won't forget it. Yi Duxing smiled faintly. His temperament was gentle and elegant, and he was described as a flamboyant gentleman. The Hongmeng sacred sect was only a party of first-rate forces that could not be compared to the Taishu Dragon Court of the Swire Emperor clan. Yi Duxing was also very clear in his heart that Ao Qingying was merely using him, but he, who had been born by adhering to the fortune of heaven and earth and had obtained the inheritance of the most powerful Hongmeng, was not taking advantage of Ao Qingying. Ao Qingying wanted to use him to deal with the other celestial pride in the Emperor's tomb, and she also needed to use Ao Qingying's connections to secretly search for the power of Hongmeng. Both of them had their own plans in their hearts, just both sides did not point out. Fairy Qingying, that Li clan's divine son you spoke of, is he really that strong? At this moment, Yi Duxing suddenly opened his mouth gently to inquire. His gaze narrowed slightly, and there were Hongmeng rules flowing in his eyes. In recent times, Yi Duxing had heard Ao Qingying mention the Li family's divine son many times, making some jealousy inevitable in his heart. He had been going in and out of the major secret realms within the Taichou Dao domain since he obtained the Hongmeng inheritance, concentrating on finding the Hongmeng origin, and had not been very attentive to the news from the outside world. So for this Li family's divine son, it was also a half-understanding. Oh, Qingying's voice was like a clear spring, and her tone was grave as she cautioned. If you encounter the Li clan's divine son alone, try to stay away from the other party, and don't easily mess with him. Don't mess with him? Yi Duxing raised his eyebrows. He controlled the power of the Hongmeng supreme power, and with the 9th heavenly cultivation of the creation realm, he could easily suppress the beast king of the life and death realm. Ao Qingying even told him to stay away. Was he, Yi Duxing, that bad? Seemingly sensing what Yi Duxing had in mind, Ao Qingying faintly said, for one thing, the Li family's divine son can make the 3 supreme physiques of the Tsong Tian hegemony body, the undying Tao body, and the immaculate divine body submit on their own accord. Secondly, the pets raised by the Li clan's divine son can similarly manage to easily subdue the beast king of the life and death realm. Wait until you actually meet him, then you'll realize how terrifying the other side is. As the words fell, Ao Qingying stepped on the sea of crystal and flowers, her silhouette leaving. Looking at Ao Qingying's departing back, Yi Duxing's eyes had a unique luster flickering in them. Imperial daughter of the Taishu Dragon Court. Sooner or later, this Gongzi will make your heart happy and immediately search for the power of the Hongmeng origin for me. As for that Li clan's divine son, until the final moment of confrontation, it is not yet known which is stronger or weaker. The mount that subdued the beast king of the realm of life and death. I, Yi Duxing, have it as well, and the chance in the emperor's tomb will be mine after all. Yi Duxing strolled out with his hands behind his back, the Hongmeng purple chi surging around him, causing the space to distort and break, instantly traveling thousands of miles, while Ao Qingying and Yi Duxing were in an alliance. At the same point in time, other domain surfaces in the Three Lives Emperor's tomb had similar dramas taking place. The forbidden heavenly pride of the Golden Crow Ridge had taken the heirs of the Golden Clan and the Golden Winged Rock Clan under their wings. There were also some powerful heirs of the demon race that had joined the Golden Crow Ridge's formation. For a time, the Three Lives Emperor tomb ganged up and spawned several strong alliance forces. Chapter 63, Surrender. Positioning instant, Li Xuan Yuan battles Quasi-Emperor Deity. I didn't expect to be followed by a rat in the dark, or a rare undying Dao body. It's really heaven's help for this emperor. In the Burgundy domain, in the Jintian Divine Hall, Paragon Jintian's teasing voice rang out. What a powerful perception! Li Zhixing, who was hidden in the shadows, had a startled look in his eyes and his heart was heavy. Buzz! Without waiting for Li Zhixing to make any reaction, the icy cold figure of Quasi-Emperor Jintian instantly appeared in front of Li Zhixing as if he were a ghost. Little fellow, since you're here, stay and accompany this emperor. Paramount Emperor Jintian's gaze was icy cold as he raised his hand to condense a side of the Xianhuang world, transforming it into a purgatory killing machine and suppressing it towards Li Zhixing. Just as Li Zhixing was about to execute the mad immortal technique to fight for his life with the Jintian Paragon, he suddenly felt his hands sink violently, and a familiar figure appeared in his arms for no apparent reason. For a moment, Li Zhixing froze and stood in place, somewhat winded. Kamiko, what are you doing here? 10,000 question marks appeared in Li Zhixing's mind, and his brain was a bit spinning. Bang! When the Jintian Paragon's attack arrived, Li Xuan Yuan chopped out a sword with his backhand, adding the immortal beheading skill. At that moment, there was a terrifying scene of immortals and devils falling in the void that was diffused, and a sword that shattered space could cut down heavenly immortals. That heaven-slashing sword directly annihilated the Xianhuang slaughtering machine of the Jintian Paragon. Don't be offended by the temporary addition of coordinates. Li Xuan Yuan drew away from Li Zhixing's arms with a breezy look. He sensed that Li Zhixing was in danger in the Kuan domain, so he directly performed the throwing the arms around divine ability and instantly moved over to block the fatal blow for him. This aptitude could be much stronger than teleportation, and could go anywhere with just the coordinates of a recognizable person's information. A generation of Quasi-Emperor fell. His obsession was not dispersed, and in the end, he even seized his own offspring. What a ruthless tactic, nah! Li Xuan Yuan sighed out with a calm demeanor and windless robes. It was no wonder that Xian Lord's strength had recently skyrocketed by a large margin, and it was also no wonder that the other party's aura had always been a bit odd. It turned out that it was all because of this old ancestor of his own family who was secretly doing the work, the so-called chance inheritance. But a gimmick. Xian Lords from the beginning to the end of the role, is a chess piece, at the mercy of others' slaughter. When Quasi-Emperor Jintian saw that his opponent easily diffused his attack, his gaze grew deeper and deeper. From Xian Lord's memories, he knew that the strength of the teenager in front of him was strong enough to suppress the younger generation of the Taichou Dao domain, and was the nightmare in Xian Lord's heart all along. But now this was in the heaven-suppressing divine hall, and even though he was only a wisp of obsession, it was still an obsession left behind by a paragon emperor. Would it be inferior to a junior? Not really. In the world of the weak and the strong, only the strong deserve to write the ending. The process doesn't matter. This emperor only needs the perfect ending. A flawless desolate ancient saint body is qualified to be this emperor's carrier. Quasi-Emperor Jintian's voice was indifferent and unadulterated. As Li Xuan Yuan said, he was just a wisp of obsession, not a remnant soul. Now he could only use the Xian Lord's physical body to slowly warm up this strand of obsession. As for Li Xuan Yuan, the desolate ancient sacred body, he could suppress it first and wait until the wisp of obsession was a bit stronger in the future before slowly seizing it. How dare you disrespect the divine son? You seek death. Li Zhixing's bloody hair fluttered as the immortal flame seal burned at the center of his eyebrows. Unable to resist. You're no match for him. Let me do it. Li Xuan Yuan shook his head slightly. Although Li Zhixing was very strong, he was far from being a match for this strand of Paragon Jintian's obsession. Li Xuan Yuan executed the six-path reincarnation fist and directly killed the Jintian Paragon. Ignorant, fearless, death-seeking junior. Quasi-Emperor Jintian smiled coldly, his words filled with sarcasm. Although he was only a wisp of obsession, not enough to exert 1/10,000th of the power he had in his heyday, he was still not comparable to a creation realm junior. Quasi-Emperor Jintian's palm lifted up, condensing Xianhuang Qi as he similarly punched out to suppress it. The two blasted against each other, like Mars clashing with the Earth, and terrifying fluctuations instantly raged. For a time, the entire heaven-suppressing divine hall and even the Burgundy domain trembled. What a terrifying aura! The four people of Fu Yao, who had just rushed here by casting the boundary-breaking talisman, felt this horrifying pressure, and their bodies were filled with a surge of qi and blood. This was definitely not the aura of a life-and-death realm powerhouse. It was even stronger and more terrifying. That's Xian Lord? When Fu Yao and the others arrived at the Jintian Divine Hall, they saw Li Shu and Yuan battling with the Xian Lord. How did this guy's aura become so strong? Li Tsangtian frowned, realizing that something was wrong with Xian Lord. Back when they were in the Vortex Ancient City, the other party couldn't even catch a single move from the Divine Sun. But now, it was being able to fight back and forth with the Divine Sun, which was a bit too unbelievable. Li Tianji had the power of causality flowing in his gaze as he said in a deep voice, Xian Lord is no longer the same Xian Lord as before. He has been taken over. On the side, Li Zhixing also explained, the soul inside the Xian Lord right now is not himself. It's a wisp of Paragon Emperor Jintian's obsession. What? The heads of the several people from Fuyao buzzed and their faces were instantly stunned. A wisp of the Paramount Emperor's obsession? Even if it wasn't a residual soul, but just a wisp of obsession that remained in the world. That could be terrifying enough. But now, Lord Godson, to be able to spar with the other party without losing a single blow was simply too outrageous. After the strike, Li Shu and Yuan drifted back. His handsome face lingering with immortal mist was still as calm as water, and the ancient waves were not shocked. It was just that in his golden immortal Telson, there was an endless battle intense surging at the moment, transmitting an unparalleled excitement. So far, amongst the younger generation of the Taichou Dao domain, there was simply no one worthy of using his full strength. As for the ancient demonic freaks, he hadn't really met any. However, the Zhentian Quasi-Emperor at the moment was different. The other party's battle power was terrifying enough to warrant him going all out to deal with it. Li Shu and Yuan did not cast one sword Immortal Kneel, but used it as a life-saving skill. If one wanted to walk out on the path of a strong person, divine ability and physique were secondary, and the most important thing was an invincible Dao heart. He needed to kowtow in battle and walk out a unique path. It's good to be okay. Seeing that Li Sun Yuan was safe and sound, Fu Yao's hanging heart was finally put down, but there was still some worry remaining in those crystal eyes. Lord Godson is too terrifying. The four people, Li Tsangtian, Li Tianji, Li Zhixing, and Li Qingshu, all revealed shocked expressions. With a cultivation level of the creation realm, he was able to spar with the Quasi-Emperor's paranoid thoughts without losing. If this matter were to spread out, the entire Taichou Dao region would be sensationalized and go crazy over it. Throughout the countless epochs in the past, who had been able to fight against a strand of Quasi-Emperor's obsession with a cultivation level of the creation realm? This is an unparalleled precedent that sets a historical precedent. At this moment, the powerful strength displayed by Li Shu and Yuan also caused Quasi-Emperor Jintian to look slightly stagnant, a bit out of his expectation. However, Quasi-Emperor Jintian was, after all, a great man who had gone through great storms, and after a short period of surprise, he regained his composure. Boom! Paramount Emperor Jintian executed the supreme law, and endless laws surged forth, transforming into a mountainous green sky handprint that pushed out horizontally. The divine might of the Xuanwu suppresses the world. Seeing this, Li Sun Yuan stepped up, and the fleshly power of the extreme realm of creation instantly erupted, while at the same time performing the immortal suppression technique to increase the fleshly power of the extreme realm once again. There were 6 worlds of reincarnation floating behind him, filling the entire temple, as if it could pull one's soul, alive, to the afterlife. The two blasted together. A destructive storm swept through the 8 wastelands, and the 2 attacks were both annihilated and disappeared. Chapter 64, Xuanwu Vision, Sunghai Yao 9 Heavens, Fight to the Death. Because of the laws of the extreme Tao, the scenes that occurred in the Emperor's tomb could not be fully revealed by the supreme heavenly curtain. There were only snippets of images that flashed by one after the other, and they weren't clear. In the Jintian Divine Hall, Li Shu and Yuan catalyzed the 11 fate palaces, and surging golden qi and blood erupted like an avalanche. Above his head, the 11 fate palaces shone with immortal splendor. Wisps of chaotic qi drooped down, suppressing the entire divine hall as it trembled. With the tendency of imminent collapse, the immortal suppression technique, The fleshly body was peerless and as heavy as 10,000 mountains. With this immortal technique, one could crush everything with their fleshly body. Immortal beheading technique. Attack number 1. Breaking all laws with force. Extreme physical body. Extreme attack. The combination of the two could be described as destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Divine Son. Tianji has come to increase your battle power. In the corner of the Jintian Divine Hall, Li Tianji's elegant voice rang out. Only the teenager sat cross-legged, his eyes as deep as the starry sky, with causal dao marks flowing in the depths of his pupils. He had been following Li Xuanyuan around, and had been silent in the Vortex ancient city, not showing himself at the initiation banquet. Even many people had forgotten about his physique, the destiny causal body. At this time, Li Tianji finally made his move. A causal rune whistled out from Li Tianji's body, with 10,000 paths of divine light and 1,000 streaks of Ruei Kai. These runes diffused the heaven and earth avenues and intertwined into a splendid karmic battlesuit that surfaced on the surface of Li Xuanyuan's body. Divine Son. This is a battlesuit condensed from the power of karma. It can fully increase the attributes of your entire body, and it can even predict the enemy's next move and make a judgment in advance. Li Tianji's gentle and elegant voice spread slowly within the divine hall, causing the several people from Fudyao to be greatly shocked, foreseeing the enemy's next move in advance. This alone is already invincible. Li Sun Yuan only felt enveloped by a great karma. The attributes on his body began to increase in all aspects, and he actually had a perverted feeling of opening God's perspective. No wonder the causal destiny body was not the main attacker but the main supporter. Li Xuanyuan sort of understood. If you meet a famous ruler of your generation, isn't this equivalent to Lu Bu riding Dianwei and being invincible? Worthy of the title of the first auxiliary of the ancient era. Boom! Li Xuanyuan took a step forward and once again executed the six-path reincarnation fist. Under the causal battle clothes, the immortal suppression technique, and the flesh extreme realm, the three heaven-defying means of increase, the void around him was marked by large cracks. The heaven-suppressing divine hall couldn't withstand such a powerful force, and it all shattered when the six paths reincarnation fist struck. The Zhentian quasi-emperor, who had always been cloudy and calm, had his face changed at this moment. If he didn't go about it with caution, he might actually burp his way to the west when this punch landed, breaking the unlocked fate causality body, the flawless desolate ancient saint body, and the indestructible Dao body. Spring is coming for this emperor. Quasi-Emperor Zhentian took a deep breath and roared out in excitement, while his expression was unprecedentedly grave. Xuanwu vision, Songhai Yaojiu 9 heavens. Suddenly, the blue sea was heaving and the Songhai was flowing backwards. A great world of emptiness, one after another, manifested behind Paragon Zhentian, layered on top of each other, as much as 9 heavens. Quasi-Emperor Zhentian was carrying a side of the Kanghai Sea on his back. His head was on top of the 9 heavens, his eyes looking down on all living beings as if he was a supreme god king. This strong fluctuation caused Fu Yao and the others to feel their scalps tingle. Without waiting for a few people to help, Li Xuanyuan's indifferent voice rang out. There is no need to help. I'm sufficient alone. The thoughts of Fu Yao and the others were all expected by Li Xuanyuan. Instead of playing a supporting role, their involvement would distract him from his care and be counterproductive. The true vision of the Xuanwu divine body? Li Xuanyuan faced the supreme pressure of the Songhai 9 heavens collapsing pressure. His heart was as calm as still water, without any ripples. Since the 11 Destiny Palace is still almost interesting, let's add another one. He only saw Li Xuanyuan speak blandly, and then stomped the void with one foot. Wow! The vast chaotic mother chi drooped down into the void, and the dome of the sky above the 9 heavens suddenly cracked open at this moment, only to see an ancient and mysterious fate palace leap out from it. 12 natal palaces, suspended in the firmament. For ages and ages to come, it will live on. 12 fates. The 5 people, namely, Fu Yao, Li Cuntian, Li Zhixing, Li Qingshu, and Li Tianji, all stood frozen in place, their expressions stagnant. The 11th Fate Palace would have already broken the Emperor's forbidden realm and stepped into the world's taboo level. As for the 12th Fate Palace, the only immortal forbidden realm in the ages, they were simply unimaginable. Even the Jintian Quasi-Emperor, who was an old antique and had seen great scenes in all the worlds, at this moment, they were all shocked with their jaws agape, feeling a rush of dryness in their mouths. The Songhai Yaojiu heavenly attack in his hand was slowed down by a few points with it. As the 12 Fate Palaces were sacrificed, Li Sun Yuan's 6 Paths reincarnation fist was as if it had been pumped with chicken blood. A supreme pressure that sealed the heavens covered the area, colliding with Paragon Jintian's Songhai Yao 9 heavens vision. Boom! The two supreme means clashed, and the entire temple was shaken as most of it was chipped away. The terrifying power of reincarnation filled the air, and the 6 paths of reincarnation world was glowing, wanting to pull the remnants of Emperor Jintian quasi-emperor's mind into it to completely wear it out. Immortal extinction. This was a supreme secret art uniquely created by Li Xuanyuan by fusing the first stance of the 5 great immortal techniques. In an instant, a chaotic immortal light swept out, dismembering everything in the world along the way. All rules, spells, and magical abilities were reduced to nothingness. Thumbs up. As the immortal destruction chaos light penetrated out, a large portion of the Xian Lord's physical body was instantly chopped into pieces, fading into the clear wind as rule fragments. What kind of tactic is this? Quasi-Emperor Jintian couldn't help but let out a roar of shock and anger within. What was astonishing was that Li Sun Yuan's left hand diffused the 6 paths reincarnation fist and his right hand struck out the heaven-defying immortal destruction mysterious art. It made the Jintian quasi-emperor, an old antique, feel his heart palpitate. Secondly, he was angry that Xian Lord's physical strength was too poor. The feeling of not being able to bring his full strength to bear was stifling. If this continues, sooner or later, this emperor will fall here. Quasi-Emperor Jintian's eyes flickered and shifted as he pondered the appropriate countermeasures. He had originally planned to obtain some opportunities in the emperor's tomb first after seizing Xian Lord, tempering Xian Lord's flesh and preparing for the next body-swapping operation. But he didn't expect to suddenly meet Li Xuanyuan with this change of heart, completely disrupting his plans. Li Clan Godchild, you're to blame for this. It's not my emperor's fault. Quasi-Emperor Jintian's eyes were shadowy and his tone was stern. He made a decisive decision to abandon the broken body of the Xian Lord. At the same time, Quasi-Emperor Jintian took the Songhai Mingyao 9 Heavens divine body vision and integrated it into the obsession, adjusting this strand of obsession to its optimal state. In the end, Quasi-Emperor Jintian's obsession transformed into a divine aura and directly vanished into Li Xuanyuan's brow. All 5 of the food profound people's faces changed.